I clearly awakened the SSS-level servant zombie talent. But the school judged me as the only SSS-level trash in 300 years. Even my girlfriend stepped back in disgust. A contract zombie. You want me to say this on my wedding day? Because of my servant zombie talent? I can only make contracts with the most disgusting zombies. Once I sign a contract with a low-intelligence zombie, it may not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. If I'm not careful, I might get bitten by a zombie. And the entire crowd will attend my funeral. Moreover, none of the schools have any instructors for the servant zombie system. Whether it's from a safety perspective or from a developmental perspective, the school would never leave a ticking time bomb here. I just sneered. When I get strong, don't come crying and begging me. This is because in the awakening room, I bound a god-level corpse beast system. I can hear the roar of the 9 nether zombie dragon coming from the abyss's edge. The coffin wrapped in hellish chains is waking up. And I gain 2 talent abilities. The first talent is the god-level corpse caretaker. Not only can I be immune to all corpse poisons, but the success rate of signing a contract with the corpse clan coffin spirits is 100%. Moreover, the number of contracts I can sign is unlimited. The second talent is the break evil golden eyes. I can see through all disguises, directly seeing the attributes of otherworldly beings. I can also release a highly destructive golden ray. I walked into the hall of the contract center. Suddenly, a chill rushed from behind. Hello, I'm Xiao Mei, a temporary guide. A clear voice from a girl came from behind. I turned around. A white-robed female ghost was floating in the air, smiling at me. Though slightly surprised, I decided not to waste time, and asked her how to get to the underground level. She signaled me to follow, and then floated slowly toward the left side of the hall. I didn't hesitate and hurried to follow her. 2 minutes later, I entered the underground level. It was as wide as 2 football fields. Thousands of coffins were neatly arranged. I noticed that the coffins were in hexagonal and square shapes. They were all sealed, black as night, and I couldn't tell their level. The contract coffin spirits were like blind boxes, all depending on luck. However, with my break evil golden eyes, these seals were almost transparent to me. Half an hour later, I finished touring the entire contract hall, and finally stopped in front of a 3-meter-long hexagonal coffin. After taking a photo, I whispered, "Name, Helyama. A true King Jade coffin." Such an existence was obviously beyond my reach. An idea struck me. I concluded that the corpse clan coffin spirits must be hidden elsewhere. I quickly called Xiao Mei. She appeared behind me soon. When I asked her about the location of the corpse clan coffin spirits, her expression was strange. A white light flickered in her eyes. Then, an old man's voice came from her mouth. Follow Xiao Mei to the abandoned warehouse behind the contract center. The corpse clan coffin spirits are all there. In the contract center's office, a middle-aged man, Wang Ming, stood respectfully next to the white-haired old man, Chen Shuizhong. As the director of the Fengyue City Contract Center, he took this legendary town official very seriously. Chen Lao, you mentioned the newly emerged corpse spirits have already broken their coffins. Isn't it too risky to let the young man go now? He asked, full of concern. No problem. If he's willing, let him go, Chen Lao said, staring at the surveillance screen, showing a thoughtful expression. Every time he passed the golden profound coffin or dark gold dragon coffin, he would pause for 2 seconds. He even paid attention to the jade coffin. But he was more interested in contracting the corpse spirits. Do you know why? After hearing Chen Lao's words, Wang Ming was shocked. The coffin secrets brought by the Tune-Seeking Guild were almost unknown, especially the A-level jade coffin. And this young man could clearly sense these seals, and even understood the jade coffin. Yet he was more interested in contracting the corpse spirits. It was truly unexpected. Chen Lao, do you mean he is related to the corpse clan? Wang Ming hesitated and asked. If that's the case, what a pity. The strength of the corpse clan coffin spirits is relatively weak, and his future might be limited. Even so, Wang Ming spoke with a tone of regret. However, Chen Lao smiled while stroking his beard. Although the corpse clan has a hard time challenging other races, don't forget that once there was a remarkable guy. He had the corpse clan talent. Yet he could control the zombie king Xian Kuei, comparable to the demon king. You mean Ling Jizuan? Chen Lao, you're exaggerating, Wang Ming said with a smile, shaking his head, finding it hard to believe. Chen Lao continued stroking his beard, with a tone full of anticipation. If he performs well in the afternoon's combat training, perhaps I will prepare a generous gift for him. Wang Ming remained skeptical, but he smiled slightly, reminiscing. At this moment, Chen Lao's face changed, and he quickly summoned a 1-meter-long jade coffin. A childish female voice came from within. I want to eat meat. Wang Ming looked at the jade coffin, his shock evident. Chen Lao, this is... Ha ha. I found this little one in the ancient secret tomb cemetery. She's quite mischievous, and I can only give her to a newcomer. Chen Lao released his grip, allowing the coffin spirit to emerge. A small, talisman-wearing Zongzi head with a copper sword, dressed in electric-colored official attire, hopped over. Chen Lao patted her head and said to Wang Ming, "Take her out for a walk. Find her something to eat. I'm leaving now." Soon, Xiao Mei and I arrived at the abandoned warehouse next to the contract center. She floated and pointed to the iron door ahead. "This is it. All the coffins are in the containers. You can check them one by one." After a nod, I walked toward the rusty big door. The heavy iron skin and the stench of decay made my heart tighten slightly. A biochemical warning label was plastered on the door, which struck me sharply. I couldn't help but exclaim, "There can't really be zombies, right?" Though a little surprised, I was filled with anticipation for the upcoming contract mission. I pushed the door open and entered. I quickly walked to a rust-stained container, impatiently opening it to take a look. Name, ordinary zombie. Race, corpse clan. Seal level, F-level black iron demon coffin. The information that flashed through my mind made me disdainfully conclude, "Garbage." With a sigh in my heart, I turned and began searching for the next container. Name, copper-armored zombie. Race, corpse clan. Ghost. Seal level, F-level black iron demon coffin. Again, it didn't meet my expectations. Light-sensitive and fire-sensitive. It had to rely on breathing to locate targets. This was extremely disappointing. There really was nothing special. I sighed inwardly. But I didn't lose faith. I continued searching for a contract-worthy target. Zombie dog. Bronze ancient coffin. It would do for now. But I'll have to handle it carefully. I kept searching. But what I saw were still mostly bronze and black iron level coffin spirits. My once high expectations slowly turned into frustration. I kicked the iron door of the container open, complaining that these coffin spirits really lacked potential. These life-fearing creatures didn't require much effort. A powerful flashlight can easily paralyze it. And zombies have many defects. There can't really only be F and E level sealed coffin spirits inside here, right? Yi Mo mumbled. Suddenly, several terrifying roars appeared in the dim warehouse. Yi Mo turned his head and immediately felt his hair stand on end. Outside the containers he had initially opened, more than 10 figures had appeared. Their steps were staggering, and they emitted low growls from their mouths, like walking corpses, looking extremely eerie. Damn! How did these guys come out? Yi Mo was shocked, not daring to breathe loudly. At the same time, another series of banging iron sounds echoed, as if stepping on his heart. On top of the container, a copper-armored corpse with a gloomy aura suddenly appeared. Damn it, I need to contract a coffin spirit to protect myself quickly. Yi Mo's face turned incredibly ugly, then he crouched down, moving carefully and quietly back 5 meters to the nearest container. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the container door. After locking it, he looked at the biggest hexagonal coffin inside. Coffin Spirit, First Generation Tyrant T002 model. Race, Zombie Race. Seal level, D-level Silver Ancestor Coffin. Talent, Complete Virus Enhancement, Strength, Endurance, Agility, and Defense are all greatly enhanced. Skills, Tear, Charge, Destructive Strike, Basic Healing. Ultimate skill, Release of Restraint. When threatened with death or under continuous attack, the cardiovascular system expands, the body turns red, transforming into Super Tyrant form, doubling the effect of virus enhancement. Defect, none. Evolution times available. One time, evolution path can be viewed at level 19. Introduction, from the City of the Apocalypse. One of the few power monsters among zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength, and limited potential. Looking at the Coffin Spirits panel, Yi Mo immediately felt overjoyed. Although it was just a coffin spirit sealed by a silver coffin, it could easily kill the few zombies jumping around in front. Moreover, in the zombie ghost category, a D-level potential is a rare existence. If not now, when else to contract? Without any hesitation, Yi Mo aimed at the seal on the coffin, and a golden light appeared in his palm, directly pressing onto it. The coffin quickly shrank to the size of a palm, and with the seal, it disappeared, transforming into a 6-pointed star array that merged into the sealing space within Yi Mo's body. Ding! The host has successfully contracted the coffin spirit. Mission complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Zombie Ghost Template Lottery Ticket *1, Experience plus 200. Congratulations to the host, the First Generation Tyrant T002's intimacy level has reached the maximum value of 100, willing to risk life to protect the master. Congratulations to the host, the First Generation Tyrant T002's level has risen to LV.2, Servant level. Experience needed for next level, 0/440. Congratulations to the host for receiving feedback. Spiritual power slightly increased. Please name your coffin spirit. Chapter 5, 8-level skill. Slaughtering the warehouse. The prompt sound in his mind immediately made Yi Mo breathe a sigh of relief. Not easy. Finally contracted my first coffin spirit. Feeling the silver coffin in the ceiling space inside his body and the spiritual power feedback from the coffin spirit, EMO showed a smile on his face. In his memory, tyrants were incredibly terrifying zombies. Moreover, now with the support of the divine level corpse raising man talent, its strength doubled again. This level 2 tyrant could currently unleash enough strength to crush countless coffin spirits of the same level. Since you're my first coffin spirit, I will make sure your fierce name spreads across this world. So the name Tyrant suits you the best. Yemo's eyes revealed confidence, then he kicked open the locked container door. Bang! The loud noise immediately echoed in the silent warehouse, stirring up a wave of reverberations. All the broken coffin zombies and undead in the warehouse turned to look in the direction of the sound. In an instant, all the zombie monsters seemed to go crazy, growling from their throats and pouncing in Yemo's direction. Come at me. Whether I live or die, it depends on you. Yemo shouted lightly, golden light radiating from his palm as he pressed it to the ground. Boom! The formation quickly emerged. The silver coffin, which was originally sealed, burst out from the ground. Roar! An incredibly wild roar erupted. A figure over 2 meters tall, its body forged from dead gray muscle, with terrifying blood vessels visible and enormous, sharp claws, leaped directly out of the silver coffin and stood in front of Yemo. Tyrant! Go! Attack! Yemo exclaimed excitedly. As soon as he spoke, the tyrant nodded. It reached out a hand, effortlessly yanked off the iron door of a container, and threw it into the horde of zombies, knocking several of them down. Then, it kicked off the ground, raised its giant claws, and charged into the group of zombies like a meat grinder. Roar! The tyrant roared continuously, swinging its claws madly. Each strike it made was terrifying, instantly tearing ordinary zombies apart and sending rotten blood flying everywhere, appearing exceedingly violent. The defense of a copper-armored zombie seemed as weak as paper, directly pierced by a heavy blow, flying back over 10 meters, crashing down onto the ground outside the warehouse, where the sunlight scorched it into a wisp of smoke. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed an ordinary zombie, experience doubled, gained 20 experience points. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed a copper-armored zombie, experience doubled, gained 20 experience points. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed a wandering zombie, experience doubled, gained 30 experience points. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed a black-eyed vampire zombie. The constant sounds of leveling up filled Yemo with excitement. Sure enough, killing monsters also gives experience. Awesome! At this rate, by the time the tyrant finished off the more than 10 broken coffins, it would surely have a chance to level up to 3. If the tyrant could wipe out all the monsters in the warehouse, wouldn't that be absolutely thrilling? At this moment, the light in Yemo's eyes grew brighter as he curiously examined the unopened containers, murmuring, there shouldn't be any stronger potential coffin spirits in these coffins. Moreover, I am just starting and it's not suitable for me to get distracted by nurturing multiple low-potential coffin spirits. The future coffin spirits must have at least the same potential as the tyrant. In short, first let the tyrant complete an evolution, that is the right way. As for the advanced zombie template lottery ticket from the system reward, Yemo did not plan to use it on the tyrant. First, once the template is used, the appearance of the coffin spirit will be fixed. Even though the visual impact of the tyrant's body is not as oppressive as that of demons, it is still incredibly terrifying and chills the heart. There is no need to change its appearance. Secondly, he wanted to use the template on a sealed higher-level female coffin spirit, so it could give maximum value. At the same time, he wanted to see what kind of powerful being this tyrant could eventually advance into. If it keeps evolving, it would absolutely overturn all the coffin master's perceptions. Weakest of the same potential? Demons and ghosts are strongest? Sorry, Yemo now wants to use the weakest race to overwhelm them. Ding, the tyrant's level has increased to LV.3 servant level. Experience needed for the next level, 20 of 720. Ding, congratulations host, spiritual power has slightly increased. Ding. Because the host is commanding the coffin spirit in battle for the first time. Unlocking the first battle achievement. Reward, random coffin spirit skill, super material penetration, 8th rank. The system's voice sounded again. 8th rank skill? Yemo was instantly dumbfounded. 8th rank skills are generally only available to coffin spirits after reaching level 80. But an 8th rank skill actually appeared on a D-ranked potential zombie, who would dare to believe it? This is absolutely a game changer. After sending off Chairman Chen, Wang Ming returned to the curator's office. Out of curiosity about Yemo, he picked up the other's information while passing the registration desk. If Chairman Chen thinks so highly of him, could this young man be a genius from Fengyue No. 1 High School? Wang Ming leisurely sat in his chair, picked up the freshly brewed hot tea, blew on it, took a small sip, and savored it. Then, he picked up the information he had just brought back and glanced through it. Yemo, 20 years old, 178 centimeters tall, a repeat student at Fengyue City No. 1 High School. Talent, corpse servant. When he clearly saw the content on the registration, his hand holding the teacup suddenly trembled, and the scalding tea splashed directly onto his pants, burning him so much that he jumped up. Damn! So he is the oddity who shouted for an entire afternoon on the roof of Fengyue No. 1 High School 2 years ago? Did old Chen see this wrong? Wang Ming was baffled. In Fengyue City, such a legendary powerhouse like President Chen is unique. Moreover, he manages the tomb-seeking guild, he has seen countless talents, and very few could have caught his eye. Wang Ming didn't think too far, he just shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, maybe it's because Lin Supreme recently suppressed an abyss that was too eye-catching. And the main fighting force, the tomb master of the corpse clan, is too rare, which made old Chen have such a thought. As he sighed, Wang Ming seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly stiffened. Oh no! It seems this young man has been in the warehouse for half an hour without coming out. How reckless! Wang Ming cursed angrily and quickly dialed the security office's phone. The call was quickly connected. Director! What can I do for you? Quickly send someone to the abandoned warehouse to find a young man with the last name Yi. Alive or dead, I want to see him. Yes. Ding, tyrant level has increased to LV.5 servant level. Experience needed for the next level 820/1400. Level 5. It's done. Yemo showed a slight smile, tearing off his dirty clothes and throwing them on the ground. In a short amount of time, he had utilized the tyrant to open coffins and examine corpses, directly slaughtering all demons in the warehouse. Leveling up made the tyrant stronger, and the feedback energy made Yemo's physical fitness better. At this time, the warehouse emitted a nauseating smell of blood. Like a hell on earth, it made one's scalp tingle. Yemo went from discomfort at first to later allowing sticky blood to splatter on his white short sleeve, taking less than 2 minutes. Amidst the excitement, he helplessly shook his head. In the large warehouse, more than 100 coffin spirits were sealed, and besides the tyrant, there were no existences with potential above E rank. No wonder no one was willing to contract with the corpse clan, as most corpse clans were of F and E rank potential and had fatal flaws. However, other races E rank potential coffin spirits did not have this situation. Thank you for your hard work, tyrant. Yemo patted the tyrant's hard muscles and smiled. Upon hearing this, the tyrant looked down at him, scratched his head in confusion, and transformed into a beam of light rushing straight into the silver ancestral coffin. Once the coffin lid closed automatically, Yemo hurriedly used the sealing array to collect the coffin into the sealing space. I killed all these coffin spirits, I wonder if the contract center will come looking for me. Yemo muttered a few words and then took out his phone. When he saw the time on his phone, he was immediately shocked. Damn, is it already 10 o'clock so soon? I don't want to be talked about. I'm outta here. Chapter 6 Yi Xiaoyao, Yemo. I awakened an ultra-ranked talent. Just 10 minutes after Yemo left the warehouse. 2 security personnel carrying a bronze coffin hurried to the iron doors of the old warehouse. One of the bald men was cursing, showing immense irritation. I really don't know what that student is thinking, why would he come here without a contracted coffin spirit? Isn't this seeking death? Maybe he's tired of living. If it weren't for the director's order, I wouldn't want to be sent to such a dangerous place by the old Lu. Forget it, let's quickly summon the coffin spirits to avoid being ambushed by zombies when we go in. The bald man sighed and placed the bronze coffin on the ground. Then he unsealed the coffin and released a green-skinned ghoul. Seeing this, the other companion also summoned a skeleton soldier holding a short sword. Open the door, old Lu. The bald man pushed his companion. Upon hearing this, old Lu was immediately unhappy. Why don't you open it? What if a huge crowd of zombies runs out when the door opens? I'm just here to earn a salary, not to risk my life. You go ahead and open it. I recorded it. If you don't open, I'll tell Joe about what you said. Damn it, bald guy. You're betraying me. Old Lu's face turned ugly, and he cursed loudly. Then he held his breath, palms sweating, and slowly pushed towards the iron door. The bald guy saw this, took a few steps forward, and also placed a hand on the other side of the door, his expression suddenly becoming serious. With a creaking sound of metal scraping, the iron door gradually opened. The imagined horde of zombies did not appear, instead, a strong smell of blood wafted slowly from the warehouse. What's going on here? I guess these zombies haven't broken out of their coffins yet. Let's go in and take a look. The 2 of them were fully alert, leading the spirit of the coffin into the warehouse. As they cautiously entered the warehouse, they were hit by a strong sense of suffocation. What's happening? The bald guy was stunned, his voice trembling a little. The originally dark warehouse had several large holes in the walls, letting in beams of sunlight, clearly revealing the scene inside. The ground was wet, congealed with thick blood, and grotesque limbs and severed arms were scattered everywhere, like hell, full of deathly silence. Many containers showed scratch marks and holes, as if something monstrous had clawed at them, looking extremely terrifying. Do you think it's possible that the student did this after contracting with the spirit of the coffin? Old Lou swallowed hard, awkwardly shifting his gaze to the bald guy. That's impossible. This level of attack feels more terrifying than even our peak-level coffin spirit. How could such a powerful corpse ghost be contracted in this warehouse? I feel he has already been eaten by the monster. The bald guy said confidently. At this moment, old Lou noticed a blood-soaked white tattered t-shirt on the ground not far away. Bald guy, look over there. Old Lou pointed at the spot not far away. Seeing this, the bald guy frowned instantly. He walked over in confusion, keeping the spirit of the coffin on guard beside him. He squatted down to pick up the shirt and examined it carefully. A few seconds later, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a trail of footprints in the congealed blood on the ground. Following the direction of the footprints, the bald guy showed an expression of extreme shock in his eyes. Old Lou. It seems this student isn't dead. Look at these footprints. The bald guy quickly stood up, pointing at the ground. Old Lou was stunned. Damn, these footprints aren't dry, he must have just left. Could it really be what I said? A recently contracted spirit of the coffin student managed to take out all the monsters in the warehouse? If that's true, then that's terrifying. We need to inform Joe immediately. The bald guy's tone was filled with disbelief. Old Lou nodded and quickly dialed a number. Once the call connected, he took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and said, "Captain, all the monsters in the warehouse have broken out of their coffins." Before he could finish, an arrogant voice on the other end interrupted him. "I know. So, can you save that student?" "Captain, he left before we got here." "Those monsters. As long as he left, that's fine. Do I need to teach you how to handle those monsters? Can't you secure the warehouse's iron door? After so many years under my command, your brain isn't working well, you can't handle such a small matter? Watch out, I'll dock your salary this month." Joe. "Captain, you are right. We'll close the door now. After closing the door, hurry back to your post. I have a stomach ache, I'll tell the curator about the situation after I'm done." "You don't need to explain to the curator." The voice on the other end hung up directly. Upon hearing this, old Lou tightened his fists, his face becoming extremely gloomy. "Old Lou, stop making that bitter melon face. I have already recorded everything, now we just need to wait for Joe to report to the director. He doesn't even know what's going on here, yet he's talking nonsense. This time, he's definitely finished." The bald man patted the other's shoulder and said, "Ah, you really are something. This is the first time I find your bald head so pleasing." Old Lou jumped up and hugged the bald man's head, rubbing it a few times, his face full of excitement. Get off, get off. 10 minutes ago, EMO didn't take the usual path." After leaving the warehouse, he directly turned left and walked toward the nearest wall. Then, under surveillance, he blatantly climbed over the wall. Although he killed all the monsters in the warehouse, it may seem a bit unprincipled. But that was a lot of experience points, and not grinding would be a shame. Moreover, it was only self-defense, and even if the contract center wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't be able to do anything to EMO. As for why he climbed the wall, it's simple. First, he missed his youth. The second reason was that walking through the main entrance with his bare arms wouldn't look good, and it would easily attract attention. He also didn't want to be pointed at by others, and he was too lazy to talk too much. If it was just him, he could do whatever he wanted. But after having a little sister, many things had to be held back. Soon, he arrived at a small lake near the contract center, dove into the water. After cleaning himself up, he sat on the shore and opened his phone. When he saw that his message list showed 99+, EMO was stunned. "My business, mind your own, EMO. Where the hell did you go? Where are you? #angry. My business, mind your own, EMO. Did you succeed in your contract or not? My business, mind your own, EMO. I awakened an overclass talent, flame baptism. Pretty awesome, right? My business, mind your own, ah. I'm almost at the contract center. Why aren't you replying? #furious. EMO saw the last few messages and couldn't help but smile. Emocia, flame baptism? Not bad. Just a bit weaker than mine. My business, mind your own, stop pretending. I don't want to talk to you. #despise. Emocia, #picking nose. My business, mind your own, can you stop sending that emoji? #smile, #smile. Emocia, question mark. My business, mind your own, I've arrived at the contract center, ready to contract the coffin spirit. I'll make sure to piss you off when I get a high potential coffin spirit. Hashtag smile. Emos yeah, wait. My business, mind your own, what else is there? Hashtag smile. Emos yeah, 30th row, 7th column. My business, mind your own? Hashtag dazed. Emos yeah, coffin location, inside is a demon fire attribute coffin spirit. The ceiling level is A-class true king emerald coffin, remember to contract it. Emo sent over the photo of the coffin he had taken earlier and then stopped looking at his phone. Chapter 7, Conflict in the Flesh Market. I don't have the qualification for the test, it seems I can't go to Zhenguan Academy for further study. Now, the only path for me is to go to the grave-seeking guild to certify as a coffin spirit master. Then, I will go to the dangerous area outside the city to experience. Emo sat by the small lake, lost in thought. After wringing out the water from his pants, he casually bought some clothes from a nearby street stall and put them on, also getting a black cloak for the tyrant. He then headed straight toward the grave-seeking guild. In this world, everyone who contracts a coffin spirit must go to the grave-seeking guild for certification to truly become a coffin spirit master. 80% of the areas on Blue Star have been occupied by monsters, with countless dangerous realms and secret places, and humans are confined to cities and towns. Because the outside of the city is too dangerous, ordinary people are strictly prohibited from leaving the city. And the identity of a coffin spirit master is undoubtedly the free pass to all major base cities. Ding! Your coffin spirit has suffered severe battle consumption and is currently in a state of hunger. Please make sure to feed it in time. The sudden prompt sound made Emo slow his steps. He quickly checked the tyrant's attributes. Coffin spirit, first generation tyrant T002 model, tyrant. Race, zombie clan. Level, LV.5 servant level, 1 to 19 levels. Experience, 820 of 1400. Ceiling level, D-class silver ancestral coffin, level cap 39. Talent, comprehensive virus enhancement. Skills, destruction strike, charge, tier. Primary healing, super material penetration, level 8. Ultimate skill, restraint release. Defects, none. Intimacy, 100, will sacrifice life to protect the master. Current status, hungry, needs 200 pounds of fresh meat to replenish energy. Evolutions available, one-time, evolution path can be viewed at level 19. Introduction, from the City of the Apocalypse. A rare power monster among the zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength, and limited potential. 200 pounds of fresh meat? Emo froze for a moment. At this moment, he finally understood what raising zombies meant. This tyrant really has an outrageous appetite. Feeling the tyrant's sluggish state in the sealed space, he immediately decided to stop by the largest meat market nearby. Boss, give me 200 pounds of pork. In front of a meat stall at the meat market. Emo, holding the little more than 2,000 yuan he had left, showed a helpless expression. Because of his 2 years of laziness, he had nearly squandered all of the inheritance left by his parents. Of course, he only had a small portion of the inheritance, the rest was in Yi Xiaoyao's hands. The reason was simple: sons are raised in poverty, daughters in wealth. The fat meat stall owner, seeing the pained expression on Emo's face, flashed a glint of insight in his eyes. He had seen many people and could instantly tell someone's background from their behavior, attire, and actions. The young man in front of him was wearing cheap clothes and wasn't carrying a coffin, definitely an ordinary person. Easy to swindle. With a faint smile, he put away the price list in front of the stall and said, "Kid, this is mutated wild boar meat from the end of the world camp, a place only mid-level gravekeepers dare to step into. My mutated wild boar meat isn't expensive, only 250 per pound. It's sold in 50-pound increments. Are you sure you want to buy 200 pounds? Not far away." Other stall owners saw this and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, another brainless fool. He doesn't think this is just an ordinary market, does he? What can you do with just 2,000 yuan here? Kid, if you don't have money, don't come here trying to act big. You didn't even check before coming here, the minimum spend is over 10,000. Can you afford that as an ordinary person? Hearing the mockery from the surrounding stall owners, Emo slowly furrowed his brow. He just came to buy some meat, who did he offend? And these people are speaking so harshly, can he bear it? It's a pity he can't kill people in the inner city, or these people would definitely become the tyrant's food and fill the tyrant's stomach without a problem. What are you still standing here for? Why don't you hurry up and leave? Can you afford to pay for the business you're delaying? The fat stall owner cursed when he saw Emo still standing there. Emo glanced at the stall owner, not wanting to argue with him. Then he picked up his phone, intending to message Yi Xiaoyao to transfer 10,000 yuan to him. However, the stall owner snorted coldly and slammed the bone-cutting knife into the chopping board. Then he walked out of the stall, grabbed the money in Yemo's hand, shoved it into his pocket, and coldly said, "Kid, didn't I warn you to leave? I make tens of thousands every minute. You've delayed my business for so long, this money is your compensation." Hearing this, Yemo's face gradually turned cold, a faint killing intent emerging. The stall owner saw that Yemo didn't speak and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. As he turned back to his stall, his elbow casually brushed against Yemo's phone. With a snap, the phone spun a few times and fell to the ground, shattering the screen. Yemo looked at the broken screen and slowly bent down to pick up the phone. His movement was so natural, just like a coward who could only endure. Even when provoked, even when stepped on, he didn't dare to fight back. This was how several stall owners had defined him. They had swindled many people, but Yemo was the first who didn't even dare to speak up. Yemo shook his head. With a light sigh, he put his phone into his pocket and turned to look at the meat stall owner. This action once again sparked a wave of laughter from those around him. "Ha ha, kid, remember this in the future. There are some places you shouldn't go. The rule of the jungle applies everywhere. Those who can set up shop here have some background in coffin guardians. Don't think about getting back at me, just swallow your suffering. Consider this your tuition fee." The overweight stall owner chuckled, disregarding Yemo's cold gaze, appearing in good spirits. "The rule of the jungle?" Yemo's voice floated out calmly, "That's a nice reminder. Hee hee, as long as you know, why aren't you scramming? You want to experience it again? Well, I do want to experience it again." As he spoke, a flash of golden light swept through Yemo's hand. Then the formation appeared, and an old, silver-glowing coffin materialized. With a roar, the tyrant walked directly out of the coffin. In a state of hunger, it appeared extremely frenzied, its deafening roar echoing throughout the entire market. At that moment, all the noise in the bustling market was drowned out, leaving only the roar reverberating. What the hell? What happened? Why is there such a terrifying roar? Could there be a demon lurking in? No way. Our city wall is heavily guarded. They wouldn't let a demon in. Then it must be that someone released the coffin spirit. Should we go have a look? A clamor of discussions arose. Countless timid people hurriedly fled the market, while many brave onlookers gathered around. What the hell, it's those 5 meat sellers. They finally hit a wall, that's so satisfying. I have to say, those 5 guys are really gutsy, even daring to offend coffin guardians. I just wonder how they'll end up. Yemo ignored the discussions around him and calmly looked at the stall owners. At this moment, the stall owners slumped to the ground, trembling, with faces full of terror. The overweight stall owner gazed up at the ferocious tyrant, scared to the point of losing control. You're actually a coffin guardian. I will pay you back for your phone, and I'll return your money. Can you spare me? The overweight stall owner sat on the ground retreating repeatedly while tossing a few thousand coins towards Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo coldly smirked, "Is this what you call the rule of the jungle?" Yes, the stall owner quickly nodded, revealing a fawning expression. "Big brother, I didn't recognize your greatness, this is a misunderstanding. I've given you everything, can you let me go? It seems you don't quite understand the situation. You offended someone stronger than you, and you don't want to pay a price to save your life?" Hearing this, the overweight stall owner suddenly understood and hurriedly said, "I'll transfer you 50,000 right now." "Don't kill me." "Not enough." Yemo shook his head. 100,000. I'm giving you a chance and you're still useless. Damn it, what else do you want? My brother is a member of the Grim Ghost Tomb-seeking group. I don't believe you dare to touch me in the inner city. Tyrant, kill him. Chapter 8, Kill the Stall Owner. Experience flooding. Tyrant, kill him. The cold voice echoed, causing the overweight stall owner's pupils to constrict. Before he could regret it, the tyrant approached him with a deep roar, lifting him with one hand. In the next second, with a splatter, blood burst forth. The sharp claws pierced directly through his chest and then tore him to pieces. In an instant, the smell of blood filled the air, thick blood mist wafting around. The entire scene was deathly silent. Shock, daze, fear, different expressions emerged on everyone's faces. No one could believe that Yemo actually dared to act. Though human lives are cheap, this is still the inner city. Even coffin guardians struggle to escape the order's sanction, let alone the fact that the overweight stall owner's brother is a notorious member of the Grim Ghost Tomb-seeking group. One can imagine that Yemo's upcoming days would be far from easy. Not worth it, too impulsive. You know nothing, the feud is already set, even if we let this person go, the young man will still be retaliated against. Ha, well killed, a relief to the heart. You guys have gone mad, the meat stall owner didn't commit any major crime, killing is ultimately wrong. If it were me, I would have just taught him a lesson, cut off his hands and tongue, and made him write an apology letter to read to me. If he did that, I could forgive him. I thought you were a saint, but turns out you're a living king of hell. The crowd was debating, opinions varied. At this moment, feeling the fresh blood, the tyrant became incredibly bloodthirsty, and his roar grew even more deafening. The crowd saw this and quickly retreated, rushing toward the market exit. Oh my, this zombie seems to be going crazy. Let's hurry and leave. You old six, damn it, move already, why are you holding on to me? Soon, there were only a few people left in the blood meat market. Guillermo didn't hurry to find trouble with the other stall owners, instead, he wanted to verify something. He pointed at the fresh pork on the nearby stall and said faintly, "Tyrant, go ahead." Upon hearing this, the tyrant excitedly roared, hurriedly picked up the entire meat stall, and walked toward a corner, avoiding Emo's sight. Soon, sounds of joyful feasting came from around the corner. This guy has some taste. Guillermo smiled faintly as he listened to the beast-like eating sounds. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has eaten 10 gene of pork, experience doubled, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has eaten 10 gene of pork, experience doubled, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has eaten 10 gene of pork, experience doubled, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! The system's voice rang out, and Guillermo couldn't help but feel excited. Ha, I was right. Eating can also give experience. After the tyrant reached level 5, killing the broken coffin monsters, the experience value had noticeably been decreasing. But now, by eating blood meat, he could gain good experience. As long as he ate 100 gene of blood meat, he would get 50 points, which was several times better than killing low-level monsters. The experience value kept popping up on the screen. Guillermo looked at the few stall owners who were curled up in the corner, trembling all over, and raised an eyebrow. So, what are you willing to pay to buy your life? Guillermo wasn't someone who thirsted for blood, but the previous mocking remarks from these people had really angered him. If he let them go just like this, he might not be able to sleep at night. Big brother. I was wrong. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you right now. One of the stall owners in black hurriedly took out his phone and said, Big brother. I'll transfer 200,000 yuan. Another stall owner in green shouted. The stall owner in black immediately stiffened, his eyes flashing with disbelief, and he whispered, Are you crazy? We're buying our lives here. Are you here to auction yourself off? You're the crazy one, do you forget how that fat guy died just now? At this moment, another voice rang out among them, and a card was handed over. Brother, I'll give you my savings, there's 300,000 in there. The last 6 digits of the password card number. Guillermo took the card and asked, Is this card genuine? Genuine. Genuine. The money is all there, and the password is absolutely real. I wouldn't joke with my own life. Alright, you can go now. Guillermo smiled and put the savings card into his pocket, then looked at the other 3 and said, What about you guys? 300,000. Damn it. I'll offer 400,000. Let me leave first. Go to hell. I have more money than you. 500,000. After the few people left, Guillermo sat down on a bench at a nearby stall, his mood clearly quite good. Just making them pay a small price and earning over $1 million, it felt amazing. One had to say, these guys made a fortune just by selling meat and cheating people. For them, tens of thousands were nothing, totally within their bearing capacity, otherwise, they wouldn't be bidding like this. Guillermo was also sure these people wouldn't dare to take revenge on him. After all, ordinary people don't make enemies with coffin masters. The first to die are always the weak. As for why he hasn't left yet. Because he killed someone in the inner city, there's no way to escape. It's better to wait for the law enforcement team to arrive right here. At the same time, the blood and meat market has so many resources, it is completely enough for the tyrant to level up a few times. Hee, as long as I can show my value, the law enforcement team shouldn't punish me for a useless person. Guillermo quietly sat, deep in thought. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant ate 10 gene of mutated wild boar meat, experience doubled, gained 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant ate 10 gene of mutated wild boar meat, experience doubled, gained 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant ate 10 gene of mutated wild boar meat, experience doubled, gained 30 experience points. A series of system sounds suddenly made Guillermo, who was lost in thought, stand up in surprise. What the hell? This guy actually has mutated wild boar meat at his stall? Guillermo's face was filled with ecstasy. This experience boost was several times more satisfying than 2 minutes ago. The tyrant's experience seemed to be soaring like it was on a plane. I didn't expect that the chubby stall owner was really savvy, selling different goods to different people. Too bad he kicked the iron plate and lost his life. Ding, the tyrant's level has been upgraded to LV.6 servant level. Required experience for the next level 30/1800. Tyrant, eat as much as you can. Enjoy. Guillermo smiled, feeling quite pleased. Roar. At this moment, Guillermo completely disregarded the law enforcement team that was about to confront him. According to his understanding, the strength of ordinary law enforcement team members is generally not too high, around beginner 7 stars, and his coffin spirit is also about level 15. He could definitely handle them. Without the awakened corpse raising system, it would probably take him a year or two to train an F-level zombie to max level. But now, in less than 2 hours of contracting the tyrant, he directly leveled up to level 6, and his combat power was terrifyingly high. I hope when they see my displayed strength, they won't lock me up for too long. Guillermo glanced at his broken phone, shaking his head helplessly. The phone was unusable, otherwise, he could have called Yi Xiaoyao to come rescue him. After all, a genius with transcendent talent plus a contract with an A-level demon was enough to draw attention throughout the city. The law enforcement team would definitely give her face. Chapter 9, The Old Man Walking the Child. Little brother, I would like to ask, why are you all so flustered? Is something happening up ahead? On the road near the blood and meat market, an old man who was out for a walk with a child stopped a young man who looked flustered. Hearing the old man's words, the young man came back to his senses and hurriedly advised, Grandpa, don't go over there. Just now, some meat sellers were tricking a young coffin master. As a result, that coffin master got furious and released a tyrant zombie that ate them all. That tyrant zombie was terrifying, over 4 meters tall. A huge mouth. It could swallow a fat person in one bite. Alas, that coffin master must have lost his mind by now, letting the tyrant rampage in the market. The young man sighed and vividly described, fortunately, I was the first to run out. Otherwise, I would have ended up as zombie dung. President Chen looked at the young man's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but stroke his beard, slightly frowning. Are you sure you are not lying to me? Of course I'm not lying to you, who would have nothing better to do than to tell tall tales? The young man vowed. Upon hearing this, President Chen's face immediately turned displeased. Since leaving the contract center, he had taken the little Zongzi to several meat shops but had not found any meat that the little one would eat. He thought of coming to the largest blood and meat market in Fengyue City. And now this kind of situation in the blood and meat market undoubtedly made him extremely angry. He let out a cold snort. How outrageous, how dare anyone commit murder in the inner city? I must see who is so bold. Grandpa, I see you're having such a hard time with a child. You'd better not join the crowd, be careful, you might fall and no one will help you. The young man pointed at the little child the old man was holding. This child was wearing a bunny costume, with only a pale little face exposed. One hand held a toy sword, while the other was held by the old man, and from time to time, the child would energetically bounce forward, full of energy. But unfortunately, the child's strength was too small, and couldn't pull the old man at all. The young man looked at this scene and shot a disgusted look at President Chen. In his view, the old man was really annoying, not caring about the cute child's feelings, maybe his mind wasn't all there. Old man, you'd better stop taking the child out for walks in the future. Look at her, she's so tired her face is turning pale. Instead of finding a place to rest, you're still planning to go watch the fun. It's really ridiculous. The young man retorted, then turned and left. Hearing these words, President Chen's hand that was stroking his beard suddenly froze. He looked down at the little dumpling bouncing forward. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to pick her up. I want to eat meat. The little dumpling looked confused, first at the ground, then at her little short legs. She habitually kicked her legs, trying to jump out of the old man's arms. Okay, I'll take you to eat meat. President Chen helplessly tilted his head, wary of the little dumpling's iron head. He had experienced the feeling of having his chin bumped by the iron head skill before, and that soreness was beyond imagination. At that moment, a phone rang. President Chen endured the risk of getting his chin bumped and answered the call. On the other end of the line, a sighing voice could be heard. Sigh, old Chen, you really have a sharp eye, you didn't mistake the person. It's me who misjudged. Oh? Are you saying that the young man succeeded in the contract? Quickly tell me, what kind of coffin spirit did he contract? A look of confusion appeared in President Chen's eyes. To be honest, I don't even know what kind of coffin spirit he contracted. But he did something big. Stop teasing me and just tell me, President Chen said, dodging the little dumpling's iron head strike. There was a brief silence on the phone. After a few breaths, a heavy sigh suddenly appeared. The voice also carried anger, as if gritting its teeth. Old Chen. That kid is just inhuman. After the contract, he didn't leave right away. He killed every single coffin spirit in the warehouse, leaving not even one behind. Now, some graduates want to go to the warehouse area for practical training. I can't release a single monster, and those teachers from the schools are blocking me outside my office, too scared to leave. What should I do? After hearing Wang Ming's words, President Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with shock. He didn't expect he had underestimated the young man. He also didn't expect that a student who had just contracted a corpse spirit would, by his own strength, slaughter over 100 low-level monsters. In his memory, even many students who contracted B-level demons had a hard time achieving that. Courage, mentality, combat awareness, and talent, all were essential. Moreover, corpse poison was no joke. If a beginner-level coffin master was bitten, without taking an anti-corpse poison drug within 10 minutes, they would definitely undergo corpse transformation. Yimo's performance had already exceeded his expectations, enough to justify taking the little dumpling in his arms. Xiao Wang, you're a high-level 9-star coffin master. How can you panic in this kind of situation? Calm down the crowd first. Quickly tell me where that young man is now, I'm planning to meet him. Old Chen. I guess that kid was afraid the contract center would ask him for compensation. After killing all the monsters, he climbed the wall and ran away. I only just found out the specific details, and now I can't find any trace of him. After this was said, the expectation on President Chen's face immediately disappeared without a trace. If you have time, go check where that young man lives. Tell me his address later. I'll continue shopping for now. President Chen's tone was filled with displeasure as he hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, President Chen, holding a small rice dumpling, arrived at the front entrance of the blood meat market. At this moment, for law enforcement team members, the casket masters also happened to arrive. One sharp-eyed team leader recognized him at a glance. The law enforcement captain jogged dozens of meters to stand in front of President Chen, extremely respectfully asking, President Chen, why have you come here? President Chen looked at the respectful demeanor of the other party, nodded slightly, and spoke plainly, I just happened to pass by and plan to browse the market. You all go deal with the troublemakers, do not mind me. Understood. The law enforcement captain nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Immediately, he hurried back to his 3 teammates. Boss Su, who was that old man just now? Why did you treat him with such respect? A pale-faced young man coughed lightly and asked. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light at that moment, scolding, that is President Chen of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. You all better keep your mouths shut and not speak carelessly. Otherwise, if you offend him, we will all suffer. Upon hearing this, several people instantly gasped. They had heard the name of President Chen since childhood, but had never seen him in person. They only knew he was very mysterious and rarely appeared in front of the public. But they never expected that such a legendary figure was just an ordinary old man strolling through the market with a child in his arms. Suddenly, recalling something, Su Feng glanced at his subordinates, then his gaze fell on the pale-faced young man, saying, Yang Qi, if I remember correctly, you have always wanted to leave the law enforcement team and join the tomb-seeking group. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes instantly brightened, and he nodded eagerly. In that case, I will give you this opportunity. Su Feng spoke plainly while looking at the other 2 subordinates, saying, I will follow President Chen around the market. You 2 assist Yang Qi in dealing with that casket master on the 3rd floor of the market, then clean it up inside. Don't make too much noise. If you disturb President Chen's enjoyment, I will hold you responsible. Boss, are we not going through the proper procedures this time? One law enforcement officer asked. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's face flashed with impatience as he glared at the person and said, No procedures, I don't have time. Just a guy who contracted with a zombie, you can just kill him. But boss, how do we write the report? Are you stupid? Just write that he spread zombie poison, causing great harm. His crime deserves punishment. Chapter 10, The Arriving Enforcer, Initial Clash. On the 3rd floor of the blood meat market. With no other interference, Yimo directly let the tyrant consume the dense blood energy. As the tyrant kept feeding, the experience points skyrocketed. Ding! Your casket spirit tyrant has eaten a mutated hen, experience doubled, gained 30 experience points. Ding! Your casket spirit tyrant has eaten a mutated egg, experience doubled, gained 10 experience points. Ding! Your casket spirit tyrant has eaten a mutated rooster, experience doubled, gained 40 experience points. Ding! Your casket spirit's current level, LV.6 servant level. Experience required for the next level 450 over 1800. In a short period, the tyrant swallowed another 200 pounds of flesh and blood, gaining hundreds of experience points. This made GMO even happier. Although the tyrant's size was just over 2 meters, its speed in digesting flesh and blood was astonishing, swallowing a chicken whole without spitting out the bones. If the law enforcement team hadn't come, it seemed the tyrant might have a chance to directly level up to over 10. At this moment, GMO looked at the meat on many stalls and felt a bit troubled. He shook his head and mumbled to himself, it's really inconvenient without a space backpack, otherwise, I could pack all this meat to take away. It looks like I can only wait until this is over and borrow some money from Xiao Yao to buy it. At this moment, several footsteps suddenly reached Yimo's ears. At the entrance of the third floor of the flesh market, 3 figures dressed in grey law enforcer attire appeared suddenly. The next second, the lights in the flesh market flickered violently as if there was a short circuit. The sound of electricity crackling echoed, and all the lights instantly went out, making the surroundings incredibly dark. They've come? Yimo slowly stood up, staring at the entrance of the market not far away. Thanks to the presence of the broken evil golden eyes, even in such a dark environment, he didn't feel any discomfort. At this moment, the tyrant also noticed Yimo's actions and quickly stopped eating. It let out a low growl, walking heavily towards Yimo's side, like a guard, waiting for the command to be given. I wondered who dared to kill in the city, turns out it's the famous brother Mo. A teasing voice echoed from the dark entrance. Then, 3 figures dressed in grey law enforcer attire walked in from the entrance. One of the youths, with a pale face, had a hexagonal coffin about 1.8 meters long chained to his back, emitting a bright silver glow, and a faint smile on his lips. The other 2 enforcers seemed unwilling to take action and did not summon the coffin. When Mo heard someone call him, he was momentarily stunned. After 2 seconds, he finally recognized the identity of the person. Yang Qi? Mo asked tentatively. He was his former classmate, but they didn't have much interaction, and their relationship was quite average, probably not even considered acquaintances. However, he did know one thing: Yang Qi hadn't passed the graduation exam back then and could only join the tomb-seeking guild early or become an enforcer in the city. I didn't expect such a famous person to still remember me. I'm truly honored. Yang Qi laughed, saying indifferently, his eyes looking at Mo as if he were a prey. Feeling the uncomfortable gaze, Mo immediately dismissed any thought of reminiscing. Soon, Yang Qi, along with the other 2 enforcers, walked to a position about 20 meters from Mo and then narrowed his eyes, sizing up the tall figure beside Mo, who was dressed in a black robe. Old classmate, tell me, why did you break the order of Fengyue City, allowing zombies to kill in the inner city, and even spreading the corpse poison? While speaking, he unlocked the chain behind him and set the bright silver coffin on the ground. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yemo's brow involuntarily furrowed, and he calmly replied, corpse poison spreading? If I told you my coffin spirit doesn't have any corpse poison, would you believe me? As soon as the words were spoken, one of the enforcers beside Yang Qi immediately cursed loudly. You're talking nonsense. How could something disgusting like a zombie not have corpse poison? Even if it doesn't have corpse poison. If we say you're guilty, you're guilty. Another enforcer echoed, a contracted zombie's coffin master is a danger to both others and themselves wherever they go. If you just commit suicide here, we won't even let the coffin spirit act. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Hearing this, Yemo's face turned incredibly ugly. He didn't expect these enforcers to disregard the proper procedures. After everything they said, it was almost like they had sentenced him to death. It seems I can only teach these people a lesson. Yemo's heart flashed with intense battle intent. As if sensing Yemo's thoughts, the tyrant directly took a few steps forward, tearing off the black robe it had draped over itself, revealing its claws that emitted a chilling gleam, and it growled lowly at Yang Qi and the others. Seeing this, Yang Qi and the other 2 enforcers were immediately startled and retreated half a step. They were all initial stage 7-star coffin masters. They could immediately tell that Yemo's spiritual power realm wasn't strong, only about initial stage 3 stars. But the aura released by the tyrant coffin spirit, almost on par with a level 15 servant. This made them even more shocked. Don't waste words with him, think about what the captain just told us. Xiao Yang, this tyrant doesn't seem simple. If you want to join the tomb-seeking group, go all out. Once you kill this zombie, we'll deal with your classmates. Hearing his companion's words, Yang Qi nodded fiercely. Immediately, he directly opened the coffin beside him. Releasing a 2-meter-tall werewolf covered in grey long fur, bearing sharp teeth, and emitting a fierce blue light from its eyes. The werewolf, upon seeing the tyrant, immediately crouched down in a battle stance. At the same time, a low growl came from its throat, and foul-smelling saliva continuously dripped from its mouth, as if waiting for Yang Qi's command. Mo, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for killing people. Yang Qi said coldly. After speaking, he let out a furious roar. Grey Wolf! Leap over and tear that zombie apart for me. Upon hearing the command, the werewolf raised its head and howled, its claws flashing with a cold glint. Then, with a strong push of its hind legs, it turned into a blur, bringing a foul wind as it lunged straight at the tyrant. Seeing this, Yemo's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Yang Qi to attack so recklessly without even testing the waters, sending the werewolf in directly. A bit too reckless. Yemo shook his head and thought to himself. At this moment, the werewolf's pounce was so fast that even the tyrant couldn't react. If someone else were commanding, the tyrant would definitely have been wounded by this move. Even if it could continue fighting with basic healing and debuff removal, the first strike advantage would be lost. However, Yemo had already seen through his opponent's intentions and immediately shouted, "Tyrant, watch your back. Step left and counterattack." As soon as the words fell, the tyrant roared angrily, quickly turned, shifted a step to the side, and raised its massive claws, slamming them forward violently. At the same time, the werewolf's figure appeared right in front of the tyrant. But before it could strike, what greeted it was a devastating blow. With a loud boom, the tyrant's huge claw heavily struck the werewolf's waist, tearing open a large piece of flesh and blood. Blood splattered, and the werewolf was sent flying several meters by the immense force, crashing onto a nearby stall. Finally, it fell to the ground, letting out an angry howl. Chapter 11, Is the Tyrant About to Lose? Super Material Penetration. How can your zombie be this strong? You clearly have a corpse servant talent, how could you possibly predict Grey Wolf's movements? Yang Qi's face was blank, his eyes flashing with disbelief. This zombie before him clearly had D-level potential, the same as his werewolf. Although they were both at the servant level, there was a clear gap in their actual strength. Yet now, this low-level zombie had managed to send his werewolf flying with a single strike. This was simply unbelievable. On the side, his two teammates were equally stunned. They knew that Yang Qi was the strongest among them. And his talent was vision enhancement, giving him an extremely powerful night vision ability. So before entering the third floor of the flesh market, they had cut off the power to the entire level, creating the perfect battle environment for Yang Qi. In darkness, Yang Qi's vision enhancement, combined with the werewolf's talent, Night Walker, allowed them to easily kill many enemies of the same rank. But after just one exchange, the werewolf had been injured by a mere zombie. This was truly terrifying. At this moment, one of his teammates looked at Yang Qi, his face serious, and asked, "Xiaoyang, this guy seems tough. Do you need our help?" Hearing this, Yang Qi's face immediately turned red with shame and anger. "No need. This must be a coincidence. I refuse to believe a zombie can defeat my werewolf." After saying this, a crazed look flashed in his eyes. He quickly rushed to the werewolf's side and pulled out a dagger, slashing his wrist open. As the blood sprayed out, Yang Qi smiled wickedly and said, "Grey Wolf, absorb all my blood." The werewolf looked at the fresh blood, his eyes filled with greed, and opened his mouth to suck in forcefully. In an instant, Yang Qi's face grew even more pale, and his spiritual energy was severely drained. At this moment, the werewolf, having absorbed the blood, had eyes that turned crimson and quickly climbed up from the ground. His muscles and fur twisted rapidly, and his body grew to 3 meters tall. A pair of blade-like sharp fangs grew, making him look terrifying. The wound that had been blasted open by the tyrant was rapidly healing at a visible speed. "Ah, Yemo, I don't believe your zombie can still defeat the Grey Wolf." Yang Qi laughed loudly. Yemo, upon seeing this, slowly furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze to the werewolf. Grave Spirit, Werewolf. Race, Demon. Level, LV.17 Servant Level. Seal Level, D-Class Silver Ancestor Coffin. Talent, Night Walker, increases strength by 30% in the dark. Skills, Chain Claw Shadow, Powerful Bite, Tracking, Basic Healing, Shadow Leap, Second Tier. Ultimate skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, after absorbing blood, body size increases, strength strengthens, healing speed increases tenfold, pain is reduced by 80%. Weakness, Weak Waist Defense. Affection, 45, Obeys Humans. Current status, Excited. Evolution opportunities, 1 time. Introduction, a monster from the Dark Forest. Before absorbing blood, it is very fast, but its attack is relatively weak. Bloodthirsty Frenzy? It feels similar to the tyrant's restraint being lifted, but it does drain the blood of the coffin master. Yemo thought to himself. The blood sprayed from Yang Qi's dagger just now was 2 or 3 times more than the blood I've donated at the blood bank. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely faint right away. But Yang Qi is even more ruthless than the toughest of men, truly deserving of the title Wolf Slayer. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, who now towers over the tyrant, Yemo felt no fear. Instead, he showed a slight smile. The tyrant has an 8th tier skill, Super Material Piercing. This skill not only ignores physical defenses but also directly strikes the soul and elemental bodies. Even some high-level demons, formed by elemental power and said to be immortal, would be obliterated by this strike. Not to mention a werewolf with only 10 times the healing power. Since we somewhat know each other, I suggest you take your team and leave. I don't want to kill anymore. Yemo looked at Yang Qi and said coldly. However, Yang Qi froze upon hearing this. His 2 teammates laughed in disbelief. "Ha ha, kid, are you sleepwalking? Daring to say such a thing? You're about to die, and you're still talking tough. How ignorant." Yemo, you are so arrogant. I'll have the Grey Wolf tear you into pieces. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and said. Then he gave a low shout. Grey Wolf, attack. As soon as the words fell, the Grey Wolf instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Even with its 3-meter-tall body, its speed was not hindered at all. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the tyrant, ready to swipe its claws at the tyrant's head. But Yemo, who had already seen through its panel attributes, would never let it succeed. Tyrant, block it, find a way to control it. Yemo's cold voice echoed. Upon hearing this, the tyrant immediately roared. It then raised its enormous claws and smashed them toward the werewolf's claws. With a clang, the two sharp claws collided, making a violent sound, like the clash of metal and iron, echoing throughout the space. Roar! The tyrant saw that its proud claws couldn't even cut through the werewolf's claws, and it was not gaining the upper hand, instantly filled with rage, roaring wildly. Yemo had given it a double ability boost and an 8th tier skill. It had enough strength to fight above its level. If it couldn't kill a werewolf, it would make its own master's reputation weak. At this moment, a flash of anger passed through the tyrant's eyes. Then it pushed off with its legs and single-handedly grabbed the werewolf by the neck. He slammed his opponent down hard onto the ground. With a rumbling sound, the ground instantly cracked open like a spider web. With one strike landing, the tyrant quickly used another sharp claw to viciously stab into the werewolf's waist, trying to shatter its spine. Yet, the werewolf was not afraid. Instead, it became even more furious. It let out a terrifying roar and flipped over to pin the tyrant down, constantly tearing at the tyrant's flesh with its claws. In an instant, the tyrant was covered in blood and flesh, exposing its horrifying white bones. Ha ha ha, Yemo. My werewolf has 10 times the healing speed, and you dare let that garbage zombie fight it head-on. It's simply foolish. Yang Qi said triumphantly. As expected of you, Xiao Yang, to train the werewolf so well. That kid's zombie looks like it hasn't been through many battles, it's completely incomparable to you. Kid, your zombie is about to lose. You might as well just commit suicide right here, his two teammates boasted arrogantly. Suicide? You seem to be thinking a bit too much. Yemo smiled faintly, his voice suddenly turning extremely cold, as his spiritual energy began to surge. Tyrant. Release the restraints. Use supermateria penetration. Kill it. As soon as these words were spoken, the tyrant roared, its blood vessels twisting violently, emitting a sound like an engine. At that moment, it transformed into a super tyrant form, its physical abilities doubling again. Before Yang Qi and others could react, the tyrant suddenly reached out, instantly grabbed the werewolf's head, and flipped it over, smashing the wolf's head onto the ground, breaking its cervical spine. Following that, it formed a half-clutch with its other claw. A terrifying, space-distorting blood-red energy sphere slowly flickered in its palm. The werewolf sensed this deadly threat and instantly stopped roaring, freezing in place, afraid to move. Yang Qi and the others felt the agitation of this energy and couldn't help but shiver all over. They never expected that this zombie would possess such terrifying power. The energy fluctuations could rival a commander-level coffin spirit unleashing its ultimate move. One strike from this would at least leave a massive deep pit in the flesh market, and it could even cause a collapse of the floors. This isn't the weakest of the corpse race, right? How could it possibly grasp such strong skills? One teammate said in horror. Another teammate, witnessing this, felt his legs tremble, stammering, too terrifying, we should get out of here. But there's nothing but no way the boss could withstand such an attack. After saying this, the two quickly left, leaving Yang Qi dumbfounded in place. Brother Mo, as a fellow student, could you let my coffin spirit go? Yang Qi's face showed bitterness, his voice filled with regret. Hearing this, Yemo only shook his head, slightly sighing. The atmosphere is already at this point, letting it go wouldn't be good, right? You'd be better off sitting down and quietly watching the tyrant put on a fireworks show. Chapter 12, The Arrival of the Big Shot. It seemed that he saw the determination in Yemo's eyes. Yang Qi's face immediately revealed a trace of bitter smile, slowly saying, Yemo. This is actually a misunderstanding, please don't act impulsively, can you let me explain? At this moment, he completely dared not underestimate Yemo anymore, even feeling a bit regretful. A person who could make a zombie comprehend such a move, even if a coffin keeper's talent was lacking, their future strength wouldn't be very low either. Furthermore, the other party could fight beyond their level. Even if the tyrant had limited potential, it could at least ensure that the other person became a well-known expert in Fengyue City. Now, Yang Qi just wanted to lower his stance completely, waiting for the captain to step in and discuss this matter. Moreover, he couldn't just watch his own coffin spirit die. Because once the coffin spirit died, the seal within the coffin keeper would also collapse, causing severe backlash to their mind and spirit. This backlash would cause great damage. Without years of nurturing, one couldn't recontract a coffin spirit. Yemo heard that the other party wanted to explain. A slight raising of the eyebrows showed a hint of interest. Then he extended a hand, signaling the tyrant to pause the continuation of energy. Okay, I'll give you this chance. But don't attempt any tricks unless you truly want to lose your main coffin spirit, Yemo said with a smile. Yang Qi sighed in relief upon hearing this and hurried to explain. The reason we acted directly is that a big shot wanted to stroll through the meat market. But you had the coffin spirit kill someone in the market, making the third floor all bloody. He found the enforcement process troublesome and directly ordered us to eliminate you, the killer. But I didn't expect you to be this strong. However, I must remind you that our captain should already be downstairs accompanying the big shot, Yang Qi said. Already downstairs? Yemo's eyes showed a brief shock, and his face turned serious. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, glad he gave Yang Qi a chance to explain. If he had really killed the enforcer in the inner city, it would have been a huge deal, and he could only sneak away, trying to find a way to escape to the outer city. But it seemed like Yang Qi's captain was also nearby. If the enemy was at least a middle-tier coffin master, then his chances of escaping should be very slim. Fortunately, he hadn't planned to kill Yang Qi and others from the start, he just wanted to give them a profound lesson. It turned out this lesson was quite useful. Seeing Yemo's serious expression, Yang Qi hurriedly spoke. Yemo, you better not act impulsively, let's wait for my captain to come up before we discuss further. As long as you don't take action, there's still room for negotiation. And that big shot is also present. I think my captain will handle this fairly, Yang Qi continued persuading. Alright then, let's wait for them to come up. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the meat market, Su Feng was following Chairman Chen with a flattering smile on his face. Chairman Chen had strolled around the market but still hadn't found the food little Zunzi wanted to eat. This left a look of distress on his face. There are very few coffin masters contracted with corpse clans, and those with a great potential are extremely rare in the world. When it comes to cultivating corpse spirits, everyone knows little, he was no exception. Oh my little ancestor, you claim to want to eat meat, but the old man has looked so hard, yet you refuse to eat. Sigh. Chairman Chen looked at the little Zongzi in his arms, feeling helpless, silently thinking, I need to send this little ancestor away quickly, it's too exhausting. Just as Chairman Chen was pondering, a loud noise suddenly erupted from upstairs. The loud noise interrupted his thoughts. He raised his head to look at the rooftop, furrowing his brows, his expression becoming serious. He turned to Su Feng, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. It seems the killer upstairs is fighting quite fiercely with your subordinates. Are you sure you don't want to go take a look? Seeing Chairman Chen's displeased expression, Su Feng felt a surge of fear in his heart. However, he remained confident in Yang Qi and the others. 2 early stage 7 stars and 1 early stage 8 star shouldn't struggle against a contracted zombie coffin master, that would be absurd. In his view, the loud noise undoubtedly meant that Yang Qi and the others had managed to subdue and kill that killer. Su Feng thought for a moment before taking a deep breath and respectfully said, Chairman Chen, don't worry. That killer on the 3rd floor contracted only 1 zombie and is definitely no match for my subordinates. That noise just now was probably my subordinates subduing the killer. I guarantee it won't disturb you from now on, Su Feng said with a flattering smile. Chairman Chen nodded lightly, regaining his composure. But in his heart, he pondered, a coffin master contracted with a zombie? Could it be that young man? The next moment, a wave of energy with an annihilating aura emanated from the 3rd floor. Su Feng sensed this extremely powerful energy, and his face changed dramatically, his heart raced in terror. This aura. Could it be the killer's coffin spirit? Then he trembled all over and looked at President Chen, his tone filled with endless apologies. President Chen. I'm sorry, truly sorry, I've disturbed your mood. I must hurry upstairs to help my subordinate. After saying that, Su Feng prepared to run upstairs. You going up alone is useless. This level of attack can easily erase you, President Chen said, his tone carrying a hint of advice. Upon hearing this, Su Feng was stunned in place. He looked pale, his previous confidence had vanished, and a plea appeared in his eyes. President Chen also understood that this person might not be the attacker's match, so he didn't blame him. Instead, he calmly said, I'm really curious, who in this city can cultivate zombies to the level of a leader? Since you cannot deal with him, then follow me upstairs to take a look. After saying this, President Chen walked straight to the staircase. Seeing this, Su Feng immediately followed. Tap, tap, tap. The lights on the 3rd floor suddenly lit up. A series of footsteps came from not far away. Yemo slowly shifted his gaze to the entrance position. There, a white-clothed law enforcer walked in front, leading the 2 team members who had just left. They glared fiercely at Yemo. However, they did not scream at Yemo, instead, they stood straight at the entrance, their faces showing some tension. President Chen, that person is the assailant of the contracted zombie, Su Feng pointed at Yemo and respectfully said to the entrance. Hearing this, a trace of curiosity appeared on Yemo's face. President Chen? Is this the big shot that Yang Chi mentioned? Clearly, he had also heard of Fengyue City, the name known by everyone. But he didn't expect such a figure to come to the inner city to stroll through the flesh and blood market. Is he just bored? Yemo felt somewhat speechless. As an old man holding a child walked out from the entrance, Yemo's eyes instantly showed a look of shock. Because he discovered that the child in the old man's arms was actually a zombie. And it had A-level potential. At the same time, President Chen, upon seeing Yemo's familiar face, was immediately dumbfounded. After all the effort to find this person, it came effortlessly. He did not expect the assailant to be the very person he was looking for. What luck is this? President Chen's originally serious face quickly showed a cheerful smile, and his tone became somewhat excited. Ha ha ha. So it's you, young man. We finally meet. Chapter 13, Jumping Youth, New System Task. Ha ha ha. So it's you, young man. We finally meet. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Feng and the others felt a sudden sinking in their hearts, followed by a chill rushing to their hearts. They could see from President Chen's expression that he was truly happy. President Chen, do you know him? Su Feng's voice trembled, his face pale, terrified to the extreme, and his legs softened, causing him to fall backward. He didn't expect President Chen to know this young man. And he had wanted to directly kill this young man just because he found it troublesome and didn't handle the matter properly. Now it seemed, it was like looking for death in a toilet. Boss, are you okay? The two team members quickly supported Su Feng, while also pinching his pressure point to ask. At this moment, Su Feng could hardly believe what would happen next. He feared Yemo's questioning even more and dreaded President Chen's blame, so he simply pretended to faint, letting the two team members pinch him painfully without daring to open his eyes. President Chen looked Yemo up and down, placed the small dumpling on the ground, stroked his beard, and felt increasingly satisfied. If the earlier display of slaughtering the warehouse had already surprised him, then now, the ability to have a contracted zombie comprehend overpowering fighting techniques in less than 2 hours left him utterly astonished. This little guy's zombie clan talent is definitely not simple, and he also has an extraordinary sensing ability. It's worth the old man putting all his efforts to win over. Chen, the president, silently thought. Then a more friendly smile appeared on his face as he slowly walked towards Yemo. However, Yemo's eyes never left Chen, the president's face. Instead, he was staring intently at the little zombie in a bunny costume, bouncing around on the ground. Tomb spirit, spirit symbol jumping boy, female. Race, corpse clan, evil spirit. Seal level, A-class true king emerald coffin, level cap 69. Talent, undying body, seal resistance, strong resistance to control, sealing, and other statuses. When intimacy is below 50, can break free from the master's sealing contract at any time. Skills, silent leap attack, level 3, bite, sword aura slash, level 3, rapid jump, corpse poison. Ultimate skill, void drawing talismans, draw various strange talismans out of thin air for combat. Flaw, extremely mischievous, hates coffins, bites people. Evolution count, 3 times, evolution route can be checked at level 19. Introduction, from the ancient land of spiritual chi, originally a disciple under the exorcist master, skilled in talisman techniques. After death, sealed for 1,000 years, gained intelligence and became a jumping zombie. Has great potential, worth cultivating. It's actually a little zombie that hasn't been contracted by anyone. Yemo was amazed in his heart. Having used the evil-breaking golden eyes for so long, he knew very well that as long as the panel didn't show a level in intimacy, it meant it was uncontracted. At this moment, Yemo also noticed the little zombie's talents, and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. It seems that no one but me can truly tame it. High-potential tomb spirits are mostly very proud, and if they don't encounter a suitable master, they usually resist, making the sealing contract more difficult. Yet this little zombie could use the master to break open the coffin. Once out, it could terminate the contract anytime and escape from the master, becoming a carefree wildling and grow into a king. It seemed that sensing Yemo's strange smile, the little zombie felt a wave of fear, quickly stopping its jumps and awkwardly moving to hide behind Chen, only showing half of its head, observing Yemo with a scrutinizing gaze. Young friend, your sensing ability is indeed extraordinary. Chen, the president, noticed Yemo's eager eyes on the little zombie and couldn't help but praise him. At this moment, Yemo noticed the old man beside him seemed to be talking to him, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He remembered that he seemed to have heard this voice at the contract center. You are the master of the contracted little beauty? Yemo examined him, recalling a previous scene, and immediately felt puzzled. Indeed, it is I. Upon hearing this, Yemo's face suddenly turned a bit ugly, and he slowly asked, you came to find me, don't tell me it's for me to compensate the contract center. Just to be clear, I can't afford it. Chen, the president. Ahem, young friend. I am not here for the contract center matter, but to offer you a significant fortune. Hearing this, Yemo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the other party wasn't here to make him pay, otherwise, the millions he just earned from a few stall owners wouldn't be enough. Looking at Chen's calm smile, Yemo felt this old man seemed to be overly cordial for no reason and didn't know what his aim was. After thinking, Yemo decided to clarify things first. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked with confusion, "You want to give me a fortune?" "Yes." Chen, the president, nodded, then turned and picked up the little zombie, saying in a deep voice, "I believe you are very interested in this little fellow. Why not follow me to the Tomb-Seeking Guild for a good chat about this matter?" Yemo looked at the little zombie and nodded without hesitation. "Sure, I want to go to the Tomb-Seeking Guild anyway." Just then, a system voice suddenly appeared in Yemo's mind. Ding! Uncontracted A-Class Potential Corpse Clan Tomb Spirit detected, System Mission issued. Ding! System Mission. Please tame an A-Class Corpse Clan Tomb Spirit and raise intimacy to 60 points. Reward, Rare Skill Stone X2, Space Storage, 30 cubic meters, All Coffin Spirit Experience plus 1000. Finally, a mission is here. How exciting! Yemo's heart stirred. Sure enough, after bad luck passes, good fortune follows. Beside him, President Chen felt even happier upon hearing that Yemo wanted to join the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Then let's not delay. Let's go. Yemo nodded, then turned to the tyrant, who was radiating a soft golden light from his palm. "Tyrant, let's go." Upon hearing this, the tyrant casually shoved the werewolf aside, stood up, and walked towards the silver coffin. Once it entered the coffin, it vanished along with the coffin into the formation. After Yemo left, the few tense people on the third floor of the flesh market finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of the law enforcement team members nudged Su Feng and shouted, "Boss! President Chen took that kid away, you can wake up now." Hearing this, Su Feng immediately opened his eyes. He then quickly kicked the team member who was earlier pinching him, angrily saying, "You little brat were trying to settle personal scores, weren't you?" "No, boss. I thought you were really unconscious and just wanted to wake you up." "Damn. Wouldn't it be better if I was unconscious? Otherwise, how would I face President Chen and that kid?" Su Feng angrily scolded his subordinate. At the same time, he felt secretly pleased. Because that kid and President Chen seemed to have forgotten about this matter. "Yang Qi, it seems you are fated to be without the tomb-seeking team." Su Feng walked to Yang Qi's side, patting his shoulder, and said, "But don't blame yourself, I didn't expect that kid's zombie to be so terrifying. Captain, can you give me another chance in the future?" Yang Qi calmed down, then looked up with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Su Feng asked, patting his shoulder again, his tone filled with sighing. "Sigh, Xiaoyang, there are just the three of you under me. Isn't it better to be a local emperor in the inner city? Why go to the outer city looking for hardship? If you all want to leave, then what meaning does it have for me to be the captain? So I can't agree to that chance, blame that kid from earlier. If it weren't for him, the one following President Chen right now could be you." At that moment, a chilling wind suddenly blew into the flesh market. Everyone felt a shiver down their spines, as an extremely terrifying aura swept through, causing their scalps to tingle. They turned to see a white-haired female ghost floating in midair. The ghost exuded a tsunami-like pressure, making the entire flesh market drop to freezing temperatures. She coldly looked at the few people, eventually fixing her gaze on Su Feng. "I heard from Brother Yi that it was you who didn't follow the rules." Xiaomei said coldly, "Do you know what the consequences would be if he got hurt?" Upon hearing this, Su Feng quickly trembled and sat on the ground, his eyes vacant. He thought he could escape a disaster, but unexpectedly Yemo came to settle the score. With great difficulty, Su Feng raised his head, filled with regret, and said, "My lord, I willingly accept the punishment." Xiaomei, upon hearing this, spoke with no emotion in her voice. "In that case, you may resign from your position as the law enforcement team leader. The enforcement team does not need a parasite like you." "Thank you, my lord." Chapter 14, You Are a Bad Person. Young friend, I have already made that law enforcement team leader resign and leave the enforcement team. Are you satisfied? In the central avenue of Fengyue City's inner city, President Chen looked at Yemo beside him with a faint smile in a rapidly moving black car. "Thank you, President Chen." Upon hearing this, Yemo showed a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Although he did not know what the other party's purpose was for finding him, he could feel that the other party definitely had no ill intentions. If it weren't for the other person coming to the flesh market for shopping, the troubles he encountered might not have been so easily resolved. After all, letting the tyrant use an 8th tier skill. Almost 1/3 of the spiritual power was drawn away. "Ah, young friend, no need to be so formal. If you don't mind, you can call me Elder Chen." President Chen smiled, stroking his beard. Yemo immediately nodded, secretly making a note of it. 5 minutes later, the black car passed through a golden city wall about 15 meters high, arriving at a bustling ancient street outside Fengyue City. Yemo got out of the car with President Chen, closely following behind. Looking at various Western-style villas and ancient towers around, as well as the coffin masters walking down the street, laughing and talking while carrying different coffins, Yemo's eyes flashed with surprise. Many of the coffin masters were completely different from the law enforcement team encountered in the flesh market. Although their ranks were not high, they emitted a faint aura of danger. It was clear they lived a life of danger outside the city. If Yemo's opponent had not been Yang Qi but these people instead, he probably would not have won so easily. No wonder it's the outer city. There are not only many coffin masters here, but they're also strong. Once I complete the certification of the coffin master identity, I can go out of the city to hunt monsters just like them. Yemo's eyes sparkled, showing great excitement. This was his first time coming to the outer city in 20 years. Although he had seen the scenery here online before, what he saw online was completely different from being there in person. Every base city was almost divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was not big, mostly inhabited by civilians who lived far from the most dangerous areas, enjoying a comfortable life under the protection of coffin masters, but losing the freedom to go outside. The outer city, on the other hand, was bustling with life, a paradise for coffin masters, with shops for cultivating coffin spirits everywhere, where one could buy various materials for cultivating coffin spirits and items needed by coffin masters. Compared to the inner city, the outer city respected power, was mixed, and had relatively loose order, so bloody events often occurred. Ordinary coffin masters seeking protection usually joined a tomb-seeking mercenary group. As long as they joined a tomb-seeking group, they could explore secret realms and wild dangerous places with their members, which could quickly enhance the strength of the coffin masters. President Chen turned to look at Yemo's excited expression. As if he thought of something, the light in his eyes dimmed a little. Once upon a time, he was just like Yemo, filled with passion and yearning for the grand scenery outside the city. But now, having entered his old age, after many struggles, he had exhausted all his fervor. What a shame about the ghost in the painting, obviously with A-class potential, but my limited talent has held her back. I estimate that in this lifetime, I won't be able to let her break through level 60 to achieve the half-step king position. Sigh, I wonder if this young man can help me in the future, President Chen sighed inwardly. At that moment, Yemo noticed President Chen's expression and frowned. Elder Chen? Do you have something on your mind? President Chen paused at Yemo's words, quickly stroking his beard and laughing. What worries could I have? With my status and power, what problem can I solve? You have a point. Yemo's face froze, feeling somewhat powerless to retort. So do you really just want to offer me a chance, without any expectations? There's nothing you need my help with? As soon as he said this, President Chen's face immediately looked awkward. He did not expect Yemo to question him, catching him off guard. Well, let's talk about that after we get to the guild. President Chen showed an embarrassed expression and quickly changed the subject. Soon, Yemo followed President Chen to a loft in the tomb-seeking guild. This was a huge, luxurious ancient building with an antique flavor, divided into 3 stories. The first floor was the guild hall, where everything was high-tech, responsible for handling coffin master certifications, registering, and joining tomb-seeking groups. In the second layer, there is a testing hall, which has an independent testing space. Anyone who wants to test the power of the coffin spirit can accurately measure its strength data here, as long as they pay a certain testing fee. And in the third layer, naturally, is the president's personal territory. Ye kid, I believe you can see that the little rice dumpling's potential is quite extraordinary. President Chen looked at Yemo with a half-smile and waved to pull the little zombie aside. Hearing this, Yemo remained non-committal. His ability had mostly been guessed by this old man. However, the other party thought it was sensing ability. Unaware that this was one of Yemo's incredible cheats. Without making further explanations, Yemo nodded and said, I can sense that its potential is no less than that of the one in the contract center. It should be at the A-grade level. Upon hearing this, President Chen gasped. Even though he had already guessed about 80% of it, hearing it from Yemo's mouth still shocked him. I'll just ask you one thing. President Chen said, a hint of tension in his voice, filled with anticipation as he stared at Yemo, and took a deep breath. Can your ability sense the existence of higher seal levels? Yemo was taken aback for a second and replied calmly, I'm not sure, maybe I can give it a try. As soon as these words came out, looking at Yemo's indifferent expression, President Chen's face beamed with joy. Even if the other party wasn't completely sure, it was enough as long as it wasn't a denial. He slapped the table, stood up excitedly. Ha ha ha. Good kid. Indeed, I didn't misjudge the person. After a simple conversation, President Chen pushed the little zombie in front of Yemo, smiling as he stroked his beard. Ye kid, this is what I want to give you. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but smile, and his gaze towards the little zombie became brighter. But when the little zombie saw Yemo's expression, it suddenly burst into tears. Although it couldn't escape from the old man's grasp, at least it wouldn't have to be commanded and could bounce around freely. If it were contracted by this corpse raiser in front of it, it would definitely become a slave, remaining feared in the dark coffin. In the next second, the little zombie reluctantly fell to the ground, kicking and rolling, sounding very aggrieved, showing a pair of sharp teeth and saying, "You are a bad guy, I don't want to go with you." Do I look very bad? Yemo was a bit confused. But after a moment of thought, he felt it was quite normal. After all, he was a god-level corpse raiser, which might instill fear in the corpse clan coffin spirits. A great potential is rare. I need to eliminate its guard first. Yemo smiled silly and slowly walked towards the little zombie, preparing to pick it up. Seeing this, the little zombie let out a miserable scream, jumped off the ground, and plunged headfirst into the hard ceiling, leaving only a pair of short legs kicking around below. Chapter 15, 3 Conditions. Bargaining. Ha ha ha, kid. This little rice dumpling is quite mischievous. If you want to tame it, the difficulty is not small. President Chen laughed as he watched, his wrinkled face scrunching up. Yemo glanced at the pair of little legs flailing above and couldn't help but darken his expression. This little zombie was extremely afraid of him. Even after contracting, it would probably be hard to raise its intimacy to 60 points. At this moment, Yemo suddenly thought of something. That is the high-level template of the corpse clan. Perhaps using the template can eliminate its flaws. Yemo thought to himself. President Chen, seeing Yemo deep in thought, knew he must be considering how to tame the little zombie. Then he asked, "Are you still satisfied with the little rice dumpling?" Not bad. Yemo replied expressionlessly. President Chen glanced at Yemo in surprise and stroked his beard with a smile. Kid, A-grade corpse clan coffin spirits are rarer than S-grade of other races. I know your talent must be related to the corpse clan, and you must be eager to obtain it, right? Yemo listened, his expression still calm, without showing any reaction, waiting for the other party to finish speaking. This kid must be thrilled inside, but he is putting on a calm front in front of me? President Chen thought to himself. Following that, he suspiciously scrutinized Yemo again. He found that Yemo did not seem as delighted as he had imagined. For a moment, President Chen felt a little unable to read Yemo. Ahem, young Yi, seeing how much you want the little zombie, I suppose I'll reluctantly hand it over to you. But you have to agree to 3 conditions for me. Upon hearing this, Yemo instantly raised an eyebrow. Here it comes, here it comes. The old man's true intentions are showing. Indeed, there's no free lunch in this world. Old Chen, didn't you say you wanted to give me a chance? Why are we talking about conditions now? Yemo revealed a hint of disappointment in his eyes, sighing helplessly. As a mere beginner coffin master, 3 conditions are too much for me. If there was only one, I could try my best to meet it. Hearing this, old Chen's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly said, "Don't be anxious, young lad, let me finish my words." Then please go ahead. Yemo showed a troubled expression. Seeing this, President Chen slowly began to explain. The first condition is, I hope you will stay in Fengyue City and join my tomb-seeking team, becoming a permanent member of the team. Of course, I will use a lot of resources to cultivate you, allowing you to quickly become a high-level coffin master. Before the other party could continue speaking, Yemo quickly interrupted, his eyes filled with determination. It's absolutely impossible for me to stay in Fengyue City forever. I can join the tomb-seeking team, but it must be as a free member. Yemo would never agree to such a condition. Although this little zombie had extraordinary potential, it was far from deserving him sacrificing his freedom. Moreover, besides him, the little zombie was a hot potato in anyone's hands. Because of its talent, it was destined not to be a docile existence. As long as it remained below 50 intimacy, it could continually change masters, using various levels of coffin masters to rapidly upgrade itself. Once it reached a point where there was no one to suppress it, it would definitely rebel, becoming a disaster in its own right. Hearing Yemo's rejection, President Chen appeared relatively calm. I had long expected you wouldn't agree to this condition. After all, over the years, there haven't been more than 5 people who dared to attack in the inner city. But are you really willing to give up the resources I provide for you? President Chen coaxed gently. Yemo thought for a moment, still unwilling to agree. Though this condition was good, he had his system and god-level talent. Wanting to quickly reach a high level was surely not difficult. Old Chen, let's hear the second condition. Alright then, let's talk about the second condition. President Chen shook his head, revealing a look of regret. I hope that after you become a high-level coffin master, you will accompany me to the ancient secret realm 5 times. During this time, I will protect your safety, and you only need to indicate which tomb spirits have high potential and their respective races in the sealed areas of the tombs. As soon as this was said, Yemo fell into deep thought. To enter the ancient secret realm, a coffin master would at least need to be of high level, otherwise they would risk being torn apart by the spatial passage. Moreover, the ancient secret realms usually held several level 51 or above monster overlords, and there might even be a half-step monarch, level 60 to 61. If he really encountered a half-step monarch, not to mention protecting himself, this old man might not even have time to escape. Old Chen. I still can't agree to this condition. Yemo shook his head. 5 visits to the ancient secret realm are too dangerous. I value my little life. Old Chen, upon hearing this, didn't get angry, but instead laughed heartily. You lad. I knew you weren't that easy to fool. Since 5 times don't work, then let's make it just once. If you keep dodging, I'm going to get angry. Old Chen's face became serious. He felt that this time Yemo should be unable to dodge anymore, and he would surely be under his control. However, the next words from the other party completely broke through his defenses. No, not even once. You. Old Chen's face instantly turned very ugly, his beard quivered and his eyes widened, his chest heaving violently. You brat. You don't believe in my ability. I've been to ancient secret realms more than 10 times and have never failed. If I take you once, it will definitely be safe. Old Chen, do you think exchanging an A-level corpse clan coffin spirit for a pile of B-level and A-level coffin spirits, or even the legendary S-level coffin spirit? Isn't that a huge loss for me? Yemo looked at the angry old Chen and said with a faint smile. With my broken evil golden eyes, even if I go to an ancient secret realm once, I can help their tomb-seeking team find a bunch of high-potential coffin spirits suitable for contracts. For ordinary people, it's not only hard to determine the level of the coffin seal, but they also cannot see what hidden existences are inside. So, the value of my eyes goes without saying. At this moment, President Chen also understood that Yemo wouldn't fall for his tricks. After calming down, he shook his head and sighed. You kid, truly not like ordinary people. If it were anyone else, they'd be eager to curry favor with me. Who would dare bargain with me? Since I can't keep you, then I won't beat around the bush. Here's the last condition. If you don't agree, I will break your legs. President Chen glared, his tone carrying a threatening color. Hearing this, Yemo's face immediately darkened, filled with infinite disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, President Chen stroked his beard, looking quite pleased. Then, he took a deep breath, and his tone became extremely serious. Ye kid. Next Wednesday, there will be a large coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City. You must go with me. I've received news that there is a batch of coffins at the appraisal meeting that were excavated from the Dragon's Fall land of the 4th Sacred Ruins World Skyspine. So I need you to do your utmost to sense the Dragon Clan coffin spirits in this batch of coffins. And at least one S-level ancient crystal coffin. In short, the more, the better. Please. Chapter 16, Large Coffin Spirit Appraisal Meeting. Seal Transfer. Regarding President Chen's request this time, Yemo did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. At this moment, President Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a brilliant smile. Ye kid, I really took advantage of you this time. After the appraisal meeting ends, regardless of the harvest, I will give you a large batch of resources to cultivate coffin spirits. If you really identify the ancient crystal coffin, I will give you 2 rare evolution cores of Corpse Clan coffin spirits. Of course, this little zonzi you can take with you right now. What I promised, I absolutely mean it. President Chen pointed at the little zombie on the ceiling. Hearing this, Yemo's face instantly lit up with excitement. Then I will thank you in advance, old Chen. For him, accompanying President Chen to the appraisal meeting was completely worth it. All he needed to do was use his eyes to obtain the promised resources, so why not? As if thinking of something, Yemo's face showed a hint of joy. Old Chen, can you tell me the reserve price of this batch of unappraised coffins at the appraisal meeting? President Chen was taken aback at first, then guessed Yemo's plan and explained with a smile. Ha, you kid want to pick up a bargain, right? But you need to be mentally prepared. The lowest price for this batch of coffins is above 500 million. The better quality ones have a base price that can multiply 10 or even 100 times. Some can't even be measured by price, only exchanged for rare resources. Hearing this, Yemo immediately inhaled sharply and could only shake his head and give up. They're all coffins covered by seals. It's too much to price based solely on appearance. Moreover, this price is somewhat outrageous. If it turns out to be bronze or silver, wouldn't I lose everything? You have sensing abilities and can ignore concealed seals, so of course, you'll think it's a scam. But others do not have such abilities. President Chen chuckled, his mood extremely joyful, and continued, furthermore, some of these coffins are produced from the 4th Sacred Ruins, World Sky Ridge. Naturally, this will raise the value of other coffins. So, many are willing to spend 500 million to gamble on it. Hearing President Chen mention the 4th Sacred Ruins again, Yemo curiously asked, what is the 4th Sacred Ruins? Is it that powerful? Currently, there are 6 strongest otherworldly secret realms in China. All are at the sacred domain level, we refer to them as sacred ruins. And the World Sky Ridge ranks 4th among these 6, primarily housing fierce beasts. There are magic dragons guarding it, and sealing masters below supreme 5-star strength would not dare to enter. President Chen looked at Yemo, whose face was filled with confusion, and slowly explained. At this point, his voice suddenly became serious. I estimate that among this batch of coffins produced in the sacred ruins, there are at least 5 S-class ancient crystal coffins. You must help me sense one. If you encounter a Dragon Clan coffin spirit, even if it's only A-class potential, you must alert me. Hearing this, Yemo gave a reassuring glance and said, I will try my best. After saying this, he turned to the little Zongzi, a smile of joy appearing on his face. For Yemo, the most important thing right now was still to complete the system task. As long as he contracted the little zombie in the ceiling and then used the template to enhance its potential, he could directly elevate the little zombie's potential to S-class. Moreover, from what President Chen said, S-class ancient crystal coffins are also extremely rare in the sacred ruins. One can imagine how strong S-class could be. Now that I have a good relationship with Elder Chen, I don't need to hide my talent for contracting double coffin spirits, Yemo thought to himself. It should be known that appropriately showcasing talent in front of such big figures will bring no harm, only make them value you more. Without further thought, Yemo looked at President Chen beside him and calmly said, Elder Chen, you can now hand over the ceiling formation to me. As soon as this was said, a look of confusion immediately appeared on President Chen's face, and he prompted, Kid, as a beginner ceiling master, you can't master 2 ceiling formations. Even if I hand it over to you, the ceiling formation can't merge into your body. It would be better for me to seal it back into the coffin, so you can guard it every day. It won't be able to escape the coffin. Elder Chen, you can let me give it a try, Yemo said with a smile, showing a confident expression. If I can't control it, you can seal it again afterward. Hearing this, President Chen's brows slowly knit together, and he couldn't refuse. In any case, he absolutely did not believe Yemo could control 2 seals at the beginner level. Even as a legendary powerhouse, he had never heard of such a thing. So in his eyes, Yemo would surely fail. Alright, since you want to try, then I shall indulge you, President Chen shook his head and said. With that, a dark golden light cluster emanated from his hand. As the light cluster twisted, a rotating Bagua light array slowly formed in midair. As the Bagua light array spun, countless black characters emerged, morphing into extremely profound runes swirling on the formation. Bagua ceiling formation? Upon seeing this formation, Yemo spoke out curiously. Because this formation belongs to one of the more complicated merging formations, it also means that the coffin spirit within is harder to control. There are many formations to seal coffin spirits, depending on the secret realm, the formations also differ. And the sealing formation that Yemo had seen the most was the 6-star formation. Kid, when you merge it into your body later, if you face rejection, remember, you should never force it to stay inside your body. Otherwise, it will collide with the 6-pointed seal of your contracted zombie, causing damage to your coffin spirit space. If it's severe, you won't be able to contract any other coffin spirits in the future. So, are you sure you want to try it? Hearing the warning, Yemo nodded. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he also summoned a thread of spiritual energy. Suddenly, dazzling golden light appeared in his hands. President Chen looked at Yemo, who was determined to try, frowning and showing a worried expression, already preparing to pay a high price to have someone treat him. Sigh, this kid is good at everything, but he's a bit stubborn and doesn't listen to advice. But it's fine, he'll learn his lesson after taking a little loss. President Chen thought to himself. Just at that moment, Yemo stretched out his hand without hesitation and touched the sealing formation. As his palm touched the formation, the 8 trigrams demon sealing formation instantly spun at high speed, emitting intense golden light. The originally dark and strange characters began to twist and finally transformed into a mysterious ink dragon, directly merging into Yemo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the coffin spirit rune jumping child. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the intimacy with spirit rune jumping child has increased to 50, obedient to the host. Please give the coffin spirit a name. Chapter 17, Preparation before leveling up. Extracting a high-level character template. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo couldn't help but feel excited. An A-level spirit, given for free, was so easily obtained. It was simply exhilarating. But he wasn't planning to name the little zombie just yet. Everything had to wait until after the character template was extracted, and he could just use the name of the character he pulled out. At this moment, the little zombie embedded in the ceiling suddenly felt its body stiffen and with a loud thud, fell from the ceiling. Yemo smiled faintly at the sight and said, "Come here." As soon as these words were spoken, the little zombie unwillingly jumped to Yemo's side. Although it liked being free, the words just spoken seemed to make it unable to refuse, like a forced command. Ha, so obedient. Yemo reached out and roughly rubbed the little zombie's head a few times. The little zombie, feeling annoyed, showed its sharp teeth and made a sour face, as if it were about to bite someone at any moment. Ding! System prompt. The host's action has caused the spirit rune jumping child to be extremely displeased. Warning! Do not do things that make the coffin spirit disgusted, or it will lower the intimacy with the host. The system prompt rang again, causing Yemo's face to stiffen, and he silently cursed in his heart. What the hell, it got upset just from rubbing its head. It's just like my little sister, such a hassle. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked at the little zombie with some helplessness, his previously excited heart calming down. Beside them, President Chen stared in shock, his mouth slightly open. Yi kid, you really succeeded? Yes. Yi Mo replied indifferently. This is impossible? President Chen felt his worldview collapse. Since the birth of coffin masters hundreds of years ago, there had never been anyone able to contract 2 coffin spirits at the beginner level. But Yi Mo had actually succeeded, directly breaking his understanding. Yi kid, you're truly a freak. President Chen recalled Yi Mo's various unbelievable abilities and couldn't help but praise him. Your coffin master talent shouldn't be that of a corpse servant, right? President Chen looked at Yi Mo expectantly and asked. Could you tell this old man your true talent? Earlier, on the car, Wang Ming had sent him Yi Mo's information, and he had even felt pity for him. But now, it was clear the information was wrong. Yi Mo's talent must be incredibly rare. Looking at President Chen's expectant gaze, Yi Mo thought for a moment and then said seriously, at first, my talent was indeed that of a corpse servant. But I haven't contracted a coffin spirit for 2.5 years. Recently, my talent has undergone some changes, and I have become a corpse keeper. Corpse keeper? President Chen asked, bewildered. That's right. To put it simply, it means that I can contract double the number of corpse tribe coffin spirits and summon them to fight at the same time. Yi Mo spoke casually, with an incredibly calm expression on his face. But after hearing this, President Chen was immediately stunned, looking utterly shocked. You can summon them at the same time? This talent is way too overpowered. Even if the corpse tribe coffin spirits are weaker than other races, once you reach the legendary rank, you could crush other coffin masters of the same rank. President Chen could easily imagine how strong Yi Mo's future would be. His powerful sense of perception ensured that his coffin spirit potential wouldn't be weak in the future. And now, this corpse keeper talent undoubtedly made him an extraordinary genius. This kid's future achievements will definitely surpass mine, and he could even become the peak supreme. I must make sure he grows. President Chen thought, his heart filled with excitement, and his eyes full of care as he looked at Yi Mo. At 1 p.m. After listening to President Chen's incessant chatter, Yi Mo finally left the tomb-seeking guild. Thanks to President Chen's relationship, Yi Mo easily registered as a coffin master in the tomb-seeking guild. He was also pulled into the tomb-seeking mercenary corps, becoming a free level 1 member. Not only did he enjoy all the basic benefits, but he didn't have to take orders from anyone. Snowy Shadow Tomb-Seeking Corps, that's a nice name. Yi Mo looked at the tomb-seeking corps badge in his hand, which emitted a chill, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The badge was shaped like a 6-pointed snowflake, made from the extremely rare ice mystic iron. It had a crystal border with a silver-white base, and in the center was a black zone character. The intricate patterns were beautiful, making the badge appear extremely delicate. For those who recognized this badge, it symbolized identity. This meant Yi Mo could walk all over Fengyue City, and many people would try to flatter him. But Yi Mo didn't like showing off and certainly didn't like dealing with others. When he didn't need the badge, he simply put it in his pocket. Next, Yi Mo bought a new phone on the ancient street. He also spent hundreds of thousands at the trading market to buy a black, heavy motorcycle with a metallic feel, drawing mocking laughs from the people around him. In this era, most beginner tomb seekers, due to not having space bags, chose pickup trucks with large cargo capacities to transport supplies. Only fools or some rich people would choose a motorcycle with no practical value. Yi Mo paid no attention to the discussions of others and parked the motorcycle on the side of the street. He then began searching for maps of the area around Fengyue City on the internet. Now, he needed to choose a dangerous area suitable for leveling up. After a while, he found a low-level dangerous area where the monsters were all at levels 1 to 20. Doomsday Valley. This is the one. Yi Mo's eyes flashed with a gleam of excitement. Doomsday Valley was actually a long mountain gorge located 80 miles north of Fengyue City. Because deep in the valley was a secret realm from another world, it had caused a continuous emergence of monsters, making it a dangerous area. Yi Mo chose this place for 2 reasons. First, the valley was filled with a large number of mutated zombies, mutated beasts, and other monsters. As long as he killed the mutated zombies, he had a chance of obtaining zombie crystal cores. These zombie crystal cores were essential resources for cultivating tyrants. As for the small zombies, he could just follow along and gain experience, since they had high potential and templates to use. Second, in other dangerous areas, most of the monsters were ghosts or demons, whose abilities were too bizarre. They mostly lurked during the day and came out at night, making it difficult to find and kill them. In addition to the golden rays emitted from his eyes, YMO. In addition to the tyrant's supermaterial dominance, using other methods to face the ghosts seemed a bit tricky. Of course, if I forcefully command the little zombie, casting the void drawing technique would easily counter the ghosts. Thinking of this, YMO hurriedly sank his mind into the contract space. Looking at the little zombie riding on the tyrant's head, occasionally scratching the other's head, the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. At this moment, the tyrant seemed to sense YMO, and a look of appeal appeared in his eyes. This little zombie is really a bit troublesome. YMO shook his head and said directly, "System, bring up the template lottery function for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual system panel instantly appeared before his eyes, forming a slowly rotating yin-yang fish pattern. Ding! The Corpse Clan template lottery function activated. Detected that the host has one high-level Corpse Clan template lottery ticket, can draw 3-star to 5-star character templates. Upon hearing this, excitement flashed across YMO's face, secretly thinking, my luck has always been good. If I don't get a 5-star template, wouldn't that disappoint the audience? At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Please choose the Coffin Spirit for drawing the advanced character template. 1. Original Tyrant T002 type. 2. Spirit Talisman Jumping Boy. Hearing the system prompt, YMO did not hesitate at all, confidently saying, choose 2. Ding! Selection successful. The system is drawing. YMO rubbed his hands in anticipation, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning yin-yang fish. The yin-yang fish began to spin faster and started shaking violently. A few seconds later, with a burst of dazzling golden light, the yin-yang fish was instantly broken through by the golden light. A very cute, lavender-haired zombie loli suddenly appeared on the drawing panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template, Resurrection Child. Chapter 18 S-level, Resurrection Child. Hiss. It's actually her? YMO looked at the appearance of the zombie loli, revealing an expression of immense surprise. In his impression, this zombie loli was a character from a certain game. Aside from being cute, her status in that game was quite awkward, truly deserving to be called the most useless 5-star. But a game is just a game. If this lowly strength and background were placed in Blue Star, she would definitely be considered a super powerhouse. Moreover, based on the Blue Star background, the system gave her a rating of 5 stars. Such a high evaluation completely exceeded YMO's expectations. Does that mean she is really that strong? YMO's eyes shone with excitement. Ding! Does the host wish to use this character template for the Spirit Talisman Jumping Boy? The system prompt rang out, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of YMO's mouth. Immediately following, he concentrated his mind and said, use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the character template. The Spirit Talisman Jumping Boy ceiling level has been increased to S-level Ancient Crystal Coffin. The host can open the panel to view the coffin spirit information. Upon hearing this, YMO's mind sank once again into the contract space. The little zombie that was originally scratching the tyrant had now completely changed. A head of light purple hair, wearing a small dress, appeared harmless and cluelessly examined her body's transformation. Her originally deep-set eyes had become big and round, extremely adorable. Her stiff legs no longer needed to hop, she could walk normally, extremely agile. And the set of sharp zombie teeth in her mouth had disappeared without a trace. What? What happened to me? The zombie loli scratched her head, speaking in confusion. Then, she sat down on the ground, occasionally turning her head and doing a handstand, blowing air at the yellow talisman on her forehead, attempting to use her small hands to remove it while curiously observing her changed body. Before long, she forgot her previous appearance and accepted the reality of her transformation. Ding! Please name the coffin spirit. The system voice rang out again, and YMO grinned, silently thinking, Chi-Chi. At this moment, Chi-Chi's panel suddenly appeared in YMO's eyes. Coffin spirit, resurrected boy, Chi-Chi. Race, Corpse Clan, Ghosts. Level, LV.1 Servant level, 1 to 19 levels. Experience, 1 out of 200. Seal level, S-Class Ancient Crystal Coffin, level cap 79. Talent, Undying Body, Ice Fairy Power, Strong Resistance to Control, Sealing, and other states, while adding Ice attribute to all skills. Skills, Silent Leap Attack, Tier 3, Sword Chi Slash, Tier 3, Instant Step, Tier 3, Advanced Swordsmanship. Duo Ijin Fu, special skill, can mark a single target. When self or friendly coffin spirit attacks the marked target, draw the target's power and gain rapid recovery effect. Ultimate skill, Void Rune Painting. Celestial Magic, Cold Sickness Ghost Messenger, summons Cold Sickness Ghost Messengers to surround the target for continuous healing and grants the target Ice Fairy Power effect. Celestial Magic, Rescue from Suffering, unleashes Ice Fairy Power to freeze the surrounding area while marking all hostile targets with Duo Ijin Fu, instantly reviving all dying friendly coffin spirits to full health. Flaws: forgetfulness, biting, dislikes coffins. Intimacy: 50. Current state: confused, curious, happy. Evolution count: 3 times. Evolution route can be checked at level 19. Description: originally a spirit symbol jumping boy, after merging with the template, talent skills have been adjusted and changed, gaining a tremendous upgrade. Exceptional potential: can tank, can deal damage, can heal. Hiss. S-class is indeed amazing. Seeing Chi-Chi's panel, Emo couldn't help but gasp. Although the talent skills given by the template differed slightly from his memory, they were roughly the same. But what surprised Emo the most was the ultimate move: rescue from suffering. It can actually fully revive dying coffin spirits. That's incredible. You must know, in the game, reviving teammates is not a big deal. However, this is reality. As long as he doesn't act recklessly and provoke something that can kill him instantly. With Chi-Chi's ultimate move, his coffin spirits will definitely not die. Moreover, now that the intimacy requirement has vanished, there is no need to fear betrayal, and he can take Chi-Chi out to level up. Perhaps after I level up the Tyrant to level 10, I can enter the secret realm in the Doomsday Valley. Yemo's eyes sparkled with confidence. Now that he had Chi-Chi's assistance, plus the Tyrant's attack methods, he could rush into a herd of low-level zombies and slaughter them wildly, then level up crazily. Thinking of this, Yemo's heart became even hotter, eager to head to the Doomsday Valley. Then he directly started his bike, preparing to leave the city. Suddenly, just because you're so beautiful. A lively ringtone rang out. Emo took out his phone to check. It turned out to be his little sister. He quickly answered the call. However, before he could speak, an incredibly frantic and angry voice came from the phone. Emo. Where have you been? Why is your phone off? Why? Tell me. Hearing this, Emo remained silent. After the other party finished venting, he briefly explained what he had done that morning. Of course, he didn't mention the slaughtering of coffin spirits, the conflict in the blood market, or anything about Chairman Chen. He only said he had contracted the Tyrant and then took a stroll around the blood market before heading to the Tomb-Seeking Guild to certify his identity as a coffin master. Upon hearing Emo's explanation, Yi Xiaoyao's tone suddenly became extremely delighted. Emo. You really contracted a D-class coffin spirit? You're not lying to me? No. Then tell me, where are you? I'm currently with my classmates following teacher Wing Jing at the Tomb-Seeking Guild, preparing to certify our coffin master identity and then venture out of the city for 2 days. Do you want to come with us? Upon hearing this, Emo raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why did you guys go out of the city for training early? Aren't you supposed to be doing practical training at the contracting center? As soon as he said this, Yi Xiaoyao instantly got angry, complaining. We originally planned to do practical training after contracting the coffin spirits. But I don't know which bastard didn't wait for us to finish contracting. Secretly kill the corpse monsters in the training grounds warehouse. So we can only go to the dangerous areas outside the city for training. If I see that, I will definitely give him a beating. Hearing this, Emo's face suddenly stiffened. He didn't expect that the warehouse of the contract coffin spirit was actually the training ground. Fortunately, he could go early. Otherwise, the Tyrant might really be killed by the students who contracted the coffin spirit. At that time, he can only be forced to contract the coffin spirit in the E-grade bronze ancient coffin. At this moment, Emo couldn't help but think of Yi Xiaoyao's clenched little fists and fierce appearance. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Little sister. Girls should be gentle, don't always act so fierce. What if a handsome guy you know killed these monsters? Are you still going to beat him? That depends on who it is. If it's you, I will definitely beat you into a big pig head." Poof. Emo. By the way, Emo. I just talked to teacher Wen Jing about your situation, and she agreed to let you join us for training. On the other end of the phone, her tone showed a hint of joy. Hearing this, Emo frowned slightly. Then he understood Yi Xiaoyao's thoughts. In his view, this little girl was just worried about his safety, afraid of him going out of the city alone. You have to know. With Wen Jing leading this group of students, it is absolutely safe in the outer area of the dangerous land. At least it allows students to level up without any worries. After Yi Xiaoyao contracted the Hellflame Demon, she directly asked for such a spot for Emo. After all, she had no ability to protect Emo with her low level and didn't dare to take Emo to level up alone. And Wen Jing, seeing her strong talent, agreed without hesitation and was willing to give Emo a chance. Naturally, Yi Xiaoyao didn't want Emo to miss out. After a few seconds of silence, Emo smiled and shook his head, politely declining. I have my own plans, so I won't join you. You should take this opportunity to train well and strive to get first place in the assessment next week in Linhu Province. Chapter 19, Heading to Doomsday Valley. In the Tomb-Seeking Guild's Hall, resting area. Looking at the hung-up phone, Yi Xiaoyao's expression became somewhat gloomy. The sparkle in her eyes flashed by instantly, looking extremely helpless. But thinking about how the Hellflame Demon was told to her by Yi, she had an inexplicable sense of trust in him. Maybe that guy really has his own plans. Yi Xiaoyao pouted and thought uncomfortably. Beside her. When Jing noticed Yi Xiaoyao's state and immediately became tense, and asked with concern, "Xiaoyao, what did Yi say to you? Is he not coming?" Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "Teacher Wen Jing, my brother said he has his own plans, he won't come." He has his own plans? That's really a pity. Wen Jing sighed lightly. Then her heart that was hanging finally relaxed, secretly thinking, fortunately, this guy Emo knows his own limits, otherwise, it would be quite awkward for me. Regarding what she did in the morning, Wen Jing felt a bit guilty, but it wasn't much. Especially after a genius student like Yi Xiaoyao appeared in her class, she threw Yemo's matters to the back of her mind. But she never expected that Yi Xiaoyao was actually Yemo's sister. And for a genius like Yi Xiaoyao, her requests were almost impossible to refuse, leaving her no choice but to harden her face and agree. The registration for the assessment has ended. Looks like I'll have to wait until after next week's assessment to give him some compensation. When Jing brushed her hair and a hint of unease flashed across her heart. Right now, she just hopes Emo doesn't show up in front of other instructors. Otherwise, if the news that students on probation can participate in the assessment reaches Emo and gets exposed, then the school, or even Yi Xiaoyao, will definitely cause her trouble. At this time, Yi Xiaoyao also noticed that the other party seemed a bit lost in thought and gently called out, "Teacher Wen Jing? What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Wen Jing quickly pulled herself out of her thoughts. A bright smile appeared on her face as she gently said, "It's nothing, I was just considering which low-level dangerous place to take you all for some practice." As soon as she said this, one sharp-eared male classmate behind the two instantly heard. He instantly became extremely excited and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Teacher 1! How about we go to the Doomsday Valley? I heard from my dad that there are many weak monsters there, at low levels. It's totally suitable for us to level up." Hearing this, other classmates also chimed in. "Teacher 1! He is right. I heard that the monsters in Doomsday Valley are weak, just some zombies, much easier to deal with than monsters in other danger zones. I also think that going there is more suitable." After hearing her classmates' suggestions, Wen Jing began to think carefully. Doomsday Valley is indeed the most suitable hazard for beginner coffin masters to level up. If she brought so many students to the outskirts of Dark Forest or Beast Plains alone, it would be hard to ensure the safety of these students at all times. After thinking it over, she also felt that the students' suggestion made sense. With a faint smile, she stood up and urged the surrounding students. "Then it's settled. We'll go to Doomsday Valley. But before that, you all need to go to the ancient street trading area to buy food supplies for the next 2 days. Students afraid of zombies can also buy an anti-zombie poison just in case. Boss, do you have any extra rooms? I want to stay here for a few days." Outside the Doomsday Valley, a young man stood at the door of a delicate inn, asking the owner inside. The young man was handsome, with short, fresh hair and a faint smile on his face. This young man was, of course, Emo. At this time, he was carrying a travel backpack on his back and holding the hand of a cute little purple-haired girl, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon hearing Emo's inquiry, the innkeeper quickly stood up from behind the counter and said with a smile, "Young man, you came at just the right time. We have exactly 1 room left. 1,000 per night, how many nights would you like to stay?" As soon as Emo heard this, he took out a stack of money and handed it to the owner. At the same time, he said lightly, "Stay for 3 days. Okay, I'll arrange that for you right away." The owner took the money, nodded with a smile, and turned to arrange the room. This small town is the only stopping point on the outskirts of Doomsday Valley. Its liveliness almost rivals that of the outer city's ancient street. However, alongside the liveliness, it is also filled with chaos. As Emo passed by, he witnessed at least 3 conflicts among coffin masters. Some coffin masters even unleashed coffin spirits to fight until both sides were injured and unwilling to stop. He, riding such a flashy motorcycle, naturally drew attention from others. Just then, 2 burly men with thick faces appeared outside the inn. One of them, a bald man with a centipede-like scar on his face, walked into the inn and slammed the counter, shouting loudly, "Where's the boss? Is he here? Are there any rooms left?" As the bald man yelled, the innkeeper hurriedly ran down from the 2nd floor of the inn. "Boss, is there still a room? My brother and I want to stay here." The bald man pointed at his companion with a questioning tone. Hearing this, the innkeeper's face showed signs of nervousness as he quickly replied, "Big brother, our inn has no extra rooms left." "No extra rooms?" The bald man frowned, a look of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Then he pointed at Yemo, saying, "What were you doing upstairs just now? Were you arranging a room for this kid?" Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's face showed signs of difficulty. However, the bald man seemed to understand what was going on and reached out to grab the innkeeper's collar, pulling him closer to himself. A vicious expression appeared on his face. "Cancel the room for that kid and let us brothers stay instead. Otherwise, I'll tear your inn apart." "Big brother, I can't make that decision either. Why don't you ask the young man and see if he agrees to give up the room?" the innkeeper said, sweating coldly. The two burly men in front of him exuded a strong murderous aura, clearly the type who had done many evil deeds and spilled plenty of blood. But the innkeeper had already taken Yemo's money, so he couldn't make the decision on his own. Out of fear, he could only push the problem onto Yemo. As soon as the innkeeper finished speaking, the two burly men immediately turned their gaze to Yemo. Feeling the threat in their eyes, Yemo slowly furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected to run into trouble so soon after leaving the city. If he had been traveling with Wenjing, a mid-tier peak-level coffin suppressor, then with her protection, he would never have encountered these blind fools. In the end, strength is everything. Yemo thought to himself, growing even more determined to become stronger. Chapter 20, The In Conflict. The crewcut man sized up Yemo a few times, not taking him seriously at all. Then he sneered with contempt, his tone full of arrogance. "Kid, get lost. The room you just booked? I want it now." In his eyes, the aura Yemo gave off was only at the early stage 3-star level, just a rookie fresh out of training. How could such a weakling dare to go against them, experienced coffin suppressors who had reached early stage 7-star strength? However, Yemo acted as if he hadn't heard the crewcut man's words at all and simply turned his gaze to the innkeeper. The innkeeper felt Yemo's stare and immediately showed an embarrassed expression, hurriedly trying to persuade him. "Young man, just give up the room to these two gentlemen. Don't blame me, we really can't afford to offend them." "I can't afford to offend them?" Yemo let out a cold smile, looking at the innkeeper as he spoke indifferently. "I can't afford to offend them, so you think you can afford to offend me? It seems I've already paid and booked the room. And now you're asking me to give it up? Doesn't that seem a little unreasonable?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the innkeeper's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected Yemo to be so oblivious, knowing full well that these two men were not to be messed with, yet still pressing him like this. If Yemo just gave up the room, the conflict would be avoided. No one would suffer any real loss. But because this kid was so clueless, he might end up getting the inn smashed. At this moment, the innkeeper truly wanted to slap Yemo across the face. "Young man, I'll refund your money. If you don't leave now, these two guests are going to make a move on you. Don't blame me for not warning you." The innkeeper's eyes were filled with disgust as he threw the money back at Yemo and stepped aside to watch the show. "Hey, big brothers, would you mind taking him outside before making your move? The room he booked is ready. You can move in right away," the innkeeper said with a flattering smile as he looked at the two burly men. Hearing this, the crewcut man nodded in satisfaction. "I like how sensible you are. Fine, we won't wreck your inn." Thank you, big brother. I'll even give you a discount on the room." The innkeeper's face showed gratitude. Then, he glanced at Yemo, whose expression was growing colder and colder, and his heart skipped a beat. As if realizing something, he quickly changed his words. "Big brothers, why don't you cripple this brat while you're at it? I'm afraid he'll come back for revenge. If you agree, I'll grant you permanent VIP status. You can stay here for free anytime, with meals included." As soon as he said this, the two burly men exchanged glances and grinned excitedly. As beginner tomb keepers, they only dared to act at the edge of the Doomsday Valley. When encountering hordes of zombies and mutant beasts in the valley, they felt extremely terrified. But when they faced weaker individuals, they became incredibly brutal. Moreover, the resources they usually plundered were not many, and now with the request from the innkeeper, the two naturally agreed without hesitation. You really know how to deal with people. Since that's the case, my brother and I will help you kill this kid." After saying that, the two big men walked towards Yemo, one on the left and one on the right. They prepared to grab Yemo's shoulders and throw him out of the inn. Seeing this, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Yemo's eyes. "Chi-Chi, cut off their hands." When these words came out, the two big men were startled. At that moment, they noticed that the little girl beside Yemo was actually a coffin spirit. "Be careful. Get away," the bald-headed big man shouted, quickly reminding his companion. At the same time, he directly mobilized the weak spiritual energy within him, preparing to resist Chi-Chi's attack. However, before they could react, Chi-Chi's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, Chi-Chi appeared like a ghost on the left side of the bald-headed big man. Then she raised the cold short sword in her hand and fiercely slashed down. Swish! With a sharp sound, the short sword sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of wind, slashing onto the bald-headed big man's left arm. In an instant, the bald-headed man's arm was frozen by the cold and couldn't dodge. Like cutting green onions, his arm was severed in two and thrown away. Kid! You dare to sneak attack me? You're simply asking for death. The bald-headed big man let out a shrill scream, rushing out of the inn door while clutching his frozen severed arm. At this time, the other big man felt a chill behind him and quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to dodge Chi-Chi's attack. Then he desperately stepped back several paces, retreating a few meters away. Immediately after, he summoned a 1-meter-tall silver coffin from the hexagram array on the ground. Kid, you dare sneak attack my brother? This big man roared, directly opening the coffin lid. A wave of black mist rushed out, covering several meters around. As the black mist surged, a terrifying monster with 8 human legs, made up of dismembered limbs, crawled out with 3 eerie heads. This monster did not seem alive, its heads rotated mechanically, locking onto Emo and the purple-haired lowly beside him with resentful stares. Emo inspected this monster and could not help but frown. The monster before him looked quite strong, even more eerie than Su Feng's werewolf. Perhaps it couldn't kill Chi-Chi, but it could definitely hold her back. After all, Chi-Chi was over 10 levels lower than this monster right now and did not have extremely powerful attack skills. If Emo summoned the tyrant and used Chi-Chi as support, then the situation would turn directly in their favor. At this moment, the bald-headed big man with the severed arm gradually regained his composure, glaring at Emo as he gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, have some guts. After sneaking an attack, you don't even run. I will definitely chop you into pieces. Grind you into meat paste to feed my coffin spirit." After saying that, the bald-headed big man waved his hand and summoned another silver coffin. As the coffin opened, a massive creature, nearly 4 meters long, standing with a pair of transparent wings, a red centipede instantly reared up and roared at Emo. Blood poison centipede. Poison rain. Puppet ghost spider. Line blade. The two big men coldly shouted without any hesitation, directly commanding their coffin spirits to attack Emo and Chi-Chi. The blood poison centipede suddenly opened its mouthparts and sprayed a circle of dark green poison toward the two, trying to envelop the area. Block the escape route for the two. The puppet ghost spider shot out a black thread shining with metallic luster towards Emo's head. Emo saw this and a look of seriousness flashed in his eyes. These two people, who had been wandering in the Doomsday Town for a long time, were indeed experienced hearse masters, sealing off their own escape route as soon as they struck. If he was not careful, he could be injured by these two attacks. Chi-Chi. Use the void to draw the symbol. Block those toxins. Emo said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi pointed with one hand, quickly gestured a spell, and drew a spell releasing cold air that flew towards the toxins in the air. At the same time, Emo crouched down, his palms emitting a wave of spiritual power that directly struck the ground, instantly summoning the silver coffin, which was angled in front of him. He had prepared for the worst. If Chi-Chi couldn't block those toxins, he could only rely on the silver coffin for protection. In the next second, ding! 2 explosion sounds rang out. The spell releasing cold air exploded immediately upon touching the toxins, directly freezing all the toxins into ice blocks that fell down. Meanwhile, the black thread shot by the puppet ghost spider was blocked by the silver coffin, resulting in a crisp buzzing sound. Both attacks were neutralized. They caused no threat at all. Chapter 21, Rich Experience. Betraying teammates. Chi-Chi. Well done. Emo breathed a sigh of relief, patted Chi-Chi's head, and revealed a faint smile. Upon hearing Emo's praise, Chi-Chi quickly looked up and blinked her eyes, responding in an extremely cute manner. Ding! Your coffin spirit, the rebirth child, is praised, intimacy increases by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, the rebirth child's intimacy has increased to 55, obeys humans. The sudden system sound instantly made Emo stunned. Oh, an increase of 5 intimacy points? Thinking about the system task he was about to complete, Emo's heart became a bit impatient. I need to get rid of these two guys quickly, grab time to level up and get system rewards. Emo thought to himself. For him, even with a system, he didn't dare to be slack at all. After all, a hearse master who hasn't grown strong yet could be easily stepped on at any moment. To survive in this world, one must continuously become stronger. Damn, this kid actually knows to use the coffin to block. He's not too stupid. I didn't expect a little zombie could withstand my pet's poisonous rain. What the hell? 2 curses came from the big men. Hearing this, Yemo raised the summoned silver coffin and then took a step aside, staring at the two big men with cold, indifferent eyes. Got any more tricks? If not, it's my turn. Yemo said calmly. The buzzcut big man showed a cruel look on his face and said viciously, to dare to provoke when death is near. Simply arrogant to the extreme. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly commanded the blood toxin centipede to charge towards Yemo. The other big man didn't move easily due to fearing Chi-Chi's instant step and instead kept the puppet ghost spider by his side for defense. Kid, that little zombie of yours is too low level and can't break my blood toxin centipede's shell. Next, I'm going to make you suffer and wish for death. The buzzcut big man revealed a fierce light, appearing quite confident. However, in the next second, with a bang, the lid of the silver coffin in front of Yemo suddenly exploded open, and a tall figure draped in a black cloak jumped out, heading straight for the blood toxin centipede. Roar! The tyrant let out a furious roar and directly swung its claws at the blood toxin centipede, slicing a huge crack into its shell. Then it pursued and attacked fiercely against the blood toxin centipede, which was even larger than itself. Damn! How can this kid control two coffin spirits? This must be fake. The master of the puppet ghost spider was astonished. Seeing this, the buzzcut big man suddenly showed a look of dread in his eyes. This is impossible? However, before the two could snap back to reality, Yemo's voice carried a chill as he said, Chi-Chi, use the cold disease ghost to attack the tyrant. As soon as these words were spoken, Chi-Chi unleashed an extremely cold and pure energy, summoning a soul that emitted an aura of coldness, which followed closely behind the tyrant. The tyrant, being a creature with full intimacy, could understand Yemo's thoughts even without him speaking. It instantly charged towards the blood poison centipede, fighting with its life. With the assistance of the cold disease ghost, every strike of the tyrant's claws carried a tremendous amount of cold air. In the blink of an eye, the blood poison centipede was frozen into a bloody, fleshy ice sculpture, unable to move. Tyrant, kill it. Yemo said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the tyrant swiftly clutched the frozen blood poison centipede's head with its claws, while a terrifying, blood-red energy orb appeared in its palm. The burly man felt the energy and immediately stood on end, his face filled with fear. What kind of skill is this? Why is it so terrifying? Another burly man, seeing this, also changed his expression and quickly whispered, we better get out of here. It seems we can't afford to mess with this kid. Then, what about my coffin spirit? What else can we do? Life is the most important. After saying this, the two burly men turned and fled without looking back. At that moment, the energy in the tyrant's hand had fully gathered, and a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, directly evaporating the blood-poisoned centipede, leaving nothing but dust. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed coffin spirit, LV.14 blood-poisoned centipede, experience doubled, gained 600 experience points. Ding! Chi-Chi assisted in killing coffin spirit, LV.14 blood-poisoned centipede, experience doubled, gained 600 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, current level, LV.6 servant level. Experience needed for next level, 1050 over 1800. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has leveled up to LV.2 servant level. Experience needed for next level, 400/440. A series of notification sounds rang out, and a smile appeared on Yemo's face. He hadn't expected that defeating a higher level coffin spirit would give such rich experience. It was an unexpected delight, and it felt absolutely thrilling. The experience of a LV.14 coffin spirit is equivalent to dozens of LV.1 monsters. Yemo panted slightly, watching the two burly men flee, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh, you think you can escape? Better stay and become experience for me to farm. Tyrant, use charge and chase them down to wipe them out. At this moment, Yemo directly commanded the tyrant to chase after the two men who were desperately fleeing. The two men looked back and were immediately struck by terror, a surge of fear rising in their hearts. Damn! What's up with this zombie? Why is it so strong? The burly man with a flat head said with a pale face, fear evident in his voice. Due to the death of the coffin spirit, the sealing contract in his body had collapsed, causing an extremely severe backlash. If the tyrant caught up to them, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Seemingly coming up with an idea, the burly man quickly said to his companion, brother, we have been through life and death together. Whether I live or die this time depends on you. If both of us run, it's all over. How about you send the occult ghost spider to hold them off for a while, and once we shake off this zombie, we'll be safe. The other burly man, hearing this, flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. If the zombie chasing them didn't have an acceleration skill, he would have been happy to run with his companion. But now that his companion had lost the coffin spirit, it was like losing all of his value. In such a dangerous situation, the other person was already injured, and would no doubt become a burden to him. Even if he saved him, it would be meaningless. It would be better to use his life to exchange for a chance of survival. Brother, you're stronger than me. Even if your coffin spirit is dead, my coffin spirit won't be able to stop that zombie. What do we do now? There's no choice, this is the only way. We can't let both of us die here. The big man with a flat head said with a grim face, his eyes filled with despair. However, his companion's next words gave him a glimmer of hope. Brother, I have a way to escape that won't get my coffin spirit killed. Upon hearing this, the big man became incredibly excited. What method? Hurry and tell me. What method? Hee, of course it's for you to die. You motherf. Before he could finish cursing, the big man suddenly felt a great force hit his leg. His companion kicked hard at his calf, instantly fracturing it, and he collapsed to the ground. Brother, you and I have a life and death friendship, thank you for saving my life. Ha ha. Another big man laughed heartily. Then he made a quick escape. Chapter 22, 5 million. Encountering a trio on the heights. What a pity, one got away. Guillermo looked at the big man who had disappeared into the crowd, temporarily choosing not to chase. Immediately, he made plans for the next step. Tyrant, kill him and bring the body over. Guillermo pointed at the big man lying on the ground. No. You can't kill me. The big man with the flat head looked at the approaching tyrant in horror, desperately kicking his legs to retreat. But he was already crippled, no matter how he tried to retreat, he couldn't distance himself from Tyrant. A few seconds later, Tyrant crushed the big man's skull with one hand. Then, dragging his corpse, he followed Guillermo towards the inn. At this moment, the innkeeper standing at the door felt his scalp tingle upon seeing Guillermo and Tyrant approaching. The next second, Tyrant swung hard, and the big man's corpse flew over 10 meters like a rocket, smashing heavily into the inn. Instantly, the strong scent of blood filled the inn, resembling a hell on earth. Seeing this scene, the innkeeper's pupils shrank suddenly, his whole body trembled, and a sense of wetness washed over him. As the stench spread, his legs went weak, and he fell heavily to the ground. Little brother, I was wrong. I made a mistake for a moment. Please spare me. The innkeeper cried out in despair, hoarsely. He didn't expect Guillermo, who looked easy to bully, to be so powerful. He actually single-handedly crushed 2 beginner coffin guardians. Everything he had done before undoubtedly angered Guillermo. Now that Guillermo was seeking revenge, how could he not be terrified? By the way, money. As if remembering something, the innkeeper hurriedly shouted at Guillermo, little brother, spare me. I can pay you money. I can pay you a lot of money. Hearing the innkeeper's willingness to pay, Guillermo raised his eyebrows, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, and asked. You are willing to pay me a lot of money? Yes. Yes. The innkeeper trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Guillermo instantly became interested, a smile appeared on his face, and he began to examine the trembling innkeeper. For most people, money is hard currency, and it can buy a wide range of resources. Since the other party was willing to discuss money, Guillermo was also happy to calm down and talk with him. You say a number, and I'll see how much it is? 1 million. Only 1 million? Guillermo frowned, the smile on his face vanished instantly, and he said expressionlessly, 1 million is too little, 5 million. All right. The innkeeper breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. Seeing this, Guillermo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. He didn't expect the other party to agree without hesitation, perhaps 5 million was not a lot of money for the innkeeper. Indeed, people who can stand in such places are either wealthy or powerful. Guillermo thought to himself. A few minutes later, Guillermo received the money and didn't linger. Then he parked his heavy motorcycle near the inn, reminding the innkeeper to keep an eye on it. At the same time, he scoured the flat-headed big man's body but found nothing of value. Then he immediately left the inn, walking along the small town street, heading towards the high ground at the entrance of the Doomsday Valley in the distance. At the inn's entrance, the innkeeper watched Guillermo's departing figure, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, making a creaking sound, wishing he could swallow Guillermo alive. This kid dares to blackmail me. How can I swallow this anger? I will go to the ghost hunting tomb team right away and offer a huge reward for you. I don't believe you can walk out of the Doomsday Valley. I want you to have the money to take but no life to spend. Ha ha ha. 1 hour later. Guillermo ran along the wide clear water river outside the town, arriving at the lush high ground near the edge of the Doomsday Valley. The fresh wind blew on the mountaintop. Looking out. The inner side of the high ground was a vast canyon that spanned over 2,000 meters wide. In the middle of the canyon was a winding giant river. The river's edge was a huge plain extending until blocked by the towering mountains on both sides. Nearby, the clear water river plunged down 1,000 meters at the cliff of the high ground, forming a spectacular waterfall, crashing into the giant river in the canyon, finally merging into one. If Guillermo didn't know that the valley was called the Doomsday Valley, he might have marveled at this magnificent sight. But after his careful observation, he found that everywhere in the valley revealed a sense of deathly silence. In the distance on the plain, countless collapsed ruined buildings lay scattered, the land looked gray, devoid of life. And the giant river shimmered with a dark red luster under the sunlight. All of this revealed that the valley had suffered from disasters in its past. At that moment, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Guillermo turned his head and saw 3 young men and women appearing on the path of the high ground. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was extremely stunning, her red lips slightly parted, with a tall figure, especially her pair of snow-white long legs captivating everyone. She wore an exquisite black lawn leather coat and black high-heeled combat boots, exuding a strong aura. Walking beside her was a young man wearing a white long shirt, sporting thin black-framed glasses, and carrying a backpack, looking very cultured. In the front, a lean young man, carrying a golden coffin and dressed in a brown vest, was scouting the path. The lean young man observed his surroundings, chewing on a tuft of grass, looking quite irritable. When he saw Guillermo, he froze for a moment. Then his expression turned to wild joy, and he hurried over, panting and asking, "Brother, are you also going to the Doomsday Valley to seek tombs?" Guillermo noticed this, his brow slightly furrowing, his eyes narrowing, revealing a wary look. To know. In the wild, the most frightening things are not the monsters, but the people. Moreover, in one day, he had been provoked one after another, so Guillermo would not be careless about the suddenly approaching lean young man. "So, do you have something to say?" Guillermo asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the lean young man quickly spat out the tuft of grass in his mouth, revealing a friendly smile, and tossed a cigarette to Guillermo from his pocket. Then he pointed at the 2 companions behind him and said with a smile, "Brother, the 3 of us are from Jiangnan City. We are newcomers and not very clear on how to enter this canyon. We almost got lost in these mountain roads. I wonder if you could take us away, or at least point out a shortcut." "Huh? You came from Jiangnan City?" Guillermo raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. Jiangnan City, as the largest base city in central Daxia, naturally has many secret realms for tomb seekers to practice. And these few people traveled a long distance to Fengyue City, especially to the Doomsday Valley, a low-level danger zone, clearly having some purpose. Seeming to see Guillermo's doubt, the lean young man began to explain earnestly. "Brother, to be honest, we are a group of quasi-intermediate coffin masters. Now, the coffin spirit has reached the evolution condition and is lacking a core material for the corpse species, so we came to the Doom Valley to enter the secret realm in the valley to seek resources." "I see." Guillermo nodded. Before he came, he had thoroughly checked the road to the Doom Valley, and he was not directionally challenged, so he was quite good at finding his way. Then he pointed to a narrow stone gate down a slope not far from a highland and said, "Do you see that stone gate? The narrow mountain path on the left side of the stone gate leads directly to the bottom of the Doom Valley, but it is extremely steep. Of course, you can also choose the spacious mountain path on the right. If you do that, you'll have to go around the highland and you might not reach the valley bottom until after dark." After hearing Guillermo's words, the lean man hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, brother." The other man and woman also nodded slightly at Guillermo to show their gratitude. "By the way, brother, why don't you walk with us? That way we can take care of you. After all, you are a lone beginner coffin master, and it is quite dangerous in such places." The lean man thought for a moment and then invited Guillermo to join them. The bespectacled young man also smiled and said, "Friend, I think what Monkey said makes a lot of sense. If we encounter monsters, the 3 of us can easily take them down together. As for the bodies of those monsters, you can deal with them as you wish. How does that sound?" These 3 people had considerable strength, looked like rich kids, and showed no malice. Instead, they were very friendly. After being invited by the 2, Guillermo thought for a moment and eventually nodded in agreement. Chapter 23, Encountering a Corpse Group, Being Questioned? Tyrant killed instantly. All the way, the lean young man seemed quite familiar, often starting conversations with Guillermo. This also allowed Guillermo to get to know them better. The 3 came from Jiangnan City Town Gue Academy, all second-year students and exceptionally talented. The cold and elegant girl was named Linine, and she had contracted a sea-level corpse spirit called White Shadow. They had also come to the Doom Valley this time to help her find evolution materials. The bespectacled young man was named Xin Dong. He also contracted a sea-level corpse spirit, but his had already completed its first evolution. As for the lean young man, his name was Ho Zijie, and the spirit he contracted was a monkey. Moreover, all 3 of them had a common trait: they were directionally challenged, unable to find their way even with a map. Not long after, the 4 finally arrived at the bottom of the Doom Valley. At this point, it was close to dusk, and due to the highland blocking the sunlight, the surroundings became dark and gloomy, exuding a somber atmosphere within a few hundred meters. As soon as they stepped in, Guillermo immediately felt a strong stench mixed in with the breeze, making him frown involuntarily. Damn, I messed up. It seems I forgot to bring a gas mask. The monkey pinched his nose, feeling regretful, and said, Adolm, check your space bag and see if you have anything like a nasal plug. I don't have anything here. Let's hurry and leave, the smell seems to be coming from nearby, we'll be fine once we get out of here. Dong said, covering his nose with the back of his hand. The two of them appeared very disgusted by the smell and seemed eager to escape this place. Compared to these two, Linine was much better off. Her delicate brows furrowed, and she didn't say anything, she just silently endured the stench. Although she had contracted a zombie and had seen many rotting corpses, she still found this strong odor nauseating. Soon, the monkey remembered the cigarettes in his pocket, and a smile appeared on his face. He quickly offered one to the others. Here, take this and stick it in your nose, it'll help lessen the smell. After saying this, with a pop, the monkey lit the lighter, igniting 2 cigarettes, which he shoved up his nostrils. Just as he wanted to light one for Guillermo. Suddenly, a strange howling sound came from nearby. In the next second, more than 10 figures, moving awkwardly like machines, crawled out one after another from a dark pit in the ground, 100 meters away. Their eyes were white, their bodies decayed, looking extremely disgusting. When they sensed the firelight in the monkey's hand, they instantly opened their mouths, revealing vicious teeth, stumbling quickly towards everyone. Wow, there are really so many monsters here. We just entered the valley and already encountered so many? The monkey was startled, quickly extinguishing his lighter, feeling lingering fear, and said, Een, quickly summon the shadow to destroy them. I believe you would be happy to. Linine looked at the group of zombies, her beautiful eyes widened, a hint of madness flashing through her, as her desire to fight surged immediately. I haven't killed monsters for half a month, today I must let the shadow kill enough. Linine licked her red lips, her mouth curling into a smile, as waves of spiritual power began to radiate from her hand, preparing to summon the coffin spirit. Guillermo, let's keep our distance. Lin Yin's coffin spirit likes to torture monsters, be careful not to get splattered with corpse poison and flesh. Dong quickly said to Guillermo while retreating backward. At that moment, Guillermo suddenly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Linine. Then he turned to glance at her, saying calmly, let me handle these monsters. Hearing this, Linine raised her eyebrows in surprise, the smile on her face disappearing instantly as she looked at Guillermo with confusion. Are you sure? Yes. Guillermo nodded. What? Brother, don't mess around. These more than 10 low-level mutated zombies, you as a beginner 3-star coffin master might not win. Let Een take action. Yeah, Guillermo. Although you came for training, you definitely can't withstand so many zombies. If you get infected with corpse poison, you can only wait to die. The monkey and Dong quickly advised. They had agreed to help Guillermo solve troubles along the way, but that didn't mean they would take care of him like a nanny. If he insisted on pushing forward, they would at most advise him, not intervene forcefully, as this was Guillermo's own choice. In their view, adults should be responsible for their own decisions. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Guillermo replied calmly to the two's advice. Upon hearing this, the monkey could only shake his head helplessly, saying, alright then, just be careful. Linine remained silent, decisively retracting her spiritual power, and turned to walk backward. We'll act after he gets hurt. After this, we will part ways. Dong adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice. The three exchanged glances and nodded. As the zombies grew ever closer, the three no longer held any hope for Guillermo. In their view, a coffin master with extremely weak spiritual power, barely at beginner 3-star level, even if he summoned the coffin spirit, it would be no more than level 6. And a level 6 coffin spirit would absolutely not defeat this group of low-level zombies, it might even be torn to shreds. Guillermo, why are you still dazed? Are you waiting to die by not taking action? The monkey urged loudly, feeling some urgency. However, he did not realize that Guillermo was contemplating something. Should I summon Chi-Chi, or the tyrant? Or should I summon both together? Guillermo was somewhat conflicted. If he chose Chi-Chi in front of these three, summoning the ancient crystal coffin might leave them stunned. If he summoned both at once, they might faint from shock. After all, even prominent figures like President Chen felt their scalps tingle when Guillermo summoned 2 coffin spirits simultaneously. Forget it, I'll first use the tyrant. Later, after we separate, I'll summon them both. Guillermo thought to himself. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power radiated from his body, and golden light flashed quickly in his hand, forming a 6-pointed star array on the ground. Then, a massive silver coffin burst forth from the ground. A terrifying figure leaped out. Yemo saw this and, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, confidently said, "Bully, kill them in an instant." Upon hearing this, the bully roared like a speeding truck, charging straight into the mass of corpses ahead. At this moment, the bully was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, smashing one or two zombies with each strike. Blood, flesh, and broken bones flew everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, over 10 terrifying zombies vanished from sight, leaving only a pile of severed limbs and broken arms. The three of them gasped in astonishment. "Monkey, how is he so fierce?" "Qingdong, this is more than 10 times stronger than we were as newbies." "Linin, wow, his D-level zombie servant actually has this kind of power, comparable to the Phantom from back then." Chapter 24, Using Zombie Crystals. Gaining Ability, Virus Absorption. Ding! The bully successfully killed a LV.4 burrow zombie, experience doubled, gaining 60 experience points. Ding! The bully successfully killed a LV.4 burrow zombie, experience doubled, gaining 60 experience points. Ding! The bully successfully killed a LV.4 burrow zombie, experience doubled, gaining 60 experience points. Ding! Ding! Your servant, the bully, has been upgraded to LV.7 servant level. Experience needed for next level, 30/2240. Ding! Congratulations, host, your spiritual power has slightly increased. A series of prompts sounded, and Emo felt immensely delighted. A massive amount of experience. It's exhilarating to farm. Leveling up feels like riding a rocket. This wave of just over 10 zombies directly brought the bully to level 7. As long as he worked a little harder and killed every monster encountered along the way, wouldn't he reach level 10 in just one day? To know that the three behind him were so outstanding, it took them 2 years in the academy to reach the semi-mid tier. This made GMO even more certain of one conclusion. That is, only he can farm monsters for experience, nobody else can. Furthermore, others can only cultivate their servants by using resources. Wow, GMO, are you cheating? You managed to kill them all with just a level 6 mutated zombie? Monkey said in shock. The other two beside him had different expressions, some shocked, some in acknowledgement. Qingdong recalled the reminder he gave Emo earlier, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and couldn't help but show an awkward expression. No wonder you wanted to deal with these zombies alone, it turns out you had absolute confidence, you really are strong. Emo smiled faintly at this and humbly said, it was just killing a few low-level zombies, not worth mentioning. Monkey and Qingdong felt a twitch in their eyes upon hearing this. Is your family aware of how humble you are? At this moment, Linian walked up to Emo, staring directly at him with her red lips slightly parted, as if she had something to say. In the next second, her cold, beautiful face suddenly broke into a captivating smile. In the same age group, I thought no one but me could cultivate a zombie to this level. Emo, you're quite impressive, your servant is also not weak. If we have time, we can exchange experiences more. Saying this, Linian took out her phone, wanting to exchange contact information with Emo. Emo was taken aback by this but didn't refuse, also taking out his phone to add her as a contact. Wow. Emo, you've got some skills. This is the first time I've seen Sisterine take the initiative to ask someone for their contact information. You better seize the opportunity. Monkey nudged Emo with his elbow, a silly grin on his face, looking exceedingly lecherous. Cough, Monkey, some things are better kept in your heart than said out loud. Qingdong pointed towards Lin Yin's direction. Monkey turned to look and found a hint of murderous intent in Lin Yin's eyes, instantly feeling a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head. Sisterine. I'm sorry. He hurriedly dodged to the other side of Emo, a look of fear on his face. In his view, Lin Yin would probably not teach him a lesson in front of Emo. Sure enough, Lin Yin made no move, her gaze returning to normal. At this moment, he let out a sigh of relief. Emo, those zombies might have zombie crystals in their brains, you can go take a look. Linian glanced at Emo with her beautiful eyes and reminded him, these crystals can enhance the skill advancement of the corpse kin, they are very useful to you. After saying that, she slowly took out a dagger from her waist and handed it to Emo. Thank you. Emo nodded, accepted the dagger, and then ignored the broken limbs and the stench ahead, walking up to the incomplete zombie bodies and cutting open their heads with the dagger. Soon, Emo opened 2 zombie bodies but did not find any zombie crystals. However, when he searched the third one, the dagger hit a rock-hard object inside the zombie's head. Oh? Could it be a zombie crystal? Emo revealed a look of surprise on his face. Without hesitation, he directly struck the zombie's head in half with one blow. A pure, colorless diamond-shaped crystal fell out from inside. Indeed, it's a zombie crystal. At that moment, the attributes of the colorless crystal appeared before Emo's eyes. Zombie crystal, first order, contains a small amount of viral energy. The corpse spirit can absorb it to increase a random first-order skills advancement by 5%. It can actually increase the skills advancement by 5%? Then if the tyrant absorbs over 100 of these, wouldn't all ordinary skills rise to the second order? Yemo felt a surge of joy, excitement flashing in his eyes. It's worth noting that besides the skill supermaterial penetration, all of the tyrant's other skills are ordinary first-order skills. If all its skills were raised to the second order, combined with the god-level corpse raiser talent, the tyrant could completely eliminate monsters several levels higher without using supermaterial penetration. Thinking of this, Yemo quickly used the dagger to pick up the crystal and tossed it to the tyrant beside him. The tyrant caught the crystal in his hand, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole. Then, he let out a low roar, appearing extremely excited. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. Beep. The tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie crystal, first order. Skill, tier, advancement increased by 5%. Beep. Congratulations to the host. When the tyrant increased the skill advancement, it gained insight, skill, tier, advancement additionally increased by 10%. Beep. Because this is the first time the host has used cultivation materials to enhance the corpse spirit. Achievement of raising corpses unlocked. Reward, corpse spirit talent, virus absorption. Virus absorption can absorb all viruses, permanently enhancing physical attributes. Wow! Just by absorbing one zombie crystal. The reward is actually so generous. Yemo was utterly shocked. This is simply going to be amazing. In the Apocalypse Valley, full of zombies and mutated beasts, what is most abundant? It's the virus. Even an ordinary zombie definitely carries ghostly poison. One can imagine how terrifying the talent of virus absorption is. Originally, the tyrant's physical abilities were already outstanding, now with virus absorption, it's like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, Yemo looked at the scattered broken limbs around, his tone a bit excited as he said, "Tyrant, look for any viruses to absorb. If there are any, absorb them all." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others showed a hint of shock on their faces. Absorb viruses? Lin Yin's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted as she asked incredulously, "Yemo, does your corpse spirit really have this talent?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Yemo turned his head and replied with a smile. Lin Yin remained silent, but a storm raged in her heart. Meanwhile, the monkey jumped up in shock, shouting, "Wow! Brother, this issue is huge. Do you know that absorption and enhancement type talents generally only appear in S-grade corpse spirits? Yet your C-grade tyrant actually possesses this kind of talent that's simply unbelievable." Xin Dong also nodded in praise. Indeed, the hidden potential of your tyrant is truly monstrous. It's enough to rival Lin Yin's White Phantom. How can you say it's so mysterious? Yemo's face suddenly calmed down, and then he looked at the three with curiosity, saying earnestly. Hearing this, the corners of the three's foreheads twitched involuntarily, gritting their teeth. They looked like they wanted to punch Yemo. They just wanted to say one thing. You wouldn't die if you weren't so humble? Chapter 25, Continuously Enhanced Strength. Discuss evolution route? Soon, the tyrant arrived in front of a bloody and mangled zombie body. The body was broken and miserable, thick black blood continuously dripping onto the ground. It seemed to sense that there was a virus it needed in the black blood. The tyrant slowly raised one arm. In the next second, dark red veins hiding in the tyrant's arm suddenly shot out like twisted venomous snakes, piercing straight into the black-blooded zombie body. As the dark red veins throbbed, the zombie's body became shriveled, like a mummy. And the black blood slowly flowing on the ground had disappeared without a trace. Roar! The tyrant waved its sharp claws and roared at the sky, looking extremely excited. At this moment, its originally grayish-white giant claws surprisingly emitted a faint metallic sheen. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie virus. Claws received slight enhancement. The system voice sounded, and Yemo felt energized. So refreshing. Didn't expect that coming to this dangerous place would constantly enhance me. Several minutes later, after the tyrant absorbed the nearby viruses, its muscles, claws, veins, and other aspects showed slight changes. The most significant change was its size, reaching about 2 meters in height. And overall, it looked much stronger than before, giving an overwhelming pressure. This made Lin Yin and the others feel very shocked again. In their eyes, if the tyrant continued to grow like this, not to say it could reach S-class corpse spirit level, but at least it could contend with A-class corpse spirits. "Tyrant, I found good things for you again, hurry over here." Yemo waved to the approaching tyrant. He had just dealt with a pile of zombie brains and dug out 3 zombie crystal cores from them. The yield was about 1/5. This meant that if he wanted to gather 100 crystal cores to level up all the tyrant's skills to second tier, he needed to kill hundreds of zombies. Although there were many zombies in the Apocalypse Valley, this was still a beginner's training danger zone. Many coffin masters came here to level up, and monster stealing incidents were inevitable. It seems that raising the tyrant's skills to the second tier is still somewhat challenging. I need to find a place with fewer people and more monsters, Yi Mo thought to himself. Then he directly tossed the crystal cores to the rushing tyrant. The tyrant took the 2 zombie crystal cores and without any hesitation, swallowed them whole. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core, first tier, skill, basic healing, progression increased by 3%. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core, first tier, skill, charge, progression increased by 1%. This time the crystal core didn't increase progression as much as the first one? Could it be because the energy in each crystal core is different? Yi Mo furrowed his brows, pondering. Although this enhancement wasn't much, he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. Because this was only at the outermost part of the Apocalypse Valley. If he went in further, he might obtain more crystal cores. Open the tyrant's attribute panel, Yi Mo silently commanded. Coffin Spirit, first generation Tyrant T002 model, Tyrant. Race, Zombie Race. Level, LV.7 Servant Level, 1 to 19 level. Experience, 30/2240. Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, Sealing Level 39. Talent, Comprehensive Virus Enhancement, Virus Absorption. Skill, Devastating Strike. Charge, First Tier, Progression 1%. Tear, First Tier, Progression 15%. Basic Healing, First Tier, Progression 3%. Super Material Penetration, 8th Tier. Ultimate Skill, Bind Release. Flaw, None. Intimacy, 100, Risk Life to Protect Master. Excitement. Current State, Excitement. Evolution Times, 1 time, at level 19, can check evolution route. Introduction, from the Doomsday City. A rare powerful monster among zombies, with outstanding language comprehension, average strength, limited potential. Sure enough, the skill section has changed. Yi Mo was overjoyed. However, when he saw that the evolution route was still in an inaccessible state, his brows furrowed tightly. Forget it. I still need to level up quickly. When I reach level 19, I will see what the tyrant can evolve into. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Yi Mo walked for more than 4 hours with Lin Yin and others, arriving at a small hill far from the riverbank, preparing to set up a tent to rest for the night. This was already the midsection of the Doomsday Valley. If they went deeper, the monsters would be around level 15, and even Lin Yin and her 2 companions had to be more vigilant and could not slack off for a moment. However, during this time, Lin Yin and her companions enjoyed their leisure. On the way, Yi Mo charged like a battle madman, always the first to charge ahead. He slaughtered all the mutated beasts and zombies they encountered. At first, the 3 thought Yi Mo was just diligent and combative. But as time passed, they felt more and more alarmed. This was not only due to the shock of the tyrant's body changes. What terrified them the most was, in the repeated battles, the auras of both Yi Mo and the tyrant steadily grew stronger. If Yi Mo at the beginning made the tyrant feel a severe loss of energy from using skills, panting for breath. But now he was able to skillfully make the tyrant use skills frantically without even catching his breath. Soon, the monkey and Qingdong were arranged by Lin Yin to pitch the tent. While Yi Mo climbed to the top of a huge stone on the hillside, lying flat and gazing at the starry sky. In more than 4 hours, the tyrant has reached level 9, and the skill progression has also increased significantly. This speed is a bit frightening. Perhaps in the next few days, I have the chance to raise both the tyrant and Chi-Chi's level to above level 15. Yi Mo thought deeply. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Then, a graceful figure appeared beside Yi Mo. Yi Mo turned his head and saw a stunningly beautiful face, looking down at him. Are you also here to look at the stars? Yi Mo blurted out. Hearing this, Lin Yin raised her delicate brows, bit her lip, and her face showed a puzzled expression, with a hint of confusion in her eyes, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Sensing that the atmosphere had become awkward, Yi Mo hurriedly coughed lightly and asked, "Is there something?" What is it? I think your methods of cultivating corpse spirits are much stronger than mine. Lin Yin's voice was extremely pleasant, and her tone seemed to be filled with anticipation. So I want to discuss with you about the evolution route of my coffin spirit, White Shadow. I hope you can give me some advice, to see which path would be more suitable. Chapter 26, Hidden Evolution Route of White Shadow. Discuss the evolution route of coffin spirits with me? After hearing Lin Yin's words, Yi Mo felt a bit confused. He did not expect that the other party mistakenly found the right person. With the existence of the evil repelling golden eyes, as long as he encountered any coffin spirit that met the evolution conditions, he could clearly check the evolution route of the coffin spirit. Then can you release the coffin spirit for me to see? Yi Mo did not refuse, but instead his tone was filled with anticipation. It is important to know that there are not many sea-level zombies sealed by the golden mysterious coffin. He also wanted to see what White Shadow really looked like. But more importantly, he wanted to know the evolution route and the resources required for evolution. At this time, after hearing EMO agree without hesitation, Linin showed no doubt and directly began to summon the coffin. He saw a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from her hand, and a hexagram formation gradually formed on the giant stone. "Come out, Karina. Someone seems very eager to see you." Linin spoke with a hint of playfulness, her lips suddenly curling into a charming arc. She seemed to envision Yemo's expression as he swallowed his saliva. You see, every time the White Spectre appears, it gives many men an extremely shocking visual impact. If I had to describe this impact in 2 words, it would be sexy. Yemo glanced at Linin with confusion, feeling lost, then slowly straightened his body. At that moment, the golden coffin summoned by Linin had already emerged from the formation, standing directly in front of Yemo. As the coffin lid opened, a white figure slowly walked out of the coffin. It was dressed in a tight deep V nurse outfit, wearing a small white hat. Its entire body had a devilishly gorgeous curve, curvy and well-defined, appearing extremely beautiful. What drew the most attention was that pair of straight and round long legs. Plus, stepping on over 10-centimeter high thin-heeled red-bottom white high heels, it made her appear incredibly tall. Though the zombie's skin looked somewhat pale, with faintly visible black veins, the flaw did not overshadow the beauty. The overall appearance had a strange allure that stirred the heart. What the hell? It's actually a nurse zombie? Yemo had a look of surprise on his face. Then he stared blankly at the White Spectre, as if he were entranced. Coffin Spirit, White Spectre, Karina. Race, Zombie Race. Level, LV.20 near Guardian level is 21 to 29. Seal level, Sea level Golden Mysterious Coffin, level cap 49. Talent, Blade Claw, possessing extremely strong cutting ability. Eerie Shadow, during battle, agility, movement speed, reaction, and jumping are increased 5-fold. Skills, Rapid Leap Attack, 2nd stage, Zombie Venom Injection, Claw Shadow Attack, 2nd stage, Fox Step, Basic Stealth, Kill Lock. Ultimate skill, Eerie Shadow Attack. For a certain duration, the self becomes ethereal, entering a stealth state and reducing all incoming damage. After the stealth state is lifted, the Eerie Shadow talent boost increases by 300%, lasting until the end of the battle. Flaw, Lower Strength. Intimacy, 82, Very Obedient. Current status, Evolution conditions met, Battle Spirit high. Evolution opportunities, 2 times, route can be checked. Introduction, from the City of Apocalypse. An agile master among zombies, mysterious as the wind, appearing and disappearing without a trace, possessing excellent communication skills. Average strength, average attack. Truly a golden level coffin spirit. Those long legs and perfect slim figure gave it unparalleled speed and agility. Once an enemy is targeted, escape from its pursuit is almost impossible. Although the claws on its hands are only about 20 centimeters long and have low destructiveness, they have been modified from surgical knives and are extremely sharp, fully compensating for the lack of attack power. This is simply a born killer. If the White Spectre were to attack a coffin master in an outdoor battle, it would truly be hard to defend against. Yemo was secretly astonished, giving the White Spectre quite a good evaluation. Generally speaking, when conflicts arise between coffin masters, they will use their respective coffin spirits to fight to determine the outcome, without putting each other's lives at risk. But when encountering irreconcilable conflicts, coffin masters will not only control their coffin spirits to protect themselves but will also do everything possible to get their own coffin spirits to go for the other coffin master's life. This means that not only must the coffin spirit be strong, the coffin master must also think clearly. If a fool contracts an S-level coffin spirit, encountering a speed-type coffin spirit like the White Spectre would absolutely lead to disaster. Of course, coffin spirits above S-level are legendary existences, and Yemo has only seen them online. These coffin spirits can only be described as perverse, and have a strong sense of autonomy. As long as one can contract them, a coffin master, even if they were a complete fool, could ultimately become a powerful figure. Yemo looked at the attributes of the White Spectre. A sense of crisis inexplicably flashed in his heart. If the enemy I faced earlier was Linin, then if I was just a bit careless, it could be a matter of life and death. Now that I have the Tyrant and Chi-Chi, I have both offensive and healing support. The next coffin spirit must be able to keep me safe. It would be best if it's a possession type. At this moment, Linin looked at Yemo, who was deep in thought with a frown, and couldn't help but raise her delicate eyebrows, asking curiously, Yemo? What are you thinking about? I'm just a bit surprised. Yemo shook his head and smiled. Your white phantom is strong, and its speed is frightening. Oh? You noticed right away? Have you seen the Undead Spirit Coffin Spirit illustrated book? Yemo was taken aback and said in confusion, is there such a thing? I had no idea. Linin was slightly stunned and then stared at Yemo without blinking, seemingly trying to see if he was lying. However, she did not see any signs of deceit in Emo, which made her mood drop considerably. You haven't even seen the Undead Spirit Coffin Spirit illustrated book. It seems he might not be able to give me useful advice. Lin thought, feeling a bit disappointed. At this moment, Emo's calm voice sounded in Lin Yin's ear. Since we have nothing to do, why don't you tell me your plans? Hearing the voice slowly drifting to her ears, Lin nodded and said slowly, according to the introduction in the Undead Spirit Coffin Spirit illustrated book, the White Phantom has two fixed evolution routes. One evolution route is called Painful Baby. The other is called Fearful Baby. Both evolution routes will make Karina stronger, but depending on the route, her abilities will adjust as well. The Painful Baby retains the skills of the White Phantom while gaining enhancements in poison, increasing body flexibility, being able to attack enemies from a distance, and applying negative effects to enemies using the poison. Meanwhile, the Fearful Baby gains fear-based talents and strengthens its body, significantly increasing its attack power. After saying this, Lin took a deep breath and said seriously, I remember someone once overturned the information in the Undead illustrated book and successfully found a new evolution route for the White Phantom. This route is called Blood-Clothed Angel, and it is much stronger than the previous two routes. However, that person never passed down the materials needed for the Blood-Clothed Angel before he died. So, I guess I am not destined to pursue this evolution route. Listening to Lin Yin's words, a subtle light flashed in Emo's eyes, and he looked at the White Phantom again. The evolution route panel for the White Phantom instantly appeared. Painful Baby, Normal, the sexy virus queen, carrying a deadly virus. Materials needed for evolution, Heart of Pain, Undead, Gas Mask, Potent Virus, Zombie Crystal Core *1, Tier 3. Fearful Baby, Normal, Devilish Figure, Ghostly Face, a symbol of fear. Materials needed for evolution, Heart of Fear, Undead, Hemostatic Bandage, Bone Chisel, Zombie Crystal Core *1, Tier 3. Blood-Clothed Angel, Hidden, Rare, a Crazy Killing Machine. Materials needed for evolution, Heart of Slaughter, Undead, Demon Tail, Bloody Blade, Zombie Crystal Core *3, Tier 3. Chapter 27, Materials needed for evolution. To evolve into a blood-clothed angel requires a demon tail? That would mean becoming a dual race of zombie and demon? No wonder it is much stronger than the other two evolution routes. Emo was startled in his heart. As if realizing something, he looked at Lin Yin, hesitant to speak. What's wrong, Emo? Lin Yin asked in confusion. Emo thought for a moment, and his tone became serious as he said, Do you have any photos or videos of the blood-clothed angel? If you do, I feel I can deduce the materials needed for its evolution based on its appearance. Of course. Lin Yin quickly nodded, a flicker of joy in her eyes. Then she hurriedly took out her phone and opened a video about the blood-clothed angel. Emo looked at the scene in the video, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. This scene was so familiar. In the video, there was a zombie wearing a blood-red nurse outfit, exuding a mist of blood, dragging a long demonic tail. In its hand was a side-like blade, chasing after a group of mercenaries with guns. These mercenaries were running for their lives, and in the blink of an eye, they were slaughtered clean by the blood-clad angel. Heart of Slaughter, Tail of the Succubus, Bloody Blade, several Tier 3 zombie crystal cores, Emo turned to Lin Yin and said directly without hiding anything. Hearing Emo's sudden words, Lin Yin felt a bit dumbfounded and didn't react for a moment, staring in disbelief and asking, What are you talking about? The materials to evolve into a blood-clad angel. How, did you figure that out? Just from this video? What if I say it's my talent? Would you believe it? That's too outrageous. Emo. Lin Yin found it hard to believe and gasped in surprise. Even though she knew it was possible to judge the needed evolution materials by the appearance of the coffin spirit, most of the time, there would be deviations. If the wrong materials were used, causing the coffin spirit to fail to evolve, it would waste a precious chance for evolution. She didn't have high hopes, even if she could guess one or two evolution materials, she wouldn't dare to try. But Emo, after just watching the video for a while, could name all the evolution materials, which shocked her greatly. Thinking about this, Lin Yin quickly took a deep breath, a fiery look flashed in her eyes, and she slowly approached Emo, trying to see if he was just playing with her. However, Emo's eyes were calm, as if he was simply stating facts. Emo, your suggestion. I, your sister, will accept it. I will prepare the materials you mentioned. If what you said is true and Karina really evolves into a blood-clad angel, then I, Lin Yin, owe you a huge favor. Lin Yin looked at Emo, her tone filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Emo shot a glance at Lin Yin, his expression unchanged, and said, There's no need to owe me favors. I just need money, why not just send money? Alright. If Karina really evolves into a blood-clad angel, I'll give you 100 million as a thank you. How does that sound? Then thank you in advance, rich lady. Just as Emo and the others finished discussing the evolution route of the White Spectre, Monkey and Qing Dong were also setting up a tent nearby. In the wild, especially in dangerous areas, most coffin masters rarely choose to stay overnight outside. Their willingness to set up a tent in a place where monsters roam clearly showed their confidence and their strength. At that moment, Monkey felt his stomach rumbling. He frowned and turned to Chin Dong, saying, "Dongzi, are you hungry?" Chin Dong glanced at him lightly and nodded. "How about we go out and hunt? I've heard that the mutated beast meat in this Doomsday Valley is extremely good, and I think it would be a pity not to try it." "Hearing you say that, I want to give it a try too." Chin Dong adjusted his glasses, expectation flashing in his eyes. Soon, the two found a pile of firewood nearby, moved it to the big rock where Yimo and Linin were, and then lit the firewood. "Sisterine, Yimo, Dongzi and I are going out to hunt some mutated beasts. We'll come back later to barbecue," Monkey said excitedly. Seemingly remembering something, Monkey hurriedly reminded, "Watch over the firewood here, don't let it go out. Otherwise, if we can't find our way back later, it will be a disaster." "Okay, you two go early and return early, don't go too far. If there's an emergency, just fire a flare. I'll come to support you if I see it." Linin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Sisterine. You know that Dongzi and I work well together. As long as we don't encounter a swarm of monsters, even if we meet a level 30 monster, we can retreat safely," the monkey said firmly, his tone filled with confidence. Beside him, Chin Dong also nodded slightly, a confident look in his eyes as he said, "Monkey and I will be right back, you all just wait for our good news here." After that, the two summoned their coffin spirits and walked toward the nearby forest. With their departure, Yimo and Linin fell into silence, each lying on a stone, gazing up at the starry sky, lost in their thoughts. On the opposite bank of the Blood River, 6 figures in black cloaks, each carrying a coffin, silently appeared. These 6 individuals radiated a strong aura of menace, their eyes glowing with a ghostly light, appearing terrifying like evil spirits. One of them was holding a telescope, observing Yimo and Linin on the rocks from a distance. "Vice Captain, those 2 young men who look a bit threatening have already left. Only the target and another seemingly weak woman remain. Should we strike now?" the man with the telescope asked. Upon hearing this, the vice captain's face immediately showed a cruel smile, saying, "We've been following these 4 for 2 hours, and finally, there's an opportunity to act." Afterward, he turned to his team members, saying, "Brothers, that guy named GMO has a bounty of 3 clients on his head. We must take him down as soon as possible. If the woman next to him dares to interfere, don't hold back, just kill her. After all, the leader is covering us, even if we provoke a powerful force, we'll be safe." "Vice Captain, what if those 2 young men come back?" Don't worry. Before they return, that kid's head will have already fallen. If we, 6 mid-level coffin manipulators, can't quickly take down that kid, then our ghostly grave exploring team might as well disband right here. Chapter 28, 2 Rare Skills. The evening wind was calm, and the silver moon was cool. Although there was occasionally a hint of a disgusting odor in the air, it did not affect Yimo's leisurely mood at all. At this moment, Yimo was quietly lying on a stone, his mind having quietly sunk into the contract space. Perhaps due to the use of a template, Chi-Chi's personality seemed exceptionally well behaved. Not far away, the tyrant was sitting cross-legged on the ground, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi sat on the tyrant's shoulder, hugging its head and sound asleep. As if sensing Yimo's presence, the tyrant quickly looked up. Then it slowly stretched out a hand without sharp claws, gently scratching Chi-Chi while letting out a low voice. Chi-Chi yawned, seemingly half awake, and unwillingly rubbed her eyes. Seeing this, Yimo couldn't help but smile and waved, saying, "Chi-Chi, come over here." Hearing the familiar voice, the originally lazy Chi-Chi instantly perked up. She propped herself up on the tyrant's head, bent her legs slightly, and jumped onto Yimo's shoulder. In the next second, her figure quickly flashed through the air and appeared on Yimo's shoulder in the blink of an eye. "Master, take me out to play. It's so boring here." Chi-Chi scratched Yimo's face, her tone filled with eagerness. Yimo was taken aback at first, then reached out to pat her head, smiling as he said, "You must be bored after these few hours. I'll take you out to get some fresh air right now." "Really?" Chi-Chi asked, her eyes wide with excitement. "Really, lying is for dogs," Yimo laughed. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi instantly jumped up in excitement, clearly thrilled. "Yay! Finally, I can leave here." Seeing this, Yimo rubbed her head again and immediately withdrew his mind from the contract space. Immediately, he had no hesitation and directly activated his spiritual power. With the rotation of the Bagua formation, a coffin flashed and disappeared, and Chi-Chi's figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Ding! Your coffin spirit, the child of resurrection, is extremely satisfied with you, intimacy increases by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully increased the intimacy of the child of resurrection to 60, obedient, system task completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reward, rare skill stone *2, space warehouse, 30 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host. Tyrant gains experience plus 1000, Chi-Chi gains experience plus 1000. Ding. Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has been upgraded to LV.9 servant level. Experience required for next level, 1300/3240. Ding. Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV.4 servant level. Experience required for next level, 240/1040. The continuous sound of notifications instantly filled Yemo with joy. Finally completed the task. Yemo was extremely shocked. Originally, he thought that contracting the spiritual symbol of the jumping child would be a very difficult task to increase intimacy with them. After all, the jumping child's personality was too mischievous and unruly. But Yemo didn't expect that after drawing Chi-Chi's template, everything became so simple. Just 2 simple interactions and intimacy directly increased by 10 points. 30 cubic meters of space warehouse, this is almost the size of a small bedroom. Completely enough for me to store a lot of supplies. And these 2 rare skill stones. I don't even know what kind of skills they will unlock. Yemo thought to himself. These 2 rare skill stones were undoubtedly huge rewards for him. If he wanted to maximize the use of these 2 rare skill stones, Yemo's first consideration was still Tyrant. Tyrant's level was now higher than Chi-Chi's, and using the skill stones would be like upgrading from a bird's gun to a cannon, allowing for a tremendous boost. As an S-level coffin spirit, Chi-Chi's skill strength was always there. Even if she obtained rare skills, it would only be icing on the cake. After thinking for a while, Yemo decided to use these 2 skill stones first. If something really suitable for Chi-Chi was unlocked, he wouldn't be foolish enough to force Tyrant to learn it. Use, Yemo silently murmured in his heart. The next second, 2 completely black skill stones in the space warehouse began to shine with fire and electricity. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully opened a rare skill stone. Obtained fire-type rare skill, Flame Step. Obtained lightning-type rare skill, Accumulated Thunder Slash. Flame Step, after learning this skill, you can turn into a flame for instant movement, during which you will not receive any physical damage. No race restrictions, non-fire-type coffin spirits have a success rate of 1% when learning. Accumulated Thunder Slash, after learning this skill, you can condense lightning into a long knife for slashing. No race restrictions, non-lightning-type coffin spirits have a success rate of 1% when learning. Only a 1% success rate. Yemo was shocked. However, he did not panic. Because the god-level corpse-rearing talent allows the contracted corpse-type coffin spirits to 100% comprehend skills. This meant that as long as there were no race restrictions on the skill, it could be fully learned. Thinking of this, Yemo had no hesitation and directly gave these 2 skill stones to Tyrant. These 2 skills could be said to be tailor-made for Tyrant, directly compensating for Tyrant's lack of speed and reliance on physical combat. Moreover, these 2 skills slightly conflicted with Chi-Chi's instant step and sword chi slash. Even if given to Chi-Chi, there wouldn't be much improvement. According to Yemo's thoughts, Chi-Chi was so lively and cute, charging into battle seemed a bit inappropriate. It was better to make her a full-time healer. Yemo? Is this your second coffin spirit? What's her name? She's so cute. While Yemo was deep in thought, Lin Ying had somehow already picked up Chi-Chi. Looking at Chi-Chi's adorable appearance, Lin Ying's confusion about Yemo contracting 2 coffin spirits was? It has long been forgotten, only the brilliance of motherhood shines in her eyes. Yemo saw this and immediately revealed a faint smile on his face. Indeed, women have no resistance to cute things. He originally thought about how to explain his contract with 2 coffin spirits, but finding out that the other party didn't ask saved him a lot of trouble. You can ask anything you want, just communicate directly with Chi-Chi. Her wisdom is no different from that of ordinary people, Yemo said lightly. Lin Ying felt a shock in her heart upon hearing this. Her white shadow could communicate normally with people, but it was more like a servant only. Other than obeying her commands, it had no other thoughts. However, this little zombie in her arms was actually as wise as an ordinary person and could communicate independently with others. This meant that the potential of this little zombie completely surpassed that of the white shadow, and its potential reached at least the A level. At this moment, Lin Ying looked at Yemo, as if looking at a freak, her eyes filled with shock as she slowly said. Yemo. Are you really a student who graduated from high school at 20 years old? Why do I feel you are even more monstrous than the pride of our Jiangnan Town Guan Academy? Chapter 29, Preparing to Flee. Task Selection. Yemo. Are you really a student who graduated from high school at 20 years old? Why do I feel you are even more monstrous than the pride of our Jiangnan Town Guan Academy? Hearing Lin Yin's words, Yemo just calmly looked into the distance. If it weren't for him activating the system, he would probably still be at home sleeping soundly. Let alone becoming a town coffin master, he probably would never have stepped out of the inner city of Fengyue. There's a saying that great talents take time to develop. I don't know if you've heard of it. Yemo laughed, self-mockingly saying, if I had graduated 2 years earlier, I would probably be struggling to make a living now, becoming just an ordinary person. Linine didn't take Yemo's words to heart. Although she didn't understand why he had been held back for 2.5 years. But from his various incredible performances, he was definitely a super genius. It seems what he said about evolution materials is most likely true. Perhaps Karina can really evolve into a blood-clothed angel. Lin Yin's eyes flashed with brilliance, and she admired Yemo even more in her heart. At this moment, Yemo's gaze shifted to the riverbank, and his brows furrowed suddenly. In his line of sight, he saw 6 figures dressed in black robes appearing there, quickly walking towards him. Linine, it seems we might be in trouble. Yemo's calm voice rang out, with a hint of seriousness in his tone. Upon hearing this, Linine quickly followed Yemo's gaze, and her heart immediately alarmed. These guys seem to be coming for us. Linine frowned slightly, then summoned her white shadow, her eyes flashing with a hint of battle intent. Earlier in the day, she hadn't been able to kill the monsters, and she was holding back a fighting desire that needed to be released. Now, encountering so many town coffin masters looking for trouble, she naturally wanted to see some blood. I remember I didn't provoke anyone with the monkeys. Their target shouldn't be you, right, Yemo? Linine had a smile on her lips, her eyes emitting a faint bloodlight, appearing extremely enchanting. Yemo nodded lightly and said, if nothing goes wrong, these few are probably coming for me. As he spoke, Yemo went over the people he had offended in his mind. It was just the meat shop owner, the inn owner, and the captain of the inner city law enforcement squad. Cutting grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze will blow them back to life. Yemo's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, and he thought to himself, it seems I can't leave any living witnesses for anyone who has conflicts with me in the future. These people's strength seems to have reached the mid-tier, looks a bit tricky. Linine squinted her eyes. The tone was heavy. Mid-level? It seems we really cannot match up. Yemo raised an eyebrow, ready to run away. You have to know. There were 6 mid-level coffin masters on the opposite side. Even one-on-one, it would be hard for Yemo to gain an advantage against them. Of course, if he dragged Linine and the others down with him, they could fully fight back. But that kind of favor would be too big to owe. Thinking of this, Yemo glanced at Linine and said lightly, I'm planning to run. My suggestion is that you should run quickly too, then go meet up with Monkey and the others. After saying that, Yemo leaped down from the giant rock, holding Chi-Chi, and dashed into the forest on the side. Seeing this, Lin Yin's expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly got up to chase after Yemo. At the same time, she urged him, Yemo. Why are you running so fast? Take me with you. It's late at night, and I don't know the way. How can I possibly find Monkey and Qingdong? Why don't you take me to find Monkey and the others? Their strength is not much weaker than mine. We can definitely fight above our level. The 4 of us together might not even lose to those 6 black-robed men. Hearing this, Yemo hesitated slightly. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared in Yemo's mind. Ding! Detecting that the host is facing life and death danger. System task activated. Please choose, host. 1. Choose to escape, retreat without fighting. Successfully escaping will earn the skill, evasion. 2. Choose to fight to the death, 1 against 6. Successfully killing all opponents will earn the talent, War God. 3. Choose to accept help from friends, working together against the enemy. Successfully killing all enemies will earn the special ability, Shared Experience. Damn. There's another task. I'll definitely choose 3. Yemo did not hesitate and directly chose the third option. Then he looked at Linine and said seriously, this time I owe you a favor. If Monkey and the others' coffin spirits haven't evolved yet, I can give them plenty of advice. Let's talk about this later. Let's first meet up with Monkey and the others. Vice Captain, that kid seems to have noticed us. He's already running away. Let's hurry and chase after him. And that woman, brothers, don't let her get away. On the riverbank, a lewd-faced black-robed youth put down his telescope and pointed at Lin Yin's fleeing direction. He, they cannot escape. Vice Captain Zhao Long revealed a sneer, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This time they had come with 6 people, just to deal with a beginner coffin master. Zhao Long was naturally 100% confident. For him, killing Yemo was an easy task, feeling somewhat trivial. Originally, he didn't want to cause too much trouble, so he avoided Monkey and Qingdong, choosing to act when there were fewer people. But when Zhao Long clearly saw Lin Yin's face illuminated by the flames, his originally meticulous thoughts were instantly ignited by desire, turning to nothing. This was the first time in many years that he saw a woman with such top-notch charm and beauty. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by desire, wanting to capture Lin Yin at all costs. Lame guy, immediately release the blood-sucking bats to track that woman, then tell me her exact location. The other brothers scatter to search that area. It's best to block it off. If you encounter those two young men who left earlier, kill them without mercy. I believe you won't have any pressure dealing with two near mid-level coffin masters. If you really can't handle them, then all of you go together, or notify me immediately. Zhao Long's eyes flashed with greed, his tone extremely cruel. A few team members rushed to obey the vice-captain's orders, quickly summoning their respective coffin spirits. Then he ran towards the foot of the mountain at the end of the plain. Zhao Long directly summoned a golden coffin. As his whistle sounded, the golden coffin instantly opened, and a skeleton centaur exuding black mist and stepping on ghostly flames appeared before him. Hee, I want to see where you can hide. Zhao Long stared hard at the distant mountain forest, and then leaped onto the back of the skeleton centaur, speeding away. Chapter 30, High-Level Gravekeeper. In the dense forest at the edge of the canyon, Monkey and Qingdong were moving through the woods by the moonlight. Soon, they had left the riverbank far behind and arrived at an open hollow in the mountains. Donzi, this shouldn't be the case. Are there so few mutated beasts in the Doomsday Canyon? How come we haven't encountered one for so long? Monkey looked around, scratching his head, unable to hide his confusion. Hearing this, Qingdong adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. After a few seconds, he seemed to think of something, then looked at the coffin spirit beside Monkey. It was a tomb-guarding white ape, a towering 3 meters tall and incredibly massive. Its body was covered in white fur, with a pair of blood-red eyes, and its tusks protruded from its mouth, looking extremely fierce. Is it possible that the noise made by your coffin spirit is too loud, causing them to avoid us? An unusual light appeared in Qingdong's eyes. Along the way, the tomb-guarding white ape cleared the path ahead, making a terrifying racket. No matter if it was a big tree or a mountain rock in front, the white ape smashed it with a punch, sending deafening sounds echoing. Upon hearing Qingdong's words, Monkey was taken aback. It seemed that he spoke some truth. This was the middle of the Doomsday Canyon, where the mutated beasts and monsters were not high in level. Summoning such a powerful tomb-guarding white ape naturally scared off nearby monsters, not daring to show themselves. Then let's do this, I'll send the white ape back into the contract space first. When we see a mutated beast, I'll let it out. Monkey thought for a moment, then hurriedly returned the tomb-guarding white ape to the coffin. At that moment, a faint sound came from nearby. Qingdong's ears twitched, and he quickly turned to look at the bushes 20 meters away. He saw two figures in black robes parting the bushes and walking out. As soon as these two black-robed figures saw Qingdong and Monkey, anger appeared on their faces. Hee, how disappointing, it turns out to be you two. I thought I encountered that kid and that woman. One of the black-robed figures said coldly. The other black-robed figure added, if we ran into that woman, we brothers could still have some fun. Since we encountered these two, let's just deal with them first. As they spoke, the two black-robed figures began to summon their coffin spirits. With a tremor of the ground, two silver coffins immediately shot straight up from the ground, standing on the surface. One coffin revealed a goat-headed demon holding a bone club, while the other released a ghost wielding a sickle. Seeing this, Qingdong's eyes flashed with a look of caution as he coldly asked, "Who are you? It seems our brothers haven't offended you, right?" Hee, you indeed haven't offended us. But it seems you are associates of that kid named GMO, right? He killed the family members of our fierce ghost grave-seeking group. Now that he has escaped, you two, as his companions, naturally must pay the debt he owes. Upon hearing this, Qingdong's heart suddenly sank. He then shouted, Monkey, do your best to kill them. Then go find Linine. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Monkey and prepared to summon the coffin spirit again. With a loud bang, two golden coffins instantly burst forth from the formation. Immediately afterwards, the tomb-guarding white ape directly blocked them in front of the two. A furious roar erupted. And Qingdong summoned a hunched wizard, holding a skull staff in one hand. One of the black-robed figures, upon seeing this, immediately revealed fear in his eyes and yelled to his companion, "Damn it, these two kids are indeed not simple. The coffin spirit is actually level C. We need to hold them back. When the captain finishes off that woman, he will come to help us." After saying this, the two commanded the coffin spirits to charge towards the monkey and his friend. Seeing this, Qingdong showed a cold smile and said lightly, "Wizard, use the slow spell." As soon as he finished speaking, a green light flashed from the skull wizard's staff and landed on the two approaching coffin spirits. In an instant, the speed of the goat-headed demon and the scythe ghost slowed down dramatically. "Monkey, that goat-headed demon is yours. I'll deal with the ghost," Qingdong yelled. Hearing this, the monkey quickly nodded and commanded the gravekeeper white ape to charge forward. As the lowest level existence among demons, while the goat-headed demon lacked strong abilities, its physique was extremely formidable, even stronger than a regular tyrant. If they wrestled, an ordinary tyrant would be torn apart in an instant by the goat-headed demon. But the goat-headed demon was now facing the even stronger gravekeeper white ape. Even if the two coffin spirits were several levels apart, the impact of their potential was infinitely large. In a blink, the gravekeeper white ape rushed to the front of the goat-headed demon and grasped its pair of horns with both hands. Like swinging a sandbag, it crazily slammed the goat-headed demon to the ground. In less than half a minute, the goat-headed demon was beaten with no ability to resist. Not only were its horns twisted off by the gravekeeper white ape, but its body was also covered in wounds, blood pouring out continuously. Meanwhile, the scythe ghost was being completely restrained by the wizard, unable to form any effective combat power. "TCH, how dare you lay hands on us? You must be tired of living," the monkey said mockingly, looking at the two black-robed figures. Seeing this, the two black-robed figures showed no hesitation and directly recalled the coffin spirits into the contract space. Then, they threw a smoke bomb at the monkey and his companion and ran away. No wonder the vice captain said these two guys were tricky. It turns out they really have such strong power. Fortunately, our levels are higher, otherwise, those coffin spirits would have died there, the two black-robed figures said, still shaken. On the other side, Yemo and Linine were running wildly. Behind the two of them, a shadow on a skeleton horse was following, along with three black-robed figures with coffin spirits. "Ha, kid, where do you think you can run to? Offending our fierce ghost Tomb Raider team leads only to a dead end." Vice Captain Zhao Lon looked at the fleeing Yemo with excitement in his voice. "I wonder where Monkey's group went," Linine said, her delicate brows knitted tightly, filled with frustration. Right now, the figure riding the skeleton horse was extremely terrifying in strength, reaching level 2-star high tier. The skeleton centaur he rode was even at level 32, a leader level. Moreover, its potential was comparable to Lin Yin's white shadow, both being of the golden ceiling level. Behind him were also three black-robed figures around mid-tier 5-star. Such a terrifying lineup left Yemo and Linine with no power to fight back. Meanwhile, Yemo was running with all his might. However, his face appeared rather calm. "Send a signal flare. If we can join up with Monkey, these people are not worth fearing," Yemo said calmly. "I misjudged. I didn't expect the leader to actually be a high-tier coffin master," Linine said, not understanding Yemo's confidence, revealing a nasty smile on her face. "Even if the four of us join forces, we might not be able to defeat him." Upon hearing this, Yemo's eyes flashed with a gleam as he said, "How can we know without trying?" Chapter 31. Yema, high-level coffin masters completely crush us in both spiritual power and destructive strength. Linine quickly shook her head, denying Yema's idea. Although he is only a high-level 2-star, if he attacks, he can destroy a 3-story house with a single blow. At the early stage, the gap wasn't too big. But once it reached high level, every star difference would show a significant change in power. A high-level 9-star coffin master's coffin spirit can flatten a 10-story building using regular skills. Its attack range can reach dozens of meters in diameter. Even though the skeletal centaur behind them is only level 32, its attack is already something Lin Yin cannot defend against. Seeing the serious expression on Lin Yin's face, Yema thought for a moment and decided to reveal his trump card. "I have a method that can kill a leader-level coffin spirit. But I need you to cooperate fully," Yema said calmly. Lin Yin knew Yema wouldn't joke at a time like this, but disbelief still showed in her eyes as she asked, "You tell me the method first, if it's feasible, we can give it a try." However, at this moment, an angry shout came from 100 meters behind them. "Hee, kid, you still want to run? Just die." Hearing the angry shout, Yema and Lin Yin quickly turned around. In the next second, they saw Zhao Long's skeletal centaur swinging the spear in its hand, directly unleashing a ghostly blue spear wave towards them. A whistling sound arose, and a spear wave as high as 10 zhang flew towards the ground, cutting a half-meter deep trench. "Dodge!" Yema shouted softly, leaping to the side, rolling several times on the ground to move away. Seeing this, Lin Yin did the same. At that moment, the spear wave rushed in an instant. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly cracked open, flying sand and stones, with countless violent gusts of air pushed outward, shredding the surrounding bushes to pieces. That was close. No wonder it's a high-level coffin master. That attack is too strong. Yema gasped, panting heavily. Beside him, Lin Yin also showed distress on her face. Without thinking much, she took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. "Monkey and the others will come over as soon as they see this. You tell me your plan," Lin Yin asked seriously. Yema glanced at Chi-Chi in his arms, placed her on the ground, then pointed at her and said, "If I say Chi-Chi is an S-level coffin spirit, capable of fully reviving a dying coffin spirit, do we have a chance to kill this high-level coffin master?" Lin Yin was taken aback, her face filled with disbelief as she looked at him, trembling as she asked, "Are you serious? Do you think I would joke with my life?" Yema nodded. "An S-level coffin spirit, that's just too monstrous. If that's the case, then why are we running? Let's fight it out." Lin Yin's eyes burst with battle intent. You have to know, her white phantom has unparalleled speed. Even a leader-level skeletal centaur would struggle to keep up. As long as she commands the white phantom to attack the high-level coffin master, forcing him to just order the centaur to defend. In that case, the threat from the other black-robed people would be much smaller. Yema, I'll hold off that high-level coffin master. You take care of the others. As long as you can hold on for 2 minutes until Monkey and the others arrive, it will be much easier for us. Lin Yin instructed Yema. Okay. Yema responded immediately. At that moment, Zhao Long rode the centaur and swiftly appeared in front of them, a look of disdain on his face. Hee, you are Yema, right? You really are something, not only killing our tomb-seeking team member's family, but also offending 3 employers. Today, you die for no reason. You offended 3 employers? Yemo's brows furrowed, and his face turned incredibly grim. He clearly remembered that, including the butcher's words, he had only offended 3 people. But now, the news from Zhao Long was that, including the butcher, there were a total of 4. So, who was the extra one? At this moment, Yemo couldn't think too much and had to focus on everything at hand. Without hesitation, his hand suddenly emitted a burst of spiritual power, summoning the tyrant from the contract space. Roar! A violent roar sounded, and the tyrant radiated an extremely furious aura, then stood in front of Yemo. Beside him, Lin Yin was stunned at this scene again. Yemo, you can actually summon 2 coffin spirits at the same time? What kind of monster are you? Seeing this, Zhao Long was first stunned, then burst into laughter with the several black-robed people beside him. Ah, kid, daring to summon a level 9 zombie. Are you asking it to go deliver itself to death? Vice Captain, this kid is only a novice coffin master. I feel like I could crush him with 1 hand. Oh really? You think you can crush me with 1 hand? Yemo sneered coldly, then his heart moved, and he said coldly, Tyrant. Try your new skill. As soon as these words were said, the tyrant let out an angry roar, and its clawed arm crackled with lightning. In the blink of an eye, it formed a long knife made of condensed lightning energy and swung it at the black-robed person who had just spoken. There was a loud bang. The lightning knife was as fast as lightning. Before the black-robed person could react, it struck him instantly, turning him into char and scattering him across the ground. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Zhao Long was also shocked inside. A previous employer had told him that Yemo's coffin spirit could kill people several levels above it, and he hadn't quite believed it. Although Yemo was relying on surprise now, the fact was he had killed an enemy more than 10 levels above. However, fortunately, such an attack was not enough to harm a high-level coffin master, so Zhao Long didn't take it too seriously. Hee, kid. Daring to ambush my brother. It seems that the price for your head will go up several times. Zhao Long said with a strong killing intent. Next, he instructed the remaining 2 black-robed people, this kid is left to you. As long as you are careful, he will definitely not be your opponent. Captain, you can rest assured. We won't make such a low-level mistake. You can deal with that woman first. We will bring this kid's head to see you later. Hee, Captain, when you get bored, remember to share the bounty with us. Chapter 32, The Terrifying Flame. Lin Yin listened to the 3's conversation and saw the lewd expression in their eyes, her eyebrows tightened. It was clear that, even if they parted ways with Yemo at first, these people would not easily let her go. Thinking of this, Lin Yin's face was covered with frost, and killing intent spread. Karina, use Ghost Shadow to attack, and completely suppress the centaur and its coffin master. Lin Yin said coldly. Hearing this, the white phantom slightly nodded, a gleam of cold light flashing in her eyes. Then her figure instantly disappeared into the air, entering an invisible state. Yemo saw this scene and did not idle, immediately speaking out, Chi-Chi, use Cold Ghost to cover the white phantom and the tyrant. As soon as the words fell, Chi-Chi burst forth with an extremely pure spiritual energy. Several ghostly figures like balls flew out in an instant, circling around the white phantom and the tyrant. Because the white phantom was already invisible, the ghosts also hid along with her. Lin Yin felt that the skill released by Chi-Chi was extraordinary, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Because from the feedback given by the white shadow, the power brought by these ghosts is extremely strong. At that moment, the white shadow moved like lightning, instantly appearing behind Zhao Long like a ghost. Immediately after, the white shadow extended a pair of claws exuding terrifying coldness, fiercely slashing towards Zhao Long's neck. Feeling the chilling murderous intent behind him, Zhao Long was initially startled. Then he shouted coldly, Blue Flame Shield. The next second, intense flames erupted from the feet of the skeleton centaur, instantly wrapping around Zhao Long, forming a high-temperature blue flame shield. At that moment, the white shadow's attack heavily struck the flame shield. With a loud bang, a violent explosion sounded, and the white shadow's arm instantly blew apart, flying back over 10 meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground. The originally white uniform was now covered in dust, looking incredibly disheveled. It actually has a damage-reflecting shield? We are in big trouble. Lin Yin's pupils suddenly constricted, a rare drop of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. However, the next scene made her heart calm down a lot. Because the ghost surrounding the white shadow began to emit strange energy, quickly repairing its shattered arm. In the blink of an eye, the destroyed arm of the white shadow had fully recovered. Seeing this, Zhao Long's face turned extremely ugly, and he shouted, "This is impossible. The fire of the centaur is the fire of the dead and has corrosive effects. How can these small ghosts ignore the corrosion? Could it be that this zombie has high potential?" Zhao Long quickly turned to look at Chi-Chi beside Yimo, his eyes filled with immense greed, secretly thinking, "I'll kill this kid first. Then take his coffin spirit." As if noticing Zhao Long's gaze, Yimo's expression turned extremely grim. "Yimo, I didn't expect this guy's coffin spirit to have a shield. Looks like the white shadow has no way to deal with him." Lin Yin looked at Yimo, took a deep breath, and said helplessly, "This guy seems to target you first, I can only try my best to stop him." After Lin Yin finished speaking, she again shouted sweetly, "Burst all speed to suppress the centaur." Upon hearing this, the white shadow's figure suddenly flickered, turning into shadows that were impossible to see, launching relentless attacks towards Zhao Long and the centaur. In just a few seconds, the white shadow launched over 100 attacks at Zhao Long. And the blue flame shield was pierced with many small holes, as if it were glass, by the cold ice power added to the white shadow's claws. In the end, the blue flame shield was gradually consumed little by little. Zhao Long watched the centaur's flame shield being broken piece by piece and became furious. "Woman, if you surrender, I promise I won't torment you. I will only make you happy." "You're dreaming." Lin Yin's eyes flashed with anger as she urged the white shadow to charge again. Meanwhile, Yimo also had the tyrant entangle with the other two black-robed coffin spirits. Due to the significant difference in ranks, the tyrant could only defend itself against two opponents. And Yimo didn't dare to let the tyrant use the supermaterial penetration. Because not to mention that the supermaterial penetration requires preparation. Moreover, without control, this move is relatively difficult to hit the enemy, and just the massive spiritual power consumption was also a bit much for Yimo to handle. Soon, the white shadow was repeatedly battered by the centaur, but with the presence of the cold ghost agent, these injuries healed at an extremely fast speed, turning the white shadow into an unkillable cockroach. As if sensing Chi-Chi's troublesome ability, Zhao Long directly stopped considering Lin Yin and charged towards Yimo. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so difficult. Looks like I have to deal with you first." Zhao Long's tone was filled with murderous intent. At that moment, a deafening sound of footsteps rang out. From the nearby mountains and forests, 4 figures rushed out. Leading the charge was a 3-meter-tall white ape and a skeleton wizard, followed closely by a monkey and Qin Dong. "Injia! We're here to help you," the monkey shouted loudly. Lin Yin turned her head and a look of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes, quickly saying, "You two help Yimo deal with those 2 black-robed men first. Then we will kill this high-level coffin master together." Upon hearing this, the monkey and Qin Dong instantly targeted the 2 black-robed men. The 2 black-robed men couldn't help but show fear on their faces upon seeing this. After all, this woman alone could hold back their vice leader. And now, 2 coffin masters who were not weak at all were here, which made them feel great pressure. "Captain, we seem to be no match for those 2, one black-robed man retreated 2 steps back." Zhao Long, upon hearing this, felt a surge of rage emanate from his heart and then roared. "What a bunch of useless trash. You have embarrassed our ghost tomb-seeking team. If you 2 cowards are afraid, then get out of my way. Die. Centaur. Use your death charge. Attack indiscriminately." After Zhao Long finished speaking, he wildly summoned his spiritual energy. In an instant, spiritual energy surged into the centaur's body. A sense of deathly oppression immediately spread out. The centaur's eyes emitted eerie blue flames, and towering phantoms appeared around it. Looking around, all these were its clones, and there were more than 100 of them. The next second, these phantoms erupted with waves of soul fire and charged out in all directions, turning the nearest 2 black-robed men to ashes. As the centaur's phantoms surged, countless flames began to ignite on the ground, like corridors of fire. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters was engulfed, transforming into a roaring sea of fire. "Run!" Yimo shouted. Seeing this, the others immediately ran for their lives. At this moment, these phantoms seemed relentless as they chased toward Yimo and the others. Damn! Is this what a high-level coffin master is like? We can't even get close. Hurry up and run. Don't even think about getting close. The flames have ignited the ground, it's terrifying. Chapter 33 Together. Quickly, the group rushed into the forest. Along the way, Qingdong ordered the skeleton wizard to cast more than 10 fog spells, briefly blocking Zhaolong's vision. However, the effect of these spells was minimal, lasting less than 2 seconds against the burning flames. We need to hide in the forest and endure this round of attacks before discussing our next move. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Qingdong's forehead. The large consumption of the coffin spirit's skills had nearly drained his spiritual energy. Now, he had almost bottomed out on spiritual energy, and if he forced the coffin spirits to use any more skills, he might pass out. Donzi, you've worked hard. You should rest for a while. Seeing this, the monkey immediately had the white ape carry Qingdong on its back. Yimo, now there's only this one high-level coffin master left. Do you still have enough spiritual energy? If Chi-Chi can't continue to assist us, we should wait until you recover before we kill him. Lin Yin's face showed grave concern. Upon hearing this, the monkey and Qingdong were stunned. Unbelievable expressions flashed in their eyes. Damn, Yin Jia, are you kidding? That guy behind is a high-level coffin master. Even if we team up, we are definitely not his match. Lin, let's call for help. As long as we get into the mountain, that guy, even being a high-level coffin master, would find it hard to easily locate us. Unless he goes crazy and sets the mountain on fire, Qingdong advised. Upon hearing this, Lin, without speaking, he just fixed his gaze on Yimo. At this moment, Yimo calmly said, my spiritual power doesn't have much effect. In fact, if your coffin spirits can control that guy for 10 seconds, it's enough. My tyrant has a skill that needs to charge for a few seconds. The power of this skill has reached the commander level, and it can definitely kill the skeletal centaur. Wow! Is that really possible? A level 9 tyrant actually has such a terrifying skill. I'm starting to suspect that you are a member of some super large base city family. Monkey said in shock. Lin was no stranger to this, because in her view, Yimo belonged to the kind whose trump cards kept coming, and could not be regarded as an ordinary person. Qingdong was also greatly shocked upon hearing Yimo's explanation. However, he did not express his surprise as exaggeratedly as Monkey did. As if he thought of something, he spoke, we definitely can't stop him for 10 seconds. The flame he's releasing is something we can't resist. Let's think of other ways. At this moment, Lin directly interrupted him, then pointed to the coffin spirit held in Yimo's arms, named Chi-Chi, and explained. Qingdong, you don't need to worry about this. The coffin spirit in Yimo's arms is S-class, and can continuously heal our coffin spirit's injuries, and allow our attacks to add ice attributes. More importantly, it can bring the dying coffin spirits back to their peak state. But we don't know how long the phantom of the centaur's death charge will last. If that flame dissipates, we can take action. At that time, we can control the centaur, and Yimo can kill it. Lin Yin's eyes flashed with madness. After this statement, Monkey and Qingdong were once again shocked and speechless. The look in their eyes when they looked at Yimo began to fill with fear. S-class? Monkey glanced at the little zombie in Yimo's arms and couldn't help but swallow hard. Yimo, have you gone against the heavens? You actually contracted an S-class coffin spirit. Alright, now is not the time for this, let's wait for the centaur's skill to disappear. Lin said calmly. Soon, the group arrived at a steep slope. This place was an excellent defensive position for them. In such a location, the centaur would find it hard to unleash all its advantages. Moreover, the group believed that the death charge they had just seen was likely the centaur's ultimate move, which could not be used again in a short time. Ah, you all run. I wonder how far you can escape. At the bottom of the slope, Zhaolong rode on the skeletal centaur, looking at Yimo and the others with a dismissive expression. At this moment, Yimo looked at the skeletal centaur, and a clear data panel began to emerge. Coffin Spirit, Phantom Knight. Race, Undead. Level, LV.32 Commander Level, 31 to 39 level. Seal Level, Sea Level Golden Mysterious Coffin, Level Cap 49. Talent, Ghostfire, Soul Restraint, collect souls below its own level and enslave them. Skills, Rapid Charge, Tier 3, Spear Chi, Elemental Shield, Tier 3, Instant Step, Trample, Intermediate Healing, Tier 2, Flame Burn, Tier 3. Ultimate Skill, Death Charge, summons all ghostly phantoms to charge at the target. During the charge, it is in an unstoppable state and creates a sea of ghost fire. Defect, after the ghostly phantoms dissipate, it takes a long time to recondense. Familiarity, 60, Obedient. Current state, Exhausted. Evolution count, 2 times, route can be checked. Introduction, from Ghost Island. An overseer among the skeletal knights, a bane to spirits and evil ghosts. Average strength and average attack. Seeing the Phantom Knights panel, Yimo felt a breath of relief. So this guy is already exhausted. It is absolutely impossible for him to use Death Charge again in a short time. Yimo's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. At that moment, Zhao Long began to shout again, undeterred by Yi Mo and the others. "You few come down and die." After saying that, he directly commanded the centaur, waving out a gun wave several meters wide toward the hillside. In the blink of an eye, the giant rocks on the hillside were instantly smashed into pieces by this attack. Seeing this, Yi Mo and the others quickly retreated, narrowly dodging this attack. "We can't avoid battle anymore. He can't use the death charge again. This is an opportunity for us," Yi Mo seriously said to the three beside him. Hearing this, the three quickly nodded. "Good. Let's let the coffin spirit attack. Yi Mo, the life of our coffin spirit is in your hands. Don't let everyone down," Lin said with a serious tone. "Rest assured, as long as I control it, I won't miss." Yi Mo displayed a confident look on his face. In the next second, the four directly commanded their respective coffin spirits to charge down the hillside toward Xiaolong. Thanks to Chi-Chi's protection, the frost fairy power actually directly withstood the burning of the ghost fire, and the coffin spirits of several people, like crazed lunatics, ignored any attacks they received and fought the centaur with their lives. The white phantom constantly ambushed Xiaolong, exhausting him in defense. Meanwhile, the gravekeeper white ape relied on its size and strength advantage, fiercely smashing its fists down onto the bones of the centaur. The skeleton wizard summoned swirling black mist, enveloping the surrounding area, creating opportunities for the tyrant to attack. "Yi Mo. This guy can't get out for a while. You can prepare your big move," Lin quickly reminded. The monkey also said with a worried face, "Yi Mo. Hurry. I've got the white ape holding onto the centaur tightly. It can't move now." Upon hearing this, Yi Mo nodded. In the next second, a blood-red energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the black mist, brewing an extremely terrifying power. Zhao Long felt the strength of this energy and felt a chill down his back. A surge of fear arose. "What trick is this? It actually threatens me." Zhao Long roared in anger, commanding the centaur to swing the spear wildly. In an instant, countless severed limbs and broken arms flew out from the black mist, and the white phantom and the gravekeeper white ape were directly stabbed into a beehive by the spear, sent flying dozens of meters away. "Ha, you still want to stop me? Dream on!" Zhao Long shouted angrily, preparing to ride the ghost knight to attack Yi Mo and the others. However, before he could take a step out of the black mist, the blood-red energy began to stir restlessly. Then there was a loud bang. A towering blood-red light column rose up, and a violent storm spread outwards, blowing away the black mist. At the original location, Zhao Long and the ghost knight were nowhere to be found, leaving behind a 10-meter wide pit, emanating waves of destructive aura. Chapter 34, Completing the Mission, Sharing Experience. Looking at the big pit before them, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Mo panted heavily, his face showing excitement. This strike from the tyrant had nearly depleted 80% of his spirit power. Using such a large amount of spirit power made this strike possess terrifying power, directly ensuring that the ghost knight and Zhao Long were dead beyond recovery. Just then, several mechanical system voices sounded in Yi Mo's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task, gaining the special ability, Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. When any coffin spirit kills a monster, other coffin spirits will gain the same experience." Ding! The tyrant successfully killed LV.32 Ghost Knight, experience doubled, gaining experience points plus 5,000. Ding! Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing activated, your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi gained experience points plus 5,000. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV.10 Servant level. Experience required for next level 3060/3800. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to LV.7 Servant level. Experience required for next level 1000/2240. Hearing the system's prompts, Yi Mo could only feel an overwhelming shock. Ha, truly worthy of a level 32 coffin spirit. It actually added 5,000 experience points. One alone is worth the experience of over 100 monsters. This experience sharing is so fierce. Yi Mo felt exceptionally excited in his heart. For all coffin masters, raising the experience of their coffin spirits is incredibly difficult. Many coffin masters rarely choose to raise multiple coffin spirits together when their strength isn't strong enough, because it consumes too many resources and time. They usually select one promising coffin spirit to serve as their main battle spirit. Only after the main battle spirit reaches maximum level do they then choose other high-potential coffin spirits to train. So most coffin masters who have contracted multiple coffin spirits will always find that the strength of their other coffin spirits is far below that of the main battle spirit. Of course, there are many young masters from large families who do not fall into this category, as their families provide enough resources for them to squander. Even if they have contracted multiple coffin spirits, their strength won't be much worse than that of the main battle spirit. This way, I won't have to level them up one by one anymore. With coffin spirit sharing, the experience from killing one monster won't be split among the coffin spirits, but rather, everyone will receive the same experience. Yimo's heart felt incredibly relieved. You must understand, without experience sharing, this time when killing the Ghost Knight, Tyrant and Chi-Chi would have split the experience into 2,500 points. With this, it's equivalent to the experience becoming double. This is simply too awesome. Beside him, Linine and others showed anxious expressions, looking at the white phantoms and other coffin spirits dozens of meters away. Their coffin spirits were seriously injured and were almost at the brink of death. If they delayed for a few more minutes, they would definitely die without a doubt. However, Linine did not urge Emo but nervously waited for him to regain his spiritual power. In their view, Emo's attack this time consumed too much. After depleting spiritual power, a coffin master feels dizzy, fatigued, or in a daze, which is normal. However, they didn't know that Emo's daze was because of the shock from the reward given by the system. Sensing the heavy atmosphere around him, Emo immediately returned to his thoughts and turned to look at the others. Seeing Emo come back to his senses, Linine and the others became even more nervous. Emo, how much of your spiritual power has recovered? Can Chi-Chi act to save our coffin spirits? Linine eagerly asked. Brother Yi. This time it really depends on you, you can't let us down. You must bring our brother's coffin spirits back. The monkey said, looking like he was about to cry, nervously speaking. Hearing this, Emo immediately showed a faint smile, giving them a reassuring look, and said, Don't worry, they will soon be lively again. After saying this, Emo quickly looked at Chi-Chi beside him, then gently patted her head. Chi-Chi, it's your turn now. Hearing this, Chi-Chi instantly showed a cute smile. Then she activated Instant Step, leaving a ghostly image in the blink of an eye. Wow, this little girl can actually use Instant Step? What level is she right now? Is this an S-rank coffin spirit? Its potential is truly insane. The others were extremely shocked, discussing among themselves. And just as they were talking, a pure and cold power erupted around Chi-Chi. In an instant, the ground around them was coated with a layer of white frost, and as the temperature dropped, the air became a bit chilling. The white frost rapidly spread, turning into thick ice, covering a 10-meter diameter area with solid ice. The White Phantoms, Gravekeeper White Ape, and Skeleton Wizard were all frozen in the ice, becoming 3 icy coffins emitting cold air. Seeing this, the monkey's face suddenly turned pale, and he hurriedly said to Emo, Oh no? Brother Yi, your coffin spirit must have used the wrong skill. This is not healing, this is going to freeze them to death. Linine and Qingdong both felt a tightness in their hearts, fearing something unexpected might happen. Let's hurry over and take a look. After saying that, the three of them ran towards the direction of the ice coffin. As they approached the area covered in ice, they all felt a shiver run through their bodies. However, this chill was not harmful, instead, it made their minds clear and alert. Wow! You guys look at what's inside the ice coffin. The monkey got close to the ice coffin and saw movement inside, immediately unable to hold back a shout. Linine and Qingdong hurriedly leaned closer when they heard him. Inside the ice coffin, an odd energy was radiating, and the 3 coffin spirits that had been grievously injured by the Ghost Knight were rapidly healing. In just a few seconds, the injuries of the 3 coffin spirits vanished, and they became whole again, as if they had never been harmed. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the ice coffin suddenly shattered. 3 figures radiating vibrant energy jumped out from the ice coffin, letting out excited roars. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Linine, looking at the now fully restored White Spectre, quickly expressed her gratitude to Chi-Chi. The monkey and Qingdong also showed excited smiles upon seeing this. Chapter 35, Dividing the Spoils. Emo saw that the coffin spirits had restored and showed a gentle smile. Seemingly thinking of something, he shifted his gaze to the large pit. Then, he walked directly towards the large pit. At this time, the tyrant lay exhausted in the pit. Tyrant, you've worked hard. Emo said with a faint smile. The tyrant let out a low roar in response. Alright, just rest for a bit now. It's safe now. As he spoke, Yemo's spiritual power shimmered, summoning the silver coffin and bringing the tyrant into the contract space. I wonder if that high-level coffin master left anything useful. It shouldn't all be destroyed by the tyrant's skills, right? Yemo pondered, looking toward the bottom of the pit and surveying the area. The pit was charred and exuded an unpleasant odor. As Yemo carefully searched, he suddenly spotted a leather backpack and a crystal emitting blue flames hidden beneath the soil. Could this be that guy's space backpack? And this flame crystal should be the energy core of the Ghost Knight. Yemo was momentarily stunned and jumped into the pit. He then began to dig up the dirt, retrieving the backpack and subsequently unearthing the flame crystal. Small space backpack, contains 10 cubic meters of storage space, unexpected gains await when opened. Ghostfire Soul Crystal, 4th rank, contains powerful soul energy, one of the core materials for undead coffin spirit evolution, can also be used to enhance coffin spirit skill intensity. The information about the two items appeared before Yemo's eyes, and an excited smile returned to his face. A space backpack from a high-level coffin master must have quite a few good things. Yemo murmured. He glanced at the Ghostfire soul crystal in his hand, and with a thought, placed it into his space warehouse. This item was a material left behind after a leader-level coffin spirit died, and it was also a core for the 4th rank evolution of undead coffin spirits. Its value was absolutely immeasurable. If sold on the market, it could easily fetch over 1 billion great Xia coins. Thinking of this, Yemo's heart grew even more fervent. As soon as I get the Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20, I must find a time to sell this Ghostfire core. Yemo had many thoughts about the upcoming coffin spirit appraisal meeting. At first, he couldn't afford to buy unidentified coffin spirits due to lack of money, nor could he seize any bargains. But now, if he were to get 1 billion great Xia coins, at least I can pick up 2 unidentified coffins. You should know, coffins with B-level potential or above are worth far more than 500 million, and A-level is even harder to measure with money. As long as I can bid on a coffin spirit above B-level and then sell it to others, I will have the qualification to compete for even higher potential coffin spirits. Yemo thought to himself. Just then, Linine and others arrived at the edge of the deep pit with their respective coffin spirits. Chi-Chi jumped down into the deep pit and crawled onto Yemo's shoulder before anyone noticed. Everyone looked at the space backpack in Yemo's hand, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Wow, Brother Yi! Is that the space backpack left by the high-level coffin master? The monkey's face showed excitement. Hurry up and open it to see what good stuff is inside. Yemo was somewhat startled upon hearing this. However, since the high-level coffin master was killed by the 4 of them working together, the items in this space backpack, as well as the Ghostfire core, should be evenly split with Linine and the others. Without thinking too much, Yemo revealed a faint smile, then jumped into the deep pit and directly opened the space backpack in front of everyone, pouring its contents onto the ground. A clattering sound rang out. In an instant, the ground was filled with hundreds of various items. Most of them were coffin spirit cultivation materials and various weapons, while a few were crystals radiating different lights and rare evolution materials. Wow, so many materials. We're gonna make a fortune. The monkey's face instantly lit up with excitement. Qingdong's eyes were also glued to this pile of materials, his face filled with shock. Linning glanced at her partners and couldn't help but snort. Have you two never seen the world? You can't take your eyes off this little bit of material? Yemo, you should keep these materials, they won't be much use to us. As soon as this was said, the monkey and Qingdong immediately reacted, their faces turning awkward. Yemo looked at Linine in confusion, puzzlement in his tone as he said, Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Linine nodded. Hearing this, Yemo grew even more appreciative of Linine. You should know, although they had cooperated through life and death, the most feared thing after killing the enemy and obtaining so much loot is the greed arising, leading to unfair division and ultimately mutual killing. Yemo also admitted he was greedy, but without the help of the few before him, he wouldn't only fail to complete the system task but might also lose his life. So no matter what, Yemo would not take advantage of them. Thinking of this, Yemo took out the Ghostfire soul crystal from the space warehouse. Actually, that centaur left this as well. Yemo had a smile on his lips. Linine and others' eyes instantly flashed with shock, while they gave high praise for Yemo's character in their hearts. Wow! Yemo! Can you give me this Ghostfire soul crystal? Qingdong looked at the faint blue flame crystal in Yemo's hand, turning increasingly agitated. No, not give it to me, sell it to me. I'm willing to pay 1 billion for it. Qingdong said somewhat incoherently. Although his skeleton wizard had completed its evolution. This Ghostfire soul crystal was also the most important evolution material for the skeleton wizard's next evolution. Moreover, the skeleton wizard's attack ability was weak. If the Ghostfire soul crystal was used to enhance the skeleton wizard's skills, it would lead to a qualitative change. It could directly elevate the skeleton wizard to a powerful offensive coffin spirit. We can split this thing equally. Just give me 250 million. Yemo said calmly. As he spoke, he tossed the Ghostfire soul crystal directly to Qingdong. Qingdong caught the soul crystal, his face becoming extremely excited, then he looked at Yemo and expressed gratitude, saying, What I said, 1 billion is 1 billion. Without you, the 4 of us would be dead. Speaking of which, you saved everyone's life. Because we didn't put in much effort to kill that high-level coffin master. Upon hearing this, both Linine and the monkey showed a hint of a smile. Yeah, Brother Yi. We won't share these things with you. If it weren't for you, we would all be corpses now, the monkey said seriously. That doesn't seem right. After all, that high-level coffin master was coming after me, Yemo shook his head. Linine thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes looking at Yimo. She said, Yimo, how about this? If there are any items we need in this pile of materials, just sell them to us at a friendly price. This way, we can save a lot of trouble searching for materials. Seeing that the few people kept refusing, Yimo agreed. Since that's the case, I won't push it away anymore. Consider this as me owing you a favor. If you need my help in the future, just contact me directly. Yimo said seriously. Hearing this, Linine and the others immediately showed excitement on their faces. You have to know, Yimo's talent is obvious to all. He is truly a monster among geniuses. Although Yimo's strength is not strong right now, he will definitely become someone admired later. With the favor from him, and having gained his friendship. When Yimo grows up, they could completely walk confidently in the Dasha kingdom. Linine, the materials needed for your white phantom to evolve into a blood angel seem to all be here. You should take a look. Yimo pointed to the pile of materials on the ground while looking at the excited Linine. Hearing this, Linine quickly leaned forward, excitedly holding Yimo's hand, saying, Really? Can you help me find them? Of course it's true. Do you not recognize these materials? Yimo looked at Linine beside him, looking dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, Linine's face rarely showed a hint of embarrassment, looking a little shy. Chapter 36, Huge Gains, Preparing to Return to the City. At the scene of sharing the spoils, Yimo suddenly became the model worker. For the materials that Linine and the others needed, Yimo did not hesitate and directly arranged them for a few people. He picked out a few items emitting a bloody aura from the large pile of materials and tossed them to Linine. Linine received the slaughter heart, bloody blade, and demon tail thrown by Yimo. A bright smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Yimo. For these materials, I'll give you 100 million, does that sound good? Linine's gentle voice came out. Seemingly recalling something, Linine quickly took out a black card and handed it to Yimo. By the way, including the previous condition I agreed to, I owe you a total of 200 million. I'll give you this card, there's over 200 million in there. Linine smiled. Yimo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, slowly accepting the black card she handed over, excitedly saying, Thank you, rich lady. Hearing this, Linine rolled her eyes at Yimo, seemingly not liking being called a rich lady. Then she handed the materials in her hand directly to the white phantom, preparing for it to evolve into a blood angel. A few minutes later, Yimo also helped the monkey check the evolution path of the Gravekeeper White Ape. Unfortunately, although the Gravekeeper White Ape had 4 evolution paths, there was no hidden route. So the evolution path of the Gravekeeper White Ape was entirely up to the monkey's preference for decision. Fortunately, among the heap of materials left by Zhao Long, there were just 2 items needed for the Gravekeeper White Ape to evolve. Yimo handed them directly to the monkey without a second thought. Since these things were not very valuable, Yimo did not take any money from the other party. As for the soul crystal of Ghostfire taken by Qin Dong, it was considered the most valuable existence among this batch of materials. Under the strong insistence of the other party, Yimo ultimately accepted the 1 billion Dasha coins transferred from the other party's father. 1.2 billion, TSK. It seems I need to make a trip back to Fengyue City's outer city in the next couple of days. Yimo was thrilled in his heart, thinking, I just don't know how much these useless materials can be sold for. If I can sell them for 200 or 300 million, that would be enough. Very soon. As Lin Yin's coffin spirit evolved into a blood robe angel, the few of them hurriedly walked 2 kilometers in the night and finally found a cave at the edge of a canyon. They planned to rest here for the night. Alright, it should be safe here. I think the group from the ghost-seeking tomb team won't get the news so quickly, Yimo said, leaning against the wall of the cave. Lin Yin and the others nodded in agreement. They then sent their coffin spirits to the cave entrance to act as guards. The next morning, a ray of light shone into the cave. Yimo slowly opened his eyes, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Because the system voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has absorbed a large number of zombie crystal cores, and all ordinary skills have been upgraded to level 2. Please open the panel to check. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, successfully absorbed 50 moon essence stones, experience doubled, total experience gained plus 5,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has successfully consumed 300 blood magic pills, experience doubled, total experience gained plus 3,000. Ding! Due to experience sharing, Chi-Chi gained an additional experience of plus 3,000, and Tyrant gained an additional experience of plus 5,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has been upgraded to level 12, subordinate level. Experience required for the next level 2860/5040. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to level 10, subordinate level. Experience required for the next level 800/3800. They are all above level 10 already, this leveling speed is taking off. Yimo thought, thrilled in his heart. Before going to bed last night, he had given all the materials that Tyrant and Chi-Chi could use to them. Tyrant and Chi-Chi stayed by Yi-Mo's side, quietly absorbing these materials. At first, he did not know the value of these materials until he asked Linine and learned that they were not worth much. For example, the moon essence stone was dug up from the corpse-raising ground in a secret realm, containing a small amount of moon essence, and suitable for cultivating coffin spirits like zombies and demons. A single one is worth around 200,000 dasha coins. And the blood magic pills are even more common, made from the flesh and blood of demons, fused into pills. Although these things are sold in every coffin spirit cultivation store on the market for only a few thousand dasha coins each, they are essential items for coffin masters. Because blood magic pills have the effect of restoring the coffin spirit's stamina and can also be used to cultivate coffin spirits below level 20. Wealthy people only need to spend money madly, using a large number of blood magic pills to raise their coffin spirits, to have a chance to quickly level them up to level 20. Of course, this process is extremely slow. With each level up, the experience gained from blood magic pills will weaken. To directly feed a coffin spirit from level 1 to level 20, at least over 100,000 pills are needed. If it weren't for Yi-Mo's god-level corpse-raising talent that doubled the experience, with Tyrant's current level, at least several hundred pills would be needed just to level up one level. Now that I have over 1 billion, if I take out 100 million to buy tens of thousands of blood magic pills for Tyrant to absorb, I should have the chance to level it up to level 20. At that time, Chi-Chi's level will also be close to level 20. Yi-Mo's mind stirred, and an excited expression appeared on his face. He was greatly looking forward to the evolution of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Furthermore, if he can find something great at the appraisal conference in Jiangnan City next week, plus what Chairman Chen promised him about the rare evolution core for his corpse clan, he would have enough to gather the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi and Tyrant. You should know that the evolution materials for Tyrant are easy to find. But Chi-Chi is an S-level existence. The evolution materials she can use are definitely in units of hundreds of millions, which cannot even be measured with money. Just as Yi-Mo was lost in thought, Lin Yin's voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. She was leaning against the wall at the cave entrance, displaying an immensely proud figure, making Yi-Mo stare in a daze. Yi-Mo, I discussed with the monkeys. We're not planning to go to the secret realm in the Apocalypse Valley anymore. Lin said to Yi-Mo with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Yi-Mo nodded and replied, You all have gathered the evolution materials you need this time. It's indeed unnecessary to go to the secret realm. Why don't you come with us now? Lin looked at Yi-Mo earnestly, her tone carrying a hint of concern. The vice leader of the Ghost Grave Seeking Group was killed by us. If you stay in the Apocalypse Valley, I'm afraid they will continue to send people to find you. If the leader of the Ghost Grave Seeking Group comes, if you're found, your life will definitely be in danger. Yi-Mo thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I was just thinking of going back to sell those excess materials. Then we shouldn't delay, let's hurry back to Fengyue City. Chapter 37, Yi-Mo's phone call. What is wrong with Yi-Mo? I don't know what he is doing. It's been a whole day, and he hasn't replied to any messages. At the entrance of the highlands in Apocalypse Valley, Yi Xiaoyao was distractedly following the training team, moving quickly forward. She occasionally took out her phone to check, and sometimes clenched her fists, showing some anger. For her, Yi-Mo's habit of not replying to messages made her feel exhausted. Ahead of the team, Wen Jing was leading all the trainees, teaching them some practical matters as they walked. At the same time, she was occasionally observing Yi Xiaoyao's condition. When she saw Yi Xiaoyao's angry expression, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Then, after giving the students ahead a reminder, she came to Yi Xiaoyao's side. Xiaoyao, do you have something on your mind? When Jing asked softly, her tone filled with concern, if there is something unhappy, you can talk to the teacher, perhaps the teacher can help you solve it. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao quickly put down her phone, then pouted and said, Isn't it about my annoying brother? It's been over 10 hours. I sent dozens of messages, and he hasn't replied. I don't know what he is doing, it really makes me worried. When Jing's heart couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing this. Maybe your brother is busy. Don't worry, he is an adult now, and he should be fine. When Jing comforted her. I hope so. Anyway, I made a lot of calls, but he didn't answer. Yi Xiaoyao muttered. Hearing this, Lai Nu and Jing's heart trembled, and she fell into a momentary thought. It seems that the Ghost Grave Seeking Group's guys have succeeded. For Yi-Mo, when Jing had initially intended to avoid him. But thinking about how she deprived Yi-Mo of his assessment rights and a series of small actions she took, she felt uneasy in her heart. On the way to Apocalypse Town, she thought for a long time and finally decided to hire someone to deal with Yi-Mo to prevent future troubles. And she was one of the employers of the Ghost Grave Seeking Group. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao's phone suddenly rang. When Jing frowned as soon as she heard the ringtone. Xiaoyao, whose phone is it? When Jing asked unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao raised her eyebrow, a look of confusion in her eyes. Then she picked up her phone to take a look, and seeing the name displayed on the call, her anger instantly vanished. Teacher Wenjing, it's my brother calling. Yi Xiaoyao happily said. Beside her. Wenjing's face instantly stiffened, becoming extremely ugly. How is this possible? How could GMO still be alive? Didn't the ghost grave-seeking group say that several employers wanted to kill him and sent high-level coffin masters? Why is he still alive? Could it be that the group of useless people from the ghost grave-seeking group haven't found him yet? Wenjing was extremely surprised in her heart. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to notice Wenjing's expression. Uncontrollably, she took a glance. Then she looked at her phone and quickly answered the call from Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo. I warn you. You can't leave my messages unanswered for so long. If you make me worry again, I will break your legs on behalf of our deceased parents. Yi Xiaoyao shouted into the phone, her tone laced with a threat. On the other end, Yi-Mo was silent for 2 seconds, his voice sounding a bit dismissive as he replied, Alright, I got it. That's good. Quickly tell me what you were doing last night? Yi Xiaoyao snorted coldly. I went to the Apocalypse Valley for training yesterday and I'm getting ready to return to Fenghui City now, came Yi-Mo's voice from the phone. What? You also went to the Apocalypse Valley yesterday? Then why didn't you come with us? Teacher Wenjing said it was fine for you to follow us. You're really going to drive me crazy. Yi-Mo completely ignored Yi Xiaoyao's words. In his eyes, his younger sister was great in many ways, but she had a severe tendency to meddle. No matter what he did, she always had to inquire. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao had a strong controlling desire. Although she was 2 years younger, she completely saw herself as the head of the family. By the way, have you started training with the teacher yet? Yi-Mo directly ignored Yi Xiaoyao's complaints and asked casually. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao didn't continue the dispute and quickly replied, Yes, I'm with the class now, preparing to enter the Apocalypse Valley. So are you on the left or right side of the river? Right side. Great, I'm also on the right side. Just stay by the riverbank and don't go into the forest by the canyon. I expect to meet you in about an hour. I have some materials for nurturing demons to give you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-Mo hung up the phone. Classmate Xiaoyao, your brother is also in the Apocalypse Valley? He's going to meet us soon? Wenjing frowned, a look of concern appearing on her face. Seeing her expression, Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel more puzzled. It seemed that her teacher had some worries and didn't want to meet her older brother. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyao asked in confusion, My brother said he will come to find me. Oh, then it's quite dangerous for him to be alone, Wenjing said, her worry evident in her voice. After a moment of thought, she looked at Yi Xiaoyao, her concern deepening, and urgently said, Your brother is a beginner coffin master who has contracted with zombies. He actually dares to be alone in the Apocalypse Valley. This is simply insane. I'll go to get him first. You all stay with the instructor from Class 3 for now. After saying this, Wenjing found the instructor from Class 3 and gave a quick instruction before summoning a raven man to fly her deep into the Apocalypse Valley. Hello, what's going on with you Ghost Tomb Seeking team? Why has it taken so long to kill the target you were rewarded for? In the sky, the Raven Man was holding Wenjing as they flew swiftly. Meanwhile, Wenjing called the contact for the Ghost Tomb Seeking team, her tone filled with questioning. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Our vice captain arrived at the Apocalypse Valley last night and found the target. The targeted person is definitely dead, there's no way they could still be alive, came an angry voice from the other end. Impossible? Wenjing's eyes instantly flashed with intense killing intent as she coldly said, The target sister is one of my students, they just spoke on the phone. The person I want you to kill is still alive. You failed. How could this be? Our vice captain is a high-level coffin master, how could he fail? Whether he failed or not, don't you check? I can't believe your tomb-seeking team is still famous in Fenghui City. I didn't expect you wouldn't be able to handle such a simple matter. Truly useless. Wenjing scolded, completely shedding her usual gentle teacher image. Hearing this, the other end of the phone immediately fell silent. Miss, please be patient, I will check if the situation is true and give you a reply in 2 minutes. No need, I will kill the target myself. Chapter 38 Come to pick you up. At the base of the ghost-seeking tomb team. At this moment, the operator's expression was extremely anxious. After making several calls to Zhao Long, his phone kept showing it was off. Suddenly remembering that Zhao Long took 4 subordinates to Doomsday Valley, he hurriedly dialed these people's numbers. Finally, after making 3 calls, one person answered the phone. At this time, the operator could no longer hold back and questioned through the phone, What's going on with you guys? Why didn't you answer the calls? Where's the deputy team leader? Why hasn't the mission assigned by the team leader been completed? As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence on the phone for a moment. The one who answered the call was one of the two black-robed individuals chased away by Monkey and Qingdong last night. At first, they planned to meet up with Zhao Long and the others. But on the way back, they saw Zhao Long ordering the Ghost Knight to unleash powerful attacks indiscriminately, killing other companions. This made the two of them immediately give up the idea of meeting Zhao Long, choosing instead to save their own lives. The deputy leader is dead. A cold voice came from the phone. What? How could Brother Zhao be dead? Are you kidding me? He is a high-level coffin master. Even in Fengyue City, he is highly regarded. Who in Fengyue City doesn't know the reputation of our ghost-seeking tomb team? How could anyone dare to kill him? The operator shouted into the phone. Hearing this, the black-robed person snorted coldly. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I can only tell you that the deputy leader was too careless and was killed by the target, who teamed up with 3 mid-level coffin masters holding golden coffins. I will report this to the team leader. If you took any pictures of those 3, hurry up and send them back. If not, just return to the base and discuss it. The operator instructed. After finishing, he hung up the phone directly and hurriedly ran towards the courtyard where the team leader was. At the riverbank, Yemo and others were running quickly. Suddenly, a black spot appeared in the sky not far away. Seemingly sensing the anomaly in the sky, Yemo and the others all looked up. Yemo, it looks like someone is coming. Linin said, narrowing her beautiful eyes and inspecting the black figure in the sky, speaking cautiously. Yemo nodded, and he saw a golden light flash in his eyes. The silhouette in the sky instantly became clear in his vision. It's actually her? Why did she come out alone without her class? Yemo murmured. Yemo? Do you know this person? Linin asked curiously. This is my former mentor and also my little sister's homeroom teacher. So she is Brother Ye's mentor. I thought it was the leader of the ghost-seeking tomb team coming. You almost scared my heart out. Monkey looked at the figure in the sky and immediately let out a breath of relief. Hearing this, Qingdong couldn't help but twitch his eyes and said, Monkey, it's better for you to say less with your cursed mouth. If we really encounter them, we will be wiped out. Upon hearing this, Monkey stopped speaking, trembling with fear in his heart. All this time, the group remained tense, running quickly while occasionally checking for anomalies around them. Due to the darkness of last night, the 2 black-robed individuals who escaped from Qingdong and Monkey's subordinates had not appeared. Linin also sent out the blood-clothed angel to search for miles around but still did not find the trace of those 2. They speculated that these 2 people were likely hiding somewhere in Doomsday Valley and probably had already notified the ghost-seeking tomb team. At this time, Wen Jing also spotted Yemo and his group early on. She looked down at Linin and the others from the sky. The expression on her face instantly turned extremely ugly. How did this guy suddenly have 3 mid-tier coffin masters by his side? And their coffin spirits actually have a golden level seal? Could it be that the vice-captain of the ghost-seeking tomb group died at the hands of these 3 last night? Wen Jing's heart was shocked beyond belief. To know, except for Yemo on the ground, these 3 mid-tier coffin masters who were running were each carrying a coffin that glimmered with golden light, which appeared extremely dazzling under the sun. At this moment, Wen Jing's doubts vanished completely. These 3 mid-tier coffin masters with sea-level coffin spirits truly had a slim chance of defeating a high-tier coffin master. Of course, she was unaware that Zhao Long also possessed a golden coffin, so she naturally thought that these 3 were helping Yemo through his ordeal. I am not a match for these 3. It seems I can only find an opportunity to take him away. Wen Jing looked at Linin and the others with a wary expression. Although her coffin spirit, the Dark Raven Messenger's ultimate move, could sow discord among several people. But without knowing what kind of coffin spirit was hidden in Lin Yin's golden coffin, she did not dare to act recklessly. If she acted impulsively, she could easily be countered. After all, these 3 could kill high-tier coffin masters, and their power was undoubtedly formidable. Thinking of this, when Jing looked at Yemo, her eyes narrowing slightly, her expression becoming inexplicably cold, as if she were gazing at a dead person. However, her expression and gaze were completely captured by Yemo 1,000 meters away. Why does she have such strong hostility towards me? Yemo's heart sank, feeling somewhat confused. I don't think I have wronged her, right? Yemo thought for a moment but still could not figure out what was going on, so he could only wait for an opportunity to figure things out. Half a minute later, the Dark Raven Messenger flew Wen Jing to the front of Yemo and the others. After landing, she took a glance at Linin and the others, giving a friendly glance, and then quickly walked to Yemo's side. Wen Jing revealed a gentle look, examining Yemo. At this time, Yemo had already retracted his aura, and only emitted a spirit wave at the level of an initial 1 star. Seeing Yemo's current power, Wen Jing couldn't help but smile and said, Yemo, I didn't expect you to really become a coffin master, this is truly a joyful thing. Upon hearing this, Yemo couldn't help but frown. If it were usual, he would definitely chat with the other party for a few words. But just now, he had seen the hatred this woman revealed. So Yimo's tone appeared extremely calm. Sister Wenjing, why did you come to find me? Yimo asked in confusion, while staring at her, wanting to see how she would explain. Wenjing's tone immediately became full of concern, saying, I heard that Xiao Yao said you were over here, so I specifically came to pick you up. After all, you are someone who has just contracted a coffin spirit. It's too dangerous in the End Times Valley. Both she and I are very worried about you. But I didn't expect you to have 3 mid-tier coffin master friends with you. It seems my worries were a bit unnecessary. Chapter 39, Wenjing's killing intent. Wenjing's words had just fallen, when the monkey beside her had a somewhat lewd expression, giving Yimo a thumbs up. Upon seeing this, Qingdong also revealed a faint smile. The young beautiful teacher in front of them seemed to be only a few years older than them. Although her looks were slightly inferior to Lin Yin's, she was still a top-tier beauty. Especially her figure was remarkably mature, even more voluptuous than Lin Yin, rivaling the blood-clothed angel. Moreover, this beautiful teacher actually cared so much about a student who had been held back for over 2 years, even coming all the way to greet him, which made the two of them admire Yimo's charm. Brother Yi, your tutor really treats you well. She actually ran all the way here to pick you up. The monkey smiled and said. Qingdong thought for a moment and then chimed in, Yimo, why don't you just go with the beautiful teacher first? Her coffin spirit can fly, and it's much faster than us rushing on foot. If you go with her, you will save a lot of time and get back to Fengyue City quicker. This way, the danger you face will be much smaller, and you won't run into the ghost-seeking team. Hearing this, Wenjing's heart suddenly filled with joy. She had originally been considering how to take Yimo away, and now these 2 mid-level coffin masters had unknowingly helped her. It was simply an unexpected delight. As if thinking of something, Wenjing's expression quickly changed, and she hurriedly showed a look of surprise and asked Qingdong, what did you just say? Did you guys offend the ghost-seeking team? Qingdong was about to answer when the monkey jumped in, saying, beautiful teacher, we few teamed up to eliminate a small squad from the ghost-seeking team. But unfortunately, 2 of the team members escaped. They must have called for help by now. Their leader is probably on the way. So if you can take Yigu, hurry and get him out of Apocalypse Valley. After this explanation, Wenjing's face quickly turned a bit tense. Then she turned to Yimo, speaking extremely anxiously, Yimo, is what he said true? If you really offended the ghost-seeking team, then hurry and come with me. The leader of the ghost-seeking team is a high-level 5-star coffin master. He has a side demon coffin spirit and kills without blinking. You need to leave here quickly. Come with me now, and I will take you to Apocalypse Town and arrange for someone to send you back to Fengyue City. Wenjing's expression was extremely anxious, her eyes full of worry. In fact, she was feeling extremely excited inside. At that time, I'll have the Black Crow take him to the Apocalypse Heights and just throw him down from the sky. Wenjing thought to herself. It should be known that even a high-level 9-star coffin master would be smashed to pieces if thrown down from 1,000 meters high. The only 2 types of coffin masters who could survive at high altitudes are those with flying coffin spirits, like Wenjing's Dark Raven Messenger. The other type is when the coffin master's spiritual power level reaches the extraordinary stage, allowing them to move in the air. Clearly, if Yimo went with her, once the crow reached high altitude, Yimo would definitely die. But just then, Linian stood in front of Yimo with a cold expression, a hint of killing intent flashing in her beautiful eyes, her tone extremely frigid as she said to Wenjing, Yimo, if you trust me, don't go with her. This woman just emitted a very strong killing intent towards you. At these words, Yimo looked at Linian in surprise. Qingdong and the monkey's expressions also changed drastically, looking warily at Wenjing. Miss, what exactly are you saying? Yimo was my former student, how could I possibly have killing intent towards him? Wenjing frowned, revealing a baffled expression. Linian snorted coldly, hee, whether or not you have killing intent towards Yimo, you know in your own heart. In any case, I've made my words clear. I won't allow you to take Yimo. Hearing this, even though Wenjing had a guilty conscience, she couldn't help but retort. She glanced at Yimo, her tone filled with sarcasm as she said, Yimo, is this your girlfriend? Is she jealous? I want to take you away just to get you out of danger and not let Xiao Yao lose her brother. The girlfriend you found seems to have a bad personality, a bit unreasonable. You're being chased by the ghost-seeking team, it's obvious I could make you safer, yet she's here being jealous, putting you in danger. For a girlfriend like this, my advice to you is? It's better this way. Wenjing's lips revealed a faint smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yin's brows immediately furrowed. Her nature seemed rather aloof and straightforward, not good at throwing around words. She directly placed the golden coffin on her back onto the ground, her tone filled with indifference, if you don't leave, you will die. Beside her, the monkey and Qingdong also put down the coffin, ready to summon the coffin spirit. Yi Mo. It seems your friend has quite a misunderstanding of me. Wen Jing frowned, her face darkening. Let me give you a piece of advice, such friends who can't tell right from wrong are not worth keeping. Since that's the case, I won't stay here any longer. I will inform Xiao Yao about your situation. As she spoke, Wen Jing's heart stirred. The dark crow messenger sensed her command and instantly transformed into a shadow, grabbing her and flying into the sky. At this moment, a wave of killing intent erupted in Wen Jing's eyes as she hurriedly took out her phone, secretly snapping photos of Lin Yin and the others, and then slowly disappeared from Yi Mo and the others' sight. Yi Mo, your teacher seems to have taken our photos. Lin Yin's gentle voice came. At this moment, the indifference on her face had completely disappeared, replaced by a hint of worry. Brother Yi, I also saw it just now, this woman indeed took our photos. I'm afraid she'll hate us and send the photos to the ghost seekers. Qin Dong analyzed. We need to change routes, or once we leave the Doomsday Valley, we will be intercepted. Yi Mo nodded in agreement. Actually, I had already noticed her hostility, but I just never thought about where I offended her. Yi Mo, you don't need to think about that. You just need to see her as your enemy. Next time you meet her, just kill her. Lin Yin looked at Yi Mo seriously. Brother Yi, Sister Yin is right. If we can successfully return to Fengyue City, we should find a chance to kill this woman, the monkey said. At this moment, Yi Mo turned to Lin Yin, curiously sizing her up, and asked, how did you notice her killing intent towards me? Is this your talent? Lin Yin glanced at Yi Mo before nodding and explaining. My talent is called malice conversion. I can sense all active malice within a 20-meter range, and I can absorb that malice, temporarily converting it into spiritual power. Upon hearing the explanation, Yi Mo was taken aback. No wonder, since meeting Lin Yin and the others, they acted so familiar. It turned out Lin Yin had such an extraordinary talent to discern whether others were friendly. Lin Yin, thank you. I owe you another favor this time. Yi Mo said with a smile. Chapter 40, Yi Mo's background. Damn. How did that woman just now discover my killing intent? In the air, Wen Jing couldn't comprehend what had happened. She had disguised herself so well, yet was seen through directly. Fortunately, she remained quite calm. As long as Yi Mo didn't figure it out, it wouldn't be a big deal. Speaking of which, I have no grudge against Yi Mo, on the contrary, I feel a bit sorry for him. A look of conflict flashed through Wen Jing's heart. At first, she just didn't want Yi Mo to embarrass her, so she deceived him and stripped him of his qualification for the assessment. But when she learned that Yi Xiaoyao was Yi Mo's sister, and possessed an incredibly powerful talent, she felt extreme regret in her heart. It had been difficult for her class to produce such a talented student as Yi Xiaoyao, and they had maintained a fairly good relationship. In the future, when Yi Xiaoyao grew up, she'd also have some glory and endless benefits. But the problem lay in the fact that she had schemed against Yi Mo, his brother. Afraid of the matter being exposed, Wen Jing, in a moment of impulsiveness, had put a bounty on Yi Mo. However, Yi Mo unexpectedly had 3 capable intermediate coffin masters as friends, which was something she never anticipated. I heard from the Fierce Ghost tomb-seeking team that I'm not the only one offering a bounty on Yi Mo. I can completely pretend not to know anything and clear my name, Wen Jing thought to herself. Thinking of this, Wen Jing felt a surge of relief in her heart. Should I explain the truth to Yi Mo? Tell him he can participate in the assessment and apologize? Wen Jing furrowed her brows and muttered to herself. No, how could I possibly apologize to a repeating student? If he spreads the news about me getting my assessment qualifications revoked, I wouldn't be able to stay at Fengyue High School, and I'd face even more trouble. Wen Jing shook her head and immediately dismissed the thought. For a moment, she felt like she was on a tiger and couldn't get off. Instead of doing anything, she decided to give the photos of the few people directly to the Fierce Ghost tomb-seeking team. After Wen Jing returned to her class team, Yi Xiaoyao immediately approached her and hurriedly asked, Teacher Wen Jing, where's my brother? Didn't he come back with you? Wen Jing was taken aback at first, then revealed a faint smile and said, Xiaoyao, your brother is currently with 3 intermediate coffin masters. They seem to be friends of your brother and will ensure his safety, so you don't have to worry about him. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately showed a look of surprise. Then she displayed a puzzled expression, seemingly in disbelief that her previously indifferent older brother could make so many friends. Seeing Yi Xiaoyao's expression, Wen Jing instantly smiled gently. She quickly opened her phone and handed the recently taken photos of Yi Mo and the others to Yi Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, this is your brother with the coffin masters. They seem to be in a good relationship, so you really don't need to worry. Wen Jing pointed at the phone photos and said. Yi Xiaoyao looked at the 4 people in the photo and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It's 3 coffin masters carrying golden coffins. It seems my brother is not as simple as I imagined, Yi Xiaoyao thought to herself, feeling somewhat delighted. From the positions of Lin Yin and the others in the photo, it was clear that these 3 were centered around Yi Mo, clearly taking him as their mainstay. However, the expressions on their faces seemed a bit cautious. Seemingly recalling something, Wen Jing's lips curled into a slight smile, and she sent the picture to Yi Xiaoyao, saying, Xiaoyao, the girl in the photo seems to be your brother's girlfriend. I didn't bring your brother because she didn't allow him to come with me. On the rugged mountain road near the edge of the Apocalypse Valley, Yi Mo was leading Lin Yin and the others on their journey. Due to choosing a path less traveled, it was relatively safe here, but it took more time. All the way, Yi Mo carried Chi-Chi in one arm and ordered the tyrant to clear the way, killing all the monsters they encountered. This directly led to the tyrant and Chi-Chi gaining several hundred experience points. Lin Yin and the others followed closely behind Yi Mo, their eyes filled with astonishment. Because the aura of spiritual power radiating from Yi Mo had already reached the initial level of 6 stars. It was known that when they met Yi Mo yesterday, his strength was only at the initial level of 3 stars, and the tyrant was only about level 7. But in just one night, the tyrant's and Chi-Chi's powers had started to surge dramatically. A single night had resulted in such a tremendous increase in the levels of the 2 coffin spirits, it was something Lin Yin and the other 3 couldn't even dare to imagine. Yi Go, what kind of talent do you have? It's so terrifying. Your battles in just one night have raised the coffin spirits by several levels. This is almost equivalent to our training over several months. Monkey exclaimed in amazement. Although the 3 of them did not use materials like magic blood pills. It only took a little over a year to raise the coffin spirit to level 20, placing them in the ranks of geniuses. But compared to Yi Mo, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. My talent is as a corpse raiser. I can only form a contract with the corpse race's coffin spirits, but I can quickly cultivate zombies and undead, and summon them to fight at the same time. Yi Mo casually explained. Hearing this, the others were even more shocked. In their view, although being able to only contract with the corpse race was considered a flaw, the ability to quickly cultivate them made up for many shortcomings. Moreover, they felt that Yi Mo's background must be profound, with at least one supreme powerhouse in his family backing him. After all, anyone who could invest rare skills into a tyrant-level coffin spirit with such low potential in the early stages, and possess an S-level coffin spirit, other than the children of extremely large families, would never even dare to dream of such things. At that moment, Yi Mo's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name of the contact, he was immediately stunned and quickly stopped in his tracks. Hello, Yi Kid. Are you in Fengyue City right now? Hurry up and come to the Tomb Seeking Guild, old man has something to talk to you about. Chairman Chen's voice came through the phone. Yi Mo, hearing this, slowly replied, Old Chen, I'm in the Apocalypse Valley. It'll take at least 3 hours to return to Fengyue City. Upon hearing this, the voice on the phone immediately grew louder and sounded somewhat displeased. 3 hours? Why would it take so long? You didn't go deep into the Apocalypse Valley by yourself, did you? No, I didn't. It's just that I encountered a bit of trouble, and I'm currently taking the mountain road, so it'll take a little longer to return. Yi Mo said faintly. What kind of trouble did you encounter? I've been put on a bounty, and the tomb-seeking group of fierce ghosts is after me. That's outrageous. You stay right there in the Apocalypse Valley. I'll bring the leader of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group to you right now. I want to see if he dares to lay a finger on you. After saying this, Chairman Chen directly hung up the phone, leaving Yi Mo and the others standing there, completely stunned. Chapter 41, Chairman Chen takes action. Brother Yi. Who was that old man on the phone just now? Monkey looked at Yi Mo, his curiosity piqued. He actually told you to wait here and said he would bring the leader of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group over soon. Could it be that this old man is an extraordinary powerhouse? Upon hearing Monkey's words, Lin Yin and Xin Dong's eyes flashed with excitement, their faces showing joy. You see, the strongest in their family was also an extraordinary level coffin master, so they knew just how powerful an extraordinary coffin master could be. An extraordinary coffin master had almost transcended the mortal realm and could be considered as superhuman. Their use of spiritual energy was profound, and they could even fly at low altitudes with it. At the same time, an extraordinary coffin master could easily enhance their own abilities with spiritual energy and could effortlessly crush a building with a single punch. But the most terrifying part was that they controlled coffin spirits that had reached Lord level or above. When these coffin spirits unleashed group attack skills, it was like a disaster had struck. With a wave of their hand, they could destroy a street hundreds of meters long. Yi Mo, your background is truly impressive. It seems that the extraordinary coffin master who just called you must have a special relationship with you. Xin Dong said, astonished. You seem to have misunderstood something. The old man who called me just now is not an extraordinary coffin master. Yi Mo replied casually. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. He's not an extraordinary coffin master? Could he be a legendary powerhouse? As soon as she said this, Monkey and Xin Dong both burst into laughter. Ha, Sisterine, legendary powerhouses are almost always figures at the level of city lords. If Brother Yi had a legendary powerhouse behind him, he'd have a whole team of high-level bodyguards following him when he went out. We wouldn't even be able to team up with him. Monkey laughed. Upon hearing this, Linin felt that Monkey had a point. He slowly turned his head, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yimo. Seeing this, Yimo revealed a faint smile. Linin is right, that old man really is a legendary coffin master. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey and Shin Dong instantly showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost, shocked. What? Legendary coffin master? How is that possible? Yi Ge, you're not joking, right? You have a legendary strongman backing you. Then you can easily walk around Fengyue City. Does the Grim Ghost Tomb Seeking team still dare to trouble you? Actually, I've only known that old man for one day. He is the president of the Fengyue City Tomb Seeking Association. Yimo seemed to think of something, quickly pulled out a six-pointed snowflake-shaped badge radiating coldness from his pocket, and then handed it to Linin and the others. Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking Team. Wow, it really is the Tomb Seeking team of the president of Fengyue City Tomb Seeking Association. Looks like we don't have to escape an embarrassment anymore, huh? A big shot like this came personally to pick us up, the monkey said with a smile, giving Yimo a thumbs up and admiring him even more. Alright, let's rest here for a while. I estimate he can arrive here in at most half an hour. Yimo waved his hand, then found a clean patch of grass and lay down on it. Seeing this, the others also sat nearby, resting in place. At this moment, on the road outside Fengyue City leading to the Apocalypse Town, a black luxury car was speeding along. In the backseat, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak, with a pale face tattooed with a blue fierce ghost pattern, was closing his eyes to rest. How long until we reach Apocalypse Town? The middle-aged man asked in a very bland tone. However, as he spoke, a puff of black breath escaped his mouth, causing the temperature in the car to drop rapidly. The driver in the front row felt this coldness and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Captain, it'll take another 20 minutes to reach Apocalypse Town, the driver said tremblingly. 20 minutes is too long, go faster. Captain, this is already the fastest speed, the road ahead is not easy to drive, going faster might cause us to flip over. The driver's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, seeming quite frightened of the middle-aged man in the back seat. Hearing this, a wave of black mist flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. In an instant, his eyes became extremely hollow, and his pale skin began to peel off like paper, while his originally normal-sized mouth began to tear apart, growing many fierce sharp teeth. Old one, you followed me for so many years, you should know very well that I don't like being defied, right? The middle-aged man's hoarse voice came through, revealing dissatisfaction. I'm giving you a chance, either speed up, or be devoured by the ghost I just acquired. At this moment, the driver secretly glanced at the rearview mirror, finding that his captain had already been possessed by an evil ghost, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Captain. I'm sorry. I'll speed up right away. Old Wang forcibly suppressed his fear and slammed down the accelerator. However, just then, a terrifying aura, like a mountain, descended from the sky, enveloping the black car directly. The driver felt this oppressive aura and fainted instantly. The once rapidly moving car lost control and crashed into a small hill beside the road. With a loud bang, the car hit the rocks on the small hill, and the hood exploded. In that moment, the driver in the front seat was killed instantly. And the middle-aged man in the back seat was violently jolted, his forehead hitting the seat and oozing a trace of blood. Feeling the abyss-like aura outside the car, the middle-aged man's body stiffened instantly. The evil ghost that had possessed him slowly returned to his body, and his face returned to normal. What's going on? Who is it? The middle-aged man was filled with terror. It's me, Chen Shuazong, a cold voice came from the air. Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly opened the car door and jumped out. When he saw the old man in Tang's suit standing in the air, his face changed dramatically, and he directly knelt halfway on the ground. Qian Hu pays respect to the honorable chairman. I wonder what you want from me? Qian Long said tremblingly. I heard that your ghost tomb-seeking team wants to target my descendants. I ask you if this is true? Chairman Chen said in a calm tone. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed on Qian Hu's face as he said, Chairman Chen. Who in Fengyue City doesn't know you only have one granddaughter? How could my ghost tomb-seeking team dare to make a move on the young lady? Then have you heard the name Yimo? Chairman Chen said. Yimo? This is impossible. Hearing this familiar name, Qian Hu was stunned. He never expected that the target of the bounty task his team had received was actually Chairman Chen's descendant. Moreover, it even prompted Chairman Chen to come find him personally. For a moment, Chen Hu felt as if the whole world had turned dark. This was completely an unwarranted disaster. Not only had he lost a deputy leader and several team members, but it also cost him his life. It's over. I'm finished. I got cheated. Qianhu trembled all over, mumbling to himself. It seems you really did go after him. In that case, come with me. After that, Chairman Chen emitted a burst of spiritual power from his hand, instantly pulling Qianhu over. Then he grabbed the other man's neck and quickly flew toward the Doomsday Valley. Chapter 42, Chairman Chen arrives, how to deal with Qianhu. More than half an hour has passed, Chairman Chen should be arriving soon. In the mountain forest, Yimo stood on a large rock, looking toward the high ground on the outskirts of Doomsday Valley. Beside him, Lin Yin and others quietly waited. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the distant sky, flying at high speed. Yimo's eyes sparkled as he looked at the black dot. He saw an old man standing with one hand behind his back, casually holding a middle-aged man by the collar of his clothes with the other, quickly flying toward the valley. Chairman Chen is indeed a legendary coffin master, his flying speed is countless times faster than the rumors of Wenjing's Dark Crow messenger. Yimo thought to himself. At the same time, Yimo felt extremely envious of this ability to fly. Perhaps after I become a mid-tier coffin master, I should subdue a possessed corpse clan for self-protection. Then capture a flying corpse spirit to help me travel. Yimo's eyes flashed with hope. He guessed that Chairman Chen's visit was most likely related to the identification meeting in Jiangnan City. If he could know the general information about the coffin spirits in advance, he could prepare well. This identification meeting in Jiangnan City is undoubtedly an opportunity. If I could pick up a corpse dragon, it would be huge gain. Yimo thought. Yimo, look over there. Is that the Chairman Chen you mentioned? Lin Ying clearly noticed the old man flying in the sky, her tone carrying a hint of doubt. Hearing this, Yimo nodded and replied casually, it's him. At that moment, Chairman Chen's figure suddenly appeared more than 10 meters in front of Yimo. When he saw Yimo, he casually threw the black-robed man in his hand forward. With a bang, the black-robed man's face instantly hit the ground with a scream. Then he was pushed along the ground by the tremendous force, rolling for a few rounds, raising dust, and fell at Yimo's feet. Little Yi. You have quite the audacity, actually provoking them. If I hadn't come, you would be in grave danger. Chairman Chen stroked his beard, pointing at the disheveled and bloodied black-robed man in front of Yimo, smiling as he spoke. Chairman Chen, thank you. I owe you one this time. Yimo immediately showed a hint of a smile. When President Chen heard this, he became extremely excited and laughed heartily, saying, Kid Yi, since you say this, I will gladly accept this favor from you. Later, I will ask you to return this favor, so be prepared mentally. Upon hearing this, Yimo's face immediately showed a speechless expression. He was just being polite with his words, and he didn't expect this old man to not follow the usual rules. However, Yimo didn't want to dwell on it too much, as the other party had genuinely helped him overcome a life-threatening crisis. Beside him, Monkey and Qin Dong looked at President Chen and became quite reserved, while Lin Ying appeared very calm, though her gaze never left President Chen. The respect in their eyes showed their admiration for a strong person. Noticing Lin Ying and the others, President Chen looked them over and smiled at Yimo, saying, these three capable little guys are your friends, right? Hearing this, Yimo nodded. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen turned to Lin Ying and the others, saying, since you are friends of Kidji, I will take you back to Fengyue City. Then, you three can come visit the Tomb Explorer Guild. Your potential is quite good, and if I have time, I can give you some pointers. As soon as these words came out, Monkey and Qin Dong gasped. A flash of brilliance crossed Lin Yin's beautiful eyes, revealing her astonishment. You know, even simple advice from a legendary strongman can lead to great gains. The strongest member of their family had also received guidance from a legendary strongman when he hit a bottleneck. Only after mastering the legendary strongman's teachings did he achieve an extraordinary realm. But now, Lin Yin and her friends had the chance to be personally guided by a legendary strongman, making them incredibly excited. Thank you, President Chen, the three said in unison. Elder Chen, hearing this, stroked his beard with a smile, then turned his gaze back to Yimo. This guy is the leader of the ghost-seeking tomb group. If you have any questions, you can ask him, Elder Chen said, frowning as he pointed to Qianhu, who was covered in blood. Of course, you can dispose of him however you want. After all, those who dare to lay hands on members of the Snow Shadow-seeking tomb group are destined for death, Elder Chen said lightly. Nearby, Qianhu felt a chill rise from his feet to the top of his head upon hearing President Chen's words. Master President, I'm innocent. I didn't know young Master Yi was your junior. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to take this bounty task. Qianhu said in fear, his tone almost tearful. Though he was used to being above others and walked proudly in Fengyue City, facing the true big shot, President Chen, he couldn't muster the courage to confront him. Just the pressure from his aura could crush him, a high-ranking 5-star coffin guardian. If he wanted to live, his only chance was to kneel and beg for mercy like an ant. Seeing that President Chen was indifferent, Qianhu quickly knelt in the direction of Yimo, pleading, young Master Yi, I was wrong, please spare me. I shouldn't have taken a bounty on you. I should have investigated your identity first. If I had known you were a member of the Snow Shadow Seeking Tomb group, even with 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Upon hearing this, Yemo raised an eyebrow, seeming to ponder. Kid Yi, his life is in your hands. But I still want to remind you. When your power hasn't reached a level where no one can threaten you, it's best to eliminate all risks that could threaten you. Even if you need to use someone else's hand, it's not something to be ashamed of, President Chen said, looking at Yemo, who seemed to waver, and reminded him solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Hu instantly trembled. At this moment, President Chen regarded his life as worthless. His only chance for survival was in Yemo's hands. Now, the only thing he could do was to bow and flatter Yemo. Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't kill me. I am willing to be your servant and your horse, to be your subordinate and obey your every command. I beg you, spare my life. Give me a chance to live. Chen Hu cried out in pain. Yemo glanced at President Chen, then turned to the weeping Chen Hu, a smile appearing on his face. It's not impossible to give you a chance to live. As long as you tell me who has put a bounty on me. Then summon your strongest coffin spirit, stand still and let my coffin spirit beat it up. If your coffin spirit can withstand it, I will spare you. If it cannot, then I'm sorry, I will reluctantly take your life. Yemo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's face suddenly showed a stunning expression. She knew that Yemo's tyrant was terrifying, especially after reaching level 12, that blood-red energy he released could definitely kill coffin spirits below level 40. Brother Yi is planning to trap him to death. Monkey murmured quietly. Qin Dong nodded in agreement, looking very expectant. Hearing this, Chen Hu's heart suddenly filled with joy. In his view, the one who could kill his deputy brigade leader was undeniably Lin Yin and her two companions. After all, these three had golden coffins and were mid-level coffin masters. And Yemo's spiritual energy fluctuations were so weak, he was undoubtedly just a nobody. To think he could kill his robust, level 35 side demon was nothing but a pipe dream. Young man Yi, how could you possibly kill his coffin spirit? President Chen shook his head upon hearing this, sounding a bit helpless. Because he hadn't deliberately probed Yemo's hidden spiritual energy fluctuations, he only sensed Yemo's presence was weak, almost the same as when they first met yesterday. Forget it, being kind is a good thing, maybe after he experiences more, he will understand the cruelty of this world. President Chen sighed in his heart. Chapter 43, The Four Who Placed a Bounty on Yemo. After President Chen handed over Chen Hu's disposal to Yemo, he stood quietly aside with his hands behind his back, no longer interfering in this matter. Although he knew that Yemo's tyrant could fight above his level, the tyrant's level was simply too low, and even with the terrifying red energy beam skill, it couldn't harm Chen Hu's coffin spirit. Out of concern for Yemo, President Chen couldn't help but remind him, young man Yi, when the time comes, make sure the tyrant's attack hits the side demon's heart with full force. That is its weak point. If you can break through its defenses, you might have a chance to kill it. Yemo nodded and said, don't worry, Elder Chen, I'm confident I can kill it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu's heart became somewhat disdainful. A beginner level 3-star coffin master thinks he can hurt my side demon? It's simply a dream. Chen Hu coldly sneered in his heart. However, due to President Chen's presence, he maintained a flattering smile on his face, appearing very respectful towards Yemo. Young Master Yi, I hope you will be merciful. Chen Hu said with a forced smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly curse Yemo. If it weren't for Elder Chen being here, the one kneeling in front of me would be you worthless fool. Thinking of this, Chen Hu quickly transmitted a command to the side demon in the contract space. Side demon, when that worthless brat's coffin spirit attacks you later, try to pretend to have received massive damage. Since he wants to act, let's cooperate and please him. This way, the fool can experience the joy of fighting above his level. Chen Hu instructed the scythe demon. At this moment, Lin seemed to sense Chen Hu's malicious intent. He quickly reached out and tugged at Yemo's clothing, leaning close to the other's ear and whispered, Yemo, this guy seems to be cursing you. I can feel his malice towards you. Hearing this, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on Yemo's lips. I ask you, who are the people who have put a bounty on me? And then commissioned your grave-seeking team to kill me? Yemo wanted to verify his earlier suspicion, so he stared intently at Chen Hu. Yi Xiao, this time the people who have put a bounty on you are four. Chen Hu answered seriously. Beside them, Chairman Chen widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Yemo and said, Four? Yi kid, you sure know how to attract trouble, huh? What have you done to make so many people remember you? If I remember correctly, it seems like they offended me first. Yemo looked at Chairman Chen in frustration. You really know how to stir up hatred. Elder Chen chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Chen Hu. Seeing Chairman Chen looking at him, Chen, who trembled all over and quickly explained to Yimo, Yi Xiao, I don't know if you know a law enforcement team member named Su Feng? I can't believe he's actually involved. Yimo murmured to himself, while nodding in response. However, before Chen Hu could continue, Chairman Chen suddenly erupted with overwhelming momentum, pushing out towards the surroundings. How outrageous! I can't believe this little law enforcer is so audacious. I have already warned him, yet he dares to make a move against you. It's simply the height of disrespect to me. Chairman Chen bristled with anger, looking extremely furious. Yi kid, when you go to Fengyue City later, you can wear the badge I'm giving you on your chest, and then you can act freely in the inner city without anyone daring to stop you. Chairman Chen said. Once these words were spoken, Monkey and Qing Dong both lit up, their faces showing immense admiration. As expected of a legendary strong man, this is simply too domineering. So protective. If only we could also be disciples of Chairman Chen. The two were extremely excited in their hearts. At this moment, Yimo had already put Su Feng on the must-kill list. Although the other party's demotion was related to him, it was all Su Feng's own doing. Continue speaking. Yimo said to Qian Hu lightly. Yi Xiao, because you killed a member of our grave-seeking team's family, that member has also placed a bounty on you. But don't worry, I will have someone deal with him right away to help you vent your anger. Saying this, Qian Hu directly picked up his phone and sent a text message, which undoubtedly decided the fate of that member. The third one is the owner of a hotel in Doomsday Town, I believe you have met him, Yi Xiao. As for the last one, Yi Xiao, you should be quite familiar with her, I'm afraid you might not be able to take it. Qian Hu's tone became hesitant. He feared that if Yimo learned this person's name, he would fly into a rage and not adhere to their previous agreement. Once these words were out, Chairman Chen beside him showed a look of confusion. And Lin Yin and the others immediately trembled all over. Yimo, if I guess correctly, it should be her. Lin Yin looked at Yimo, her voice filled with certainty. Yi Ge, I didn't expect that woman would actually place a bounty on you. Could it be that you have some deep-seated hatred with her? Monkey chimed in angrily. Yimo heard this, slowly furrowing his brows, calmly saying, I have never had any conflict with her. I don't know why she would place a bounty on me, I will find her to ask clearly later. Yi kid, who is that woman you're talking about? It can't be your ex-girlfriend, right? Chairman Chen laughed as he said. Chairman, you misunderstood. That woman is called Wen Jing, she is a mentor at Fengyue City No. 1 High School. She is also Yi Xiao's former teacher. The reason I personally came to Doomsday Valley is because she provided information about Yi Xiao and the others. Qian Hu quickly explained. Just as Qian Hu was about to continue speaking, Yimo directly interrupted him, emanating a faint aura of killing intent, and said, Alright, no need to say more. Summon the coffin spirit. Yi Xiao, does what you said earlier still count? Qian Hu asked nervously. Of course it counts. If your side demon can withstand the tyrant's attack, I will let you go. I will never go back on my word. Chapter 44, Excited Qian Hu, Proud Side Demon. When Yimo finished speaking, a glimmer flashed in Qian Hu's eyes, looking as if he had escaped from death. As long as the side demon could withstand the opponent's attack, then President Chen would have nothing more to say and could only let Qian Hu leave. Yi Xiao, the side demon's constitution is very strong. If you want to practice, you can attack it a few more times. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Qian Hu's mouth. He couldn't understand where Yimo's confidence came from. How could a low-level corpse clan hope to hurt a demon? It was simply wishful thinking. Seemingly catching the pride in Qian Hu's tone, Yimo simply smiled coldly and said, If you don't summon the coffin spirit soon, I might just have to kill you. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Qian Hu's spine, and he no longer dared to delay for even a moment. He quickly raised both hands, the spiritual power in his hands shining brightly, instantly coalescing into a strange array pattern with a blood-red cross. Then, he let out a light shout and pressed the bizarre array he had conjured down onto the ground. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the ground began to tremble lightly, revealing a cross-shaped crack. A coffin over 3 meters tall, emitting a dark golden light and engraved with demonic dragon designs, squeezed out from the crack in the ground. At this moment, Qian Hu hurriedly looked at Yimo and smiled, saying, Yi Xiao, this is my main battle coffin spirit, the side demon. As the dark golden coffin lid slammed down, a fierce demon appeared before them, with black wings sprouting from its back, horns on its head, holding a giant scythe, and its entire body wrapped in strange runes. Because Qian Hu's life and death were currently in Yimo's hands, he didn't let the side demon unleash all its might. But this demon's strength still terrified Lin Yin and the others. Hiss, it's actually a B-level demon. It looks truly terrifying. Seeing this, the monkey gasped. No wonder it's the strongest being among all races. I feel its potential is already infinitely close to an A-level coffin spirit of other races. Qing Dong spoke with a hint of worry, unable to help but feel nervous for Yimo. The demon's constitution is absolutely unmatched among all races and possesses extremely powerful attacking capability. Compared to other races, demons are like hexagonal warriors. Even though they had seen Emo annihilate the Ghost Knight, how could the frail constitution of the undead compare to a demon? Right now, whether the tyrant could annihilate the scythe demon was still an unknown matter. Beside them, President Chen narrowed his eyes, quietly watching the changes in Nemo's expression. In his view, it was very difficult for the tyrant to kill the scythe demon. However, when he saw Emo still wearing a smile, even showing a hint of excitement, he felt a bit dazed. What's up with this kid? Has his strength improved so much in just one day? President Chen muttered to himself. In the next second, he began to fully probe Emo's spiritual power. What the heck? Ye kid? In just one day, your spiritual power has jumped from initial 3 stars to initial 6 stars? Are you joking? President Chen exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, Xianhu's brows immediately furrowed. Jumping from initial 3 stars to initial 6 stars in one day? This is absolutely impossible. Xianhu scoffed inwardly, feeling that President Chen was a bit senile. Even if the other party's coffin spirit reached level 12, it is impossible to hurt the scythe demon. Emo did not pay attention to President Chen's words, but curiously examined the scythe demon. Coffin spirit, scythe demon. Race, demon. Level, LV.35 Commander level, 31 to 39 level. Seal level, B level Dark Gold Dragon Coffin, level cap 59. Talent, high-tier demon bloodline, physical abilities are extremely powerful, while reducing 50% of damage taken. Life Reaper, when hitting a target with the scythe, it penetrates defenses, stealing life equal to the damage to heal itself and causes the target's injuries to be hard to heal, continuously draining life. Skills, Space Breaking / Special, Demon Flame, 3rd stage, Instant Step, Basic Regeneration, 4th stage, Sweep, Rapid Flight, 2nd stage, Advanced Deterrence, 3rd stage. Ultimate skill, True Form of the Scythe Demon, shows the strongest demonic posture, increases attack range and speed by 5 times, and doubles attack power. Flaw, none. Affinity, 45, obeys humans. Current status, disdainful, arrogant. Evolution times, 2 times. Introduction, from the Demon Abyss. An administrator of the Upper Abyss, an elite among demons, with decent attack power and considerable strength. High-tier demon bloodline, actually can reduce damage. This is indeed a bit powerful. Looking at the Scythe Demons panel, Emo couldn't help but be shocked. For others, just this talent would make it extremely tricky. Any attack on the Scythe Demon would have its damage reduced by half. The Tyrant's Ultra-Material Penetration is an 8th-stage skill, capable of ignoring physical defenses and soul bodies. The skill level completely exceeds the Scythe Demon's potential limit. This high-tier demon bloodline is completely ineffective against me. The Tyrant can still one-shot it. Emo was extremely confident. This move is his trump card, an 8th-stage skill. You have to know, coffin spirits above level 80 are second only to deities, possessing the power to destroy worlds, known as the King of Worlds. If a skill that the King of Worlds can possess is reduced by a mere little demon talent, that would truly be a joke. Seeing Emo in a daze, Xianhu couldn't help but feel joy in his heart, then quickly invited him, Yishao, please make your move. I want to see your power. Beside him, Linin frowned at Xianhu's proud appearance. Emo, you cannot agree to that condition just now. It's okay, I have my own judgment. Emo gave Linin a reassuring glance. This beautiful lady, people of Yishao's status always keep their word. How can you make random suggestions and mislead such a noble existence as Yishao? Xianhu was extremely dissatisfied with Linin, his tone carrying a hint of panic. In normal times, he would force this woman to submit before him, but now due to the situation, he could only endure and not dare to erupt. Xianhu feared Emo would change his mind, hurriedly smiled at Emo, Yishao, please make your move. You can hit the side demon however you like, as long as you have fun. Hearing this, an excited smile appeared on Yemo's face. A 35-level demon, just killing it would provide enough experience to level up both the Tyrant and Chi-Chi. And from the beginning, Emo had no intention of letting Xianhu go, just wanted him to summon the coffin spirit, then farm experience. Okay, since that's the case, I won't be polite. Emo smiled. Then he summoned the Tyrant, making it walk directly in front of the Scythe Demon. The Scythe Demon glanced at the Tyrant with disdain, then raised its head, fully expressing its contempt. Seeing the Scythe Demon's action, Xianhu was instantly scared. Damn! You guy! It is Yishao's coffin spirit. Show it some respect. Hurry and kneel down for it to give you a beating, only then can Yishao calm down. Xianhu shouted at the Scythe Demon in anger. Humph! Contract master! You are incompetent. Such a proud existence like me would kneel to a zombie like an ant. The Scythe Demon completely ignored Xianhu's roar, arrogantly raised its head to say. The side demon approached the tyrant, looking down with disdain and said, "Ant. Come. Attack me. If you hurt me even a little, I will break off these devil horns and give them to you." Hearing this, how could the tyrant endure such humiliation? It let out a furious roar, quickly gathering an extremely violent blood-red energy in its hand. In just 1 second, this energy had reached its limit, achieving an extreme saturated state. Endless agitation twisted the surrounding air, causing everyone to be shocked and retreat more than 10 steps. At this moment, the tyrant emitted a low and unclear voice, roaring in anger. "Die!" As soon as the words fell, the blood-red energy suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, the surrounding space shook, a scorching sensation swept through, and red light erupted like the sun, stinging everyone's eyes. After a few breaths, when the blood-red light disappeared, the surroundings returned to calm. Only then did everyone look ahead. In their line of sight, where was the scythe demon? Only the tyrant remained next to a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. And in its hand was a scythe, along with a pair of devil horns. Chapter 45, Level Up Again. The king-level coffin spirit of the tomb-seeking guild. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed LV.35 scythe demon, experience doubled, gained experience plus 8,000. Ding! Coffin spirit experience sharing activated, your coffin spirit Chi-Chi gained experience plus 8,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has been upgraded to LV.14 servant level. Experience needed for next level 100/6440. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to LV.12 servant level. Experience needed for next level 600/5040. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the items, Demon Scythe, Demon Horns. The system's prompt sounded, and Yemo felt a wave of relief in his heart. This time combat against the scythe demon gained 8,000 experience points, bringing the tyrant and Chi-Chi closer to evolution again. Open the tyrant's panel. Yemo thought excitedly. Coffin Spirit, Original Tyrant T002 Type, Tyrant. Race, Zombie Race. Level, LV.14 Servant Level, 1 to 19 levels. Experience, 100/6440. Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, Level Cap 39. Talent, Comprehensive Virus Strengthening, Virus Absorption. Skills, Destruction Strike, 2nd tier, Swift Charge, 2nd tier, Rending Claw, 2nd tier, Intermediate Heal, 2nd tier, Super Material Penetration, 8th tier, Flame Step, Special, Accumulated Thunder Slash, Special. Ultimate Skill, Release of Binding. Defects, none. Affinity, 100, Protect Master at all costs. Current status, Excited. Possible evolutions, 1 time. Introduction, from the City of the End. A rare power monster among zombies, with outstanding language comprehension, significantly enhanced ability after being trained by a god-level corpse keeper. Looking at the tyrant's luxurious skill panel, Yemo was instantly filled with excitement. It should be noted that yesterday the tyrant was only a level 1, ordinary D-level potential zombie. However, with the system and Yemo's talent, it rose to level 14 in just 1 day, gaining several terrifying skills. If others could see the tyrant's panel now, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Then, Yemo looked at Chi-Chi's panel, and aside from reaching level 12, everything else remained unchanged. But with dual talents and 3 ultimate skills, Chi-Chi could kill monsters at least 10 levels higher. This is the power of an S-level coffin spirit. Thinking this, Yemo clenched his fists, revealing an expression of expectation. In any case, let's first level up the tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20, then evolve once. At this moment, the others were still in shock. They had all witnessed that the tyrant's move usually required a considerable amount of charging time. But now, in a fit of extreme anger, the tyrant had gathered all its energy in just 1 second. This left them extremely stunned. Ye kid, the silver-level sealed zombie is incredible. Its strength is probably much greater than a small gumdrop of the same level. President Chen sighed. Just as President Chen was marveling, Chen who stumbled to the edge of the large pit. When he looked at the vanished side demon, blood mist spewed from his mouth, and his face turned incredibly pale. How is this possible? How could it kill my demon? Chen who howled in rage, his hair disheveled. You must understand, this side demon was the fruit of over 20 years of his labor. He had invested at least over 10 billion in resources and money into this demon. Yet he never expected that a level 35 B-grade demon could be instantly killed by a weak zombie. This was utterly absurd. But it was the truth, and Xian whose heart felt as if it were being torn apart, bleeding profusely. Put! You killed my coffin spirit. I will make you pay. Xian who spat out fresh blood and roared. Then he clenched his fist with one hand, gathering a trace of spiritual power, rushing towards Yemo at incredible speed. Humph! You dare to act in front of me? You're simply asking for death. Chairman Shen sneered coldly, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure from his body, directly bearing down on Xianhu. In an instant, Xianhu felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, overwhelmed by the force, kneeling on the ground, his legs broken, and he fainted. "Yi boy, he's all yours now," Chairman Shen said expressionlessly. Yi Mo nodded, then slowly reached out a hand. Seeing this, the tyrant handed over the demon scythe. Yi Mo caught it smoothly and walked up to Qianhu, slashing him down with one strike. Half an hour later. Outside Fengyue City, in the third floor of the Grave-Seeking Guild's tower. Yi Mo was curiously browsing information about cultivating zombies and ghouls. Suddenly, the door of the tower opened slowly. Chairman Shan walked in with a figure dressed in ancient official robes. Yi Mo raised his head slowly, glancing at the figure beside Chairman Shan, and shock flashed in his eyes. Because this figure, to be precise, was a zombie. Just standing there, the zombie made people feel uneasy, exuding an almost imperceptible aura. But Yi Mo was sure that this aura was several times stronger than the pressure Chairman Shen had before. This zombie, whose coffin spirit is it? How terrifying. Yi Mo felt a deep shock in his heart. "Yi Mo, this is Lord Xian Kuei," Chairman Shen pointed to the zombie, introducing him. Xian Kuei? Yi Mo's heart shook, feeling that this name was extremely familiar. He was very clear about what this name represented. But he wasn't sure if the Xian Kuei in front of him was the same as what he recognized. What was certain was that Chairman Shan was a legendary 9-star big shot, and since he could call him Lord, Xian Kuei was at least a king-level existence. "Old Shen, no need to be so respectful, you can treat Xian Kuei as a poor Taoist," Xian Kuei said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Chairman Shen let out a breath of relief, punched Xian Kuei's chest twice, and complained, "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known it was you, would I have been this nervous?" Seeing this, Xian Kuei pushed Chairman Shen away with one hand, revealing a look that said, "Don't come near me. With juniors present, you should maintain your image, the poor Taoist still needs it," Xian Kuei said seriously. Watching their conversation, Yi Mo felt utterly confused. Just a second ago Chairman Shen was extremely respectful, and the next moment he started thumping the other's chest. This operation was simply puzzling. However, Yi Mo had seen a similar situation from Xiao Mei before. Because the zombie's speech was relayed by someone else. Seeming to notice Yi Mo's confusion, Chairman Shen quickly explained. "Yi boy, this is a technique only those who are legendary coffin guardians and above can comprehend. It's called soul communication exchange, which allows a coffin guardian's soul and the coffin spirit's soul to be exchanged." The moment this was said, Yi Mo felt as if a new world had opened before him. Soul communication exchange meant that legendary coffin guardians could personally control the body of the coffin spirit to fight. You don't need to give orders on the side. And once the body of the tomb guardian is occupied by the spirit of the coffin, he can freely enter the coffin to rest, protected absolutely by the coffin. Legendary strong ones, terrifying indeed. This method is simply countless times stronger than the possession-type coffin spirits. Yi Mo marveled in his heart. At the same time, he was full of expectation. If he reaches the legendary level, he can personally control the body of the coffin spirit to fight. That feeling would be much more thrilling than commanding the coffin spirit from the sidelines. Chapter 46, Exchange Chi-Chi? The immensely shocked Lin Supreme. Just as Yi Mo fantasized about future scenes, President Chen suddenly pointed to the nearby Xian Kuei and said, "Yi boy, the reason I found you today is actually because of him. Anyway, whatever he asks you to do, try your best to meet his needs. This guy will definitely not treat you badly." President Chen reminded again. Then he walked to a nearby desk and began to take out a jar of tea leaves, brewing it for himself. Upon hearing this, confusion immediately appeared on Yi Mo's face, then he stood up from his seat and looked at the zombie king Xian Kuei. At this moment, Xian Kuei also shifted his gaze to Yi Mo. "Young friend, my last name is Lin, and my given name is Jiu. You can call me Lin Dao Chang." Xian Kuei introduced himself. "I came here this time to discuss something with you, young friend." As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo's face was instantly filled with astonishment. "This senior wants to discuss something with me?" Yi Mo was greatly astonished in his heart. He did not expect that a Supreme King would personally seek him out for a discussion. However, it seemed that President Chen was a close friend of Lin Dao Chang, the Supreme Tomb Guardian behind Xian Kuei. Perhaps President Chen had already informed the other party about his ability to see through the coffin seals, which is why they came to find him. "May I ask what Lin Supreme wants to discuss with me?" Yi Mo asked, maintaining his composure and speaking very calmly. Seeing this, Xian Kuei looked at Yi Mo in surprise. If it were a common person encountering a king-level existence, they would have long lost their calm, but Yi Mo, being merely an initial level 7-star tomb guardian, was able to converse with him naturally. This junior's temperament is quite good. Lin Supreme internally gave Yi Mo a relatively satisfactory evaluation. "I wonder if you have already contracted the little cheesy I gifted you. If you have not claimed it, Could you part with it and hand it over to me? Xian Kuei said directly. Hearing this, Yi Mo's expression immediately froze. He did not expect that the other party was not here for the power of the breaking evil golden eye. Instead, it was for Chi-Chi. Of course, Chi-Chi now was not the previous spirit charm jumping boy. She had already fused with the template, belonging to an S-level coffin spirit, and had been contracted by him. No matter what, Yi Mo would never break the contract with Chi-Chi. Lin Supreme, I, by chance, have already contracted the spirit charm jumping boy. Yi Mo said with a troubled expression. Beside him, President Chen, who was brewing tea, quickly smiled and said, I said Yi boy, this guy is a professional with zombies and has a terrifying interest in them. If the little cheesy's intimacy with you is not above commanding her, I still suggest you hand her over to him. You can take this opportunity to get something from him. Xian Kuei nodded in agreement and said, young friend, as an exchange, I can provide you with another A-level corpse clan coffin spirit, and personally guide you for half a year, along with materials that will allow you to cultivate the coffin spirit to lord level. As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. As expected of a supreme level powerhouse, this kind of generosity is simply astounding. You must understand, the total value of materials needed to cultivate to lord level far exceeds the value of an A-level coffin spirit by more than 10 times. And with the Supreme guiding him, as long as he holds the title of a named disciple, even the top pig dares not provoke. It can be seen that President Chen was not wrong. The Lin Supreme before us indeed has a terrifying fondness for zombies. If I get this material, I can definitely display great power at the appraisal meeting, wildly bidding for high-sealed coffins. Yi Mo thought in his heart. However, this thought was just a fleeting moment. Having finally obtained a high-tier template, and having turned the playful little spirit into such a lovely and incredibly potential-filled Chi-Chi, how could he possibly exchange her? Moreover, it seems that he wants both the tyrant and Chi-Chi to reach lord level. It shouldn't be too difficult. Maybe it only takes half a year? At this moment, Yi Mo showed a hint of apology on his face, shook his head, and said, Lin Supreme, it's not that I am unwilling, it's just that I have already subdued the playful spirit, and the intimacy has already reached a level where she follows my every command. As soon as he finished speaking, President Chen's hand trembled, and with a clang, he dropped his teacup on the ground. Then he turned his head, looking at Yi Mo with a ghostly expression, revealing extreme shock. Yi kid, don't joke with us. You've only contracted the little Zunzi for a day. How could the intimacy go from 0 to over 60 points? Hearing this, Xian Kuei couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart, and then he frowned and scrutinized Yi Mo. Old Chen, he is not lying, Xian Kuei spoke with a hint of disbelief in his tone. This. President Chen was momentarily speechless. Yi kid, you truly refresh my understanding time and time again. How is your talent so extraordinary? Seemingly recalling something, President Chen proudly turned to Xian Kuei and said, Old Lin, this kid's talent is incredible. Oh? Xian Kuei immediately became interested, looking at President Chen with confusion, and asked, Do tell me, what outstanding qualities does this young friend possess? Ha, let him tell you himself. This kid likes to keep things hidden, I only know a part of his talent. Anyway, I can guarantee that this kid's talent is definitely much stronger than yours, Old Lin. Because I need to rely on him entirely for the large spirit appraisal meeting related to the Fourth Holy Ruins, World Tianji, next week. President Chen said with a smile. Hearing President Chen's words, Xian Kuei became even more curious about Yi Mo, and his eyes even flashed with a hint of expectation as he quickly asked, Young friend, can you tell us about your talent? Yi Mo nodded upon hearing this, then began to speak slowly. My talent is a corpse-raising person, able to contract double the number of coffin spirits, summon all coffin spirits at once, have a chance for coffin spirits to comprehend skill mutations, and quickly increase intimacy with coffin spirits. The key point is, it can quickly raise the level of coffin spirits. As soon as these words fell, Xian Kuei's mouth was slightly agape, and his eyes showed astonishment. I've seen the talent of a corpse-raising person, one of my latest disciples has such a bizarre talent. But he is a high-level corpse-raising person, and the effect of his talent is far inferior to yours. I guess your talent strength is at least at the king level, or even higher. Xian Kuei said in surprise. His own talent was also at the pinnacle of the super tier, infinitely close to the king level. So while being shocked by Yi Mo's talent, he could still remain calm. But the next second, President Chen grew somewhat impatient because he wanted to see Lin Supreme's shocked expression. Yi kid, you're hiding again, dragging your feet. I'll say it for you. President Chen glared at Yi Mo. Then he directly threw out a bombshell. Old Lin, this kid only contracted a level 1 zombie coffin spirit yesterday. This morning, his zombie not only leveled up to level 12 but could also instantly kill a level 35 dark gold potential demon. Moreover, he also possesses abilities to see through coffin seals and distinguish the race and type of coffin spirits in the seals. This large appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City. He has already promised to help the old man obtain at least one S-level coffin spirit, as well as all the A-level Dragon Clan coffin spirits. He said he has royal level talent, but you wouldn't believe it, right? From the old man's point of view, this kid is at least of holy level talent. He promised to help you obtain an S-level coffin spirit? Xuankui's eyes showed extreme shock. At this moment, he finally realized how outstanding Yimo's talent truly was. Putting aside the extraordinary talent of a corpse raiser surpassing the royal level, just this ability to see through seals has already made Linzhou, the supreme coffin master, restless. Yimo was worth him pulling all his efforts. Young friend. This time regarding the coffin spirit appraisal meeting for the world's heavenly ridge, can you go with me? Xuankui's stiff face showed a hard smile, his tone filled with expectation. Hearing this, Chairman Chen immediately pointed at Xuankui, his beard blowing, glaring and scolding, Linzhou. You bull-nosed one, don't go too far. Yi kid has already promised the old man, how could he go with you? You want to snatch the S-level coffin spirit from the old man. You are simply a notorious villain. In any case, the old man will never agree. Chen Shuezong, do you want to talk to me with the position of strength? Since that's the case, you have to agree whether you like it or not. Xuankui's tone was cold, exuding a strong aura, shaking the entire Seat Tomb Guild's building. Bull-nosed. You bully too much. Feeling the strong pressure, Chairman Chen's face instantly turned red, unwillingly shouting. Next to him, Yimo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye upon seeing this scene. Alright, both of you great ones, I'll accompany you. I promise to obtain all the ancient crystal coffins. Then you two can divide the ownership of the S-level coffin spirits, how about that? Hearing this, both big shots turned their backs to each other and snorted coldly. Then looking at Yimo, they showed kind smiles, nodding in agreement. Chapter 47, The Reception Incident at the Trading Area. An hour later. Yimo left the Seat Tomb Guild, preparing to head to the largest trading market in the outer city. This time back in the city, he wanted Chairman Chen to bring Lin and others along. But he was rejected. Because of the destruction of the fierce ghost-seeking tomb group, Lin and others were safe in the Doomsday Valley. At least, if high-level coffin masters don't show up, they can walk freely together in the Doomsday Valley. However, before leaving, the group learned that Jimo's sister was still in the Doomsday Valley, so they immediately decided to secretly protect Yi Xiaoyao. Regarding their decision, Yimo had no objections, just firmly remembered this goodwill in his heart. When he left with Chairman Chen, he didn't forget to hand the key of the black heavy motorcycle he had previously bought to Lin. After all, spending hundreds of thousands to buy something, if just used once and thrown away, that would be too extravagant. At that moment, Yimo's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw a text message from Lin. Lin, we have seen your sister and met that woman. Lin, that woman seems to be close to your sister, with no ill intent. Lin, if things go wrong, we will act directly. Looking at the message from the other side, Yimo slowly frowned, no ill intent towards Xiaoyao? It seems Wen Jing is only targeting me. In that case, let's see how she explains it later. Yimo had no plans to trouble Wen Jing right now since she was still leading the training, and Yi Xiaoyao was among them. Furthermore, there were also mentors from other classes nearby supporting them. In short, everything had to wait until his little sister's training was over. Once the training was over, Yimo would definitely take her life. Of course, before taking her life, Yimo would make her release the coffin spirit for a battle. After all, a level 28 coffin spirit, while its experience may not be as rich as that of a leader-level coffin spirit, is still quite abundant. As long as we slay all the coffin spirits, we can gain a lot of experience. Yimo was quite looking forward to this. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on his face, and he quickly replied to Lin with a message. Yimo, thank you all for your help in the next couple of days. When you return to Fenghui City, remember to message me, and I'll come find you then. Lin, Soon, Yimo brought a space backpack full of materials to the largest trading shop in the outer city, Wanbao Tower. The shop is quite large and is a beautifully designed three-story building, rivaling the Tomb Raider Guild in size. The large gates of the building are wide open, and coffin masters come and go, making it very lively. Yimo stepped through the door and entered the shop. The trading hall on the first floor is huge, about the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center is a magnificent corridor, dividing the hall into 2 areas, one large and one small. The right area is smaller and has a huge sign reading, Low-Level Material Trading Zone. The left area is slightly larger and is labeled, Intermediate Material Trading Zone. Yimo glanced at the coffin masters in both trading areas, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because the right side's low-level material trading area is quite small and has few staff, these coffin masters could only stand in several lines, occasionally voicing complaints. In contrast, the left trading area is of a much higher standard, and there are not many coffin masters who can trade intermediate materials, so it is almost a one-on-one reception. Yimo thought for a moment and then looked towards the intermediate material trading area. He saw that the closest to him was a beautiful young lady who looked about 18 years old. Hello, I'm here to trade materials. Could you please assist me? Guillermo looked at the receptionist standing straight, smiling, and dressed in a black high heel and uniform skirt, and waved directly. Upon hearing Guillermo call her, the beautiful receptionist immediately showed a professional smile and hurried over. Sir, my name is Xiaoyu, and I'm very pleased to serve you. May I ask if you are trading intermediate materials, sir? The beautiful receptionist asked with a smile. Yes. Guillermo said lightly. Although he didn't understand why the material trading area was so clearly divided, what was in his space backpack was definitely intermediate materials left by a high-level coffin master. Then please come with me to assess the value of the materials, Xiaoyu said, pointing to a spacious booth in the intermediate trading area. Once we finish assessing these materials, we will directly purchase them at market price and transfer the money to you without any fees. After saying this, the beautiful receptionist led Guillermo towards a nearby booth. At that moment, an unpleasant voice suddenly appeared from the side. Sure enough, it's a newcomer who has no insight at all. The speaker was a woman who looked slightly less attractive than Xiaoyu, probably in her early 20s. She stood next to Guillermo and Xiaoyu, with an expression of extreme disdain in her eyes. Hee, you can't even tell the difference between a beginner and an intermediate coffin master. This job is totally not suitable for you, you might as well quit early. Xiaoyu turned somewhat flustered upon hearing this. Sister Zhang, what are you saying? Are you saying this gentleman is a beginner coffin master? What else? If he were an intermediate coffin master, would you still get to receive him? Sister Zhang said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, an awkward expression appeared on Xiaoyu's face. Everyone here knew one thing: a beginner coffin master would almost never be able to produce intermediate materials. This is because intermediate materials mostly come from monsters of levels 20 to 30 and various secret realms in other worlds. And Guillermo looked so young, like a recent graduate. How could he possibly be an intermediate coffin master? Sir, I'm sorry. I will take you to the low-level trading area instead. Xiaoyu still wore a professional smile on her face and gently said, I will let them know over there to arrange for you as soon as possible. He is just someone who doesn't want a queue and wants to take shortcuts. Why are you so respectful to him? You're really embarrassing our level 2 receptionists. You should just resign quickly and leave the position for my sister. Zhang Jie said dismissively. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face turned even uglier. She was just a newcomer who had only been here for a few days, and she became a level 2 receptionist because of her excellent appearance, so she got this job by chance. If she couldn't handle this properly, she might face dismissal at any time. She cherished this job. But she didn't dare to refute anything in front of these senior receptionists, and she certainly didn't dare to offend a tombkeeper. For a moment, Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with tears, feeling a bit lost. Guillermo seemed to read her thoughts and frowned, then showed a slight smile and said to Xiaoyu, Don't worry, I won't trouble you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Guillermo with grateful eyes. At this moment, Guillermo looked over at the woman beside him who was mocking them and coldly laughed. Does being a level 2 receptionist seem impressive? Can you look down on a level 1 tombkeeper? Is there a possibility that I could become a level 2 tombkeeper soon? At that time, will you have to receive me respectfully? The woman laughed so hard she shook, showing a contemptuous look in her eyes. Sorry, due to my outstanding work performance, I am about to become a senior receptionist on the second floor. And my husband is a level 2 7-star tombkeeper. Even if you become a level 2 tombkeeper, so what? Am I going to be afraid of you? You want me to receive you respectfully? Do you think you are worthy? The woman's demeanor was very arrogant, and her voice was very loud, causing everyone in the trading area to glance over. Other receptionists in the level 2 trading area and a few level 2 tombkeepers saw the scene and casually glanced over. This kind of thing was very common here before. Many level 1 tombkeepers without status or position, in order to save time, did not want to queue and tried to take shortcuts to the level 2 material trading area. As a result, these tombkeepers could only bring out low-level materials during the appraisal, which eventually angered the appraisers, leading to them being kicked out, and they were blacklisted by Wanbao Tower. It's important to know that the prices offered by Wanbao Tower are definitely the fairest in all of Fengyue City. Most shops on the ancient street that purchase materials are very exploitative and would at least slash the prices of low-level materials by half. So, level 1 tombkeepers would rather queue at Wanbao Tower than go to those small shops on the street. In the corridor, a man with a black evil ghost badge hanging on his chest, whose strength was at least level 2 9-star, happened to see the scene and quickly walked over. When he saw Xiaoyu's beautiful face, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that during his few days away, the level 2 receptionists had gained such a beautiful woman. However, he seemed to prefer Miss Zhang. After all, she had a husband, and their relationship was also good. And Xiaoyu was quite young and apparently unmarried, which completely failed to pique his interest. He glanced at Guillermo with a look of disdain and chimed in, What era is it? I didn't expect there are still losers who play these games? If you don't want a queue, why not go to those small shops outside? Isn't that better? As he spoke, the level 2 tombkeeper pulled out a backpack the size of a money pouch from his pocket. This was a cubic meter space backpack worth tens of millions, but among ordinary level 1 tombkeepers, very few could afford it. Kid, do you have a space backpack? You can't possibly only take out a few level 1 zombie crystal cores from your pocket, right? The mid-level town coffin master mocked. After that, he looked at Miss Zhang again, a smug expression on his face. Miss Zhang, I have 10 pieces of intermediate third-level materials in my backpack, along with many low-level second-level materials. Please take me to the identification area, I am preparing to sell them. As soon as he said this, a hint of a charming smile appeared on Miss Zhang's face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the mid-level town coffin master, as enthusiastic as can be. Captain Wang Xiang, did you lead the fierce ghost grave-seeking team to open up a secret realm of level 25 or above? Hee, of course. Then please come with me to the identification area. Miss Zhang hurriedly took Captain Wang's hand, her voice sweet and full of warmth. Seeing this, Captain Wang caressed Miss Zhang's soft hand, revealing a lewd smile. Guillermo observed this scene, his eyes flashing with surprise. He did not expect this person was also a member of the fierce ghost grave-seeking team. If he took out Zhao Lon's space backpack and the materials left by the side demon, what would he think? Kid, what are you staring at? Hurry up and get over there. Captain Wang pointed to the low-level materials trading area and said coldly. Beside him, Miss Zhang also looked at Xiaoyu with disdain. Originally, her looks were among the best in the receptionists on the first floor. But after Xiaoyu arrived, many people's eyes turned to Xiaoyu, which made her extremely unhappy. However, as long as she completed this reception for Wang Xiang and achieved a sufficient performance for promotion, she could be directly promoted to the second floor. At that time, she would have the power to directly fire Xiaoyu and let her own sister take her place. Oh Captain Wang, why are you wasting your breath on such a small character? Just go with her already. Miss Zhang winked at Wang Xiang. Seeing this, Wang Xiang's face immediately revealed a joyful expression. Ah, seeing you so eager makes me want to satisfy you, Wang Xiang laughed, turning and following Miss Zhang towards the identification area, without glancing at Guillermo again. Sir, I will now arrange for your low-level material identification. Xiaoyu still wore an unnatural smile as she was very respectful towards Guillermo. No, just take me to the second floor, Guillermo replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's body shook, her face turning a little ugly. Wang Xiang and Miss Zhang, who had just taken 2 steps away, also stopped in their tracks. Meanwhile, some novice town coffin masters who were watching the excitement burst into laughter. What the hell, this kid is really bold. Is he here to cause trouble? They already said he doesn't qualify for the intermediate trading area, and now he won't follow the rules? He wants to go to the advanced trading area? This kid is either not smart, or he is here to make things hard for that little girl. Others suggested to Xiaoyu, girl, just call the security to kick him out. Don't be afraid of offending him. Exactly, what does an initial level 7-star coffin master think he is doing? Just bullying the weak? A group of people discussed animatedly. Miss Zhang saw Guillermo making things difficult for Xiaoyu and couldn't help but laugh, appearing very pleased. Meanwhile, Wang Xiang looked at Guillermo and snorted, Kid, I have never even been to the second floor. Do you think you can go up there? You can't be daydreaming, thinking you have 4th level materials, right? Upon hearing this, Guillermo raised an eyebrow, looked at him for a moment, then said lightly with a smile, sorry, I actually do have 4th level materials. As soon as this was said, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? A novice coffin master said he could take out 4th level materials? Is this a joke? Ha, interesting? Could it be that you are from some big family, or do you have a strong background? Wang Xiang sneered. You have to know that, besides the children of big families, who else could be an initial level coffin master capable of offering high-level materials? The children of large families need their materials or money, all provided by the family. How could they personally come to such a place? At the side, Miss Zhang was already laughing so hard she was shaking. In her eyes, Guillermo was just a weird freak. Meanwhile, the other receptionists in the intermediate trading area were preparing to call security to throw Guillermo out. Sir, you should leave quickly, otherwise, you will be blacklisted by Wanbao Building, Xiaoyu said urgently. However, Guillermo still shook his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he softly said, Don't worry, I won't harm you for no reason, just watch from the side. After saying this, Guillermo turned to Wang Xiang and coldly said, Come and see if this is a 4th-tier material. He took out a leather backpack. Then, Guillermo reached into the backpack. In the next second, a huge sickle, gleaming with a sharp aura, with black patterns entwined all over, exuding a terrifying bloody scent, appeared in his hand. This sickle did not seem like an inanimate object, it looked almost sentient, with a bulging blood-red vertical pupil at the end of the blade. The blood-red vertical pupil blinked occasionally, like a devil's eye, as if one glance could drain life away, appearing extremely terrifying. Everyone felt the aura of the sickle, they trembled all over, gasping in shock. Wow, this weapon is so strong. It can't really be a 4th tier, right? This guy can take out something like this, he must have someone behind him. Miss Zhang, upon seeing the sickle, suddenly showed a look of unease, shaking violently. She had seen high-level materials a few times, but those high-level materials looked extremely ordinary compared to this sickle. This sickle was definitely not just a simple 4th tier material. If Yemo went to the high-level material trading area, he would be treated like a distinguished guest. At that moment, regret and fear surged in her heart. Meanwhile, Wang Xiang felt his scalp tingle, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head, his pupils constricting sharply. Because he seemed to recognize this sickle. It seemed to be their captain's coffin spirit, the B-grade sickle demon's companion weapon. Chapter 49, Greedy Wang Xiang, who is Chen Shuizong, that old waste. This is impossible. How could you have the companion weapon of the sickle demon? Where did you get it? Wang Xiang's legs went weak, his face turned pale with fear, stepping back a few paces, eyes filled with disbelief. But when he thought of his captain's strength, his face improved considerably. The captain is a high-level 5-star coffin master. Absolutely nothing will happen. The weapon this kid took out must not be the captain's coffin spirits, Wang Xiang comforted himself. Hearing this, Yemo remained calm, coldly saying, "Does this count as a 4th tier material?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Xiang's face turned extremely ugly, while Miss Zhang immediately showed a look of panic. "Sir, this is a 4th tier material. I was wrong before, looking down on you because of my narrow vision. Please do not report me," Miss Zhang said nervously. "Oh? So I can still report? Thank you for the reminder," Yemo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Miss Zhang's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. She didn't know how much the sickle was worth, but she knew just how powerful demons were. Materials ripped from demons were worth much more than those from the other 5 major races. "Kid, where did you get this material? Did you find it somewhere? Or did you steal it from someone?" Wang Xiang took a deep breath, staring intensely at Yemo's spatial backpack, questioning him. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of greed appeared in the eyes of all the coffin masters in the trading area. They had thought Yemo's background was very powerful just a moment ago. But they overlooked a fact, that the children of large families would have a guardian accompanying them at the beginner coffin master stage. And Yemo had none. This meant that even if the other party successfully traded, but once leaving the Wanbao building, he would still be on people's minds. Yemo felt the greedy eyes around him and instead, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. This material was indeed picked up by me. By the way, I also found a 4th tier material. This spatial bag was also picked up by me. As he spoke, Yemo shook the leather bag in his hand, then took out a pair of demon horns from inside. Wow! This kid is really lucky. Did someone kill a demon and he just picked up the leftovers? I guess there are more 4th tier materials in his spatial bag. Then doesn't that mean he picked up a bag and could make dozens of billions? Wow! 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 Countless coffin bearers went wild, envious, jealous, and furious. The greed in their eyes intensified. As long as Yemo dared to step out that door, they would dare to rob and kill. Looking at the demon horns in front of him, Wang Xiang's eyelids twitched, feeling a bit startled. But at this moment, he completely forgot about the team leader's scythe demon, his mind occupied by greed. "Kid, hand over your materials to me. I'll give you 50 million. And guarantee your safety," Wang Xiang said with an undeniable expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Yemo immediately revealed an unbelievable expression, looking at the other like he was foolish. He didn't expect Wang Xiang wouldn't even recognize his own team leader's coffin spirit. Seeing Yemo's expression, Wang Xiang immediately burst into a hearty laugh. Clearly, he misread the look on the other's face, thinking Yemo had already compromised. "Everyone. I am Wang Xiang, the captain of the 2nd team of the Ghostly Tomb Seeking Squad. Please do not make it difficult for this young brother, allow him to leave peacefully." Wang Xiang looked around at the greedy coffin bearers, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "If I find out that someone dares to harm this young brother, our Ghostly Tomb Seeking Squad will not let that person go. We will definitely kill his whole family." As soon as these words came out, the coffin bearers in the trading area were taken aback, their greed disappearing in an instant. They couldn't afford to provoke the Ghostly Tomb Seeking Squad. Furthermore, Wang Xiang was a captain. Since someone like this took action, how could they still dare to touch the 4th tier materials in Yemo's hands? Wang Xiang watched as the crowd regained their composure, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. Then he looked at Yemo and laughed excitedly, "Ha ha, young brother. That was a misunderstanding, I apologize. As he spoke, he hurried towards Yemo. Meanwhile, Miss Zhang had stood up, her eyes sparkling, wrapping her arm around Wang Xiang's, pressing her ample front against him. With a dazed look, she said sweetly, "Brother Wang, can I handle the business for you later?" Wang Xiang's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. With this, he would directly gain both wealth and beauty. What could be more enjoyable? "Ha, that's natural." Wang Xiang patted her backside in front of everyone, laughing loudly. "So annoying, Brother Wang." Miss Zhang's face turned slightly red. Seeing this scene, Yemo felt a twitch in his eyelids. It was known that Miss Zhang was married, yet Wang Xiang still dared to act so recklessly. Perhaps, this is the benefit that comes with great power? However, this time, Wang Xiang was going to hit a brick wall. "Young brother, this card has 50 million in it. I bought your materials." Wang Xiang pulled a card from his pocket and lightly tossed it to Yemo. Yemo expressionlessly received the card, directly storing it into his 30 cubic meters spatial warehouse. Seeing this, Wang Xiang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Young brother, you exchanged materials for 50 million and your safety, you should be pleased. Don't say Wang didn't treat you right." After saying this, he directly reached for the leather bag in Yemo's hand. Seeing this, Yemo took a step back, shaking his hand and putting the leather bag into the spatial warehouse. Then he smiled ambiguously and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you curious where I found these fourth-tier materials?" Wang Xiang's brow furrowed as he tried to control his anger, quickly asking, "Where did you pick them up, little brother?" "In the Apocalypse Valley, in front of an old man," Yemo replied with a smile. "Apocalypse Valley? An old man? Did you rob him?" Wang Xiang was taken aback. As if realizing something, his expression turned very ugly, feeling that Yemo was playing him. "Hee, little brother, don't joke around. An old town coffin master who can only level up in the Apocalypse Valley, isn't that a waste? How could he possibly have these materials? Whether he's a waste, I don't know. But I think his name is Chun Shuezong. I don't know if you recognize him. Look, this tomb-seeking guild badge was given to me by him." As he spoke, Yemo took out the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking guild badge and tossed it to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang caught the badge, showing a look of disdain, and without even examining it, threw it into the trash can. At this moment, his temper exploded, his tone carrying a hint of murderous intent. "Hee, what is my status, and what is his? An old waste like him isn't worthy for me to know? Kid, hurry up and hand over the materials. If you continue to mess with me, don't think you can walk out of this ancient street alive today." Chapter 50, You really shouldn't have done that. Wang Xiang is terrified. "Kid, hurry up and hand over the materials. If you continue to mess with me, don't think you can walk out of this ancient street alive today." Wang Xiang's roar echoed throughout the first floor of Wanbao Tower. Anyone could see just how angry he was now. However, Yemo paid no attention to his furious shout, instead showing a hint of confusion on his face. "You really don't know Chun Shuezong?" Yemo frowned and asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang's face turned fierce as he shouted, "I've never heard of any damn Chen Shuezong. If there are any powerful people in Fengyue City, I can name them all. Are you trying to say this Zong is strong? Is he your backing?" Wang Xiang sneered. Upon hearing this, Yemo was momentarily at a loss for words, his brows gradually knitting together. Is it really that few people know of Old Man Chen's name? Yemo thought to himself. No wonder, Old Chen held a high position. In Fengyue City, apart from a few who had heard of his name, the rest knew nothing about him at all. But if you mention the three words President Chen, then everyone knows who he is. After all, there was only one person bold enough to call himself President Chen in Fengyue City. Thinking of this, Yemo looked at Wang Xiang expressionlessly, his tone turning extremely cold as he slowly said, "If I tell you that the damn old man you speak of is known by everyone as President Chen, how will you respond?" Upon hearing this, it was like a storm, directly sweeping through the entire trading hall. The bustling trading area fell silent after Yemo spoke the three words President Chen, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Wang Xiang was the first to feel the impact of those three words, his scalp tingling and his legs involuntarily trembling. At the same time, Miss Zhang, upon hearing those three words, quickly pulled her hand out of Wang Xiang's and frantically retreated backwards. You must know, President Chen, as a legendary town coffin master, was frighteningly powerful. He was admired by everyone in the city, and his released spiritual awareness could cover the entire outer city. So no one dared to joke about the three words President Chen. Do you know what you're saying?" Wang Xiang's eyes showed fear as he stammered. You kid, don't talk nonsense. President Chen is not someone you can mess with." After saying this, Wang Xiang quickly let out a long sigh. In his view, Yemo truly had the audacity to bring up President Chen to escape his predicament. However, he still didn't believe that this beginner town coffin master could possibly be connected to a super powerful figure like President Chen. It seemed that Wang Xiang thought of something, and he quickly turned to look at Miss Zhang, who had retreated to the back. "Could you go to that trash can and take a look at the badge I just threw away?" Wang Xiang said with a puzzled expression, pointing at the nearby trash can. Hearing this, Miss Zhang hurriedly walked to the trash can, leaning over it with her head buried inside, seriously rummaging through the messy garbage. The smell was somewhat overwhelming, a strong stench wafted out, making Miss Zhang involuntarily wrinkle her brow. Under normal circumstances, she would never do such dirty work. And now, this experience was all thanks to EMO. "If this badge has nothing to do with the president, you're doomed." Miss Zhang revealed a murderous gaze, mumbling to herself. Then, holding back her nausea, she dug even more vigorously into the pile of trash. Soon, she felt a round piece of metal at the bottom of the trash can. "I found it!" Miss Zhang's excited voice came from the trash can. But in an instant, her mood turned tense. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the beautiful figure leaning over the trash can. Wang Xiang had thrown the badge too quickly, they hadn't seen it clearly. Now, these people began to hold their breath, their eyes filled with expectation. They all wanted to know if the badge Wang Xiang discarded was indeed given to that kid by the president. If it was, Wang Xiang would surely die. If not, Yemo would definitely die. For the onlookers, this was undoubtedly delightful, as it was human nature to enjoy the spectacle. "Hurry up and take it out for us to see. What are you stalling for?" Some Tomb Guardians were incredibly anxious, even urging her on. "In my opinion, this badge is most likely real. Captain Wang and this woman are doomed." "I think so too." That handsome guy's expression was very calm, he must have confidence. And he wouldn't joke around with his life. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Wang Xiang with glee. The ghost-seeking team had been arrogant all along, but now they had offended President Chen. This was going to be interesting. Miss Zhang seemed to hear the discussions around her, her expression turning ugly. While Wang Xiang became extremely panicked. Hurry up and take it out for me to see." Wang Xiang looked at the figure over the trash can, his voice trembling a bit. At that moment, a delighted voice suddenly came from the trash can. "Brother Wang, what you just threw doesn't seem like the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking team's badge. That kid was lying to you." As soon as the words fell, Miss Zhang directly backed out from the trash can, holding a very ordinary black round badge in her dirty hand, raising her filthy arm to show everyone. After seeing this badge, everyone instantly became noisy. They didn't expect the turn of events to be so quick. It turned out that this kid was indeed asking for death. Damn, this kid is truly bold, daring to fabricate the president's name. And even made a fake badge to deceive. This kid's head is a bit messed up. He could have gotten 50 million and run away, but now he not only lost his life but also played with Captain Wang. His whole family might be doomed. They looked at GMO, their eyes filled with glee, occasionally scoffing. GMO found it somewhat amusing and was momentarily confused by Miss Zhang's actions. At this time, seeing the badge, Wang Xiang also breathed a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy. He looked at Guillermo, his eyes filled with hatred, a surge of anger rushing into his heart. "Kid. Dare to play with me? If you have the guts, come out today. You actually dared to fabricate the president's name? You can't possibly think that a name like Chen Shuizhong is worthy of the president's noble status, right? Mo. Brother Wang, you definitely can't let this kid go. You must make him bleed outside the door," Miss Zhang said through gritted teeth. Following that, she looked over at the security personnel and said coldly, "Get this brat out of here." Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the crowd, causing many to turn their heads. A burly man clustered his way through the crowd and immediately ran to Miss Zhang's side, snatching the badge from her hand. At the same time, he cursed loudly, "Damn it! I've been looking for this badge for ages, who would have thought it ended up in the trash can? Miss Zhang, you're quite lucky. You actually helped me find my lost badge. Thank you." The man scratched his head awkwardly, showing his big white teeth in a grin at Miss Zhang. In that moment, everyone stood dumbfounded. A twist, an ultimate twist. Since this badge was not the one Wang Xiang had just thrown away, the one he had discarded must still be in the bin. As if sensing the peculiar gazes around him, Wang Xiang's expression darkened. He swiftly walked over to the trash can and kicked it violently. With a thundering sound, the trash can exploded instantly. Garbage scattered everywhere, and the smell filled the air. Among the litter, a hexagonal snowflake badge, radiating a chilling aura and sparkling under the hall lights, flew out. It fell directly onto the floor, producing a series of crisp buzzing sounds. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, Wang Xiang stepped closer and felt like he had plunged into an abyss. A wave of terror surged through his brain, nearly suffocating him to death. He confirmed a fact. This crystal-edged silvery snowflake badge was the emblem of the Snow Shadow Grave-Seeking team. And at the center of the badge, a black character zone stood out prominently. "It's over, truly over. Wang Xiang mumbled to himself, and then his eyes rolled back as he fell backward. In front of everyone, he was scared to death on the spot by this badge that had fallen from the trash can. Chapter 51, The Deputy of Wanbao Tower. 3 floors up in Wanbao Tower. In a luxurious private room sat a middle-aged man in formal attire, appearing extremely relaxed. His name is Tang Yi, a powerful individual at the near-extraordinary level, one of the top leaders of Wanbao Tower, and the second in command. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and the formerly closed door was pushed open by a woman in a cheongsam with enchanting brown curls. Tang Yi looked up, slowly furrowing his brows and asked, "Yashi, what's the rush?" "Mr. Tang, it's bad. There's been a conflict on the first floor, and someone's dead. You need to go handle it quickly." Yashi panted, clutching her chest. "A conflict? Someone's dead?" Tang Yi's expression became somewhat displeased. When Wanbao Tower was established and hadn't yet built its reputation, they used bloody means to subdue those careless grave diggers. Wanbao Tower is known as the safest area in the outer city besides the grave-seeking guild. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be kicked out. Interesting, it's been 20 years, and these people seem to have forgotten the methods of Wanbao Tower. Tang Yi lit a cigarette, taking a puff with a calm tone. "Yashi, don't tell me about such matters in the future. Just have the troublemaker beaten to death in public and fed to the coffins." Tang Yi flicked off the ash, appearing unconcerned. However, Yashi's next words instantly made him lose his composure. "Mr. Tang, you can't just sit there. Hurry to the first floor. One of the troublemakers is a member of the Snow Shadow grave-seeking team," Yashi said, stamping her feet anxiously. As soon as those words left her mouth, Tang Yi jumped up from the recliner with a whoosh. "What? You said what? A member of the Snow Shadow grave-seeking team?" Tang Yi exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blur and vanished from the spot, dashing toward the first floor hall. In the first floor hall, it had fallen silent. No one dared to doubt Yi Mo's identity anymore. Yema looked at Wang Xiang, who was lying on the ground, and was instantly dumbfounded. Is the effect of this badge really this good? If I had known, I would have worn it on my chest all the time. Thinking of this, Yema picked up the badge from the ground and handed it to the assistant, Xiaoyu. "Please help me wash it clean over there," Yema said, pointing to a magnificent fish tank in the hall, smiling. When Xiaoyu heard this, her face immediately showed surprise, and she nodded repeatedly. Then she took the badge and walked to the location of the fish tank. This fish tank was one of the treasures of Wanbao Tower, home to a dragonfish with a trace of rare dragon blood. Its value is immeasurable. But now, Yema asked Xiaoyu to wash the Shuiying badge, and no one dared to stop her. Instead, everyone stepped back and cleared a path. Because, in everyone's eyes, the value of this dragonfish was nothing compared to the Shuiying badge. Ignoring it, a gust of wind sounded, and Yema saw a figure quickly appear in front of him. The newcomer was Tang Yi. Tang Yi surveyed Yema, his eyes showing curiosity. He had seen the moment when Yema handed the badge to Xiaoyu and did not intervene. However, what surprised him was that this member of the Shuiying tomb-seeking team was so young, and merely a beginner-level 7-star coffin master. Aren't the members of the Shuiying tomb-seeking team all experts above 5 stars? Could this be a new member? Tang Yi wondered in his heart. But in any case, with his professional ethics, he would not question someone holding the Shuiying badge. Moreover, if Yema were truly a member of the Shuiying tomb-seeking team, he must possess exceptional skills, undoubtedly a rare genius. Don't offend him. Hello, young man, I am Tang Yi, the second in command of Wanbao Tower. Tang Yi smiled kindly, extending a hand to Yema. Seeing this, Yema shook hands with him and nodded, saying, "Yema, member of the Shuiying tomb-seeking team." Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped in shock. Tang Yi was no exception, his hand became slightly stiff. Even though he already knew Yema's identity, hearing it straight from Yema's mouth still shocked him. "Ah, so it's Mr. Yi." Tang Yi's face brightened with a warm smile, then he slightly bowed, saying, "Mr. Yi, please follow me to the 3rd floor. I would like to treat you well." Yema smiled upon hearing this and nodded slightly, "Then I will trouble Mr. Tang." "Mr. Yi, please." Tang Yi gestured invitingly. Yema did not hesitate upon hearing this and slowly walked towards the staircase. At the same time, he waved to Xiaoyu, signaling her to come along. Seeing this, Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen this new receptionist, and her looks were impressive, so he had some impression of her. Now it seemed that Yema was quite satisfied with her service. At least, because of her, Wanbao Tower had not completely offended Yema, and there was still room for maneuver. This girl is not bad. It looks like I need to promote her. Tang Yi thought happily, his face revealing an excited smile. If I can get on good terms with Mr. Yi, once Mr. Yi rises up, what is there to worry about for Wanbao Tower in having 5 or even 6-star materials? Just then, he quickly walked forward, arriving at a position half a body length behind Yema. He beckoned for him to head to the hall on the third floor. Chapter 52, Materials Skyrocket Fivefold. A Windfall of Billions. As Yema and others headed to the third floor, the first floor trading hall immediately returned to its usual hustle and bustle, beginning to discuss amongst themselves. Everyone was shocked by Yema's identity while maliciously glancing at Miss Zhang, who was sitting near Wang Xiang's corpse. On the side, Tang Ye's assistant, Yashi, looked somewhat pale after inquiring about the situation. Then, she looked at Miss Zhang beside her, her eyes cold, her tone filled with murderous intent. Come here, drag this woman and this corpse out to feed the coffin spirit. Hearing this, Miss Zhang's eyes immediately turned white, and she fainted directly. In the luxurious private room, Tang Yi had already invited Yemo to sit down, and personally brewed a pot of good tea. Beside them, Xiaoyu was extremely nervous, standing stiffly by the side. You can sit down too, don't be so restrained, Tang Yi said to Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu slowly shifted her gaze to Yemo, seemingly seeking Yemo's consent. Seeing this, Yemo nodded and said, since Mr. Tang has spoken, you can sit. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu slowly walked to Yemo's side and sat down shyly. Tang Yi caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and felt even more delighted. Although he didn't know who was at fault for what happened on the first floor, he would never be foolish enough to ask about the reason on the spot. Moreover, judging from Yemo's behavior and speech now, he didn't seem like an arrogant person at all. Mr. Yi, about what happened just now. I, Tang, will handle it properly and surely give you a satisfactory answer. Tang Yi said with a smile, his tone kind. Yemo replied lightly, if that's the case, then thank you, Mr. Tang. Ha, Mr. Yi doesn't need to be so formal with me. You can just call me Xiao Tang. Tang Yi laughed heartily and quickly handed a cup of tea to Yemo. Yemo took the tea, looking at the other person with a strange expression. The other party's strength and status are not inferior, now, treating him with such respect is also because of Elder Chen's presence. Yemo naturally wouldn't be so naive as to truly call a middle-aged man 20 years older than himself Xiao Tang. Thinking about the upcoming material matters, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yemo's mouth. Brother Tang, actually I came to Wanbao Tower today for a small favor I need from you. Tang Yi didn't expect Yemo to show no airs at all, instead, he called him Brother Tang, making him a bit flattered. Soon, he seemed to understand something and became more relaxed, since Brother Yi has called me Brother Tang, then I'll shamelessly call you Brother Yi. Then, he cheerfully asked, I wonder what Brother Yi needs my help with. Hearing this, Yemo got straight to the point and took out a leather space backpack. I need to sell some things. And I also need you to help me find a large amount of materials to cultivate corpse spirits below the third tier. Yemo said calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect that what the other person needed help with was so simple. Ah, Brother Yi. Our Wanbao Tower, not to mention anything else, but we have more materials below the third tier than all the other shops in Fengyue City combined. Tang Yi laughed heartily. Since Brother Yi wants to sell materials, I'll arrange it for you right now. After speaking, Tang Yi hurriedly left the private room and called his assistant, Yashi. Yashi, go to the second floor and bring Master Lu from the identification area over. Remember to tell Master Lu that the person selling materials is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb seeking team. When the time comes, let him double the value of the identified materials. No, let Master Lu multiply it by 5 times. Seemingly thinking of something, Tang Yi bit the bullet and changed his words. A few minutes later, Yashi brought an old man with white hair and reading glasses into the luxurious private room. This old man wasn't very strong, only at a mid-tier level, but his identification and appraisal skills were the best in Fengyue City. Because the materials left behind after each magical creature dies are almost never the same, it means the types of materials are incredibly diverse and cannot be fully recorded. Especially for magical creatures that appear in coffins above the golden level, the materials they leave behind after death are even rarer. For the valuation of materials, this is a real test of eyesight. When Tang Yi saw the old man arrive, he immediately stood up and smiled, saying, Master Lu, this is Brother Yi. Please help him appraise some materials. Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man adjusted his glasses and took a look at Yemo. Then he said casually, Young man, quickly take out the materials for me to appraise. I guarantee you a fair price, I won't cheat you. Hearing this, Yemo's face instantly revealed an excited smile. At the same time, he was also looking forward to seeing how much the materials left in his space backpack could sell for. At this moment, Master Lu had already seated himself at a golden Nanmu table, waiting for Yemo to present the materials. Seeing this, Yemo directly pulled out a pair of devil horns from his backpack and placed them on the table. Master Lu took the pair of horns and immediately clicked his tongue, saying, These were taken from a leader-level demon, right? They seem to belong to the B-class scythe demon, truly rare. Master Lu, your eyesight is truly impressive, these horns are from the scythe demon. Yi-Mo said casually. The scythe demon is powerful, but its essential materials are the scythe and the demon's heart. These horns can only be used to forge weapons and cannot serve as evolution materials. Their value isn't very high, Master Lu analyzed professionally, fully engrossed in his work. Yi-Mo nodded upon hearing this. In fact, his eyes had already seen through the information of the devil horns. But the price of these horns could not be found online. Then may I ask how much these horns are worth? Yi-Mo asked curiously. 2 billion. Master Lu said straightforwardly. At this moment, Tang Ye's eyes twitched, and he quickly cleared his throat. Hearing this sound, Master Lu suddenly remembered Tang Ye's earlier instructions. He immediately slapped his forehead and laughed awkwardly, saying, "Ha, I was indeed confused. These horns can also be crafted further, to be used as collectibles. Worth 10 billion, worth 10 billion. Upon hearing this, Yi-Mo's eyes lit up. With 10 billion in earnings, he would have more confidence at next week's large appraisal meeting. Thank you so much, Master Lu. Please help me look at this. Yi-Mo said excitedly. Then, he quickly took out a long black scythe from his space warehouse. This, you actually have the demon scythe. Young man, did you really slay a scythe demon? Master Lu said, shocked. Hearing this, Tang Ye's heart suddenly filled with joy. He thought that Yi-Mo held a not low position in the Shuiying Tomb Search team, otherwise, how could he have been assigned the demon scythe? So he felt that whatever it cost, it was worth it to draw in Yi-Mo today. May I ask, Master Lu, how much is this scythe worth? Yi-Mo asked curiously. Master Lu thought for a moment and then exploded with a number that left Yi-Mo feeling extremely shocked. 100 billion. Chapter 53, Back Home, Leisurely Level Up. Soon, an hour passed. Yi-Mo successfully sold all the materials, just as he wished. Except for the more precious materials from the scythe demon, the remaining materials were not very valuable, mostly second-tier materials, with a small number of third-tier materials. But fortunately, there were quite a few of these materials, and Master Lu estimated the price to be around 2 to 3 billion. Yi-Mo excitedly calculated the harvest of these 2 days. In the end, he arrived at an astonishing number. 155 billion. At this moment, Yi-Mo's breathing became rapid. Even if I take out 2 billion, it would be more than enough to level up Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20. Yi-Mo thought eagerly, secretly thinking, if I take out several billion more, I might even be able to buy all of Chi-Chi's evolution materials. Soon, Yashi, along with Xiaoyu, took care of everything and returned to the room. Xiaoyu handed a luxurious gold card to Yi-Mo. Mr. Yi, this is your card. The money from selling the materials is all in the card. Xiaoyu said seriously. Hearing this, Yi-Mo revealed a faint smile and took the golden card, then placed it into the space warehouse. By the way, Brother Yi. You didn't say you wanted to buy some low-level materials? Quickly tell me, so I can have someone prepare. Tang Yi asked with a cheerful smile. Yi-Mo thought for a moment and slowly said, I need 100 million of the blood magic pills, moon essence stones, and second-level zombie crystal cores. If there are ancestor viruses or other zombie viruses, or Xianin stones, then I need 500 million of each. If he hadn't received this over 10 billion, Yi-Mo certainly wouldn't act so lavishly. But now, with money, he felt free to be willful. Hearing this, Tang Yi was greatly surprised. Because half of the materials Yi-Mo needed were for cultivating zombies, while the other half was for cultivating corpses. Could it be that Brother Ye's coffin spirit is from the corpse clan? Tang Yi wondered. However, he didn't think too much and directly instructed Yashi and Xiaoyu to start this matter and to handle it quickly. In the evening, inside the inner city. In front of a large villa, Yi-Mo was relaxing on the lawn. On his left side sat a tall zombie draped in a black cloak, while on his right side lay a drooling cute zombie loli. In front of them on the lawn now lay several cargo boxes. The boxes contained a large amount of cultivation materials, as well as some delicacies. Bully, Chi-Chi. Hurry up and level up. Yi-Mo laughed loudly. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately hopped up, ready to give Yi-Mo a fierce bite. As if frightened by her own thought, she quickly shyly kissed Yi-Mo on the face. After kissing Yi-Mo, Chi-Chi dove into the box filled with food and began to feast happily, leaving the cultivation materials aside. Seeing this, Yi-Mo simply shook his head with a smile, feeling quite happy. Beside him, the bully was different from Chi-Chi. It appeared extremely excited upon seeing these materials. As the first coffin spirit under Yi-Mo, its mindset was simple. Because its potential was limited and it was far behind Chi-Chi. When it reached its max level, it might lose its cultivation value. But even so, it still wanted to squeeze out all its potential in a limited time and fully increase its level. Only by leveling up could it help Yi-Mo clear away the early obstacles and escort him. The bully walked to the cargo boxes, opened several of them, and quickly began to devour the cultivation materials inside. At that moment, it treated the virus solution like wine, the blood magic pills like beans, and occasionally picked up a piece of bloody mutated beast meat to enjoy. Ding! The bully swallowed blood magic pills *10, gaining doubled experience plus 80. Experience shared, Chi-Chi gains experience plus 80. Ding! The bully swallowed 10 genes of mutated beef, gaining doubled experience plus 30. Experience shared, Chi-Chi gains experience plus 30. Ding! The bully absorbed ancestor virus solution, strengthening its heart function. Ding! The bully absorbed black light virus solution, enhancing overall physical ability. Ding! Chi-Chi drank ice cola *10, gaining doubled experience plus 1. Experience shared, bully gains experience plus 1. Looking at the experience points flooding the screen, Emo felt immensely pleased. At this rate, as long as the bully's digestion speed keeps up, perhaps by one night, they could reach level 20. Moreover, after absorbing the virus solution, the bully's gray-white skin began to take on a blood-red hue. Its veins and muscles became more hideous, looking extremely terrifying. Even its body size began to grow slowly. Thinking of this, Emo kept a hint of anticipation in his heart. Staying here now felt meaningless, it would be better to take a nap and see the situation tomorrow morning. Bully, Chi-Chi. You guys stay here to level up. If you reach level 20, return to the coffin by yourselves, or stay at home. Do not run out and cause panic among others. Emo instructed them. Hearing this, the bully paused its actions. He quickly let out a low roar. But Chi-Chi seemed to have not heard, still rummaging in the cargo box. Emo smiled slightly, then slowly got up and walked towards the villa. A night passed. Emo opened his eyes, still sleepy. It was pitch dark in front of him, as if it hadn't yet dawned. Why am I awake so early? Emo scratched his head. Then he picked up his phone on the bedside to take a look. 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock? Emo felt a bit dazed. He then strangely turned to look out the window. At a glance, he discovered something unusual. Right in front of the window stood an extremely tall black figure, completely blocking the window and not allowing a single ray of sunlight to enter the bedroom. Once he saw this figure clearly, Emo was instantly overjoyed and sat up from the bed. Tyrant? Growl. Tyrant responded softly. How did you get in with such a big body? Emo asked, astonished. Hearing Emo's words, Tyrant emitted a strange wave of energy. The originally 4-meter-tall figure began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was down to about 2 meters. Virus form, special skill. After crazily absorbing viruses, the body undergoes mutation, gaining simple body change and limb simulation. Emo noticed the skill and immediately laughed. He didn't expect Tyrant's comprehension ability to be so strong, it was truly a delightful surprise. Then, without hesitation, he looked at Tyrant's level status, becoming even more excited. Level 20. Status, evolvable. Right. There's also Chi-Chi. Emo felt a little excited. At that moment, a little head suddenly popped out from under his blanket. It looked at him in a daze. I'm here. Emo was speechless. Wasn't it said that they would return to the coffin after reaching level 20? Why did they all come to his room? Chapter 54, Evolution Path. Time-limited mission. Ding. Detected that Tyrant has reached level 20, activating 4 evolution paths, would you like to view? Ding. Detected that Chi-Chi has reached level 20, activating 1 evolution path, would you like to view? 2 system prompts rang out, and while Emo was delighted, he also appeared bewildered. Tyrant has 4 evolution paths. Chi-Chi only has 1? Emo wondered. Thinking back to when he checked the evolution path of the White Shadow, Emo seemed to understand something. It seems the higher the potential of the coffin spirit, the fewer the evolution paths. No wonder. The lower the potential of the coffin spirit, the less stable its form is, making it easier to mutate. Mutation is undoubtedly one of the most important ways for them to grow stronger, but unfortunately, their evolution times are limited. And high-potential coffin spirits are themselves extremely rare and powerful beings, their forms are stable and almost always evolve in the most favorable direction, becoming even more perfect after evolution. So the higher the potential of the coffin spirits, the less they need to worry about choosing paths, because they have fewer evolution routes. With this in mind, Emo instantly felt a bit impatient. View. The next second. The evolution paths of the 2 coffin spirits suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Coffin Spirit, Prime Tyrant T002 type. Evolution paths, Pursuer, normal. Cursed Tyrant, normal. Death Tyrant, normal. Blade Tyrant, hidden, rare. Coffin Spirit, Spirit Talisman Jumping Child, already obtained. Resurrecting Child template, enhances abilities after evolution, does not affect the template. Evolution Path, Spirit Talisman Flying Zombie Girl, Epic. Seeing these evolution paths, Yemo's eyes lit up instantly. Sure enough, Tyrant also has a hidden path. Although Chi-Chi's evolution paths are few, they have reached the epic level. Yemo felt great. Immediately after, he hurriedly checked the evolution materials required for both coffin spirits. Blade Tyrant, hidden, rare, ruthless cold-faced butcher. Evolution materials required: Heart of Slaughter, Corpse Clan, Eye of the Knife Demon, Black Obsidian Giant Blade, Zombie Crystal Core *3, Third Order. Spirit Talisman Flying Zombie Girl, Epic, Flying Zombie, Millennia Uncorrupted, Millennia Unchanged, able to enter heaven and earth, fetching objects from afar. Evolution materials required: 1000-Year Moon Essence, Treasure, High-Level Corpse Restraining Talisman. Dark Cold Essence, Treasure, Underworld Crystal Stone *1, Third Tier. Looking at the materials needed by the Tyrant, Yemo's eyes brightened instantly. Fortunately, he had the foresight to keep a lot of Corpse Clan cores and some third-tier zombie crystal nuclei. Now the Tyrant only lacked the Eye of the Blade Demon and the Obsidian Giant Blade to complete the evolution. And these two materials do not belong to the category of high-tier materials, which means Wanbao Building surely has them. As for Chi-Chi's materials, Yemo was not sure if Wanbao Building had them. Perhaps Elderchin could get them. I didn't expect that the 1000-Year Moon Essence and Dark Cold Essence would actually be rare materials. I'm afraid I'm going to bleed a lot. Yemo shook his head inside. Yesterday afternoon he made a huge profit of 100 billion. But if he bought these two materials, he would definitely be left with nothing. But so what, since he chose a high-potential coffin spirit, it meant he would eventually have to spend a lot of resources and money. Moreover, he was looking forward to how powerful the S-rank coffin spirit would be after evolution. Thinking of this, a look of expectation suddenly appeared on Yemo's face. Ding! Time-limited mission activated. Please complete the evolution of all coffin spirits within 10 days. Mission reward: High-tier Corpse Clan Template Lottery Ticket *1, Skill Random Copy Card *1. Current remaining time, 9 days 23 hours. The sudden system voice caused Yemo to be dumbfounded. High-tier Template Lottery Ticket. Yemo's face was filled with wild joy. He knew that this was one of the rewards he most wanted. Not only could it directly improve the coffin spirit's potential level, but it could also grant the coffin spirit unexpectedly terrifying abilities. I must complete this task quickly, Yemo thought to himself. He then looked at the other reward. Skill Random Copy Card, can randomly draw ordinary skills from the contracted coffin spirit and copy them into the coffin master's body. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but gasp. Is this to turn me into a human coffin spirit? This reward is too amazing. However, the 10-day task limit made Yemo feel a bit anxious. Thinking about it, the evolution materials Chi-Chi needed were definitely very rare. Without hesitation, he dialed Tang Ye's number directly. A few seconds later, the phone was connected. A surprised voice came through. "Ha, Brother Yi, are you looking for me for something?" Upon hearing this, Yemo quickly replied, "Brother Tang, I want to ask if your Wanbao Building has the 1000-Year Moon Essence and Dark Cold Essence?" 1000-Year Moon Essence? Dark Cold Essence? Are these materials needed for the Corpse Clan coffin spirits? A hint of confusion appeared in Tang Ye's voice. "Brother Yi, wait a moment, I will ask Master Lu," Tang Yi replied. A few minutes later, Yemo received an answer that he had already anticipated. Wanbao Building did not have these materials. No wonder, although Wanbao Building was the largest material trading merchant in Fengyue City. But the overall strength of the coffin masters in Fengyue City was not strong. Among them, for some unknown reason, the extraordinary ones had experienced a break in succession, and now there was only one left in the entire city. Although the Shuiying tomb-seeking group had many extraordinary members, they did not belong to this medium-sized base city, rather, they came from other regions. So it was difficult for Wanbao Building to obtain materials above the 5th tier. The treasures they had were also very limited. And there were not many people contracting with the Corpse Clan, so Wanbao Building obviously rarely purchased Corpse Clan materials, let alone Corpse Clan treasures. Looks like I can only ask Elderchun, Yemo shook his head inside. But right now, there was still one extremely important thing he needed to do. That was the evolution of the Tyrant. Thinking of this, Yemo set out again towards Wanbao Building. In Wanbao Building, Tang Yi quietly noted down the materials Yemo needed, then brought a space warehouse and headed straight to Jiangnan City without hesitation. He guessed that in a large base city like Jiangnan City, there might be what Yemo needed. Even if there was not, he could issue high-level commission tasks in Jiangnan City. Let many tomb-seeking teams there mobilize. The things in this warehouse are enough to deserve the rewards for issuing high-level commission tasks. Tang Yi took a deep breath. Helping Yemo with all his strength was undoubtedly a risk-free investment for him. As long as the other party does not falter and can grow, the status of Wanbao Building will surely rise. Chairman Chen's judgment must be correct. Tang Yi thought to himself. In his view, if Yimo had only the potential to become an extraordinary person, Chairman Chen would not let him join the Snow Shadow Tomb exploration team. At the very least, Yimo's future strength would have to be at least legendary, possibly even on par with Chairman Chen, to be worthy of his attention. Chapter 55, Evolution. Blade Tyrant. An hour later. Yimo arrived in front of Wanbao Building. As he stepped into Wanbao Building again, it immediately caught the attention of all the receptionists. These receptionists quickly stood up, hurriedly forming a line along the sides of the corridor, bowing respectfully to Yimo. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. What the hell, who is this kid? Why such a grand scene? Shut up. This is Lord Yimo. A new member of the Snow Shadow Tomb exploration team. What the hell? He's actually a member of Chairman's team. But he looks so young, it's just unbelievable. Whoa, Lord Yimo is so handsome, I want to have his babies. People were discussing animatedly, but their words all expressed respect for Yimo. Yimo saw this scene and immediately felt a bit unnatural. Just a while ago, along the road in the outer city, many people were startled when they saw him, as if they had seen a ghost. Among them, many female coffin guardians came to ask for his autograph or contact information. This left Yimo a bit overwhelmed. It seems I'd become famous in the outer city yesterday. Yimo thought to himself. Being famous was indeed a good thing for him, helping him avoid many troubles. At least, no one in Fengyue City dared to trouble him anymore. Of course, these coffin guardians who recognized him were overly enthusiastic. For a while, Yimo found it a bit hard to adjust. Lord Yimo. Lord Yimo, what brings you here? Two excited voices rang out. Yimo looked in the direction of the voices and saw two beautiful women in kipeos, wearing high heels, quickly running towards him from the end of the corridor. The visitors were Xiao Yu and Tang Ye's assistant, Yishi. I'm just here to buy some materials, you don't need to make such a big fuss. Yimo waved and smiled. Upon hearing this, Yishi immediately showed a charming smile and respectfully said, Lord Yimo, if you need materials, Mr. Tang can send them over for you. No need to come in person. I had nothing to do anyway, so I just came out for a stroll. Yimo casually replied. He wasn't really keen on troubling Tang Yi, after all, owing favors wasn't a good thing. But he still didn't know, the materials he sold yesterday had already been marked up 5 times. He hadn't bothered to check the prices of low-level materials and was unaware of their costs. As for the materials from the side demon, he couldn't find anywhere to inquire about the pricing, selling them at such high prices didn't seem unreasonable, perhaps someone was in urgent need after all? By the way, where is Brother Tang? Yimo asked curiously. Hearing this, Yishi quickly explained, Lord Yimo, Mr. Tang has gone out for some business. Right now, Wanbao Building is fully under my and Xiao Yu's responsibility. Please come with us to the 3rd floor for a detailed discussion. Upon hearing this, Yimo nodded and headed directly to the 3rd floor. As they passed through the trading area on both sides, those who didn't know Yimo were shocked at this scene. They never expected that what these people said around them was actually true, this young man before them really held such a high position. It seemed that Fengyue City was about to have another untouchable figure. Lord Yimo, this is the blade demon's eye you requested. Please take a look. In a large high-spec trading area on the 3rd floor, Xiao Yu presented a black wooden box to Yimo. The box was carved with strange patterns. It was extremely eerie, the front of the box was tied with a blood-red cross, emitting a faint mist of blood under the light, as if sealing a terrifying existence. Yimo nodded, took the wooden box, and a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the item, Eye of the Knife Demon. The first important material is in hand. Just one last step to evolve the tyrant. By the way, what about the other material I need? Yimo asked, puzzled. The other material is a bit troublesome, you need to wait for a moment, came the gentle voice of Xiao Yu. A few minutes later. A sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Several warehouse workers dressed in black suits, with white shirts, ties, and black top hats, their skin slightly tanned, came in carrying a 6-meter-long black coffin. Yimo. Just put it here. Xiao Yu commanded. Upon hearing this, they quickly set down the coffin, lifted the coffin lid, and then walked out of the room. At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Yimo and said, Master Yimo, please take a look. Seeing this, Yimo walked over directly. When he saw a 6-meter-long, all-black longsword placed in the coffin, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This sword is so cool. Yimo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the item, Obsidian Giant Blade. System prompt. You have gathered all the evolution materials needed for the tyrant. Do you wish to evolve? Upon hearing this, Yemo, without any hesitation, excitedly said, "Evolve. Blade Tyrant." In the next second, the eye of the knife demon from the wooden box and the obsidian giant blade from the coffin transformed into a beam of light and flew into Yemo's contract space. Yemo calmed his mind and looked into the contract space. The tyrant had already begun to evolve with these materials. He saw its body suddenly grow taller, reaching about 5 meters. The blood vessels exposed on the outside and half of its heart began to retract into its body. The blood-red muscles, which had absorbed the virus, slowly transformed, as if forged from steel, filled with immense explosive power. Even more surprisingly, a strange black substance emanated from the tyrant's body. With the surrounding material, a giant and imposing black leather coat, along with a black cowboy hat, appeared on the tyrant. Roar! The tyrant roared, pulled up the obsidian giant blade from the ground, and performed a lightning-fast strike forward with the thunderclap slash. With a loud boom, a massive blade chi sliced through the contract space, flying out like a raging crescent thunder, its power astonishing. "Master! I have evolved successfully," the voice of the blade tyrant rang out deeply. It was just that its speech was clumsy, sounding somewhat garbled. "Congratulations, tyrant," Yemo replied. In the next second, the blade tyrant twisted its wrist, wielding the over 6-meter-long sword and creating several blossoms of blades, which then sheathed into the scabbard on its back, slowly returning to a height of about 2 meters. At this moment, Yemo opened the tyrant's panel to check. Coffin Spirit, Blade Tyrant, Tyrant. Race, Corpse Clan. Level, LV.20 Guardian Class. Experience, 0/11600. Seal Level, Silver Ancient Coffin. Talent, Super Virus Enhancement, completely enhances physical attributes, greatly strengthens attack power. Virus Absorption. Skills, Destruction Strike, Level 2. Rapid Charge, Level 2. Tearing Claw, Level 2. Intermediate Healing, Level 2. Blade Chi Assault, Level 2. Focused Magic Eye, Level 2. Advanced Swordsmanship. Super Material Penetration, Level 8. Flame Light Step, Special. Thunderclap Slash, Special. Virus Form, Special. Ultimate Skill, Release of Restrictions 2. After release, the Blade Tyrant exhibits its ultimate form. Defects, none. Affinity, 100, risking life to protect Master. Current status, excited, thrilled, confident. Evolution count available, 0 times. Description, cultivated by a god-level corpse master, the ability has been greatly enhanced. After hidden evolution, the attack power is significantly increased, and it possesses excellent language skills and intelligence. After reading, Yemo's mood was incredibly pleasant. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected, it was a hidden route, it was simply too cool. Chapter 56, Yemo, Captain Su, I toast to you. On the way back to the inner city, Yemo asked President Chen in detail about the materials, 1,000-year moon essence and ghostly cold marrow. The other party's answer was that these materials were extremely rare. However, the Jiangnan City trading market just happened to have these materials, and because they were precious and were the core of the Corpse Clan's evolution, they were absolutely overlooked. Hearing President Chen's 100% certain tone, Yemo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But he still wanted to seize the time and planned to head to Jiangnan City in 2 days. I hope these materials are indeed as President Chen said, they are overlooked. Yemo thought to himself. This time returning to the inner city. He was not heading back to his own villa. Instead, he came to one of the most powerful agencies in the inner city, the Law Enforcement Department. Looking at the law enforcement building in front of him, filled with a chilling atmosphere and sharp edges, Yemo didn't think twice and directly put on the snow shadow badge, walking towards the entrance of the law enforcement building. At the entrance, 2 ordinary law enforcers on watch saw Yemo's arrival. Their originally relaxed demeanor instantly turned serious. They prepared to stop Yemo for questioning. As Yemo drew near, they immediately showed a surprised expression, the seriousness on their faces vanishing in an instant. Because a magnificent crystal badge was hanging on Yemo's chest, shining exceptionally bright under the sunlight. "Milord, please enter." The 2 law enforcers extended their hands, showing respect. Although the law enforcement department managed the order of the entire inner city, they did not dare to show any arrogance in front of the tomb-seeking team members. Because most of the people they managed were powerless civilians. And those tomb guardians who did not exceed intermediate 3 stars preferred to live comfortably in the inner city. So, most law enforcers were unlikely to exceed beginner rank, and those who reached intermediate rank were few and far between. Seeing the 2's gesture, Yemo nodded faintly and walked straight into the first-floor law enforcement hall. "Hello, I have a question," Yemo said to a woman in uniform, sitting in front of a computer and working seriously. The woman slowly raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. So handsome. Then, she noticed the badge on Yemo's chest and immediately stood up nervously. "Milord, please speak. Do you know Su Feng? I want to find out where his home is." Yemo said calmly. As soon as these words came out, Lai knew the woman's face suddenly showed surprise, saying, "Milord, I know him. But I do not know where he lives." "Then pull up his information and check for me." "Okay, milord." In the inner city, Tianfeng Supreme Hotel, on the 60th floor. In the most luxurious private room, more than a dozen powerful figures from the inner city gathered, talking and laughing cheerfully. Although they were ordinary people, their strength compared to the Tomb Guardians was like that of ants. But almost every family had a high-ranking Tomb Guardian stationed in their home, continuously supporting them. So, many intermediate Tomb Guardians would sneer at their status, viewing them as mere ants, but would not provoke them. Of course, these powerful figures from the inner city would also not dare to easily offend the Tomb Guardians. After all, that would be tantamount to seeking death. At the main seat, Su Feng sipped his drink with a serious expression, lost in thought. It has been 2 days since the bounty was posted. Why hasn't there been any news from the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group? Could it be that they failed? Thinking of this, Su Feng shook his head again, secretly thinking, perhaps too many people have put up bounties, they forgot to notify me. Originally, he did not dare to have any thoughts about Yemo because of President Chen's support behind him. But when he accidentally learned that Yemo had killed people on the street in the Doomsday Town, his revengeful heart surged. And after finding out that Yemo had left the city with no one to protect him, Su Feng understood one thing. That was, Yemo did not hold much weight in President Chen's heart. So he put a bounty directly on Yemo. Beside him, a fat, bald middle-aged man seemed to notice Su Feng's bad mood. He hurriedly picked up a glass of wine and walked over to Su Feng's side. "Ah, Brother Su. Today is the day you break through to the quasi-high-level coffin master. If you have any troubling matters, why not set them aside and let's enjoy a drink first?" Hearing this, Su Feng's face immediately returned to normal as he replied calmly, "Okay. In that case, I'll toast you first," the bald middle-aged man said with a smile. "Congratulations on breaking through to a quasi-high-level coffin master. This toast is for you." Seeing this, others also stood up and toasted Su Feng. Su Feng picked up his glass, did not rise, but lightly tapped it on the table before downing it in one gulp. Upon seeing this, everyone felt extremely excited inside. This dinner was hosted by that bald man, and sitting at the table drinking with Su Feng was undoubtedly a great honor. In the inner city, Su Feng was like a local emperor. Even though he wasn't the strongest in the inner city and had been expelled from the law enforcement department, the ordinary forces he had gathered over the years were all top-notch power holders in the inner city. Even many mid-level coffin masters from the outer city got along well with him. "Ha, Brother Su has a great capacity for alcohol. I'll toast you again," the bald man said, feeling very pleased, pouring another glass for Su Feng, flattering him. Others followed suit and poured more wine. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the private room door. "Pour me a glass too, I also want to toast him properly." As soon as the words fell, the door slowly opened, and a young figure with a smile appeared before everyone. Seeing this, the faces of the crowd immediately showed displeasure. However, they were all seasoned players and did not directly curse but instead looked at Yemo with suspicion. At this moment, Su Feng, who sat at the head of the table, suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. "It's you!" Su Feng said with a difficult expression. "What? Don't you welcome me?" Yemo said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He then slowly walked towards the table. One of the powerful figures quickly made way for Yemo. Yemo ignored him and sat down in the offered seat. Then, he directly picked up a bottle of wine and said, "Come on, Captain Su, I toast you a jar of execution wine." As soon as these words came out, the scene erupted in an uproar. These more than a dozen powerful figures in the inner city quickly stepped back, their eyes revealing fear. They never expected Yemo was here to stir up trouble. As ordinary people, how could they dare to involve themselves in the coffin master conflicts? "Ah, Lord Su. I suddenly remembered that I have something to attend to at home, so I will leave first," one person said nervously. "Captain Su, my wife is about to give birth, and she's calling me to come back immediately." More than a dozen powerful figures hurriedly thought of ways to slip away. Su Feng ignored these tiny ants' words. Instead, his face turned dark as he fixed a deadly stare at Yemo. He never expected that the ghost hunting team would fail and reveal his information. This meant that President Chen had definitely acted behind the scenes, he would surely die today. However, in his view, Yemo also had tremendous guts to dare to come alone. Even if he had to die, he would drag Yemo down with him. "Hee, you want to toast me execution wine? With your strength, it seems you're not qualified," Su Feng said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Yemo swiftly threw a wine bottle, which shattered right on Su Feng's face. Looking at Su Feng, whose face was streaming with blood, Yi Mo said expressionlessly, "Now am I qualified?" Chapter 57, Su Feng jumps off the building. The might of the breaking evil golden light. Su Feng touched the blood on his face, and his expression instantly became ferocious. "You brat! You're courting death!" Su Feng roared. The next second, he directly unleashed his spiritual power, and a hexagram array appeared, from which a silver coffin shot out. Yi Mo's face suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. In fact, when he entered, he had the opportunity to strike at Su Feng directly. As long as the other party was caught off guard, the tyrant could kill him with one swift blow. But if that were to happen, the coffin spirit would disappear with his death, and he wouldn't gain any experience. Now, there was a level 30 quasi-leader coffin spirit. It could greatly enhance the experience of both the tyrant and Chi-Chi. Without hesitation, Yi Mo instantly summoned the tyrant. In the next second, the tyrant unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy. This sword energy was extremely fearsome, instantly slicing through the large round table in the middle and speeding towards Su Feng. Seeing this, Su Feng was immediately drenched in cold sweat and shouted, "Why is your summoning speed so fast?" At this moment, he didn't have time to let the coffin spirit out. Because the moment the coffin spirit appeared, it could be killed by this sword energy. Fortunately, he directly stood the coffin in front of himself to block the tyrant's sword energy. With a loud crash, the silver coffin instantly dented, leaving a massive crack on the coffin lid. The terrifying force surged out, sending Su Feng flying several meters, and he smashed against the wall behind him, creating countless spiderweb-like cracks. Cough. Su Feng coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, his face turning incredibly pale. How is this possible? He was just a beginner 3-star 2 days ago. How could he possibly harm me now? However, the next second, another wave of sword energy shot toward him. The coffin lid exploded instantly. "If you don't open the coffin, I'll help you open it," Yi Mo said indifferently. He didn't want to waste time, he wanted to seize the opportunity to finish his opponent off the moment the coffin spirit appeared. But Yi Mo didn't expect the other party's reaction capabilities to be so good, directly using the coffin to block the damage. At this moment, Su Feng was already so frightened he had lost his fighting spirit. "Black Mist Ghost. Use your skills to hold him," Su Feng shouted in a panic. In the next second, a ghost composed entirely of black mist, with 4 bony claws and a white, bony mask, flew out from the coffin. The black mist ghost suddenly spewed out a cloud of black mist, instantly turning the entire room pitch black, so that one couldn't see their own hand. "Take me away," Su Feng shouted angrily. Taking advantage of the spreading black mist, he smashed a punch through the room's protective window and jumped down from the 60th floor. As he jumped, the black mist ghost turned into a mass of black clouds beneath his feet, greatly reducing his falling speed. "Ha ha ha. Kid. You want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced." Su Feng laughed loudly. However, the next second, 2 blinding golden beams of light erupted from the top floor, directly dispersing the black mist in the room. Watching Su Feng, who had already jumped, Yi Mo's face turned ashen. This guy is too cunning. But he would never allow the experience he gained to disappear. "Tyrant! Chase after him!" As soon as these words were spoken, the tyrant suddenly grew to over 5 meters tall, grasping its long blade and slicing a wall in half with a single strike, then leaping downwards. Seeing this, Yi Mo leapt up and stood on the tyrant's shoulder, chasing after Su Feng. At this moment, Su Feng, who was already close to the ground, heard a loud explosion from the rooftop and looked up. Upon seeing this, his pupils constricted, revealing immense fear. "Damn it! Is this kid even human? He dares to chase after me?" Countless bricks and stones began to fall like rain. As the tyrant jumped off the 60-story building, it plunged its massive blade into the wall with one hand. This helped to lessen its rapid descent. At this moment, Yi Mo remained extremely calm, due to the tyrant's viral form. The tyrant's shoulders sprouted a pair of bony horns to keep it stable. Facing the howling winds, Yi Mo's eyes locked onto the black mist ghost beneath Su Feng's feet. Since he had obtained the ability of the evil-breaking golden eye these past 2 days, he had not yet had the chance to use the golden rays. But today, after he first tasted the ability of breaking evil golden light, he had already gone madly in love with this feeling. He was sure that even without the coffin spirit, he could kill the monsters with these eyes in an instant. "Tyrant! Speed up the descent," Yi Mo said excitedly. With a roar, the tyrant directly pulled out 80% of the giant blade embedded in the wall. The speed suddenly increased. At this moment, the tyrant was descending at a terrifying speed, getting closer and closer to the Black Fog Ghost and Su Feng. "Black Fog Ghost. Use your big move," Su Feng said, trembling all over. However, how could GMO give him a chance? With a flash of golden light in his eyes, he shouted, "Die for me." Buzz. Two terrifying golden pillars of light burst forth from Yemo's eyes like lasers. The energy was so strong that it could melt iron and refine gold. It directly pierced through the black fog ghost, killing it on the spot. Meanwhile, Su Feng suddenly lost his footing and fell from the sky, shattering his bones, blood splattering everywhere. Ding! You have successfully killed LV.30 Black Fog Evil Ghost. Ding! As the contract master, your kill still counts. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, experience doubled, gained experience plus 3000. Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gained experience plus 3000. Ding! Current Coffin Spirits, Tyrant, Chi-Chi. Level, LV.20, Quasi-Guard level. Experience required for next level, 3000/11600. Looking at the rapidly increasing experience, a smile of excitement appeared on Yemo's face. Haha, killing others' coffin spirits is definitely more enjoyable than killing monsters. Xiao Yao should be back soon. I wonder how much experience the 28-level Crowman of Wenjing can give me. At least 1000, right? Yemo's heart surged with a hint of murderous intent. Now, he was already a quasi-middle level coffin master, and his coffin spirit was also level 20. The demonic blood pills he bought earlier could no longer provide experience, they could only be considered tyrant snacks. The Moonstone could provide only a few points of experience now, having little value. Today, I'll find a time to easily take care of that owner and that guy who ran away from Doomsday Town. Yi Mo thought to himself. He planned to eliminate all future troubles and then head to Jiangnan City to search for news about the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi. Chapter 58 News Pop-Up, Angry Yi Xiaoyao. In the Doom Valley, Yi Xiaoyao had just commanded the Hellflame Demon to use Hellfire to kill several low-level zombies when she heard continuous phone vibrations and message notifications. Out of curiosity, she took her phone out of her pocket and took a look. Several striking news pop-up messages appeared before her eyes. Major news from the inner city. Around 12 noon today, a rare high-level coffin master battle occurred at the highest building in the inner city, the Tianfeng Supreme Hotel. The former head of the law enforcement force, Su Feng, was forced to fall to his death. Inner City News Agency, super explosive high-level coffin master battle video. Full of high energy. Inner City Gossip Agency, shocking. That man is actually a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking team. Continuously clicking on these messages and videos. After watching, Yi Xiaoyao was immediately stunned, covering her mouth in shock, gasping for breath. This is actually my brother. Yi Xiaoyao trembled slightly. These messages were like a doomsday storm, continuously destroying her understanding of Yi Mo. You have to know. Yi Mo had been in despair for 2.5 years before contracting a coffin spirit. Now, just 3 days after his contract, he could actually kill Su Feng. And he had become the well-known member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking team. This was simply unbelievable. 2 minutes later. The astonishment on Yi Xiaoyao's face slowly faded, and then she revealed a happy smile. Yi Mo was her brother, and he was also the only person she trusted in this world. So no matter how absurd things happened to Yi Mo, she would not question it or dig into the details. My brother is so amazing. Yi Xiaoyao's heart filled with joy. For the past 2.5 years, she had been taking care of Yi Mo's daily life, acting like a personal caregiver. But now Yi Mo not only regained the confidence he had years ago, but also became so powerful. This made Yi Xiaoyao extremely gratified. Humph. Don't even think about me taking care of you again. Only you will take care of me. Yi Xiaoyao thought in her heart. At this moment, Wenjing seemed to sense Yi Xiaoyao's overwhelming excitement. She smiled and walked over, gently asking, Xiaoyao, your Hellfire Demon is truly impressive. But you still need to work on adapting to the battle rhythm and strengthen your combat awareness. For next week's assessment, you must achieve the top score in Linhu Province. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. It seemed Wenjing thought she was feeling proud after killing the demon. But this was normal, who wouldn't feel proud to contract an A-level coffin spirit? Got it, Sister Wenjing, I will work hard. Yi Xiaoyao nodded. Upon hearing this, Wenjing felt a sigh of relief in her heart. Last night she received news that in a nearby base city, there were students who had also contracted A-level coffin spirits. This undoubtedly meant Yi Xiaoyao had another competitor. Originally, the title of Excellent Mentor rewarded her 500 million in bonuses. Adding those bonuses to her savings, it would be enough to buy a coveted C-level coffin spirit. But this time the principal instructed her that as long as Yi Xiaoyao took first place, the Excellent Mentor's bonus would be multiplied by 5. How could she not be tempted? As long as I get this 2.5 billion. I won't have to think about C-level coffin spirits anymore, but rather B-level coffin spirits. Wen Jing felt delighted, her lips curling into a charming smile. Suddenly, a very surprised voice rang out from not far away. Oh my! Isn't that Xiaoyao's brother? So impressive! Many students turned their heads in confusion upon hearing this voice. A cute girl was holding her phone, looking shocked while watching a video. Zhou Mengyu, what are you watching? What's Xiaoyao's brother? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoyao actually has a brother? Why have we never heard of this? Hearing this, Zhou Mengyu quickly said, haven't you been following the news in the inner city? Just now they pushed several news articles about Xiaoyao's brother, go take a look. As soon as this was said, many people became curious and quickly took out their phones to search. When they saw these messages, they were all immensely shocked. Wow! Yi Xiaoyao's brother is actually a high-level coffin master. He even killed the former captain of the enforcement department. How incredible is that? And even more incredible. Her brother is actually a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team. Unbeatable. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Yi Xiaoyao with envious eyes. Yi Xiaoyao not only possessed great talent herself, but her brother was also extremely powerful. In Fengyue City, who would dare to provoke her anymore? At this time, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. Can't you recognize this face? This person is clearly that weirdo who caused a laugh 2 years ago at school. Everyone knows he has a corpse servant talent, how could he possibly be a high-level coffin master? A pretty girl scoffed. All along, she had been a competitor with Yi Xiaoyao, and she didn't believe that the other's brother could be so powerful. Upon hearing this, many people started to discuss again. It does seem like that weirdo from before. But he still looks quite handsome, doesn't he? Could it be that he is shooting a special effects video? After all, every graduation season, the inner city makes high-energy battle promotional films to show everyone, said a girl with starry eyes. The inner city has pushed the news, how could it possibly be fake? In my opinion, this cannot be that weirdo. How could that weirdo have such strength? The crowd was buzzing with discussions. At this moment, the surrounding temperature seemed to increase significantly. Yi Xiaoyao's twin ponytails inadvertently transformed into a fiery red, scattering and flowing in the wind. Who dares to say again that my brother is a weirdo? I will tear your mouth apart. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes burst with flames, her voice extremely cold, showing great anger. Everyone turned back to look, only to see Yi Xiaoyao engulfed in flames, radiating an intense burning sensation, looking just like a fire witch, exuding a terrifying aura. The hell-flame demon beside her was even more excited, revealing a greedy and brutal expression. As long as Yi Xiaoyao gave the order, it would unhesitatingly destroy everything in front of it. Ah, I'm sorry. Sister Xiaoyao, we didn't know that Lord was your brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everyone apologized in unison. After a few breaths, Yi Xiaoyao took a deep breath, the flames around her fading away, her expression calming down, ignoring these people. This gift of flame baptism, along with the company of the flame demon, has made my temper even greater, Yi Xiaoyao frowned in thought. But no matter what, as long as someone dared to speak ill of her brother in front of her, she would dare to turn against them on the spot. Chapter 59, When Jing apologizes. Yi Mo, kill her. When Jing silently watched the small episode unfold before her eyes. In normal times, she would definitely step in to mediate ahead of time. But now, she felt completely dazed, a look of confusion in her eyes. Yi Mo actually didn't die? The leader of the ghostly tomb-seeking team couldn't kill him? When Jing gasped in shock. Feeling suspicious about the authenticity of the news, she quickly took out her phone to search. The results that popped up shocked her like she had fallen into an abyss of hell. How is this possible? He has clearly just signed a contract for less than 3 days. How could he have the strength to kill a high-level opponent? Looking at the fighting scene in the video, Wen Jing immediately turned pale with fear. What terrified her even more was Yi Mo was actually a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team. It's over. Yi Mo must know what I've done, I'm doomed. Wen Jing panicked, 1,000 kinds of regret flooding her heart. If only she hadn't pursued that little bit of selfish fame, hadn't deceived Yi Mo. Then wouldn't she have taught 2 super geniuses by now? Her status would have soared too? And the worst part was, fearing that her deception would be exposed, she cruelly took drastic measures and directly put a bounty on him. This undoubtedly left her with no way out. I'm doomed. Wen Jing's eyes reddened. For a moment, she almost cried in front of her students, nearly dropping the facade of a gentle, understanding, and mature teacher. In reality, she was very different in private, with an extreme personality, selfish and self-serving. Should I kneel and beg for mercy? Or become his slave? Would he spare me? Wen Jing thought and thought, not daring to make a decision immediately. If Yi Mo really let her be a slave, that would be the best outcome for her. When Yemo became even stronger, she, as a slave, could also be above thousands. Let me call him first, maybe he will forgive me for old time's sake. Wen Jing thought in her heart, if he can't forgive me, I'll just run away. Anyway, the black crow flies fast, he definitely won't catch me. At this moment, Wen Jing looked at Yi Xiaoyao, pretending to be calm as she said, Xiaoyao, you guys continue to train. I have something to attend to, I'll step away for a bit. After saying that, Wen Jing walked towards a damaged building near the river. Soon, she found a relatively intact tall wall and leaned against it. Taking a deep breath, she directly dialed Yemo's phone. No one answered the phone. After several minutes, Wen Jing made over 100 calls, and finally, it connected. Yemo, it's me, Sister Wen Jing. Is there a convenient moment to discuss something? Wen Jing said nervously. However, suddenly a cute little girl's voice came from the phone. Not convenient. My master is riding a bike. If you have something, you can speak to Chi Chi. Hearing this, Wen Jing was momentarily stunned. Master? Wen Jing mumbled to herself, and then her heart raced with joy. I didn't expect Yemo to have this kind of hobby, looks like I have a chance to live. Wen Jing coughed lightly, then involuntarily pinched her voice and softly said, Can you hand the phone to your master? As soon as she finished speaking, a puzzled male voice came from the phone, What do you want from me? Well, Yemo, I'm here to apologize to you. Before, I deceived you. Actually, you could have taken the graduation assessment. Wen Jing said nervously. A faint chuckle came from the phone, interesting. Anything else? Keep talking. Later, I was afraid you would find out about this, so I acted impulsively and put a bounty on you. Wen Jing's voice was extremely soft, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Actually, I wanted to cancel the bounty right away, but they wouldn't let me. They even said that if I dared to go back on my word, they would kill me. You know how terrifying those people are, I didn't dare to offend them. Wen Jing lied, her voice carrying a hint of a sob, trying to stir Yemo's sympathy. Yemo, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to put a bounty on you. If you can forgive me, I can be your slave, just like that little girl earlier, and call you Ma. Beep beep beep. The call was instantly hung up. Wen Jing's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it, the teacher already begged you like this, and you still act so ungrateful. You're so far away from me now, what can you even do to me? Wen Jing shouted in shame and anger, talking to herself. I'll leave Fengyue City right now, and you'll never find me in this lifetime. When I have money in the future, I'll hire the grave seekers, who aren't afraid of the Snow Shadow group. I'll put a bounty on you for life. Wen Jing said viciously. Suddenly, two bursts of laughter echoed from behind the ruined building. Ha ha, Donzi, did you hear that? This woman sounds like she's throwing a tantrum. Women like her are truly terrifying. Yemo didn't even do anything to her, and she already put a bounty on him. She's completely insane. If she stays alive, Yemo might never sleep well again. Who is it? Come out. Hearing the mocking voices behind the wall, Wen Jing's heart trembled as she shouted. The next second, with a loud boom, the nearby wall exploded, sending countless bricks flying in all directions. Wen Jing immediately dodged to avoid the debris. When the wall completely collapsed, a massive white grave-guarding ape appeared before her eyes. On one side of the ape stood a bloodstained zombie nurse, and on the other, a black-robed skeleton sorcerer. Behind them were three young men and women with mocking expressions on their faces. It's you! You were following me! Wen Jing exclaimed in shock. Ha, of course we followed you. If we didn't, how could we stop you from running away? The monkey laughed. Meanwhile, Yemo was speeding down the road on a motorcycle provided by the Tianfeng Supreme Hotel. Wen Jing's call had made him fully understand what kind of person she was. At first, he was still thinking about her coffin spirit and wanted to personally take her life. But now, all he felt was disgust. Hey, Lin Yin. Yemo dialed Lin Yin's number. What is it, Yemo? Lin Yin's calm voice came through. Stop tracking that woman. Do me a favor and kill her now? Yemo's tone carried urgency. I'm still on my way. She probably won't go back to the city, she's planning to run early. At the same time, Lin Yin looked at Wen Jing, who was surrounded, and a teasing smile appeared on her lips. Didn't you want to kill her yourself? Why the sudden rush to have her dead now? Do you want us to capture her alive? Lin Yin asked softly. No way. Just mentioning that woman makes me sick to my stomach. Killing her would dirty my hands, it's just too damn unlucky. Yemo's disgusted voice came through the phone. TSK, are you sure you don't want us to capture her alive? She's right in front of us, completely surrounded by the three of us. Lin Yin asked with a smile. Just kill her. As soon as Yemo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chapter 60, When Jing Dies. The innkeeper, I am the clown asterisk asterisk. Hearing Lin Yin's voice through the phone, Wen Jing's expression grew serious. It won't be that easy to kill me. She let out a cold snort. As long as she summoned the Shadow Crow's prophet, using her ultimate move to sow discord among them, she could leave safely. Without any hesitation, her spiritual power surged instantly, and a six-pointed star seal took shape. However, before she could summon the coffin, a tall blood shadow appeared before her, bringing waves of bloodlight, like a ghost. In the next second, a claw shadow flashed through the air, too fast for the eye to capture. With a pop, the arm that Wen Jing had gathered to cast the formation was cut off, flying several meters away. A violent pain surged, making her face pale and her body tremble. The blood nurse zombie in front of her was too fast and had no intention of letting her summon the coffin spirit. Wouldn't that mean she could not escape? Only a dead end awaited. Thinking of this, Wen Jing endured the intense pain, a trace of killing intent rising in her heart, while also holding on to a glimmer of hope. As long as she could get 10 meters away from these three, she would have the chance to summon the coffin spirit and escape. At the very least, before she died, she could make those three turn on each other. Can you take me to meet Emo? I want to apologize to him face to face. I am sorry for him. Even if I die, I want to die by his hand, Wen Jing said with a face full of regret. But the killing intent in her heart became stronger and stronger. Lin Yin saw the scene, her face indifferent, showing no response, her eyes instead looking at her like a corpse. Because the malice in the other person's heart could not hide from her talent. Kill her. The two cold words fell from Lin Yin's lips. The blood-clad angel slowly raised a hand with blood-red sharp claws. Then, with lightning speed, it pierced through Wen Jing's heart. With a bang, as the other's body fell to the ground, Lin Yin quickly made a phone call. I have killed her. Lin Yin said flatly. Thank you. A voice came from the phone, once I finish dealing with the Apocalypse Town matters, I will come over. You don't need to come over. We're going back right now, Lin Yin said. Alright then, please bring my sister back as well. We will contact each other again then. After saying this, Yemo hung up the phone directly. 10 minutes later, Yemo arrived again at Apocalypse Town. Coming here was simple, with only one purpose, which was to kill the innkeeper. The fleeing coffin master might be hard to find for now. But he could use the same method as others, then pull out the recordings from the inn to offer a bounty for that person. Inside the inn, the innkeeper stood stiffly beside a middle-aged man carrying a silver coffin, seemingly discussing something. The middle-aged man had a scar on his face like a centipede, still unhealed, looking somewhat gruesome. Boss Wu, are you sure you want to transfer this into me? This is the legacy left to you by Wu Yong, bringing in at least tens of millions a year. Shouldn't you manage it well? The scar-faced man asked, puzzled. No. In recent months, people have been causing trouble here every day. I am just a beginner one-star coffin master, I can't suppress them, and I can only compromise. I am losing money each day. Boss Wu quickly shook his head. If my nephew were here, it would be great. Boss Wu's nephew was an intermediate 7-star coffin master. Although his strength was not strong, he still had some means in such a low-level area like Apocalypse Town. And the scar-faced man, nicknamed Poison Dragon, was his nephew's teammate and extremely close, both being part of the same tomb raiding team. Poison Dragon, hearing this, closed his eyes tightly, a look of deep sorrow on his face as he said, "Sigh little Wu, so young it's really a pity. It's a shame that our tomb raiding team has too many tasks, otherwise, I would have helped take care of you a little." Hearing this, Boss Wu's face lit up with joy. In the past, his nephew often mentioned that this Poison Dragon had a relationship with him that seemed like a master-student bond. There is a bond of trust that is absolutely solid. Though it was the first time for Boss Wu to meet Poison Dragon, after a simple conversation, he discovered that every word from Poison Dragon came from the heart. From his experience, the regret showing on the other person's face could never be faked. At this moment, Boss Wu seemed to remember something, his mood appearing a bit anxious. However, he still smiled and said, "Boss Poison Dragon. Since Xiao Yong is your good brother and has received your care many times, then I'll give you a 50% discount, how about I transfer this into you at half price?" Upon hearing this, Poison Dragon hesitated but nodded, saying, "Alright, then this time I'll take advantage of you. If you encounter any difficult problems in the future, you can directly find me." After saying that, Poison Dragon directly handed a card to Boss Wu. Boss Wu saw this and quickly took the bank card, his face filled with excitement. This world actually has such a fool. If he had any bad intentions, he could take everything from me. Boss Wu sneered in his heart. A few minutes ago, He paid attention to the news from the inner city, discovering that the young man he had put a bounty on was not only alive but also had an incredibly terrifying background and strength. This made him immediately think of running away. But before leaving, he decided to take the opportunity to make some money, so he contacted this trusted person mentioned by his nephew. By then, if Yemo came to seek revenge, Poison Dragon would most likely help him block the bullets. Boss Poison Dragon, I suddenly remember I still have something to do. I need to go out for a moment. Boss Wu said urgently. In a hurry, he subconsciously threw the bank card into the space backpack left by his nephew. Now that he had the money, he was ready to take his family fortune and run. Just then, Poison Dragon casually glanced at the other space backpack, his eyes suddenly narrowing. Then a loud laugh broke out. Boss Wu, don't leave yet. I suddenly remembered something and want to ask you. Upon hearing this, Boss Wu immediately frowned, saying, Boss Poison Dragon, what do you want to ask? Didn't Xiao Wu get a rare skill stone before? I want to ask, do you know where he put it? Poison Dragon said with a smile on his face. Then he released a flower-patterned poisonous snake that was over 10 meters long and thicker than a bucket from the silver coffin. Seeing this scene, terror instantly appeared on Boss Wu's face. Now he realized what the other party meant. It's over. I should have known better than to be greedy for the small amount of money. This time, I've suffered a huge loss. Boss Wu's face was extraordinarily grim. A rare skill stone is worth a lot, comparable to a B-class coffin spirit, and now, for these tens of millions, he had lost so much wealth. Isn't this just being a complete fool? Chapter 61, The Skill Went Wrong. Killing 2 people in a row. Boss Poison Dragon, the skill stone is with me. If I hand it over to you, can you let me go? Boss Wu said in panic. Then, with reluctance, he took out a strange crystal stone, entirely red and emitting waves of intense heat, from his space backpack. Upon seeing this, Poison Dragon's eyes suddenly burst with greed, his expression becoming incredibly excited. Ha, that kid Wu Yong would rather face death than tell me where the skill stone was. It turns out it was hidden in your hands. If you hadn't contacted me, I really wouldn't have known that this kid had an uncle like you. Looks like he really treasures your life. As soon as these words came out, Boss Wu's eyes seemed to spit fire, losing all reason instantly. So it was you who killed my nephew. He trusted you so much. You're simply a beast. Ha ha ha, so what? I not only killed him, but even his body was fed to the king of snakes. Poison Dragon said with a laugh, while patting the body of the flower-patterned giant snake. Seeing this, the flower-patterned giant snake turned its head to look at Boss Wu, its vertical pupils flashing a fierce light, and its tongue licking out, preparing to swallow him whole. Upon seeing this, Boss Wu's expression. A deep weight suddenly sank in his heart. Although he was a capricious, opportunistic, and bully little man, Wu Yong had raised him since he was young, comparable to a son. Blood is thicker than water. If this revenge is not avenged, how can I be at peace? Right. Buy time. Until that young man arrives. As long as he comes, perhaps I can get my great revenge. I can also secure a glimmer of hope. Boss Wu gritted his teeth, deciding to take advantage of this last bit of opportunity. In the next second, he fell to the ground with a thud, hurriedly begging for mercy, saying, Boss Poison Dragon, I was just impulsive just now. I couldn't control my emotions. I can hand over the skill stone to you, but can you let me go? Hearing this, Poison Dragon showed disdain on his face and said, Let you go? Do you think I'm a fool? Have you heard the saying, to eradicate the roots, one must cut the grass? If I let you go, would you put a bounty on me? Just then, not far outside the door, 2 figures slowly approached. One figure was over 2 meters tall, dressed in a black leather coat, wearing a leather cowboy hat, and carrying a big knife longer than himself on his back. The other figure was a handsome young man holding a child. Inside the inn, Yemo listened to the conversation clearly. There's actually a rare skill stone? It seems this time's harvest won't be bad. Yemo thought to himself. Then he brought the tyrant to the door of the inn. At this moment, the 2 people inside seemed to feel something unusual and hurriedly looked outside the inn. Seeing this, Boss Wu felt a moment of fear, quickly turning into wild joy. He never expected Yemo to arrive so timely. Ha ha. Poison Bug, didn't you want the rare skill stone? Go ahead and grab it. Boss Wu laughed loudly and instantly threw the fiery red rare skill stone towards Yemo's direction. Yemo saw this and casually reached out, directly catching the skill stone in his hand. Seeing the scene, Poison Dragon's face turned extremely hideous. Kid, hand over the skill stone quickly, and I will spare your life. Poison Dragon said angrily. Boss Wu, seeing this, turned ecstatic. Let them fight. Let them fight. Boss Wu thought eagerly. As long as the 2 start fighting, he could find a chance to escape. However, in the next second, a surge of blade energy burst forth, directly blowing open the inn's door, rushing towards Boswu with unmatched force. With a puff, a blood stain slid down from the center of his brow, and Boswu's body was instantly cleaved in half, dead beyond salvation. Yi Emo looked at this scene calmly, his heart unperturbed. He ignored Poison Dragon's threat, instead paying attention to the system prompt sound in his mind. Congratulations, host has obtained Rare Skill Stone *1. Would you like to use it now? Use. Yi Emo thought with some anticipation, silently saying. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully opened the Rare Skill Stone. Obtained Fire-type Rare Skill, Flame Spear. Flame Spear, after learning this skill, you can condense a flame-long spear out of thin air for projectile attacks. No racial restrictions, non-fire-type coffin spirits have a comprehension success rate of 1%. It seems I opened something wrong. Yi Emo's face instantly stiffened. This skill was nothing more than adding an attack method for him, it could be learned or not. According to the skill introduction, the effect of this skill was probably similar to Thunder Slash. And now, the tyrant was focused on using the knife, and 7-7 was drawing symbols to wield the sword, which clearly didn't match the skill very well. This skill would be great for Xiao Yao. Thinking of this, Yi Emo waved his hand and directly stored Flame Spear into his space bag. Are you looking for death? Don't force me to kill you. Poison Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing everything, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. In his view, Yi Emo was nearly a mid-level coffin master. Though the tyrant's previous blade was stunning, it merely cut open a door, its power wasn't great. If this slash were to hit his patterned python, the tough scales would definitely be able to easily withstand it. It seems like you have a bit too much to say. Yi Emo said lightly. In the next moment, the tyrant directly hacked at the poisonous dragon with a blade. Seeing this, the poisonous dragon hurriedly had the spotted snake defend in front of it. There was a clang. Sparks flew. The blade's energy howled like wind, fiercely crashing into the spotted snake, instantly tearing a long wound, blood splattering everywhere. Its defense is still pretty good. Yi Emo glanced over. Then, emotionless, he said, Tyrant, stop trying things out, one strike. These words caused the poisonous dragon's heart to leap. It never expected that this strike, which almost slashed the spotted snake to death, was merely a test. Big snake. Take me underground, the poisonous dragon roared. Seeing this, the spotted snake quickly swallowed the poisonous dragon in its mouth, twisting its body and fiercely burrowing towards the ground. However, before it could tunnel several inches underground, a blade's energy, carrying thunderlight, came rushing in, directly slicing open the ground with a gaping crack several meters deep. On the spot, it slashed the poisonous dragon and the spotted snake to death. Ding! The blade tyrant has successfully killed LV.30 spotted snake. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant gains double experience, receiving plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi gains double experience, receiving plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Current coffin spirits, tyrant, Chi-Chi, level LV.20, quasi-guardian level. Experience required for the next level 6,000/11600. Upon hearing the system prompt, a smile appeared on Yemo's face. If I get 2 more quasi-high level gravekeepers, I can level up. By the way, I haven't taken the space bag from the innkeeper and the poisonous dragon. I wonder what good things are inside. Yi Emo thought. Then he had the tyrant dig out the poisoned dragon's corpse from underground, while he himself walked into the inn to take the space bag from the innkeeper's hand. Chapter 62, The Gap? Yi Xiaoyao's doubt. Inside the inn, Yi Emo was curiously examining the items left in the innkeeper's space bag. After a thorough check, Yi Emo just shook his head. The internal space of this bag was small, containing only some cash and several bank cards that couldn't directly withdraw money. And Yi Emo didn't know the passwords for these bank cards, so having them was useless. He could only have Chi-Chi draw a fire symbol to burn these cards along with the innkeeper's corpse to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Hard Scale Skin. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Poisonous Snake Skull. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Poisonous Snake's Fang. A series of prompts stunned Yemo's expression. Is this the benefit of leaving the coffin spirit or the whole body of a monster? Yi Emo thought with surprise. It's important to know that before the tyrant evolved, its attack wasn't as strong as it was now, so it could only kill high-level enemies by force with super substance penetration. However, the effect of super substance penetration was remarkably astounding. Once it was launched, the target was almost obliterated, with what materials remained depending on luck. Without overthinking, Yi Emo hurriedly walked out of the inn and came to the huge pit that the tyrant had dug. Looking at the large corpse of the snake, Yi Emo couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Tyrant, it seems like you're in for a treat today. As soon as this was said, the tyrant immediately understood Yimo's meaning and hurriedly used its blade to cut the snake's body into pieces, beginning to feast. In an instant, experience was pouring in. The 30-level snake's corpse, apart from the 3rd-level materials just dug out, also left behind valuable resources in its flesh. The flesh of mutated ferocious beasts can not only increase the strength of coffin spirits when consumed but can also significantly enhance human physical qualities after eating. Chi-Chi, help me freeze a piece of snake meat, I'll make snake soup for you later. Yimo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi drew symbols with one hand and held a sword with the other. With 2 sword slashes, the sword energy carrying cold air swept through, straightly cutting into the snake's body. With a buzzing sound, that hard snake scale was cut open like tofu, instantly being frozen by the cold air. What the hell? Yimo was startled deep inside. I have always seen Chi-Chi as an assistant, but I forgot one fact. The other party is an S-class coffin spirit. The basic attributes are much higher than those of the tyrant. Moreover, as the level rises, the gap in potential will only become more obvious. Just now, Chi-Chi's sword energy strike was almost as powerful as the tyrant's accumulated thunder strike. Chi-Chi's attacks are strong, doesn't that mean my efficiency in killing enemies can double in the future? I could even solo enter the level 30-dimensional secret realm. Yimo's eyes flashed with confidence. You must know that entering a secret realm means gaining experience and resources. There's even a chance to encounter a tomb and dig up all the hidden coffins inside. With his current strength, if he faced a coffin spirit around level 35 in the secret realm, he could absolutely fight without using the super material piercing. The materials obtained then would definitely exceed imagination. My divine talent has doubled the overall abilities of the tyrant and Chi-Chi. Clearly, Chi-Chi gains even more. Once she evolves, her power will only become more terrifying. Thinking of this, Yimo became more eager to complete the evolution task issued by the system. The tyrant's potential can only be broken through to C-level potential after level 39, using specific materials thanks to my divine talent. This time is very long, I can't be too anxious. Although in the later stages, I can cultivate the tyrant's potential to the top. But for now, it still has a certain gap compared to S-class or even A-class coffin spirits. Yimo analyzed in his heart. After witnessing Chi-Chi's strength, Yimo fell into a temporary misunderstanding. In fact, with the blessing of the Divine Corpse Guardian talent, the tyrant's potential can no longer be measured simply as D-level. Currently, the tyrant's potential is absolutely comparable to other coffin keepers' B-class coffin spirits, and the tyrant's comprehension ability is very strong. And it has many powerful skills rewarded by the system. Overall, even facing A-class potential coffin spirits of the same level, the tyrant has a chance to suppress them. If using super material piercing, it would be an instant kill. After realizing this, a faint smile appeared on Yimo's face, and then he continued to check the Poison Dragon's space backpack. After checking, disappointment appeared on his face. The reason is simple, the Poison Dragon is just too poor, with only a small amount of third-tier materials and some survival supplies needed in the wild. In the evening, in the inner city, at Yimo's home, Yi Xiaoyao furrowed her brows, sitting silently on the sofa, watching TV. There were 2 things troubling her. First, Yimo's transformation was too drastic. In just a few days, he had turned from a person without a contract to an existence almost as powerful as a high-level coffin keeper. Could it be that Yimo was pretending all along? Always hiding his strength from her? Second, the direction in which Mentor Wenjing left was the same direction where Yimo's 3 friends appeared. Among them, the cold woman in a black trench coat exuded a faint bloody aura. Combining this with Mentor Wenjing's prolonged absence from class, Yi Xiaoyao speculated that she might have met with a terrible fate. Why did they want to kill Mentor Wenjing? I'll wait for Yimo to return and ask him for clarification. Yi Xiaoyao murmured. Just then, a roar of motorcycles sounded outside the villa. Yimo was back. Yi Xiaoyao quickly stood up from the sofa and went to the window to look outside. She saw Yimo parking his bike downstairs and quickly walking towards the villa. Yimo hadn't done anything all afternoon. First, he took Lin and others to the Tomb Seeking Association to test their strength. Next, he casually took them for a stroll in the outer city, eating, drinking, and having fun. Finally settling them down, he went alone to Wanbao Tower. At this moment, he was in a great mood, with a small backpack in each hand. These were almost filled with materials for raising demons. As an older brother, while he became stronger himself. Naturally, I will not forget my sister Yi Xiaoyao. If I provoke powerful forces in the future, if Yi Xiaoyao is too weak, it will be easy for her to be secretly attacked. At the door, Yimo knocked on the door and said, "I'm back." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao opened the door directly, then ignored Yimo and turned to walk towards the sofa, crashing down onto it. "Ha! It seems I didn't provoke her, right?" Yimo scratched his head, muttering. Then he also walked over and sat down on the sofa. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao's sarcastic voice rang out, "Oh, isn't this the legendary Yi-Mo? He can actually kill a near high-level coffin master. Truly impressive." Yi Xiaoyao glared at Yi-Mo and snorted coldly. "Yi-Mo. Ahem, let's talk nicely, don't be sarcastic." Yi-Mo coughed lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately filled with displeasure, and she turned angrily to look at Yi-Mo. "Spit it out. Why are you so strong? Did you hide it from me for 2.5 years? If you are this powerful, why did you make me take care of you all the time before? What are your true intentions?" Yi Xiaoyao, like a frantic kitten, grabbed Yi-Mo's ear and said, "Sis, let's talk nicely, don't get physical." Yi-Mo replied, feeling speechless. If it were someone else who dared to treat him like this, he would definitely send them to see the king of hell. But this just happened to be his sister, he couldn't hit her or scold her, so he could only indulge her. Chapter 63, Explanation. Excited little sister. Hearing Yi-Mo's words, Yi Xiaoyao snorted again, and only then did she reluctantly let go of her hand. "Hurry up and speak. Then I will speak honestly. Actually, I haven't hidden my strength," Yi-Mo said calmly. Upon hearing this, a look of suspicion flashed across Yi Xiaoyao's face. "Are you saying you truly haven't hidden your strength? How come you're suddenly so strong?" "I haven't hidden anything, this actually has to do with my talent mutation." "Okay, you don't need to say anymore." Yi Xiaoyao interrupted Yi-Mo's words. Yi-Mo was immediately confused. He had just prepared to explain, but why was she not listening? Could it be that she was angry again? At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yi-Mo seriously and said, "I don't care about your talent. You're my brother, and all I need to know is that you won't deceive me. If you dare to lie to me, I will twist your ear really hard," Yi Xiaoyao threatened, making gestures. Hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi-Mo's face. He then handed the 2 spatial backpacks he had to Yi Xiaoyao. "What's in this backpack?" Yi Xiaoyao asked curiously. "There are materials to cultivate demons in here, you can use them to cultivate the Hell Flame Demon." As soon as this was said, Yi Xiaoyao immediately showed a surprised expression. Then, she quickly rummaged through the spatial backpack. Before long, she pulled out a large pile of materials, her face breaking into a happy smile. At that moment, she suddenly touched a crystal stone radiating a burning aura. Without hesitation, she took it out directly from the spatial backpack. Staring at the rare skill stone in front of her, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes widened. It's actually a rare fire-type skill stone," Yi Xiaoyao exclaimed. "It's known that, even in the early stages, demons have very few means to take down enemies directly, they mainly rely on their demon bloodline to crush foes." At first, she was worried because there were people in the neighboring base city who had contracted A-level coffin spirits. But now, the appearance of this fire-type skill stone would undoubtedly give the Hellflame Demon a powerful finishing move. With this rare skill stone, I will definitely easily defeat all my opponents in next week's assessment. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with confidence. Her Hellflame Demon was granted because of Yi-Mo, and now Yi-Mo had also provided her with a rare skill stone. For a moment, Yi Xiaoyao was incredibly excited. "Big brother, I love you to death." Yi Xiaoyao jumped up and directly pounced on Yi-Mo. Seeing this, Yi-Mo's eye twitched. If it were another girl, he might not dodge. But this was his sister. "Don't dodge, that's beastly." Without hesitation, Yi-Mo quickly sidestepped. Yi Xiaoyao face-planted into the mud. "Yi-Mo. Why did you dodge?" "What do you mean?" Yi Xiaoyao said angrily, unable to resist the urge to twist the other person. "Calm down, little sister. Is it just a stone? No need to get so worked up." Yi-Mo calmly replied, changing the subject. "Humph. Now that you have money, you're starting to act. I wonder who used to ask me for money all the time." Yi Xiaoyao scoffed. Yi-Mo. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao put away the materials that Yi-Mo had provided. In a good mood, she eagerly spoke to Yi-Mo, "Bro, I will definitely get first place in next week's assessment. Remember to cheer for me on site." As soon as she said this, Yi-Mo's face suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Then he expressed regret as he said, "I'm planning to go to Jiangnan Base City tomorrow. I won't be back until next weekend, so I probably won't make it to your assessment." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's originally excited mood instantly dropped. "Why are you going to Jiangnan City?" Yi Xiaoyao said quietly. "I'll accompany Chairman Chen to attend a large-scale coffin spirit identification meeting in Jiangnan City," Yi-Mo said lightly. Yi Xiaoyao paused upon hearing this, then looked at Yi-Mo with admiration, as expected of my brother. "You actually made friends with someone as important as Chairman Chen, that's amazing. Go ahead. When you return next week, wait for my good news. The next morning, Yimo brought Yi Xiaoyao to the front yard of the villa. After talking for a long time last night, Yimo had also explained what Wen Jing had done. This made Yi Xiaoyao furious, almost keeping her up all night. I can't believe teacher Wen Jing is actually that kind of person. It makes me so angry. Yi Xiaoyao muttered from time to time. Alright, the person is already dead, so stop complaining. Yimo shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said, you should summon the flame demon first, let it comprehend skills. As if thinking of something, Yimo added, if it can't comprehend, I'll take you to the Tomb Seeker Guild to find Old Chen for one. Humph. You don't believe me. My flame demon will definitely comprehend. Yi Xiaoyao pouted. With a wave of her hand, magical energy sparkled, and a massive cross-shaped formation made of flames appeared on the ground. In the next second, a true King Emerald coffin over 3 meters long quickly emerged from the formation. Come out, Flame Monarch. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyao's call, the coffin lid suddenly opened. A 3-meter-tall demon, with double horns on its head, an evil face, fiery eyes, enormous wings on its back, and covered in fiery magical patterns, appeared before the two. Coffin Spirit, Hellflame Demon. Race, Demon. Level, LV.3 Servant Level. Seal Level, True King Emerald Coffin. Talent, Demon King Bloodline, incredibly powerful physique, immune to fire damage, and reduces 75% damage. Flame King, significantly reduced cost for using fire skills, while power doubles. Absorbing nearby fire elements grants ultra-speed regeneration, restoring stamina. Skills, Flame Explosion, Flame Shield, Intimidation, Elementalization, Special, Flight, Hellfire, Special. Ultimate skill, Flame Demon Domain, activates fire elements within a certain range, changing the geographical environment, greatly enhancing all abilities, and can possess the Coffin Master. Defects, none. Affinity, 80, obedient and compliant. Current status, likes. Possible evolution times, 3 times. Description, from the Demon Hell. The dictator of the gates of hell, the king among demons, with great potential worth nurturing. Seeing the information on the panel, Yimo couldn't help but smile. The affinity is ridiculously high. Xiaoyao's fiery baptism brings its own fire elements, perfectly matching with the Hellflame Demon. It can be foreseen that as long as Yi Xiaoyao contracts the fire-type Coffin Spirit, she will definitely maximize its effectiveness. I wonder if there are fire dragons in the world of Tenji. If so, maybe Xiaoyao could get one. Yimo thought to himself. At this moment, the Hellflame Demon saw the rare fire skill stone in Yi Xiaoyao's hand and instantly became a bit excited. Without hesitation, it directly took the skill stone and began to absorb it. 2 minutes later, there was no reaction at all. Yimo and Yi Xiaoyao's expressions also became even more serious. Could it be that it failed to comprehend? Yimo raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Xiaoyao's serious face. Then her laughter grew louder, and she even joyfully pulled Yimo's hand and jumped up. Brother! The Flame Lord has comprehended. It has comprehended. Chapter 64, Consultation with the Forces of Jiangnan City. Brother! The Flame Lord has comprehended. It has comprehended. Yimo looked at her excited expression and smiled slightly, nodding and praising, awesome. Of course. The Flame Lord was assigned to me by you, big brother. How could it not be awesome? Yi Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue and smiled. At that moment, she felt genuine joy. Having a gifted and powerful brother who looks out for her and cares for her is simply wonderful. As if she thought of something, Yimo turned around and walked to the black heavy motorcycle parked by the wall near the villa's front yard. Then he said calmly, get on the bike, I'll take you to meet someone. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately showed a hint of confusion on her face. Who to meet? Just get on first, and you'll know when we get there. Yimo smiled. Yi Xiaoyao scratched her head, no longer asking questions, and quickly returned the Hellflame Demon to the contract space before sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle. She then followed Yimo and drove out of the villa. Since Yimo wasn't very familiar with Jiangnan City, he specifically came to the Grave-Seeking Guild to consult President Chen about some matters before leaving. As for why he brought Yi Xiaoyao along, as an older brother, Yimo naturally wasn't at ease leaving her alone, so he wanted to entrust her to old Chen to look after her. On the 3rd floor of the Grave-Seeking Guild, Yi Xiaoyao was nervously sitting next to Yimo, her eyes occasionally glancing at the plain-looking old man in front of her. In her mind, this old man was revered by thousands and possessed terrifying strength. However, she never expected that her brother would act so casually in front of him, seeming to have an extraordinary relationship. This is your sister? She awakened the supreme talent, Flame Baptism? President Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a puzzled look. Clearly, President Chen had already known about Yi Xiaoyao awakening a supreme talent and contracting an A-level coffin spirit. After all, such a genius is rarely seen in Fengyue City for decades. However, because Yi Mo was too outstanding, President Chen nearly forgot about Yi Xiaoyao and didn't examine her information in detail. Seeing President Chen's puzzled expression, Yi Mo felt a bit confused and asked, "Old Chen, is there a problem? By blood?" President Chen suddenly asked, "Or from afar?" Upon hearing this, Yi Mo was immediately bewildered. Of course, she is by blood. Strange, it feels like she was picked up. President Chen murmured softly, falling into thought. As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo's face instantly darkened. Although his younger sister was a bit short, her looks were incredibly stunning and would never drag down his handsomeness. How could she be picked up? Yi Xiaoyao's expression also changed upon hearing this, and her temper surged as she quickly stood up from her seat. She no longer cared whether this old man was a legendary powerhouse or not, and directly pointed her finger at his nose angrily, saying, "You old man is really detestable. You only know how to talk nonsense. I clearly did a blood test with my parents when I was young. How could I be picked up?" At this time, President Chen reacted and looked at Yi Xiaoyao's actions in surprise, then glanced at Yi Mo's darkened expression, realizing what was going on. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Haha, little girl, don't get excited." The old man's mouth was too loose, he was just joking, just joking. Yi Xiaoyao heard these words. Her anger slowly faded away, feeling a bit regretful for being too impulsive, and then she softly apologized, "President Chen. I was too impulsive just now. It's nothing. Being young, it's normal to be a bit impulsive. I was known for my bad temper back in my day," President Chen said. Seemingly thinking of something, President Chen waved his hand with a smile and said, "Xiaoyao, you don't need to call me President Chen, just call me Grandpa Chen from now on." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao quickly looked at Yi Mo. Seeing Yi Mo had no objections, she immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Grandpa Chen." Ha ha ha. President Chen laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy. Then he stroked his beard, shifting his gaze to Yi Mo, his eyes filled with pride. "I can't handle this kid, but I can surely handle his sister." President Chen secretly rejoiced. As long as he treats Yi Xiaoyao like his own granddaughter. In the future, when he needs Yi Mo's help, Yi Mo will definitely feel too shy to bargain with him because of Yi Xiaoyao. Seeing President Chen's proud expression, Yi Mo understood his thoughts and said nothing more. "Old Chen, I'm planning to head to Jiangnan Base City later. I'm not sure what to be aware of over there, so please let me know a few things," Yi Mo said. Upon hearing this, President Chen was momentarily stunned, then picked up his teacup to sip, lightly coughed, and said, "I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a long time. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot." Hearing this, Yi Mo's eyes flashed with confusion. It seemed that President Chen took his journey to Jiangnan City quite seriously. You stir up trouble too easily. After going to Jiangnan City, it's best to act low-key and avoid trouble if you can, President Chen said lightly. Yi Mo showed a surprised expression upon hearing this, then pointed to the crystal snowflake badge on his chest. It seems this thing isn't very useful over there?" As soon as he said this, President Chen's face immediately turned cold, snorting, "You little brat, you dare to doubt my strength? Let me tell you, in the southern part of Daxia country, those stronger than me definitely do not exceed 5 fingers. So apart from these 5, are there others who can compete with you, Old Chen?" Yi Mo asked curiously. Hearing this, President Chen was a bit speechless, and a serious expression slowly appeared on his face. "Kiji, there's a tomb-seeking group called the Blade Courtyard in Jiangnan City that has been at odds with me. All 3 of their leaders are legendary 5-star levels. I can easily handle 2 of them, but when those 3 join forces, it makes things incredibly tricky for me." President Chen shook his head, a trace of fear showing in his eyes. "So if you encounter anyone from the Blade Courtyard, do your best to avoid them. Though those 3 won't directly interfere with you, any conflict with them will lead to a lot of trouble. After all, Jiangnan City is the Blade Courtyard's territory. As for other forces, the snowflake badge still has some effect, how you handle it is up to you." Yi Mo noticed the look in President Chen's eyes and pondered. Could it be that the discontinuity in the extraordinary coffin masters of Fengyue City is related to this Blade Courtyard? No, if that were the case, Old Chen would definitely spare no effort to wipe out the Blade Courtyard. At this moment, Yi Mo felt like joining the Snow Shadow team was like boarding a pirate ship. Because if people from the Blade Courtyard recognized his identity as a Snow Shadow team member, they would surely provoke him. Once his talent was exposed, the Blade Courtyard would probably not allow him to grow freely. But he didn't think too much. His abilities had been noticed by Old Chen since the day he contracted the coffin spirit. So no matter what, he would sooner or later have to get involved with them. "Understood, I'll try not to stir up trouble when I get there," Yi Mo said lightly. "Why do you have to go now? Those materials can't be discarded. Wait until I finish my work, then can I go with Brother Lin? Old Chen advised. With Brother Lin around, as long as he casually mentions that you are his junior. Even if you cause trouble everywhere, no one in the Central South region would dare to touch you. Hearing this, Yi Mo contemplated for a moment but still shook his head. On one hand, he was eager to complete his task, wanting to quickly receive the task rewards. On the other hand, Yi Mo understood that Lin Zun's character was upright, prioritizing the great righteousness of humanity. He would undoubtedly suppress the rebellion, cutting down on the evils of the world, but he would almost never interfere in the disputes among the coffin masters. So Yi Mo didn't want to flaunt his connection to the other party. No, I'm worried that if I arrive too late, those materials will be bought by someone else. By then, I'll have to spend a lot of time searching. Yi Mo said lightly. Alright then, be careful on your way. If there's anything, you can contact me directly, and I will find you as soon as possible. President Chen instructed. After Yi Mo left, President Chen fussed over Yi Xiaoyao, treating her as if she were his own granddaughter. He was very pleased with Yi Xiaoyao's talent. As long as she was properly nurtured, her future potential wouldn't be any less than his. But she definitely could not compare to Yi Mo. Because Yi Mo's talent was just too monstrous. Chapter 65, Heading to Jiangnan City. Sudden, level 25 beast tide. A few hours later, on the armored train leaving Fengyue City. Yi Mo leaned against the car window, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. Due to human settlements being compressed by the magical creatures, the sides along the journey displayed a scene of raw nature. Gigantic forests, cool lakes, and desolate plains. The straight-line distance from Fengyue City to Jiangnan City isn't far. However, to avoid secret areas with dangers outside the wilderness, the railway was built along safer paths. Therefore, it would take 7 to 8 hours to reach the destination. But most coffin masters on the train felt that this detour was completely unnecessary. Because any magical creature daring to attack an armored train wouldn't leave alive. Just then, the armored train suddenly shook violently and then came to a sudden stop. Countless coffin masters inside the carriage were caught off guard and fell in disarray. Yet Yi Mo quickly steadied himself, avoiding such a mess. When the train stopped, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly, anger rising. Damn, what's wrong? You're playing emergency brakes with the train too? Why did it suddenly stop? Is the train broken? Didn't we check and repair it before leaving? Now we just stop halfway. Are we supposed to walk to Jiangnan City? This is bad. Our tomb-seeking team has a secret activity organized in the early morning. If I don't make it, I'll probably get kicked out by the team leader. Countless people cursed, creating a ruckus in the carriage. At this moment, Yi Mo noticed the carriage was still shaking, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Could it be that we are encountering a large monster? Yi Mo was startled. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the path the armored train had taken. He saw that 3 kilometers outside the railway protection zone, there was a huge plain map. On the plain map, there was a red area marked with danger symbols for the otherworldly secret realm. Wild plains? Magical creatures around level 25? Upon seeing this, Yi Mo understood what was happening. The magical creatures on the plains must have broken through the super-electric fence of the railway protection zone, blocking the path ahead. Just then, a loud emergency broadcast echoed through the train. Dear passengers, a small-scale lateral beast tide has appeared 500 meters ahead. The train has made an emergency stop. The weapon system is now active. Please remain calm and do not cause unnecessary panic. Dear passengers, a small-scale lateral beast tide has appeared 500 meters ahead. The train has made an emergency stop. The weapon systems have been activated. Please remain calm and do not cause unnecessary panic. As soon as the broadcast was made, the faces of all the coffin guardians changed dramatically. What did they just hear? Beast tide. Savage beasts, as a common existence among the coffin spirits, often move in packs in the wild. And nearby is the wild plain, where most savage beasts are around level 25. It should be known that savage beasts are also a type of coffin spirit. They not only have talents and skills, they also have ultimate moves. The beast tide formed by them is far more terrifying than high-level coffin guardians. If their numbers exceed 500, even high-level 9-star coffin guardians cannot withstand it. Half a minute later, the train was still shaking, but everyone's hearts, which were in their throats, had calmed down. That scared me. I thought it was a vertical beast tide. Damn it, don't jinx it. If it were vertical, we would be done for. I bet the train would be flipped over, and no one would escape being eaten. Yeah, facing a level 25 small beast tide, only high-level coffin guardians can hold it back. We little shrimp can only wait to die. The crowd discussed fervently. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying vibration came, as if the armored train was experiencing an earthquake, shaking violently. At this moment, urgent shouting came from the broadcast. The beast tide has changed direction. The beast tide has changed direction. I am the Demon Slayer Legion, high-level 5-star Coffin Guardian Commander. Zhou Tong. All mid-level and above Coffin Guardians, do not panic. Follow my orders. Follow me off the train to fight to the death. As soon as this was said, the armored train fired a round of heavy machine gun fire. Immediately after, all the doors of the train swung open. The originally terrified mid-level Coffin Guardians, upon hearing the broadcast, gritted their teeth and rushed out the door. They summoned their coffins and slung them on their backs, heading to the front of the train, ready to block the beast tide outside. For them, if they didn't resist, they would surely die. Moreover, with the super-electric net of the protection zone, they couldn't climb out. Rather than wait to die, they chose to fight when they got off the train. And now, with high-level Coffin Guardians from the Legion leading, even facing the beast tide, there was a glimmer of hope for survival. Yi-Mo did not hesitate either, directly following the crowd out the door. If it were a normal day, he would stay out of trouble and not help others solve problems. But now, these Coffin Guardians were uniting for their lives. They even spontaneously asked the train to close the doors tightly, trying to protect the weak inside the car, ensuring they could take care of themselves. The weak, meanwhile, looked anxious and prayed for those mid-level Coffin Guardians who got off the train. Yi-Mo witnessed all of this. A few seconds later, Yi-Mo arrived at the front of the train with the others. Looking at the beast tide formed entirely by 2-meter-high black giant wolves in the distance. Everyone's faces turned extremely pale, trembling all over, but no one took a step back. And at the front, the Legion commander Zhou Tong had a calm expression, already placing life and death aside. Warriors, the beast tide is approaching 500. It is either our death or theirs. Please fight with all your might to block them. Chapter 66, Despair. Zhou Tong's loud roar echoed out, instantly stirring the hearts of the 100 or so mid-level Coffin Guardians behind him. All the Coffin Guardians also roared together, summoning their respective coffin spirits. If we are to fight, let's fight. Those who fear death are all cowards. Brothers. If any of you survive, remember to collect my body. I just became a mid-level Coffin Guardian for less than a week, and now I run into level 25 savage beasts. I will definitely skin a savage beast and taste the thrill of killing beyond my level. In an instant, all the panic disappeared without a trace. And the fighting spirit soared to its peak. Zhou Tong looked at these mid-level Coffin Guardians behind him, filled with fighting spirit, already placing life and death aside. He tightly clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited inside. Then, he instantly summoned a Death Knight, about 2 meters tall, wearing black armor, shrouded in black mist, wielding a giant sword. He then shouted, "Warriors! Bring the coffin spirits and charge with me. Use your skills to smash them hard." As soon as he said this, all the coffin masters no longer hesitated and directly sent their coffin spirits rushing towards the wolf pack. In an instant, countless skills bombarded the dense mass of wolves. This triggered a series of explosions. Among them, the most noticeable was the Death Knight under Zhou Tong. The Death Knight charged through the wolf pack like a tiger among sheep, swinging its long sword and began to spin at high speed. At this moment, the Death Knight resembled the Grim Reaper, with the spinning sword creating towering black whirlwinds that howled through the wolf pack. These whirlwinds were terrifying, carrying continuous sword energy that harvested the black giant wolves within dozens of meters. However, this skill of the Death Knight seemed to consume Zhou Tong's spiritual power excessively. After a few minutes, he could feel his strength was running low. The scent of blood filled the air, and the black giant wolves unleashed all their wild instincts, bravely charging towards the crowd. Moments later, with severed limbs and corpses scattered everywhere, half of the hundreds of black giant wolves remained. Among the slain giant wolves, most were cut down by the Death Knight. Only a small number were killed by the coffin spirits of these 100 intermediate coffin masters. At this moment, Zhou Tong was gasping heavily, cold sweat dripping down his face. The rapid loss of spiritual power made it hard for him to maintain the skill consumption of the Death Knight. Now he could only let the Death Knight use ordinary slashes to fight against the black giant wolves. But this method was incredibly slow, and the Death Knight was already feeling a bit exhausted under the impact of dozens of black giant wolves. Even numerous savage wounds appeared on its body, with one arm torn off. The other intermediate coffin masters' coffin spirits were not much better off. After one round, they were mostly injured by the energy attacks released by the black giant wolves. It's worth noting that most of these coffin spirits were below level 25, and facing even a single black giant wolf was already not a match. Not to mention, they were up against the torrent formed by the remaining 200 black giant wolves. How could they possibly withstand it? If this dragged on for a few more minutes, the defense made up of the coffin spirits of intermediate coffin masters would likely collapse. And everyone here would be devoured by the vicious beasts. Damn it! Just my luck to encounter this situation without any teammates around. And there's secretly a leader hidden among the beast tide. It seems I really might meet my end here today. Jotong inwardly cursed, his brows tightly knitted, feeling somewhat unwilling. For him, as long as one more high-level coffin master came, it would be enough to change the current situation. If his teammates were here, slaying the remaining half of the black giant wolves would be completely effortless. But now, among this group, there was only Jotong as a high-level coffin master, and he was almost out of spiritual power. What he could do now was only to bring back the nearly lifeless Death Knight to the rear, then loudly encourage and command everyone to organize their defense in an orderly manner. Brothers, shrink the defense line. Keep firing from a distance to bombard these guys. Give me 5 more minutes, and I will recover some spiritual power, allowing the Death Knight to unleash that move again. Jotong shouted with red eyes. Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of hope in their hearts and desperately mobilized all their spiritual power to let the coffin spirits unleash their skills madly. And the front line of black giant wolves, sensing the countless skill bombings, seemed to receive some kind of command, gradually starting to disperse and evade. No longer charging forward mindlessly like before. Ha ha. This is the first time I've killed a level 25 monster. It feels amazing. Level 25 monsters aren't that scary. If only we had 2 times more people. These monsters must be scared. They don't even dare to charge. Seeing the wolf pack hesitating in front, countless people laughed heartily. For a moment, they felt that the beast tide wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. At this time, at the back of the crowd, Emo looked at this scene with a serious expression. Right now, he didn't intervene, he just let Tyrant and Chi-Chi stay by his side. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded. But he was certain that in such a large-scale beast tide, there must be a leader at the forefront. If the leader wasn't killed, those black giant wolves would become even harder to deal with. Jotong, this high-level 5-star coffin master, couldn't force out the leader of the wolf pack even with all his spirit power exhausted. Looks like I have to wait a little longer. Emo muttered to himself, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. If he rushed in now to kill the black giant wolves, he could certainly slay hundreds of them and delay the battle. But the leader in the pack clearly had high intelligence. If it led all the remaining giant wolves to run away and informed other tribes to follow the armored train, then everyone's end would still be a dead end. After a round of skill bombardment ended, suddenly, an infinitely long wolf howl echoed. All the giant wolves, upon hearing this sound, instantly had bloodshot eyes, radiating with a murderous gleam. The wolf pack, which had originally hesitated, suddenly became extremely frenzied, charging recklessly towards the crowd. Seeing this, Jotong's face flashed with a serious expression. At this moment, he clearly saw a larger giant wolf in the pack, with silvery gray fur, glaring at him with a provocative look. This was the leader of the wolf pack, at level 30. Damn! This beast is not lacking in intelligence. Jotong cursed angrily. Then, taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, all coffin masters with corpse tribes and fierce beasts, take them up to the front as cannon fodder. Those with ghosts act as the second wave, go up to distract. Demons, monsters, and undead are our main force. They are also our last line of defense. I don't care if you fight in close combat or use skills. In short, brothers, hold them back with all your might. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with heavy expressions. It was foreseeable that a large number of coffin masters and coffin spirits would be injured and killed next. But there was no other choice. If they didn't push up, it would also be a dead end. However, everyone seemed to underestimate the ferocity of these giant wolves. Perhaps encouraged by the Wolf King, the strength of these giant wolves surged dramatically. The ranks made up of coffin spirits and coffin masters were instantly scattered and torn to pieces by the wolf pack. As coffin spirits and mid-level coffin masters fell one by one, everyone's faces showed a look of terror. They are too cruel. We can't stop them. We are done for. I've done my best. The coffin spirits are severely injured and dying. If you can hold them back, please hold them for a bit longer. Until Lord Jotong's spirit power recovers. How can we hold them? How can we hold them back? In just 10 seconds, so many of us have died. It's over, we are all finished. Chapter 67, Emo Acts. This is too ridiculous. A wave of desperate voices echoed among the crowd, plunging everyone's hearts to the bottom. Jotong also flashed a trace of despair in his eyes. These coffin masters were all very brave, but after all, they had never cooperated or undergone military training. To have come this far was already their limit. They can probably hold for 1 more minute. But my spirit power. If only someone could help me hold on a bit longer. Jotong sighed, his heart filled with despair. At this moment, at the back of the ranks, a handsome young man followed by 2 figures squeezed through the crowd blocking his path. Slowly walking toward the front. In the ranks, it seemed that a few coffin masters from Fengyue City recognized him, suddenly bursting into incredibly excited shouts. Wow! This is Lord Yemo. Ha ha ha! It really is Lord Yemo. He's actually on the train. My god! It's really him. If he's here, we can definitely hold on until Lord Jotong regains his spiritual power. We're saved. Hearing these words, everyone felt a jolt of spirit, and the despair in their eyes shone with the light of hope. Brothers! The Lord Yemo you're talking about is this young man? Isn't he only at the quasi-mid level? Someone noticed the handsome young man's spiritual power level and asked doubtfully. Yeah. Isn't this a quasi-mid level? He's even weaker than us, how could he hold on? Another person questioned. Ha ha ha. You've never seen Lord Yemo's power, so you naturally underestimate him. Let me tell you. Even though he's only at the quasi-mid level, he can kill high-level coffin masters with one strike. A coffin master from Fengyue City shouted loudly, clearly in awe of Yemo. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped in shock, turning their gazes toward the handsome young man ahead. They revealed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. What did they just hear? One strike kill. The young man in front could actually kill 10 levels higher with one strike. How is this possible? Killing 10 levels higher? Brother! Are you trying to tell a joke to cheer us up before we die? Someone questioned. Ah, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. This is our super genius from Fengyue Bay City. Upon hearing this, no one refuted anymore, their eyes filled with expectation. They wanted to see if this young man would really become their savior. Jotong, hearing the conversation among the coffin masters, looked up in confusion, sizing up the young man walking towards the first rank. However, after one glance, a look of gloom flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head with a smile. This young man seems quite famous, it's just a pity how can he hold back 200 giant wolves? Jotong said in despair. But in the next second, a figure dressed in leather, wielding a giant blade, jumped into the air. He directly slashed out a wave of terrifying sword energy accompanied by lightning. The sword energy shot out suddenly, making a piercing sound, as if it were tearing through the air, and instantly cut into the oncoming wolf pack. An explosion sounded. Several mournful howls came from the wolf pack. More than 10 black giant wolves were split in half by the sword energy, blood spraying 10 feet. The coffin masters from Fengyue City shouted in excitement, pointing at the tyrant. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? That's Lord Yemo's coffin spirit. We are saved. Everyone was immediately brightened by this sight, their hearts filled with shock. This quasi-mid-level young man had truly trained his coffin spirit to be incredibly terrifying. If this coffin spirit could kill a few more wolves, they could definitely hold on until Jotong recovered. Little brother. Go for it. Brothers. You must hold on. Whether we live or die depends on you. With the chance of survival right before their eyes, everyone earnestly cheered for this young man. However, Yemo's plan was certainly not just to drag it out. The Wolf King had already been locked onto by him. As long as he kills the Wolf King, the other giant wolves will be at a loss. Then, he would annihilate all these giant wolves. The experience Yemo could gain from this would definitely be an incredibly terrifying number, enough to level up several times. Since the Wolf King has appeared, I will slay it. Then annihilate the remaining wolf pack. Yemo's eyes flashed with excitement. His eyes narrowed, madly unleashing the spiritual energy within him. A cold voice echoed from the front of the crowd, Tyrant, charge into the wolf pack, directly kill the Wolf King. Chi-Chi, go with Tyrant. Don't let any giant wolf escape. As soon as these words came out, the Tyrant's size suddenly increased to over 5 meters, exuding an intense sense of oppression. It stepped with a fiery glow, transforming into a flame afterimage and charged into the wolf pack. And beside it, Chi-Chi directly used the instant step, radiating an ice blue chill as she followed closely behind. Soon, the sounds of miserable howls echoed from the giant wolf pack. The tyrant, like a god of death, was surrounded by an ice blue soul, quickly healing from any attack, and with a single strike, he directly cleaved a giant wolf in half. Chi-Chi was not weak either, directly drawing various spells and true symbols from thin air, throwing them into the wolf pack, causing waves of explosions. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, experience doubled, gain 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gain 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, experience doubled, gained 400 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit. Countless experience notifications flooded the screen, making Emo feel somewhat numb. Before he realized it, Tyrant and Chi-Chi had already killed the Wolf King. The other giant wolves, like dirt dogs, were easily slain. The number of giant wolves decreased at a visible speed. And with Tyrant and Chi-Chi's level up, the spiritual power feedback to EMO was growing more and more, subtly showing signs of being endless. This feels amazing. This is just too satisfying. EMO had a faint smile on his lips, feeling excited in his heart. Behind him, the mid-level Coffin Guardians, along with Zhou Tong, who was recovering, were clearly so shocked they couldn't speak, staring at EMO as if looking at a ghost. There was no sound left in the crowd, their coffin spirits also frozen in place, becoming eerily silent. All that remained was the continuous howls of the giant wolves from not far away. At this moment, in everyone's mind, there was only one thought. Is this really just a quasi-mid-level Coffin Guardian? This is just absurd, right? Chapter 68, Complaints from the Injured. Due to EMO's intervention, the entire course of the battle was directly changed. Most of the participating Coffin Guardians became more relaxed, standing by and watching the battle. A small number of Coffin Guardians with healing-type Coffin spirits had their spirits take the injured members back to the crowd for treatment. They looked at the man in front of the battlefield, who seemed like a god descending to earth, with excitement, passion, and respect. More than anything, there was gratitude. At the back of the crowd, Zhou Tong showed a smile of survival, his heart full of excitement. This young man is too strong. If nothing unexpected happens, humanity will soon have another supreme being. As if thinking of something, a gleam of light flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes, and he murmured, "This matter must be reported to the first seat to see if we can invite this young man into the Legion." In the giant wolf pack, Tyrant and Chi-Chi were like gods of death, ruthlessly slaying these black giant wolves at a crushing speed. In just a few minutes, one black giant wolf after another fell like wheat being cut down. The defense area of the railway turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It's important to note that level 25 monsters posed almost no challenge to them. Let alone Chi-Chi's indestructible body, even Tyrant's enhanced body after absorbing the virus could withstand most of the damage from the black giant wolves. Thus, as long as Yemo's spiritual power was enough to support them in battle, no matter how many giant wolves came, it wouldn't matter. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Tyrant, experience doubled, gain 250 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gain 250 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirits, Tyrant, Chi-Chi level up to LV.24, Guardian level, required experience for next level 0/15840. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yemo froze for a moment. Then, he looked around at the situation of the wolf pack, and a smile appeared on his face. Although with the level up, the experience from the black giant wolves was steadily decreasing. But with nearly 100 giant wolves remaining, the experience they could provide would still be more than 10,000. Only 80 or so left. This should be enough to reach level 25. Yemo thought to himself. And just at that moment, a wave of wailing sounds came from behind Yemo. He turned around and couldn't help but frown. Before him lay many injured coffin spirits and seal masters, gasping for breath on the ground. Due to the extreme rarity of healing coffin spirits, this meant that the injured coffin spirits and seal masters faced the risk of death at any moment without timely treatment. If all these wounded gather together, Chi-Chi might be able to save them all back to full health with her salvation powers. Yemo thought to himself. But soon, he abandoned this thought. It would be fine if it were just 2 or 3 people. But if he tried to fully revive more than 40 seal masters and coffin spirits at once, that would be an explosive scene throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom. The shockwave would probably be 10 times more terrifying than a beast tide. At that time, who knows what super strong beings might take notice of Chi-Chi. Yemo didn't want to attract too much trouble, and he wasn't a saint. He had already pushed his limits by slaying all those giant wolves to save these people. He wanted to reach the Jiangnan base city as soon as possible, so this was one of his reasons for acting. But healing the injured seemed to bring him no benefit. And he had no obligation to heal them. Is there anyone with healing coffin spirits? Hurry up and summon them, someone shouted from the crowd. An injured person seemed to notice the situation on the battlefield and exclaimed happily, "Doesn't Lord Yemo's coffin spirit have healing symbols? After he finishes off those giant wolves, let him save us." Yes, Lord Yemo is so powerful, he must be able to heal my coffin spirit, someone echoed. Hearing this, a seal master from Fengyue City, who was currently treating the injured, immediately retorted, "Are you all insane? Lord Yemo has been fighting the entire time, his spiritual energy is severely drained. He has already gotten us out of danger. He should rest properly now. When would he have the time to heal your coffin spirits? Then what do you suggest? Your healing skills are definitely not as good as Lord Yemo's. If Lord Yemo had acted sooner, we wouldn't have gone up to be cannon fodder," someone complained. Exactly. Now he's leaving you guys in the back unscathed, and there's no reason he shouldn't heal us at the front line. We are the ones most seriously injured, we deserve his healing more. Once this was said, many injured people began to feel it made a bit of sense and turned to look at Yemo in the front. Some even had expressions of blame in their eyes. This person clearly had the strength to team up with Jotong to slay all the giant wolves. He could have protected them from harm right from the start. But instead, he waited until many had died before coming out to act as their savior to draw attention. So in their eyes, part of the reason for their injuries was due to Emo himself. At the front of the battlefield, Emo listened to their conversations and could only shake his head, feeling a bit powerless to argue. At this moment, Jotong also noticed their discussions and instantly turned pale. He didn't expect that these people, who just a moment ago had been saved by Emo, would immediately change their tune. Damn it, what are you shouting for? Can't you see I'm injured too? Have I complained even once? As long as you're not dead, you can still recover. Jotong shouted loudly. Immediately after, he added, if Emo and I had gone up together, the Wolf King would never show its face and would just run away. Once it fled and summoned its group, we'd end up dead in an even worse way. So from now on, if anyone dares to question Emo's actions, I'll throw you off the cart. Jotong's face was extremely grim. Indeed, the mid-level seal masters present had put in quite a bit of effort today. But the decisive factor was still Emo. Those people rely on some petty merits to try to hold a moral hostage. No way. You take the injured to the train and ask those beginner coffin masters if they have healing coffin spirits. If they do, tell them to heal the injured. Jotong calmed the anger in his heart and instructed some people beside him. As soon as these words came out, many intermediate coffin masters quickly nodded, then helped the injured and headed towards the armored train. Seeing this, the injured realized their own faults, and their resentment disappeared quite a bit. Chapter 69, The Invitation from the Demon Slayer Corps. Emo, not interested. An hour later, when the giant wolf corpses in the railway protection zone were cleaned up, the armored train set off once again. At this moment, Emo did not return to the carriage he was in before. He was arranged by Jotong to a luxurious carriage near the front of the train. The interior space of this armored carriage was enormous, like a luxury hotel, with complete facilities. Emo took a shower to wash away the smell of blood. After that, he pulled out a black casual outfit from the storage and changed into it. Then, he lay down on the bed and began to check today's gains. Tyrant and Chi-Chi have both leveled up to level 25. If I want to improve further, I can only go to the otherworldly secret realm. Emo pondered. The beast tide that appeared today was extremely rare in the wild. However, Emo learned that such scenes of beasts rioting in groups were quite common in the otherworldly secret realm. So after the coffin spirit identification meeting ends and Chi-Chi completes her evolution, Emo must go to the otherworldly secret realm. Fong of the Kangwolf, * 300. Kangwolf Fur, * 220. Kangwolf Claw, * 390. Heart of the Wolf King, * 1. Emo glanced at the quantity of materials in his storage and could not help but gasp in surprise. This wave of beast tide had nearly 500 beasts, and after slaying them, the materials piled up like a mountain. Some lower value materials that took up space, like wolf blood and wolf meat, Emo did not take. Most of the higher value materials were taken by Emo. The heart of the Wolf King seems pretty good, I can sell it for over 100 million. Emo checked the price. When he saw the prices of the other materials, his face immediately darkened. He calculated simply and looked increasingly grim. Damn, these more than 900 pieces of materials. Together they sell for barely under 100 million? This is too ridiculous. Emo was very puzzled. Previously, he had casually sold the Scythe Demon for over 100 billion. Even the Soul Flame crystal left by that Phantom Knight was worth a lot. But the mountain of materials in front of him was worth less than a fraction of the Scythe Demon. This left Emo feeling greatly disappointed. Forget it, at least I didn't lose anything. After all, these Black Wind Kangwolves are only level 25 and are relatively common magical creatures. It's normal for them not to be worth much. Emo shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Emo raised an eyebrow, slowly sat up from the bed, and said calmly, "Come in." The door opened, and there stood two figures in the passageway of the carriage. One was Jotong, dressed in the standard corps uniform. The other was a tall, beautiful woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, also in corps uniform. Emo, little brother, do you plan to rest? I hope I'm not disturbing you? Jotong said with a smile. Hearing this, Emo smiled lightly. How could that be? If it weren't for Brother Joe arranging me here, I might still be in that noisy carriage, without a chance to rest peacefully. So I have to thank you, Brother Joe. Upon hearing this, Jotong laughed heartily. He originally thought that a genius like Emo would be extremely proud. After all, he hadn't said a word to anyone from the moment he got off the vehicle until the battle ended. But he did not expect such a super genius to be so humble. Brother Emo, you don't need to be modest, this is what I should do. Jotong laughed loudly. Hearing this, Yemo quickly pointed to the seat beside him and said, "Both of you, don't just stand there, please sit down." Jotong nodded, then pulled out a chair, signaling the woman beside him to take a seat. He then respectfully stood to the side and introduced, "Brother Yemo, this is the commander of our Demon Slayer Corps stationed in Jiangnan. She has come this time to discuss something with you." "Hello, my name is Xiaoya, a transcendent 5-star sealing master. It's a pleasure to meet you." Xiaoya did not sit down, instead, she walked to the side of the bed, extending a pure, flawless hand with a smile like a warm spring breeze. Seeing this, Yemo was momentarily stunned. He originally thought this woman was Jotong's secretary or subordinate. But to his surprise, this young woman was actually Jotong's superior. Moreover, this woman looked no more than 3 years older than him. Being a transcendent sealing master at such a young age shows just how terrifying her talent is. "Hello, I'm Yemo." Yemo reached out to shake hands with her, then released her hand. Seeing this, Xiaoya slowly sat down and looked seriously at Yemo, then got straight to the point, saying, "Mr. Yi, I have come here to invite you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I wonder if you would like to consider it." Hearing this, Yemo was not surprised. It was normal for them to take notice of him after he displayed such astonishing strength. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to join any organization for now," Yemo answered directly. From what he knew, the Demon Slayer Corps was an official organization, stationed in almost every large base city. Joining it would certainly give him a more transcendent status than the Snow Shadow Corps, but correspondingly, he would have many more responsibilities. For example, in today's Beast Tide, someone like Jotong, a high-level 5-star sealing master, could easily escape on his own. But he chose to stay to protect the weak, willingly facing death. This was one of his responsibilities. When tasks like repelling invading monsters, rescue missions, guarding defenses, and suppressing riots occurred, the Demon Slayer Corps was always at the forefront. And these situations happened almost every day. This also meant that once he joined, he would be subject to various constraints. "Mr. Yi, please don't be in a hurry to refuse," Xiaoya said gently. Then a glint of light flashed in her eyes as she seriously said, "Do you know why I became a transcendent 5-star sealing master at the young age of 24? As soon as this was said, Jotong quickly found an excuse to leave the room. At this moment, curiosity flashed in Yemo's eyes as he asked, "Why?" 100 years ago, our Demon Slayer Corps excavated a mystical realm near the ancient capital. We call it the Emperor's Tomb. This mystical realm is rich in spiritual energy, making it extremely suitable for sealing spirits to cultivate. Moreover, it is filled with countless rare treasures that can enhance the talent and constitution of sealing masters. The Demon Slayer Corps grants 10 spots every year for exceptionally talented young people in the Corps to train there for 2 months. With a look of longing in her eyes, Xiaoya continued, "Do you know? Just 2 years ago, I was only a mid-level 2-star sealing master. But after spending a total of 6 months there, my sealing spirit went from level 22 to level 45. With your talent, as long as you join the Demon Slayer Corps, there will be a good chance to receive a training spot next year. So, think about whether you want to join us." Xiaoya smiled gently, sincerely inviting him. Let me think about it first." Hearing this, Yemo did not immediately refuse and started to think seriously. It wasn't that he was particularly interested in obtaining a training spot. But rather, he was very interested in this Emperor's Tomb. Because, from his understanding, there must be an Emperor's corpse in that tomb. If I become stronger in the future, I have to go take a look, perhaps I can even dig up an Emperor's corpse. Yemo silently thought. At this moment, Xiaoya was still smiling gently, waiting for Yemo to make a decision, and she believed that Yemo would definitely join the Demon Slayer Corps. Because she had effectively spent only 3 years to become extraordinary 5-star. This is an extremely terrifying speed of improvement for people in this world. Yemo would definitely weigh the pros and cons and join without hesitation. However, how could she know that Yemo was cheating? Not to mention 3 years. Even just 1 year, Yemo's strength might surpass hers. At this time, Yemo seemed to have made up his mind and directly spoke, "I've made my decision." Hearing this, Xiaoya immediately felt joy and said with a smile, "Yemo, welcome to join the Demon Slayer Corps. From now on, we will be colleagues." However, Yemo's next words froze her expression. "Cough, I was actually thinking about not joining." "What did you say? You really don't want to join? Do you know that with your talent, entering the Holy Ruins is the fastest way to grow?" Xiaoya said in surprise. I really don't want to join." Yemo calmly nodded, then added, "But I have someone I can recommend to you. Her talent is also extremely terrifying." "Who?" "You can find Yi Xiaoyao in Fengyue City. She has extraordinary talent, possesses an A-level coffin spirit, and is a coffin master of the Hellflame Demon." Chapter 70, Arriving at Jiangnan Base City. Xiaoya talked with Yemo for a long time. In the end, she still couldn't convince the other party to join the Demon Slayer Corps. This made Xiaoya feel disappointed in her heart. When she walked out of Yimo's luxurious room and looked at Zhou waiting outside, a hint of sadness flashed across her face. "Commander? How did it go?" Zhou asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya forced a smile and said, "He won't join our Demon Slayer Corps." As soon as these words came out, Zhou expression instantly turned very surprised, and his tone shook a little. He refused? Yes. Xiaoya nodded. Damn, this Yimo is too willful. That was a quota to practice in the Emperor's tomb. He actually refused, that's just ridiculous. Zhou said, his eyes wide in shock. Maybe he isn't confident in his strength. After all, people who can enter the top 10 spots all have their talents at least at the extraordinary level, and some even have contracts with S-level coffin spirits. Xiaoya gently sighed. Hearing this, Zhou immediately retorted, "Commander, you haven't seen how exaggerated Yimo is. I'm sure these people can't be stronger than him." Xiaoya only smiled faintly and did not argue with him. At this moment, she seemed to think of something and quickly said, "By the way, old Zhou, I need to go to Fengyue City for something. I won't stay on the train any longer. I checked the upcoming routes before I came, there should be no problems ahead. You can rest assured to let the coffin spirit recover." "Okay. Then Commander, have a safe trip." Zhou nodded and said. Xiaoya replied, then walked to the armored train's door and directly pressed the switch to control the door. After the door opened, a strong wind rushed in, blowing her hair. She felt her legs sink and leaped out of the door. Then her whole body soared into the air like a wild goose, with spiritual power surging beneath her feet, walking on the air and disappearing at high speed. Yimo did not know how many hours he slept. He slowly woke up from the bed. After stretching his limbs, he got out of bed and pulled open the curtains by the window. Outside the window, the sun was now blocked by the distant mountains. The setting sun looked like blood, dyeing the sky a deep red. Is it evening? We should be close to Jiangnan Bay City now. Yimo stretched lazily, looking very relaxed. The armored train's speed was not fast, but for many coffin masters, it won in safety. This journey, considering the beast tide they had encountered before, it almost took Yimo nearly 10 hours of time. But fortunately, nothing similar happened afterwards, otherwise, reaching Jiangnan City might have to wait until midnight. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Outside, Zhou voice echoed. "Yimo, little brother, are you awake?" Hearing the noise, Yimo turned and walked over, opening the door. Upon seeing Yimo, a smile immediately appeared on Zhou face as he said, "Yimo, little brother, in 5 minutes we will be outside Jiangnan City. Do you have any plans once we get off the train?" Upon hearing this, Yimo showed a puzzled expression, thinking, "Not for the moment, if there are plans, they will have to wait until tomorrow." Since that's the case, how about we go eat and drink together later? It's a good way for me to repay you for saving my life. Zhou invited, his eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Yimo's face, and he did not refuse, responding, "Just in time, I am a bit hungry. Since Brother Zhou is inviting, I won't be polite." Seeing Yimo agree, Zhou burst into laughter, saying, Yimo, little brother, let's not return until we're drunk tonight." Soon, a horn blared, and the armored train began to slow down. At the same time, an announcement came from the train speaker stating they were about to reach the underground station outside Jiangnan City. By this time, Yimo and Zhou had already arrived early at the door to get off the train. As the armored train stopped, Yimo directly walked off the platform. However, this time, he did not act like before but learned from other coffin spirit masters, carrying a silver hexagonal coffin on his back. The reason for this was that the Jiangnan base city required that only those who carry coffins can enter the city. Only by carrying a coffin can one demonstrate the identity of a coffin spirit master. Beside him, Zhou looked at the silver coffin on Yimo's back, his expression turning extremely surprised. He could not comprehend that the fierce figure with a blade among the wolf pack, who seemed like a god of death, was actually just a D-class coffin spirit sealed within a silver coffin. This scene completely overturned his understanding. It made his heart tremble. What talent does Yimo have? He can actually summon 2 coffin spirits to fight. And he raised 1 D-class zombie to be as strong as an A-class coffin spirit. This is simply terrifying. Zhou instinctively felt that Yimo's other coffin spirit was even more extraordinary, perhaps much stronger than the tyrant. At this moment, his gaze toward Yimo grew increasingly respectful. The overall commander misjudged this time. I actually didn't finalize things with Yimo. Zhou thought to himself, feeling very regretful. At the same time, he increasingly believed that even the super geniuses from other demon-slaying army outposts were no match for Yimo's talent. Yimo not joining the demon-slaying army was undoubtedly a huge loss for them. A few minutes later, Jotong led Yemo out of the dim underground station. They arrived at a parking lot exclusive to the demon-slaying army. Then Jotong found a fierce-looking off-road vehicle and drove it out. Yemo, little brother, get in the car, Jotong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yemo directly sat in the off-road vehicle. Immediately after, Jotong stepped on the gas, driving out of the parking lot toward the city gate outside Jiangnan City. In the car, Yemo looked at the towering city walls standing on the horizon 1,000 meters away, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Truly, this is the largest base city in the central southern region of Daxia. These outer city walls are at least 3 times taller than those of Fengyue City, Yemo exclaimed. Hearing this, Jotong burst into laughter, saying, "Ha, Yemo, little brother, these city walls are not just tall. They are 30 meters deep underground. And also incredibly tough. The stones used to forge them were all transported from ancient secret realms. You can easily withstand the attacks of Lord-level magical beasts. You can resist the assault of 100,000 magical tides. So, the strength of the Jiangnan base city is largely due to the city wall. With it, we living within the city are incredibly safe." Chapter 71, The Forces of Jiangnan City. The disheveled Tang Yi. Jotong drove, bringing Yemo smoothly to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. At this time, Yemo had a general understanding of the situation inside Jiangnan Base City. Unlike Fengyue City, due to the large population of Jiangnan Base City, the inner city could hardly accommodate everyone. Thus, the outer city has countless rows of streets, with residential buildings on both sides, home to ordinary citizens. Even in some corners, there are quite a few slums. And directly behind the city gate, there is a straight main road leading to the inner city. Here, the inner city is the center of Jiangnan Base City, where all Gravetown masters and powerful figures gather. Interestingly, however, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps is located in a corner of the outer city. Moreover, it occupies an area no larger than 2 football fields. Compared to the buildings in the inner city, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps appears somewhat shabby. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps has another duty, which is to protect the civilians. Yemo glanced at Jotong and thought to himself. At this moment, Jotong parked the car next to a dormitory building in the base, then revealed a bit of embarrassment on his face. "Yemo, my little brother, please wait for me a moment. Wearing the Corps uniform in the inner city is too conspicuous, and it will attract a lot of attention and wariness. I'll go change into something else inside and be right back." Yemo nodded in confusion, while Jotong swiftly walked into the dormitory building. A few minutes later, Jotong came out wearing a very ordinary street vendor outfit. Without saying a word, he drove Yemo towards the inner city with speed. Soon, he took Yemo to a barbecue stall in the bustling area of the inner city. He then ordered many pieces of third-tier beast meat and beer, and started to feast. This street is extremely lively, with a constant flow of cars, and everywhere is filled with entertainment venues and restaurants. Moreover, most of the Gravetown masters on the road are in groups of 3 or 5, with badges of the Grave-Seeking Corps hanging on their chests. This kind of situation is extremely rare in Fengyue City. Yemo observed for a while and then smiled, saying, "Brother Zhou, the public order in the inner city seems quite good. I haven't seen many people getting into conflicts." Jotong was first taken aback, then laughed and explained, "Ha, Yemo, my little brother, it's not that the public order here is particularly good, but rather that these people have some strong forces or families behind them. That's why they are relatively restrained. For example, those Gravetown masters who just passed by, their badges contain the black symbol with the character for Qin. This shows these people are either family members or subordinates of the Qin family in the inner city. The Qin family is considered a very powerful force in Jiangnan City, ranking among the top 30. Their family head, Qin Zhen, is a transcendent 8-star powerhouse," Jotong said, taking a sip of cold beer with a smile. Hearing this, the confusion on Yemo's face immediately disappeared. However, a new question appeared in his mind. "By the way, Brother Zhou, if someone doesn't have a Grave-Seeking Corps badge, is it difficult to get by in the inner city?" Yemo asked lightly. As soon as these words came out, Jotong was immediately stunned, asking in surprise, "Yemo, you wouldn't have not joined the Grave-Seeking Corps, would you?" "I did join, but for some reasons, my badge is not suitable for flaunting in public," Yemo replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Jotong's brows slowly furrowed. Then he said seriously, "If you don't wear the Grave-Seeking Corps badge, it's indeed likely that those Gravetown masters with family forces will find trouble with you. That truly is a troublesome issue." Yemo murmured to himself. Brother Yemo, you don't need to worry. Actually, these big family people generally won't stir up trouble. As long as you don't run into them, with your strength, you can handle those who seek trouble without anyone knowing." Late at night, after a hearty meal and drinks, Jotong left the inner city and returned to the demon-slaying army's base. And through his introduction, Yemo found a hotel on the edge of the inner city, which was very quiet compared to the bustling downtown. Tomorrow morning, I'll take a stroll in the trading area and get the evolution materials for Chi-Chi as soon as possible. Yi Mo thought. You must know. As long as the evolution materials for Chi-Chi are sorted out, the task issued by the system can be completed immediately. Not to mention the random skill copy card. The powerful Advanced Corpse template lottery ticket was something EMO longed for. If this time the character template drawn is used by Tyrant, Tyrant will definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. Although the improvement potential is limited and can only elevate Tyrant to C rank. But the potential level for a god-level Corpse Raiser is merely a measure of the Coffin Spirit's fighting ability in the early stages. Because, as long as EMO doesn't fall, he will have the chance to elevate all Coffin Spirit's potential to the highest level in the future. Seemingly thinking of the appraisal meeting in a few days, a flash of delight sparkled in Nemo's eyes. If I could get an S-level Coffin Spirit at the appraisal meeting, wouldn't it turn into an SS level after using the template? Thinking of this, Emo couldn't help but gasp. How terrifying Chi-Chi's ultimate move is, it is evident. If it's a Coffin Spirit 1 rank stronger than her, wouldn't that be invincible directly? Thinking of this, Emo grew even more thrilled. Then he directly turned off the light and lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. At this moment, on the dimly lit street outside the hotel, a middle-aged man, covering his shoulder, was stumbling and slowly escaping along the street. It seemed he was being chased, blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot, looking extremely disheveled. He glanced at the left arm that had disappeared, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes, then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! The Qin family's people, wait for me. If I don't repay this vengeance, I won't be called Tang Yi. Tang Yi growled. He came to Jiangnan City this time, naturally to help EMO buy the evolution materials he needed. But he didn't expect that after spending 100 billion to buy 2 zombie evolution treasures, the news was leaked. This led him to be targeted by those with ulterior motives, even attracting the Qin family's young master's pursuit. Right now, he had already thrown away the Yin Cold Essence to draw away some of the Qin family's disciples. However, there was still one extraordinary first-star coffin master who wouldn't give up and insisted on taking his life. With no choice, he could only fight the opponent. The result was that Tang Yi's coffin spirit was slain, and he was severely injured. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry this time. I shouldn't have taken it upon myself to come early to buy materials. Tang Yi muttered regretfully. He originally wanted to give Emo a surprise and also wanted to elevate his own status. But in the end, he only ended up doing a disservice. Now, not only had he lost the evolution materials that Emo needed but also lost both men and money. These materials are very important to Brother Emo. And there's only this one set in Jiangnan City. I truly feel sorry for him. Tang Yi was filled with despair in his heart. At this moment, a sound of wind came from not far away. He saw a figure in a black robe stepping on the walls of the high buildings on either side of the street, chasing after Tang Yi. He, a guest from the Wanbao building in Fengyue City. Where are you heading? Why not go with me to the Qin family and discuss the issue of the Wanbao building's ownership? The man in black laughed, his tone filled with arrogance. Hearing this, Tang Yi's heart suddenly startled. At this moment, he only discovered. It turns out the purpose of these people was not the 2 evolutionary treasures of the Corpse Clan in his hands, but the Wanbao building in Fengyue City. Chapter 72, Tang Yi's Past. Tang Yi looked at the extraordinary first-level town coffin master in front of him, with an overwhelming hatred flashing in his eyes. Then he endured the pain and said coldly, "It seems I have no grudges with your Qin family from Jiangnan City, right? When did you start targeting me?" Hearing this, the man in the black robe suddenly laughed even louder. "No wonder you are a country bumpkin from a small town. Not only have you never seen the world, but you don't even know the rules of the inner city. As a quasi-superior, you dare to purchase treasures without wearing a badge. This is enough to prove you are unfamiliar with the inner city, and you are definitely not from Jiangnan City. Even if our Qin family doesn't target you, the Lin family, the Yun family, and even other treasure hunting groups will investigate your background. So, you might as well hand over the Wanbao building in Fengyue town." The black-robed man spoke indifferently, his eyes revealing confidence. For the Qin family, while Fengyue City might be a small town compared to Jiangnan City, the Wanbao building, as the largest trading shop in Fengyue City, had undeniable value. As long as they could control this Wanbao building, it would continuously bring benefits to the Qin family. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Tang Yi realized he could not escape. The other party would not let him walk away. And he could not hand over the Wanbao building. With a sinister curve at the corner of his mouth, crimson blood slowly flowed out. His voice became hoarse, and mockery filled his eyes. "Do you know I am just the second in command of Wanbao building? I don't hold actual power? Even if I hand over the Wanbao building, does your Qin family dare to take over in Fengyue City? Upon hearing this, the black-robed man pondered for a moment, then laughed heartily. Ha ha, whether the Qin family dares to take over or not is not your concern. But I can announce that from now on, you are the owner of the Wanbao building. Because your boss was already killed by our family leader 8 years ago. With these words, a storm surged inside Tang Ye's heart. No wonder he had been unable to contact his boss all these years. He never expected that the other party had died under the hands of the Qin family leader. Thinking of this, Tang Ye's eyes turned red, and he roared as he directly summoned his spiritual power, fiercely throwing a punch towards the black-robed man. A faint blue fist force surged out, and in the blink of an eye, it crashed in front of the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with disdain, and he too summoned spiritual energy, blocking the punch with one hand. Without the coffin spirit, you think you can deal with me with your own strength? What a naive dream! The black-robed man sneered coldly. In the next second, the black-robed man suddenly transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Tang Ye. Tang Ye, upon seeing this, was taken aback, and hurriedly turned to run. His earlier anger made him lose reason in an instant, completely forgetting the gap in strength between him and the black-robed man. Now, without the coffin spirit and in a wounded state, how could he possibly stand up to the other party and the other's coffin spirit? No, my life doesn't matter. But the Qianyue essence must not be taken away by them. Tang Ye thought to himself. Then, he suddenly gathered all his spiritual energy under his feet, turning it into a gust of wind, forcefully shaking the black-robed man away. He then ran towards an inconspicuous alley at the edge of the street. 2 minutes later, Tang Ye sealed the Qianyue essence in an ancient wooden box, hiding it in an inconspicuous sewer near the northwest corner of the city wall of the inner city. At the same time, he took a photo of the hiding place of the Qianyue essence and sent a message along with it to Emo in his friend list. Junior brother Yi, Tang feels guilty towards you. Tang wishes to purchase the item you need as a gift, but unexpectedly fell into the trap of a villain. Now the Qianyue essence is hidden here by Tang. The eerie and cold marrow had been seized by the Qin family in Jiangnan City. After my brother arrived in Jiangnan City, he must quickly take away the essence of 1,000 years to avoid losing it again. Tang Yi tightly covered the severed part of his arm to avoid leaving blood on the ground. At the same time, he resisted the impulse to spray blood wildly and distanced himself from the sewage where the ancient wooden box was hidden. Then, he turned back and walked over 100 meters along the original path, arriving at a deserted street, leaning against the wall to sit down. At this moment, he had reached the end of the road, able only to stay in place and struggle to survive. Glancing at the phone in his hand, Tang Yi sent a message to Emo, then forcibly urged the last trace of energy within him, crushing the phone to pieces. It seems I am doomed this time, Tang Yi said, blood constantly seeping from the corners of his mouth, a helpless smile on his face as he recalled his past. He was once a genius, having contracted with a coffin spirit at 18 and becoming a quasi-superhuman before the age of 25. Because the owner of Wanbao building was his master and had raised him, after the owner left, he took over the Wanbao building. Due to his obsession with business and not venturing out of the city for training for a long time, he had been wasting his potential, leading his strength to stagnate over the years. In Fengyue City, President Chen was undoubtedly the top person. And the extraordinary coffin masters in Fengyue City had already experienced a breakdown. As a quasi-superhuman, Tang Yi naturally became one of the most esteemed existences in Fengyue City. Thus, he always held an indifferent attitude towards the strength he possessed. After all, in his view, having money could also win people over. After living in comfort for too long, I forgot how dangerous the world outside is. If I could have another chance, perhaps I could also become a legendary strong person, Tang Yi said to himself with a bitter smile. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from around the corner of the street. After hearing this, Tang Ye's face instantly darkened. These footsteps sounded like death spell, tolling in his heart, leading him step by step towards the abyss of death. Thinking of the Qin family and their actions, anger ignited once again in Tang Ye's heart. How could I die so miserably at the hands of the Qin family? I have not avenged my master. The materials that Yi, my younger brother, needs have also been taken away by them. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something. That is, when he bought the corpse treasures in the Jiangnan City trading area, he also bought a few vials of 6th-grade zombie virus solution to give to Emo. Meanwhile, the manager of the trading area, seeing him spend generously, had given him a black corpse pearl emitting a cold aura as a gift. If there is no antiviral medicine, superhumans infected with 6th-grade zombie virus will also turn into zombies within half an hour. A strange look flashed in Tang Ye's eyes as he took out the black pearl and the virus solutions from his spatial backpack. He wanted to find a chance to use these viruses on the man in the black robe. But soon, he remembered that the other party was not a fool, so he gave up on that decision. Because even if infected, the other party could use many methods to eliminate the virus. And in the end, he would still escape the fate of death. Perhaps I can use it myself. With my strength, as long as I am infected with these viruses, I will definitely undergo mutation in less than half an hour. Excitedly looking at the virus solution in his hand, a trace of surprise flashed in Tang Ye's eyes. As for this black corpse pearl, it should be the corpse poison of a 1,000-year-old zombie. Thinking of this, an insane smile suddenly appeared on Tang Ye's face. Without any hesitation, he endured the pain and bit down hard, breaking the test tube containing the virus solution, and drank all the viruses down in one go. Then he put the test tube back into the space backpack, and took the corpse pearl in his hand and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it directly into his body. At this moment, Tang Ye felt his throat cut like a knife, and his whole body was gnawed by millions of ants. The terrifying energy produced by the corpse pearl mixed with the virus solution inside him, making him wish for death. The blood vessels that used to flow with blood became stiff, gradually turning pitch black. However, he still forced a calm expression on his face, trying not to let the enemy see anything unusual. At this time, the man in the black robe had just arrived at the street where Tang Yi was. He looked at Tang Yi, who was leaning against the wall, head down, seemingly in despair, and could not help but sneer. "Heh, Boss Tang, turns out you were hiding here. Why aren't you running? Go on and run." Hearing this, Tang Yi ignored him, still enduring the excruciating pain inside. The man in the black robe's eyes narrowed at the sight. Then he directly activated his spiritual power, punching Tang Yi, sending him rolling several meters away. "You really are quite tough." Seeing that Tang Yi remained silent, the man in the black robe's face darkened even more. To him, torturing someone who was too tough only made him lose interest. He liked to first give people hope, make them beg for mercy, and then turn back, delivering a fatal blow of despair. "Heh, really disappointing. Since that's the case, just put your fingerprint on this document, and then die," the man in the black robe said coldly as he took out a transfer document. After saying this, he pulled out a knife from his waist, charging forward, and with one slash, severed Tang Ye's head. Then he swung the knife again, chopping off Tang Ye's arm. At this point, the man in the black robe glanced at Tang Ye's body and added a few more slashes. Then excitement flashed in his eyes as he bent down to pick up the blood-soaked arm, pressing it onto the document for a fingerprint. "Heh, the treasure pavilion is in hand. The family head will definitely reward me this time," the man in the black robe said, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then turned and left. In the deep night, Jiangnan City became increasingly quiet. The blood moon rising in the sky emitted a strange glow, enveloping the entire city, casting a layer of bloody hue. At this time, in the corner of the street in the northwest of the inner city, lay a headless male corpse covered in wounds. Suddenly, a strange black mist surged out from the male corpse's body. Countless pitch-black flesh tendrils emerged from the wounds of the corpse, instantly repairing the wounds. And the severed arms and the severed head were being repaired at a terrifying speed. Within seconds, the corpse was completely regenerated. However, its appearance was completely different from when it was alive. This corpse had pale skin, intertwined with eerie black patterns. Its black hair had turned white, and its hands had grown strange, sharp claws, making it look exceedingly sinister. "Keek, I, Tang Yi, am not dead." Tang Yi slowly opened his eyes, revealing sharp teeth, laughing eerily. At this moment, his eyes were pitch black and hollow, with pupils turned blood red, looking extremely cruel and violent. "Mutation corpse demon mother body? Is this me?" Tang Yi squinted, curiously examining the changes in his body. "Keek, undying resurrection? Devour to strengthen? Corpse demon poison? My talent? Infection control? Thousand-faced disguise? What immense power is this?" Tang Ye's face twisted savagely as he laughed towards the sky. Then, with a push of his legs, he transformed into a fast white line, appearing on top of the city wall of the inner city in an instant. Looking around at the city on both sides of the city wall, he extended his long tongue to lick his cheek, his eyes revealing endless greed, so much flesh and blood. "As long as I devour it all, I can take my revenge. So you all become my nourishment." As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated corpse demon instantly transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person and leaped down towards the outer city. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. The next morning, Yi Mo climbed straight out of bed. He firmly remembered what Zhou Tong had told him last night. He now had the Snow Shadow badge, but he couldn't wear it casually. After all, the Knife Court was the biggest power in Jiangnan City. Its members were scattered everywhere, and if these people saw the Snow Shadow badge, they would surely come after him in a group. However, as long as he kept a low profile and tried to avoid interacting with others, everything would be fine. Just then, a phone rang out. Yi Mo turned to see it was Zhou Tong calling. "Hello, Yi Mo. I'm really sorry. I can't go with you to the inner city trading area today. Some bad things happened in the outer city last night, and I have to go investigate." The voice on the other end was urgent. Yi Mo's eyes flashed with curiosity, but he didn't ask more. "Brother Zhou, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. If I encounter any trouble I can't handle, I'll contact you. Okay. I will wrap things up as soon as I can. Be safe, Yemo. Once we are both done, let's drink until we drop, the voice on the other side reminded. All right. Yemo replied with a smile. Once the call ended, Yemo raised his brow and murmured, something bad happened in the outer city? What could have made Brother Joe so anxious? Yemo was filled with curiosity. Then he opened his phone and searched for news. Last night, a horrendous massacre occurred in the outer city. Hundreds of civilians were killed, and their bodies went missing, leaving only dry bloodstains on the scene. Tests revealed that this blood contained a terrifying zombie virus. Experts speculate that this incident seems to be caused by outsiders deliberately releasing zombie coffin spirits. Seeing this, a trace of shock flashed in Nemo's eyes. This news made him feel that the next few days in Jiangnan City might not be peaceful. And just then, more news popped up on his screen. Special notice from the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Department. All coffin masters from other regions who have contracted with zombie coffin spirits immediately proceed to the Inner City Law Enforcement Department for self-verification. Special notice. Those who do not comply will be forcibly eliminated by the Law Enforcement Department. Chapter 74, Power Off? Check chat messages. Coffin masters from other regions who have contracted with zombies? I didn't expect this Jiangnan-based city to be so exclusionary. Looking at these two notices, a trace of coldness flashed in Nemo's eyes. Jiangnan-based city, as a large city, saw thousands of coffin masters coming and going every day. If all the contracted coffin masters from outside the city were gathered, it would likely exceed several thousand. If so many people went to the law enforcement department for self-verification, it would undoubtedly create long lines. It would take at least a day. Thinking of this, Yemo quickly checked the time remaining for his time-limited task. His face gradually turned ugly. The task showed there were only 7 days left. And 3 days later, Jiangnan-based city would hold a multi-day large-scale coffin spirit appraisal event. By then, the number of coffin masters coming to Jiangnan-based city would at least triple. If Yemo didn't find the evolution materials Chi-Chi needed within these 3 days, these materials would likely be bought by others. In the end, he would fail his time-limited task. No way, I must get the high-level template lottery ticket as soon as possible. Determination flashed in Yemo's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision to head straight to Jiangnan City's largest trading market. First, I need to buy the ghostly cold essence and the 1,000-year moon essence. Then I will go to the law enforcement department for self-verification. I should still have time, Yemo murmured. After packing up, he headed straight for the trading market in the east of the inner city. 15 minutes later, Yemo took a taxi to the vicinity of the trading market. Although it was morning, the streets of the market were already packed with people. Without hesitation, Yemo shouldered the coffin that sealed the tyrant and quickened his pace toward the most impressive trading shop in the center of the street. Jiangnan Merchants Association. Glancing at the signboard hanging above, Yemo walked straight in. The Jiangnan Merchants Association was very different from the Wanbao building in Fengyue City, with each area meticulously divided. Each area was designated for trading different kinds of materials from various races. Yemo looked around and quickly spotted an area with fewer people. This was the trading area for corpse race materials. Hello, I want to purchase 2 types of materials, Yemo said to the receptionist in the corpse race materials area. Sir, please list the materials you need. I will get them for you shortly, the beautiful receptionist smiled and replied. She then took out paper and pen and handed them to Yemo. Yemo took the paper and pen and immediately wrote down the names of the materials, 1,000-year essence and ghostly in cold marrow. However, the beautiful receptionist frowned as she saw the materials Yemo wrote down. Her tone then became somewhat awkward. Sir, could you choose other materials? These 2 have been sold out. Yemo's heart tightened at her words, and he quickly asked, sold out? When were they sold? They were bought yesterday afternoon, the beautiful receptionist explained. Hearing this, Yemo's face turned extremely ugly. Could you tell me who bought these 2 materials? What do they look like? Yemo inquired. The beautiful receptionist was startled and quickly shook her head. I'm sorry, sir. I cannot provide that information. Our association does not allow the disclosure of client information. Tell me. I will give you 50 million, Yemo said softly. He absolutely needed these 2 materials, so he was not stingy. 50 million was nothing more than killing a few monsters for him at this time. For the entry-level beautiful receptionist, 50 million was a considerable fortune. Sure enough, upon hearing Yemo's words, the receptionist's eyes lit up, and her smile became incredibly charming. She immediately leaned closer to Yemo, took his hand, and led him to a corner. Sir, the beautiful receptionist gave Yemo a meaningful look, implying something. Yemo then pulled out a card from his spatial warehouse. This card was obtained from the boss's spatial backpack in the Apocalypse Town. He had never used it, and it was just right for the moment. Take a look, Yemo handed over the card. The beautiful receptionist immediately examined it. When she discovered Yemo was indeed so generous, her mood became even more excited. Then, she grabbed Yemo's hand and wrote a few words in his palm with her finger. Fengyue City, Tangyi. After leaving the Jiangnan Merchants Association, Yemo felt extremely happy. He didn't expect that the person who bought the materials was actually Tangyi. As for what the other party needed these materials for, Yemo knew without thinking that the other party had come to help him in advance. It turns out it was Brother Tang. He really is thoughtful. Yemo shook his head and smiled. In fact, when he checked the material prices on the armored train, he had already discovered that the Wanbao building marked up the prices of the materials he wanted to sell by 5 times. This meant that Tangyi had done him a huge favor. And now, upon hearing the materials he needed, the other party had rushed to Jiangnan City. Such strong support moved Yemo somewhat. Brother Tang, how much of a favor do you want me to owe you? Yemo revealed a bitter smile. Then, he picked up his phone and called Tangyi. However, after a dozen seconds, a prompt sound came from the other end of the line. The phone you dialed is turned off or out of service. This. Yemo was suddenly a bit confused. Then he dialed a few more numbers, but he still received the same prompt. As if thinking of something, he quickly called Tangyi's assistant, Yashi. Sister Yashi, do you have a way to contact Brother Tang? I've dialed many numbers, and they all say he is turned off or out of service. Yemo asked directly. As he spoke these words, the other end of the line was momentarily stunned, then quickly explained, Brother Tang turned off his phone? That's impossible. He said that as long as I'm alive, he would never turn off his phone. Then he may be on his way back to Fengyue City. It should be a poor signal. Yemo said with confusion. However, a voice on the phone immediately denied this. I'm very sure he is still in Jiangnan City. A few seconds later, Yashi's voice became a bit puzzled. By the way, I felt he was a bit strange last night, constantly sending messages on the chat app saying he missed me. But when I asked to video call, he said he was busy and didn't have time to answer. I was really tired after a long day, and he said I should rest well. So, I listened to him and fell asleep. When I woke up this morning, he messaged me. But he still hasn't replied. Normally, he would always be on the chat app, and whenever I send a message, he would reply instantly. As she spoke, Yashi's voice grew smaller, revealing an underlying sense of anxiety and worry. Young Master Yi, I'll hang up first. I'll try to call him, and I'll let you know when I reach him. Yashi's voice sounded extremely low as she directly hung up the phone. At that moment, Yemo's brow furrowed instantly. According to what Yashi said, Brother Tang seemed to never turn off his phone and loved using the chat app. Maybe he also sent me a friend request message. It might not be impossible? Now unable to contact Brother Tang, it's very likely something happened to him. Thinking this, Yemo slowly shifted his gaze to the most inconspicuous corner of his phone, where there was a chat app icon. There was a red number 99 plus displayed on the icon. Seeing this, Yemo wasn't surprised anymore. Because Yi Xiaoyao would always send meaningless emoji pictures and complain about boring things all day. If he replied with just one sentence, she could return dozens of replies. So, Yemo had set the chat messages to not alert him and was too lazy to check. Then, Yemo clicked the icon to take a look. Sure enough, the top avatar belonged to Yi Xiaoyao, showing more than 500 unread messages. Behind were a few messages from Linin, as well as messages from the high school class group. At the very end, Yemo saw a few messages. They were from Tang Yi. Dear Brother Yi, Brother Yi. If you need any materials in the future, just tell me, and I'll get them for you. #grin. Dear Brother Yi, when will you come to Jiangnan City? I've prepared a big surprise for you. #grin. Dear Brother Yi, image. Dear Brother Yi, I have done you wrong. Dear Brother Yi, I want to ask you for 2 things. Please help me guard Wanbao Tower, don't let the Qin family take it. The other thing is to take good care of her, let her forget me, find someone to marry. Dear Brother Yi, image. Chapter 75, Corpse, Demon, Zombie, Poison. Take away the ancient wooden box. Brother Tang. Looking at the messages sent by Tang Yi, Yemo felt as if someone had grabbed his throat, making it hard to breathe. He never expected that Tang Yi had died because of him. The other party was harmed by the Qin family of Jiangnan Base City to protect the materials he needed. And the last photo was beautiful. It was a picture of Yashi in a wedding dress. But Tang Yi would never be able to see the scene he had been looking forward to again. Yemo stared at these messages, unable to calm down for a long time. He took a deep breath and slowly put his phone into his pocket. Brother Tang, don't worry. I will take good care of Sister Yashi. Yi Mo sighed. At that moment, he had no expression, and no one could see any emotion from him. Yet inside, he was holding back a wave of overwhelming killing intent, which seemed ready to erupt. Qin family, wait for me. Once I become extraordinary, it will be enough. Yi Mo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with coldness. Then, without any hesitation, Yi Mo called for a ride and left the trading market. He remembered that the location where Tang Yi sent the picture was not far from the hotel where he stayed. Now he just wanted to rush over there to check the situation quickly. If Tang Yi's body was still there, he would do everything he could to preserve it. As a god-level corpse caretaker, and with the system, he might gain the ability to resurrect others after he grew stronger. So the priority was to head for the northwest corner street. A few minutes later, Yi Mo arrived at the northwest corner street near the inner city wall. He got out of the car and hurriedly searched for the location shown in the photo. Soon, he discovered a large amount of dried blood on a street wall. This should be Brother Tang's blood. Yi Mo's expression turned serious. It seems the Qin family took Brother Tang's body away. Yi Mo looked around but did not see Tang Yi's body, and his heart was filled with coldness. At that moment, two dark, gooey masses nearby caught Yi Mo's attention. One looked like an arm, and the other resembled a melted head. Seeing this, Yi Mo frowned and walked over to squat down, his hand touching it, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Corpse Demon Zombie Poison, a mutated active virus perfectly blended with various high-level zombie viruses and a Millennium Flying Corpse Poison, possessing unprecedented infectivity and vitality. This corpse poison cannot be neutralized by any anti-corrosive medicine. Once infected, a person will turn into a corpse demon subordinate, controlled by the corpse demon. Could this be left by a Qin family coffin spirit? Yi Mo was shocked. This level of corpse poison was the strongest he had seen so far. If just a drop was added to the water plant in Jiangnan Bay City, it would directly trigger an irreversible zombie crisis. It can't possibly be from the Qin family. If they had such a coffin spirit, they would either have already ruled Jiangnan Bay City or been destroyed long ago. Yi Mo thought to himself. Such strong corpse poison, I should collect it first. At that time, let the tyrant absorb it, or just pollute the Qin family with it. Thinking of this, Yi Mo's eyes flashed with determination as he directly collected the black substance from the ground and placed it into his space warehouse. Then he walked towards the sewer near where Tang Yi said it would be. Although the northwest corner street was relatively secluded, many coffin bearers with badges still passed through here early in the morning. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Mo placed the silver coffin in front of him, patiently leaning against a street lamp, quietly waiting for the chance to take the ancient wooden box. Minutes later, Yi Mo turned his head to observe the surroundings and found that there was no one around. Without hesitation, he rushed to the middle of the road next to the sewer, lifted the manhole cover, and jumped down. As expected, there was a precious ancient wooden box at the bottom of the sewer. Looking at the wooden box before him, Yi Mo couldn't help but sigh and then pick it up, placing it into his space warehouse. At the same time, a ripple appeared on the nearby wall beside the street. Two figures, one stout and one thin, directly walked through the wall. These two had been observing Yi Mo from the other side of the wall for a long time. Among them, the stout young man's eyes glowed white. Like an X-ray, he could see all of Yi Mo's movements and noticed that Yi Mo was not wearing a badge. Brother Tian, that outsider is indeed strange. He actually jumped into the sewer. And he even found a luxurious wooden box inside, said the muscular young man with a fierce face, grinning with excitement. Beside him, another frail young man, with hollow eyes and surrounded by dark mist, couldn't help but show a cold smile. Standing by the street in the early morning, sneaking around to observe the passers-by. I can tell at a glance that this outsider has something hidden in his heart. Lei Yutian said coldly. Brother Tian, what should we do next? Should we kill him or seize the treasure and let him go? The muscular young man asked. Upon hearing this, a cruel look appeared on Lei Yutian's face, and he said, of course, we kill him. Our Thundercloud Tomb-seeking group has never had a precedent for letting anyone go. Hearing this, the muscular young man instantly unleashed a slaughter knife demon, preparing to lift the manhole cover. At that moment, Lei Yutian stopped him with a hand, saying with a smile, just killing him is too boring. Let's wait for him to come out. When he comes out, we can have some fun torturing him. Chapter 76, Killing the Young Master of the Thundercloud Tomb-seeking group. It seemed that Yi Mo sensed some movement above the manhole cover and the faint sound of conversation. His expression suddenly turned ugly. Am I being targeted? Yi Mo muttered to himself. At this moment, he had a thought and summoned Chi-Chi, while the silver coffin under the streetlight suddenly opened, and the tyrant emerged from within. Chi-Chi, come with me. If the situation is not right, just chop them down. Yi Mo instructed. He then began to climb toward the sewer above. At this time, Lei Yutian and the muscular young man were both distracted by the commotion behind them. They turned back to see a figure clad in leather, holding a massive long knife, appearing beside the coffin. Brother Tian, that's the coffin spirit of that kid. It looks like a zombie, the muscular young man exclaimed. Feeling the aura of slaughter emanating from the tyrant, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Upon hearing this, Brother Tian showed a look of disdain and laughed. What about a guard-level zombie? What are you afraid of? Your slaughter knife demon is pinnacle guard level, just take it down. As soon as he said this, before the slaughter knife demon could react, the tyrant struck first. A crescent-shaped blade aura flew towards the location of the two men. When they saw this, their faces changed drastically. They never expected an outsider would dare to take the initiative. Moreover, this outsider was a contracted zombie coffin master who hadn't even certified with the law enforcement department and still dared to inflict harm. This was simply a greater crime. Without any hesitation, both of them hurriedly dodged to the sides. With a whistling sound, the blade aura instantly cleaved the slaughter knife demon in half, killing it on the spot and turning it into a small amount of experience points. At this time, the blade aura did not diminish in power and swiftly flew toward the inner city wall on the opposite side of the street, carving out a massive gap several meters deep and creating a violent explosion sound. On the nearby street, many coffin masters were surprised when they heard the sudden explosion. What the heck, what's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? I felt a surge of spiritual energy, someone must be fighting nearby. Let's hurry and see the commotion. If it's a fight between major families, it'll be exciting. Many people chimed in, filled with a desire to watch the spectacle, and they rushed towards the source of the explosion. At this moment, Guillermo had already carried Chi-Chi to the surface. He glanced at the damaged city wall and then at the two men who looked disheveled in the distance, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Kill them, Guillermo said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the muscular young man was taken aback, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Suddenly, a surge of cold, ghostly energy erupted from Brother Tian, directly enveloping that section of the street. The surrounding streets became extraordinarily dim. The air was filled with dead silence, as countless evil spirits crawled out from the ground, like a ghostly nightmare. Kid, you really have guts as an outsider. How dare you attack someone from our Thundercloud grave-seeking team? You must be tired of living, Tian Gu said coldly. At this moment, he had been completely possessed by the evil spirit coffin, showing no fear of Guillermo. Because in his ghostly realm, he had already transformed into a spiritual body state, and no physical attack could touch him. This was the special ability of his evil spirit, allowing him to switch between the real and the illusory. In physical form, he had strong recovery abilities, although not as strong as demons and monsters. As long as his vital areas were not injured, he could fully recover. And in the spiritual state, a ghostly realm would form, locking himself and his enemies within the realm, making it impossible to leave the ghostly boundaries. You've trained this zombie pretty well, but it's only D-level potential, the weakest among the Corpse Clan. If you think you can hurt me, that's a bit wishful thinking, Tian Gu mocked. Hearing this, Guillermo looked at him with a gaze of complete disdain. Whether it was Tyrant or Chi-Chi, both had other types of damage skills. Like ice and thunder. The opponent chose not to run away, but instead locked themselves together. This was no different from seeking death. At this moment, Guillermo had no intention of arguing with him. Seemingly sensing Guillermo's emotions, Tyrant and Chi-Chi struck simultaneously. A streak of icy blue sword energy and a streak of thunderous blade energy rushed straight toward Lei Yutian. The speed of their strikes was terrifying, and the opponent couldn't even react before being cut into several pieces on the spot. And the evil spirits crawling out from the ground didn't even have time to act, turning into wisps of black smoke and vanishing. Ding! Chi-Chi successfully killed LV.30 Earthbound Spirit. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, experience doubled, gained experience plus 1,500. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gained experience plus 1,500. Ding! Current Coffin Spirits, Tyrant, Chi-Chi, level LV.25 guard level. Experience needed for next level 2200/17,000. The system notification sounded, leaving Guillermo momentarily stunned. He hadn't paid much attention to the strength of the slain young man, only perceiving him as extremely weak. But he didn't expect that the opponent was actually a quasi-high-level coffin master. However, it was a bit regrettable that as his strength increased, the experience gained from killing a level 30 monster had already halved. Beside him, the burly young man looked at Guillermo's two coffin spirits in terror, feeling a sense of dread creeping over him. They had just thought Guillermo was an ant that could be easily crushed, but never expected him to be a great being that could kill across levels. You're done for, you actually killed Tian Gu. Do you know he is the young master of the Thundercloud grave-seeking team? The burly young man said in sheer panic, instinctively threatening him. Thunder what team? Guillermo frowned coldly and said, I haven't heard of it. Our Thundercloud grave-seeking team is a vassal of the Qin family. Have you heard of the Qin family? One of the big families in the inner city. I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise, the Thundercloud grave-seeking team and the Qin family will definitely not let you go, the burly young man shouted angrily. A vassal of the Qin family? Yi Mo's gaze turned cold, a killing intent suddenly erupting from him. What level of strength does your Thundercloud grave-seeking team leader have? Hearing this, the burly young man let out a sigh of relief, thinking EMO was beginning to feel apprehensive. Then his face lit up. Our leader is a super 5-star powerhouse. Got it. Yi Mo's cold voice came out. Then he withdrew Chi-Chi back into the contracted space and turned to leave. Seeing this, the burly young man felt a joy in his heart, thinking EMO would let him go. However, the next second, a blade energy swept out. The burly young man only felt a chill at his forehead. Before he could say anything else, he was directly split in half by this blow and died on the spot. Chapter 77, Find Old Chen to Intervene, Ling Yin's Anxiety. As EMO left this area, many coffin masters who wanted to watch the commotion rushed to the spot. When they saw the scattered corpse parts on the ground and the blood-stained surface, everyone gasped in shock. They clearly recognized one of the severed heads. What the hell, isn't that Lei Xiao? In less than half a minute, he was actually beheaded. Who the hell is so bold to kill him in the inner city? The Lei Yun tomb-seeking group is backed by the Qin family. It's over. First there were outsiders releasing zombies to attack the outer city. Now someone has killed the young master of the Lei Yun tomb-seeking group. The appraisal meeting hasn't even begun, and I bet chaos is about to start. We should hurry and leave, otherwise, if the Lei Yun tomb-seeking group can't find the murderer, they'll put the blame on us. As soon as this was said, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and quickly ran away. A few minutes later, on another main street in the northwest corner, EMO was sitting on a bench by the road, preparing to wait for a ride to the law enforcement department. Since he was carrying a silver coffin when entering the city, EMO registered under the name of the tyrant. If he didn't go to the law enforcement department now, they would eventually come looking for him, and he might be detained under various pretenses. EMO didn't dare to gamble because he had no time for that. Of course, he had also considered carrying the coffin sealing Chi-Chi when entering the city. But the coffin sealing Chi-Chi was of a terrifying level. If he took it out, it would surely attract the attention of the strongest in Jiangnan City. Once I get out of the law enforcement department, if I want to get the dark yin-yang cold essence, I guess I can only contact Elder Chen. EMO thought to himself. Although Elder Chen has little say in Jiangnan Base City and his deterrent power in the inner city is weaker than some local big families, he is still a legendary 9-star expert. As long as he personally arrives in Jiangnan Base City, it would surely make all the legendary experts in Jiangnan feel a chill down their spines, restless and uneasy. A small Qin family is like ants before Elder Chen, easily crushed. However, EMO wouldn't allow Elder Chen to destroy the Qin family, he wanted to do it himself. After all, Tang Yi was also involved because he wanted to help him, so this grudge should be avenged by him. Throughout the day, EMO spent almost all his time in the law enforcement department. It seemed that the members of the law enforcement department looked down on them, intentionally making things difficult during the investigation. Many other coffin masters from different regions were humiliated badly. And some who couldn't endure the humiliation acted out of anger. The results were evident, they were directly slain on the spot by the coffin masters of the law enforcement department. EMO, however, didn't face much trouble. Because he had the Snow Shadow Group's badge on him at the time. Perhaps some of the law enforcement members recognized the Snow Shadow badge. They all kept their distance, not daring to clash with EMO. Of course, they didn't give him any special treatment. Because EMO arrived too late, they still made him wait in line for the whole day. After exiting the law enforcement department, EMO went straight back to the hotel. It was already 8 in the evening. The sun had set, and the night was upon them, revealing an uneasy air everywhere. EMO lay on the bed, patiently reading the messages sent by Yi Xiaoyao, then dialed the phone number of President Chen. Elder Chen, this is EMO. Once the call was connected, EMO said softly. On the other end of the phone came a hint of triumphant laughter. Ha, Yi kid. You just arrived in Jiangnan Base City for a day and you're already calling me. From what I see, you must have run into some trouble. Quickly tell me what happened. Hearing this, EMO smiled helplessly, and then replied, Elder Chen, one of the materials needed for the little rice dumpling's evolution has been lost. Now I can't get it back and can only ask for your help to negotiate. Ha, I really underestimated your ability to cause trouble. You must have offended some family in Jiangnan Base City, right? On the phone, old Chen laughed heartily. EMO, upon hearing this, responded ambiguously, I suppose so. Which family? Hurry and tell me, perhaps I can find someone to help you get the materials right now, old Chen asked with confusion. The Qin family, EMO replied. The Qin family? There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Then, Old Chen laughed again. Kidji, I thought you had messed with the knife court or one of the top 5 forces in Jiangnan City. The Qin family you speak of, who are they? I have never even heard of them. Since that's the case, I can't be bothered to help you any longer. Just wait 2 days for me, and once I arrive, I'll take care of them for you. As soon as he said this, Yimo was stunned for a moment and quickly explained, Old Chen, I don't need you to deal with them. Once I become an extraordinary coffin master, I will take care of it myself. Right now, I only need you to help me find someone to extract the cold marrow of the ghostly Yin. Yimo said. By the way, Kidji, you didn't forget that among the 3 people you met in the Apocalypse Valley, one of them has the surname Qin, did you? Old Chen reminded. Hearing this, Yimo paused, puzzled, and said, Qin Dong? Yes, that's him. You should ask him about the situation. If it can't be solved, then just wait for me for 2 days. Chairman Chen finished and hung up the phone. Hearing Old Chen's hint, Yimo's eyes flashed with a complex expression. He thought for a moment, then directly opened the chat app, found Lin Yin's avatar, and made a video call. At this moment, in a hotel in Fengyue City, Lin Yin had just taken a shower and was lying on the bed. She had just changed into her pajamas and hadn't wrapped herself up tightly. A video call notification suddenly popped up. Lin Yin saw it was Yimo calling and a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. Without hesitation, she answered the video call. Yimo, good evening. Did you need something? Lin Yin smiled slightly. Upon seeing the screen filled with whiteness, Yimo's eyes twitched, and he cleared his throat, saying, Actually, I have a bit of a problem. What is it? Go ahead. Lin Yin said. Hearing this, Yimo's face suddenly turned calm, and he said gently, What is the relationship between the Qin family in Jiangnan Base City and Dongzi? Lin Yin was taken aback by this question and replied in confusion, The Qin family in Jiangnan City is Dongzi's family, why do you ask? Did you have a conflict with the Qin family? You know the owner of Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City, Tang Yi, right? I know him. He is my friend, and I owe him a lot of favors. He went to Jiangnan Base City this time to help me find evolution materials for Chi-Chi. But the materials in Wanbao Tower were taken away by the Qin family, along with his life. Yimo's voice was calm. However, Lin Yin's face instantly turned very ugly and went pale. She never expected that the Qin family would cause trouble for Yimo. No wonder, these families had long been used to bullying others in Jiangnan City, almost trampling all the incoming coffin masters. But now, the Qin family clearly kicked a steel plate. You must know that behind Yimo stands Chairman Chen, a legendary 9-star powerhouse. If Chairman Chen wanted to wipe out a family in Jiangnan City, the 3 legends of the knife court would definitely not be able to stop him. If the Qin family cannot provide Yimo with a satisfactory answer before Chairman Chen arrives in Jiangnan City, they will surely be exterminated. Thinking of this, Lin Yin quickly said, Yimo, Dongzi's father is the 3rd elder of the Qin family. The death of your friend and the materials you lost, I will have Dongzi tell Uncle Qin III to investigate immediately. Don't worry, at the latest by tomorrow, we will give you a satisfactory answer. By then, the instigator, the one who acted violently, and the materials you lost will all be brought before you for your disposal. Chapter 78, the 3rd uncle of the Qin family. I never expected that Dongzi's father would be the 3rd elder of the Qin family, Yimo murmured after hanging up the call. Although uncertain about how strong Qin Dong's father is and how much say he has in the Qin family, Lin Yin's words undoubtedly prove that the 3rd master of the Qin family has the ability to handle this matter well. Even if the 3rd master of the Qin family cannot handle this issue, he will still spread his identity and background throughout the entire Qin family, making everyone feel fear. After all, with a legendary 9-star big shot applying pressure, even a powerful force like the Dao court would undoubtedly be restless. At this moment, inside a luxurious villa in a larger estate in the inner city, 2 middle-aged men were sitting in the hall discussing something. 3rd master, my son Yu Tian was killed today in the northwest corner of the street, said a man with fierce eyes and a scar on his forehead, with a country face, looking extremely grim. His name is Lei Bao, the leader of the Lei Yun tomb-seeking group, an extraordinary 5-star coffin master. At the same time, he is also a capable subordinate of the 3rd master of the Qin family. Next to him, another middle-aged man, dressed in a black long robe, with an elegant appearance and gold-rimmed glasses, heard this and frowned slightly, asking, What happened? Did your son provoke other big families? 3rd master, I have investigated, it should not be other families. In theory, other families know that the Lei Yun tomb-seeking group is a vassal of the Qin family, and my son has some fame in the inner city. They definitely wouldn't act. Lei Bao said, suppressing his internal anger, calmly. From what you said, it should be outsiders then. The 3rd master of Qin adjusted his glasses and said, 3rd master, it must be outsiders. The section of the road where my son was killed today had no surveillance, and there were no eyewitnesses who saw the whole incident. So I asked the 3rd master to send someone to help investigate and find out who killed my son. Lei Bao knelt on one knee and pleaded. Hearing this, the third master of Qin fell into thought. Although his position in the Qin family is not high and he has little power, often being suppressed, he still possesses a certain reputation. For him, investigating the murderer who killed his subordinate son would be an easy task. Moreover, after so many years in the inner city, almost no one knows that he founded the largest intelligence organization in Jiangnan City. So, nearly anything happening in the inner city will not escape his intelligence network and can be easily investigated. Alright, Lei Bao. You go with Ing to investigate the surveillance in the northwest corner. He will give you an answer. The third master of Qin said calmly. Then, he lightly clapped his hands, and a shadow suddenly appeared on the floor of the villa. A figure entirely in black, with only the mouth and eyes emitting a faint white light, emerged from it, then knelt on one knee before the third master of Qin. Seeing this scene, Lei Bao was instantly shocked, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had heard the name Ing countless times, although he had never seen him. He knew that this was the third master's top guard and assassin. Originally, he thought that Ing strength was at most similar to his own. But he never expected that Ing strength had actually reached the extraordinary 9-star level. It should be known that the strongest person in the Qin family is the head of the house, Qinzhen, who is also at the extraordinary 9-star level. But no matter what, Qinzhen could never have a peer-level powerhouse as a subordinate, and he would even feel wary of such a powerful person. And now, this extraordinary 9-star named Ing is actually kneeling before the third master of Qin. This is simply shocking. The third master is too powerful. What kind of strength does he have? Lei Bao swallowed hard, feeling extremely nervous. At the same time, he felt an immense sense of relief. Because his backing seemed to be much more than it appeared on the surface. Perhaps the seemingly low-key and unappreciated third master in the Qin family is actually a legendary powerhouse. Third master. Thank you so much. If you ever need to use the Thundercloud tomb-seeking team, I will definitely go through fire and water for you, third master. I would die 1,000 times without hesitation. Lei Bao knelt on the ground, speaking with utmost submission. Qin third master heard this and lightly nodded, saying, Alright, Lei Bao, you should go and get on with your important business. Yes. Third master. After saying that, the shadow ghost grabbed Lei Bao's shoulder with one hand, and the two of them sank into the shadows and disappeared. Watching the area where his subordinates had vanished, Qin third master pondered to himself. My elder brother probably has no hope of being promoted to a quasi-legend for the rest of his life. After being a dictator for so many years and suppressing other clans for so long, it's time to step down. But right now, my bargaining chips are still lacking. Once I start to compete with him, not to mention my second brother will join forces with him. Other families will involve themselves in this matter, wanting to take a piece of the pie. With the power I currently have, it's still not enough to completely suppress them. It would be nice if I could pull in some more forces. Qin third master murmured. At that moment, suddenly a phone rang from Qin third master's pocket. Qin third master raised an eyebrow, took out his phone, and after a glance, revealed a hint of a smile. Son, why are you calling so late? Do you miss your dad? Qin third master answered the phone, speaking with a smile. However, immediately, an urgent voice from Qin Dong came through the phone. Not good, Dad. Our Qin family has hit a wall. Hearing this, Qin third master's brow instantly furrowed. You know my strength, I'm a quasi-legend Toon Guardian. And I'm just one step away from becoming a legend. But now, Qin Dong unexpectedly says the Qin family has hit a wall. This also means that this wall's strength is at least at the legendary level, and it can overpower the entire Qin family on its own. Without thinking much, Qin third master hurriedly asked, Son, tell me what happened. Who did our Qin family offend? Dad, it's the genius I met in the Apocalypse Valley. Mo. You mean the one who shared his soul crystal with you? Qin third master questioned in confusion. Yes, that's him. Qin Dong said anxiously. Someone from our Qin family took the evolution materials he needed and killed his friend, the owner of Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City. Dad, you need to find out who did this and hand that person over by tomorrow. And remember to get the materials too. It has to be quick, or in a couple of days, our entire Qin family will be finished. Qin Dong urged loudly, his tone filled with fear. Upon hearing this, Qin third master's face instantly showed disbelief. The genius his son mentioned actually has the ability to bring ruin to the Qin family. It was undeniable that the other party must have a close relationship with President Chen from Fengyue City. Usually, families in Jiangnan City do not fear President Chen because the powerful figures from the knife court can contend with him, and no one dares to provoke President Chen. But now, unexpectedly, his own Qin family has touched this bad luck, leading to President Chen possibly coming in person. If this isn't handled well, the Qin family may face utter destruction. Thinking of this, Qin third master's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. As long as he can use this opportunity well, or if he can ally with Mo and connect with President Chen, then it would be set in stone for Qinzhen to step down. Son, you should call your friend directly. Wait for my notice tomorrow, and then have him come to the Chin family to retrieve the materials. And to take a head while he's at it. Chin third master said with excitement. Okay, Dad. I'll talk to EMO right now. After saying that, Chin Dong hung up the phone. In a secret underground intelligence room in the inner city, Lei Bao was standing next to the shadow ghost, trembling and not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, the shadow ghost was operating a computer. Soon, the shadow ghost called forth the surveillance from every corner of the inner city. As hundreds of projections illuminated the walls of the information room, all the images became crystal clear. Lord Shadow Ghost, my son died in the northwestern corner street near the city wall. Lei Bao respectfully reminded. Time. The shadow ghost said in an incredibly hoarse voice. Hearing this voice, Lei Bao's heart jolted suddenly, and he stammered, it should be between 8 and 9 in the morning. Upon hearing this, the shadow ghost began to manipulate the controls again. A few seconds later, the images on the wall of the information room suddenly shifted. In many images, Yimo's figure appeared at the same time. One image showed Yimo just leaving the area by the city wall, while the last few images showed Yimo returning to a nearby hotel. Seeing this, Lei Bao's face instantly turned extremely grim. It's this kid. It must be him. Lei Bao said angrily. I nearly questioned everyone who appeared in the northwestern corner street today, but I didn't ask this kid. And his leaving time coincides with when those pedestrians went to watch. The one who killed my son is definitely this kid. Lei Bao said with reddened eyes. Hearing this, a shadow suddenly appeared beneath the shadow ghost's feet, and then he turned to Lei Bao with a sinister smile, saying, Alright, since we have found out, I should leave now. So, do you want me to give you a ride? The shadow ghost's voice was chilling, causing Lei Bao to tremble with fear. No, Lord Shadow Ghost. I can leave by myself, I'll go now. Lei Bao cupped his fists towards the shadow ghost, then hurriedly ran out of the underground information room. After running over 100 meters away from the underground information room, Lei Bao could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Daring to kill my son. I will destroy your whole family. I will destroy everyone who knows you. Lei Bao roared, punching a nearby tree over 10 meters tall, shattering it into pieces. In the next second, he pushed off with his legs, like a swift leopard, and leaped to the top of a nearby tall building, then ran wildly towards the hotel where Yimo was. At this moment, in a hotel in the northwestern corner street, Yimo had just hung up the phone call from Chin Dong. Thinking about getting the ink-cold marrow back tomorrow, a smile appeared on Yimo's face. Moreover, Chin Dong's father also promised to help him find out the killer of Tang Yi and the mastermind behind it, which greatly lifted Yimo's spirits. Old Chen's reputation really comes in handy. In that case, I will visit the Chin family tomorrow and wrap this up. Yimo smiled and shook his head. Just then, a sudden gust of wind stirred outside the hotel. Immediately after, a figure radiating a terrifying aura hovered in front of the hotel window. Yimo turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a knife scar on his forehead and a square face, staring at him with a murderous gaze. The leader of the Leiyun Cemetery expedition team? Yimo raised his brow, instantly recognizing the identity of the person, looking serious. The aura the other party emitted was like that of a giant, pressing down on Yimo and making the curtains in the hotel flutter. This made Yimo feel unprecedented pressure, and he quickly summoned the tyrant and Chi-Chi to protect him in front. In the past, all his opponents were of high class, nearly all could be killed by the tyrant or Chi-Chi with a single strike. But extraordinary powerhouses were clearly dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than high-class gravekeepers. It should be known that the coffin spirits under extraordinary powerhouses were all above level 40. And a level 40 or higher lord-level coffin spirit had changed drastically compared to those below level 40. Its power was like a chasm between heaven and earth. The reason for this is that level 40 coffin spirits had completed 2 evolutions. Even reached the final evolution. With an absolute advantage in levels and evolution, these second evolution coffin spirits are enough to fight against dozens or even hundreds of high-level coffin spirits. Moreover, even without using coffin spirits, extraordinary coffin masters can still kill high-level coffin masters with simple spiritual power manipulation. Extraordinary 5 stars, a level 45 lord-level coffin spirit? Yimo frowned, quickly thinking in his heart. His coffin spirit is currently only level 25, a full 20 levels lower than the opponent. The hard power gap is such that even god-level talent combined with an S-level coffin spirit might not be able to compensate. Right now, the only threat he might have against the other party could be the tyrant's supermaterial penetration. But hitting an extraordinary coffin master with supermaterial penetration is harder than climbing to the sky. In the half-air outside the window, Thunder Leopard looked at Yimo's calm demeanor, his killing intent becoming more apparent, and he coldly said, Kid, as an outsider, you didn't even bother to ask about my name. How dare you move to kill my son? I will make you unable to survive or die. Thunder Leopard immediately roared. With a surge of spiritual power in his hand, he prepared to punch towards Yimo. Seeing this, Yimo's heart raced, a grim expression flashing on his face, and he hurriedly communicated with Chi-Chi. He wanted to try if Chi-Chi's indestructible body could withstand a blow from an extraordinary being. In that instant, Chi-Chi immediately sent a piece of information back to Yimo. That is, as long as it is not a skill attack from a Lord-level coffin spirit, her indestructible body, combined with the protective talisman drawn from Ice Fairy power, can completely withstand it. In an instant, Chi-Chi appeared right in front of Yimo with a quick step. At the same time, she concentrated spiritual power in one hand, directly transforming it into a circular ice shield blocking in front of her. Kid, you are even more ruthless than I am. To live, you send your coffin spirit to die. If that's the case, I will first kill your coffin spirit, making you a useless person. Then I will imprison you and torture you for a lifetime. Thunder Leopard sneered. In the next second, his spiritual power suddenly erupted, transforming into an extremely terrifying fist force, directly rushing towards Chi-Chi. With a loud bang, the fist force broke through the hotel window and struck directly on the ice shield in front of Chi-Chi. With a crack, the ice shield hadn't lasted 2 seconds before it shattered into countless ice crystals. It was as if the ice shield absorbed all the power. The remnants of the fist force were not strong, but when it struck Chi-Chi, it still knocked her back into the wall. Seeing this scene, Yimo's expression turned grim, and he anxiously communicated, Chi-Chi. Are you hurt? Master, his attack can't hurt me. Chi-Chi conveyed. Then she jumped out of the wall as if nothing had happened. Afterwards, she dusted off her clothes and once again conjured a larger ice blue shield in front of her. Outside the window, Thunder Leopard looked at this scene, his face filled with disbelief, as he stared blankly. He was a powerful, extraordinary 5-star. Even if spiritual attacks are not comparable to coffin spirit skills, a level 25 coffin spirit should not be able to withstand it at all. Furthermore, with a 20-level gap, the opponent's coffin spirit actually blocked his attack without receiving any damage. This is simply ridiculous. This is impossible. I refuse to believe I can't kill a coffin spirit that is 20 levels lower than me. I refuse to believe it. Thunder Leopard roared. He frantically unleashed his internal spiritual power, transforming it into countless fist forces directed at Chi-Chi. Having experienced the previous block, Chi-Chi calmly drew various talismans to form shields, vigorously stacking them in front of her. In an instant, dozens of shields appeared densely in front of her, as if it were an incredibly resilient city wall. No matter how the opponent exerted all their strength, they could not break through this solid defense line. Chapter 80, Lifting the Seal Contract? The phone call from Elder Qin. After a few dozen seconds, Lei Bao calmed down slightly and gave up the spiritual power attack. However, as soon as he saw that kid's mocking smile behind Chi-Chi, his expression became even more unpleasant. This zombie coffin spirit actually can resist my attack. So what level of coffin seal is it, after all? Lei Bao looked at Chi-Chi, who was surrounded by shields, deep in thought. The spiritual power attack he gathered, although not as powerful as 1/10 of his coffin spirit skill attack, could easily knock down a building and even kill many level 35 coffin spirits of similar potential. Yet this little zombie completely absorbed this energy with its shields, which was simply incredible. As if thinking of a possibility, Lei Bao was suddenly shocked. Could it be that his coffin spirit's potential is A-level? Even S-level? For a moment, a greedy desire filled Lei Bao's mind. If he could kill the opponent, take the opponent's coffin spirit, and then present it to Elder Qin, then his position under Elder Qin would undoubtedly be higher. Thinking of this, Lei Bao hesitated not at all and directly summoned spiritual energy in his hand. Suddenly, an sealing formation rose into the air, and an ancient golden coffin drilled out from it, floating in the air. Kid, your coffin spirit is at least A-level, right? Lift its sealing contract and transfer it to me, and I will spare your life. Lei Bao said coldly, his tone filled with undeniable authority. At the same time, the golden coffin floating in the air opened instantly. With a crack, a thunder sounded, dark clouds began to swirl outside the hotel, covering the skies of several streets, with gusts of fierce wind, as if a doomsday disaster was arriving. Yimo's expression couldn't help but become serious upon seeing this. Then he looked through the dark clouds and saw a ghastly ghost with flesh wings, a green face and sharp teeth, with a body that was torn and charred, emitting bursts of electricity appearing from within. Coffin Spirit, Fiery Thunder Sky Ghost. Race, Spirits, Monsters. Level, LV.45 Lord Level. Ceiling Level, Golden Profound Coffin, Level Cap 49. Talent, Thunder Absorption, increases physical strength and soul strength after absorbing thunder. Thunder Cloud Manipulation, can create massive thunder clouds out of thin air. Skills, Ultra Speed Flight, Tier 4, Thunder Strike, Tier 4, Thunder Judgment, Special, Advanced Concealment, Tier 4, Paralysis, Chain Lightning, Tier 4, Evil Ghost Clone, Tier 4. Ultimate Skill, Thunderstorm Prison. Defect, Intense Pain. Affinity, 77, Obedient. Current state, Indifferent. Evolution chances, 0. Description, from the Evening Peak. Evolved from the Thunderstruck Ghost after 2 evolutions, its potential is exhausted, max level reached without further progression. A 45-level lord, really a terrifying opponent. Yi-Mo said with a serious face. Just now, Chi-Chi's spell had already consumed most of his spiritual power, and the remaining power could only allow the tyrant to use 2 times of super material penetration. This meant that if he wanted to counterattack, he had to catch him by surprise. And there were only 2 chances. After 2 chances, if he couldn't kill the fiery Thunder Sky Ghost, he would undoubtedly die. Kid, I admit that your Coffin Spirit's potential is strong, capable of resisting my attacks. But now that I summon the Coffin Spirit, how will you respond? Lei Bao said coldly. I'm giving you 10 more seconds to think. As long as you kneel down and offer up at ceiling formation with both hands, I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will torment you for a lifetime. Lei Bao pointed at Chi-Chi and threatened Yi-Mo fiercely. At this moment, Lei Bao felt incredibly delighted, exchanging his son's life for an A-level or even S-level Coffin Spirit. This was a sure win for him. After all, he could have another son if this one was lost. However, the powerful Coffin Spirit, if not obtained, may rarely have such an opportunity in the future. However, when Yi-Mo heard Lei Bao's words, his face showed no signs of panic. It seems I need to use the Snow Shadow Badge to intimidate this guy. Yi-Mo thought to himself, then took out the Snow Shadow Badge from his spatial warehouse. Just as he was about to use the Snow Shadow Badge to intimidate the other party, suddenly, a phone ringing sounded from Lei Bao's pocket. Upon hearing the phone ringing, an unpleasant look flashed across Lei Bao's face. Kid, take this time while I'm on the phone to think it over. If by the time I finish my call, you still don't kneel down and hand over the ceiling formation, the consequences will be serious. Lei Bao said coldly. After saying that, he directly took out his phone. Ha! It's actually a call from Master Qin. Lei Bao thought with confusion and a bit of excitement. You must know. New Master Qin had never called him before. And now suddenly calling, this made Lei Bao feel an immense honor. Without hesitation, he directly answered the phone. Hello? Master Qin. It's Lei Bao. Is there something you needed to discuss with me so late? Lei Bao said flatteringly. In the room. Yi-Mo heard this and looked at the other party's flattering demeanor. A peculiar expression suddenly appeared on his face. Is this guy under Master Qin? Yi-Mo was somewhat confused, and the Snow Shadow Badge he had just taken out was now stuffed back into his pocket. On the phone, Master Qin's voice also came through. Lei Bao, have you avenged your son? Upon hearing this, Lei Bao felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. He didn't expect Master Qin to care so much about his personal matters. For a moment, his voice became a bit excited as he said, Master Qin, I'm already in front of my son's killer. I'm about to kill him. Since you found your enemy, don't waste time, just go ahead and kill him. After that, go immediately to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest District and secretly protect a young man. I'll send you the photo later, take a look. Master Qin's urgent voice came through again. Remember, do not offend this young man. If you anger him, both you and I may face disaster. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao suddenly froze. Wasn't he just next to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest District? This means that the young man Master Qin wanted him to protect happened to be in this hotel. Then couldn't he take his time? The time saved could be used to slowly torment this kid and make him hand over the ceiling formation. Ah, what a coincidence. Lei Bao felt delighted in his heart, looking at Yi-Mo with a greedy gaze. Then he hurriedly explained on the phone, Master Qin, without hiding anything from you, I am now right at the 5-star hotel you mentioned. I will definitely fulfill your instructions and guarantee I won't offend the important figure you mentioned. This task is entrusted to you. If the other party has any requirements, do your best to fulfill them. In short, make sure to please him. A serious voice came from the phone. Chapter 81, Important Figure? Lei Bao bows his head. After hearing Master Qin's words, Lei Bao's heart became even more joyful. He didn't expect Master Qin to entrust him with such an important task. Suddenly thinking of something, Lei Bao burst into laughter and quickly said, Master Qin, don't hang up just yet. I have a huge piece of good news I want to tell you. I wonder if you're willing to hear it. Lei Bao said with a smile. Go ahead. A curious voice responded from the phone. Ah, Master Qin. This killer of my son has actually contracted a little zombie with at least A rank, maybe even S rank potential. I'm about to force him to hand over the ceiling formation, and then I will offer this high-potential coffin spirit to you. Lei Bao said joyfully. He was sure that even someone as powerful as Qin San would not be able to remain calm upon hearing about the chance to obtain an S-class coffin spirit. As expected, a gasp of cold air came through the phone immediately. Hearing the commotion on the phone, Lei Bao became even more complacent. He knew very well that Qin San was interested. Haha, third master. This could be the S-class coffin spirit. I believe that both you and Master Qin Dong are eager to possess it. Lei Bao said confidently. At this moment, he had already thought of countless ways Qin San might reward him. For example, if he gifted the S-class coffin spirit to Qin San, the other party might be so excited that he promotes him to a trusted confidant. Or even swore brotherhood with him, calling him Brother Lei wouldn't be too much. Another possibility was that he could gift the S-class coffin spirit to Master Qin Dong, who might recognize the debt of gratitude and directly adopt him as a son. However, a very urgent voice suddenly came through the phone. Lei Bao, what does that little zombie look like? Hearing this, Lei Bao was momentarily dumbfounded. Then he glanced at Chi and smiled, Third Master. I didn't expect you to be a looks enthusiast. That little zombie has short purple hair and looks like a little girl. I'm sure you'll like her, Third Master. As soon as he said this, there was a loud bang on the phone, as if a teacup had fallen to the ground. After several seconds of silence, Qin Laosan's voice came through again. However, this time his tone was extremely tense. Young Master Yi, I did not know that you have grievances with my subordinates. What I just said was my fault, please forgive me, young Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo understood that the other party was apologizing for the earlier comment about killing him directly. But Yi Mo did not respond, instead, he looked at Lei Bao with a strange expression. As if sensing something was off, Lei Bao suddenly became flustered, and his smile gradually disappeared. Third Master, what are you talking about? Who is young Master Yi? At this moment, even Qin Laosan, who usually appeared elegant, couldn't help but curse angrily over the phone. Lei Bao. Go look at the photo I sent you right now. See whom you and your son have provoked. You really deserve to die. Hearing this, Lei Bao's heart suddenly jolted, a chill rushed from his feet to the top of his head, nearly causing him to fall from the air. My son provoked the big shot that Third Master mentioned? Lei Bao muttered to himself. It can't be that coincidental. Is that big shot Third Master mentioned this kid? Lei Bao looked at Yi Mo, gulped, and his body trembled slightly. Then he hurriedly opened the photo sent by Qin San. When he saw the familiar figures in the photo, unprecedented fear appeared in his eyes. Because the photo Qin San sent showed two people, an old man and a young man. The relationship between the old and the young seemed very close. And he recognized the old man. He was a big shot whom even the three tyrants of the knife court greatly feared, the president of the Fengyue City's Tomb Seeker Association. As for the young man next to the old man, he didn't know before. But now he recognized him. You, Lei Bao pointed at Yi Mo, shocked and speechless. He could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary young man had such immense power behind him. And his own son had gotten him into a huge mess. This little beast is truly used to being domineering, he dares to provoke anyone. Lei Bao hated himself for not cursing his dead son internally. At this moment, Yi Mo looked at Lei Bao, who was still pointing at him, frowned, and said coldly, I hate being pointed at. As soon as these words came out, Lei Bao immediately retracted his hand, and a panicked voice came through the phone again. Lei Bao, what trouble did you cause this time? Wait until I come over, let's see how I deal with you. Hearing this, Lei Bao immediately wore a painful expression and explained, Third Master. I really didn't do anything. I have 2 minutes left. Qin San roared, right now, you kneel in front of young Master Yi and keep apologizing until he is satisfied. Hearing this, Lei Bao did not dare to entertain any other thoughts. He pushed off with his legs and leaped toward the hotel window, landing inside the hotel. Immediately, he looked pale as he glanced at Yi Mo, then bowed his head and hurriedly knelt down. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I did not recognize the greatness. Please forgive me. Lei Bao pleaded, bowing his head. When Yi Mo heard these words, his eyebrows twitched. It was rare for a 5-star extraordinary powerhouse to kneel before a mid-tier 5-star coffin master like himself. However, no matter how the other party apologized, Yi Mo would not let him off the hook. After all, the experience from a level 45 coffin spirit was extremely tempting for Yi Mo, so it had to be dealt with. Of course, he wouldn't act right now, as he didn't want to force Lei Bao into a desperate situation, so everything had to wait for Qin San to arrive. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lei Bao kowtowed even more fervently. He knew very well that if Yi Mo could forgive him, his position might remain unchanged. If he was not forgiven and was killed, he could at least save his family's lives and the Lei Yun tomb-seeking team. But if he chose to escape or continue to act against GMO, it would be utter ruin. 1 minute later. GMO looked at Lei Bao, who was banging his head against the floor, and said flatly, "You are not wrong, this world is wrong." Lei Bao was taken aback at first. Then he realized that GMO was making fun of him and began to kowtow even harder. "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. It was truly my mistake. Please spare me." "No, no, no. You can't be wrong. It's clearly your son who was wrong." GMO quickly shook his head. Hearing this, Lei Bao's heart filled with joy, and he quickly followed along with Yemo's words, "Yes, yes, yes, young Master Yi. It was my son who was wrong. Of course, I am also at fault. I should have thrown that dog thing against the wall back then." Yemo. At this moment, it seemed he sensed a powerful aura approaching. Yemo's mouth curled into a slight smile. Because he could finally act against Lei Bao. And Lei Bao, feeling this aura, also felt delighted. As long as Qin Sanni saw how earnestly he was apologizing, he would definitely plead for him. So he began to bang his head even more excitedly. "Alright, stop knocking your head." Yemo interrupted Lei Bao's actions, saying lightly, "I can spare you, but there is a condition." Hearing this, Lei Bao's heart surged with joy, and he quickly said, "Young master, I will agree to any condition you mention. So, you will release your coffin spirit. Then have it stay in place while my coffin spirit beats it for 2 minutes. If it doesn't die, then you are fine. If it dies, then you die. What do you think?" Yemo said with a smile. Hearing this, Lei Bao's heart was even more ecstatic, and he immediately worshipped Yemo. "Thank you for sparing me, young master. Young master can beat my coffin spirit for 2 hours, or even 2 days. Thank you so much, young master." Chapter 82, Absorbing Spiritual Power, Gathering Strength Madly. Looking at the Lei Bao, who was now bowing with his whole body on the ground, his face unable to hide his excitement, Yemo shook his head and said calmly, "You can get up now. No need to thank me. If your coffin spirit really survives, you can thank me then." Hearing this, Lei Bao was momentarily stunned, then his expression became even more excited, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Yemo. He was now very sure of one thing, that is, young master Yi wants to let him go. In his view, although Yemo's coffin spirit had strong defense, its strength was simply not enough to harm the Jiao Lei Tiangui. Even if Jiao Lei Tiangui just stood there and let that little zombie chop it 100 times, it might just be a tickle. So what Yemo said was undoubtedly just a way to find a legitimate reason to let himself off the hook. Certainly, Lei Bao also saw the underlying meaning. That is, Yemo seems very confident in his own strength, wanting to put on a show in front of himself and Qin San Yi. It seems I need to make Jiao Lei Tiangui please him properly. Lei Bao thought to himself, while transmitting a message to Jiao Lei Tiangui, saying, "Tiangui, after you get beaten later, try to pretend you're severely injured, act as real as possible. In short, the more real the better." Immediately after, Lei Bao looked at GMO, a highly flattering smile appeared on his face, and he said with a grin, "Young Master Ye's strength is the strongest I have ever seen in my life among young people. I believe that even Jiao Lei Tiangui cannot fully withstand young Master Ye's attacks. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will definitely suffer unimaginable injuries." Hearing this, Yemo raised an eyebrow. I have to say, words like Lei Bao's flattery are indeed quite pleasing to hear. But unfortunately, gaining the experience of a lord-level coffin spirit is far more enjoyable than this. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the hotel. Yemo looked at this figure and was stunned. Because the person in front of him looked too much like Qin Dong, he was almost a mold, except that the other person's hair was a bit gray, making him look very old and heavy. "Young Master Yi, I am Xiaodong's father, the third of the Qin family. Qin Han. You can call me Qin Lao San." Qin Lao San broke into a smile upon seeing Yemo and cupped his hands in greeting. Hearing this, Lin Nu Yemo smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Qin, you don't need to be like this. Speaking of which, I am of the same generation as Qin Dong. Moreover, I still have some matters that require Uncle Qin's help. So calling me Yemo is enough." Upon hearing Yemo refer to him this way, Qin Lao San's face instantly showed a look of surprise. Indeed, Xiaodong spoke the truth, this young Master Yi is not only easy to get along with but also very humble. Qin Lao San praised silently in his heart. Then he cupped his hands again and said, "In that case, I will take advantage of Xiaodong's goodwill and boldly call you by your name." At this moment, Qin Lao San noticed that the room was in complete disarray, and the surrounding walls were already cracked, making his heart shiver. Fortunately, I made this call in time, or the consequences would be unimaginable. As if remembering something, a powerful aura unconsciously radiated from Qin Lao San, pressing down on Lei Bao who was standing to the side. "Lei Bao. Look at the good things you've done. Who told you to get up? Hurry up and kneel down." As soon as these words were spoken, Lei Bao immediately knelt down again with a thud and quickly explained, "Third Master, it was young Master Yi who told me to get up. Young Master Yi said that as long as my coffin spirit takes a beating, he will let me go." A beating? Qin Lao-san was bewildered and quickly turned to look at Yi-mo, somewhat confused. He did not expect Yi-mo to be so kind that he would actually let his enemy go. "Young brother Yi, are you sure you want to let him go?" Qin Lao-san asked in disbelief. Yi-mo smiled faintly and said, "I made an agreement with him to let Jiao Lei Tiangui stand still and get beaten by my coffin spirit. If his coffin spirit dies, he dies. If his coffin spirit lives, he lives. So this matter also needs Uncle Qin to witness. If his coffin spirit dies, please protect me for a while," Yi-mo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Lao-san's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. In his view, this agreement was clearly letting Lei Bao live. This Yi-mo seemed to be overestimating his own strength too much. How could his coffin spirit possibly kill Jiao Lei Tiangui? "Rest assured, with me here, even if his coffin spirit dies, he won't dare to do anything to you." Qin Lao-san did not refute Yi-mo's words. He didn't want to undermine Yi-mo's confidence, so he immediately agreed. Then he smiled at Yi-mo and asked, "Brother Yi, when are you going to take action?" Yi-mo responded lightly, "Now, I suppose." After speaking, he showed no hesitation and summoned the tyrant before him. A zombie? Lei Bao and Qin Lao-san both paused in surprise. Then, Lei Bao's face lit up with joy. He never expected Yi-mo would use a zombie that looked weaker instead of the S-grade potential Chi-Chi to fight Jiao Lei Tiangui. Isn't this just pure comedy? If using Chi-Chi could only scratch Jiao Lei Tiangui's surface, then this zombie in front of him probably couldn't even hurt Jiao Lei Tiangui's hair. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your kindness." Lei Bao laughed heartily, then waved to Jiao Lei Tiangui outside the window, saying, "Tiangui, come here. Stand still and let young Master Yi's zombie give you a beating." Hearing this, Jiao Lei Tiangui's figure flickered and directly appeared before the tyrant. Compared to the tyrant, it was much smaller, even shorter than the tyrant's chest. But its power was far superior to that of the tyrant. Seeming to look down on the tyrant's strength, Jiao Lei Tiangui acted indifferent and even arrogantly leaned its head forward. "Come. Hit me in the head. If you can, just kill me." Jiao Lei Tiangui communicated telepathically to the tyrant. Upon hearing this, the tyrant narrowed its eyes, a surge of anger rising from the depths of its heart. Looking for death, the tyrant growled inwardly. In the next second, it directly seized Jiao Lei Tiangui's head with one hand, lifting it up. Blood-red energy began to gather violently in its palm, as if charging up and emanating a heart-wrenching tremor. Qin Lao-san and Lei Bao felt the surge of energy, their faces instantly revealing shock. The intensity of this energy. Is it close to a level 35 spirit skill? Qin Lao-san murmured. Seeing this, Lei Bao let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, but at this level of attack, Jiao Lei Tiangui can easily withstand it. It won't even take any serious injury. Jiao Lei Tiangui felt the tingling energy on its scalp and could not help but show a grim expression. It transmitted to the tyrant once more, "You think this little energy can hurt me? Are you even capable of it, little brother?" Hearing this, the tyrant could no longer tolerate the provocation. "Master, please use all your spirit power to assist me," the tyrant communicated with Yi-mo, saying angrily. Upon hearing this, Yi-mo quickly nodded. At this moment, he held nothing back. He directly drained all his spirit power, leaving himself empty, allowing the tyrant to use this ultimate attack. The tyrant let out a furious roar. Boom! The blood-red energy in its palm instantly surged. A terrifying sense of restlessness came over, distorting the air in the entire room, causing the hotel to shake violently like an earthquake. The once relaxed Lei Bao suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Because this energy had obviously reached a lord-level strength, and its aura was still rising. How is this possible? This energy, Jiao Lei Tiangui can't possibly endure it. Lei Bao said, trembling in doubt. He reluctantly turned to look at Qin Lao-san, only to see Qin Lao-san also displaying a shocked expression. What a powerful energy fluctuation! This zombie is not simple. Qin Lao-san exclaimed, staring at the tyrant. At the same time, he no longer questioned Yi-mo's strength. As time ticked by, the red energy in the tyrant's hand had condensed to an extreme saturation, exuding a scent of destruction. Third Master, save me. Fear filled Lei Bao's face as he transmitted his thoughts. He could clearly feel that after this attack, Jiao Lei Tiangui would surely die. However, Qin Lao-san's next words plunged him into despair. You should pay the price for what you've stirred up. You might as well place your hopes on your spirit. Chapter 83, Terrifying Power. 80,000 Experience. After saying these words, Grandpa Chin hurriedly summoned a shadow mage wielding a luxurious red gem staff, cloaked in raven feathers. Then, on the top floor of the hotel, a shadow barrier covering a 200-meter radius was unfolded, sealing off the area. You must know. A full-force strike from a peak lord-level coffin spirit can directly destroy the entire street in the northwest corner, turning the area within hundreds of meters into a hell on earth. And the next strike from the tyrant, while not as powerful as a peak lord, is still terrifying. If the shadow barrier is not used to block it, this strike would undoubtedly cause irreversible damage. At this moment, the coffin masters near the northwest corner felt the terrifying energy waves and all fled in panic, running away from the five-star hotel in the street. After running several hundred meters, when they looked back at the top of the five-star hotel, they were instantly stunned. They saw a massive black barrier enveloping the hotel, with blood-red light flickering within it. As the blood-red light grew stronger, waves of terrifying aura began to spill out of the barrier, making everyone nearby feel suffocated. This must be a battle of extraordinary beings happening in the inner city. Damn, how could there be extraordinary beings fighting in the inner city? Could it be that two major forces are in conflict? Run! This aura is too terrifying. We mid-level coffin masters would die with just a touch. In the midst of the discussions, countless people began to run desperately, wanting to distance themselves from this place of trouble. Inside the barrier, Leopard was now drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground with an extremely pale face. The fearsome Thunder Ghost dared not move at all. Meanwhile, Grandpa Chin also felt a heavy weight on his face. Because the tyrant before them had almost charged to the limit. They could easily sense that this violent energy fluctuation was comparable to a level 49 lord using his skill. Once he struck, the fearsome Thunder Ghost would undoubtedly die. Yemo's face showed excitement as he breathed heavily. Although the spiritual power in his body had been drained, his whole body was trembling, as if he might collapse at any moment. He still persevered. It seems the tyrant is using the extreme level of supermaterial penetration, going beyond two major realms. Yemo murmured inwardly. Under normal combat conditions, he absolutely would not allow the charge time for supermaterial penetration to exceed 5 seconds. But this time, with Grandpa Chin protecting him by the side, he directly drained all spiritual power at once and charged for a full minute. As long as he delivers the strike, not just the building underfoot, but everything within a radius of 300 meters would be flattened. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Spare my coffin spirit's life. Leopard cried in despair, kneeling on the ground and begging loudly. Young Master Yi. I'm begging you, young master. Hearing this, Grandpa Chin's face darkened. Then he directly kicked Leopard, while threatening through sound transmission. Shut up. This is trouble you brought upon yourself, you'd better accept this fact. If you speak again and interrupt his coffin spirit's ultimate strike, not only would the entire Thundercloud tomb-seeking group be buried, but even your whole family, and even I will be implicated. Grandpa Chin took a deep breath and reminded. Upon hearing this, Leopard felt his heart sink. He cursed himself repeatedly in his heart. How could I have given birth to such a thing? This is simply a nightmare. Leopard spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, the raging energy seemed to have accumulated to its peak. Then, it suddenly erupted. With a loud bang, a blood-red beam of light instantly tore through the top of the shadow barrier, soaring into the sky, turning the entire inner city into blood-red, resembling a hell on earth. The Chaos Thunder Demon had not yet uttered a sound before it was torn to shreds by this burst of energy, leaving not even a trace behind. And the storm created by the residual explosion directly caused the shadow barrier to collapse, sweeping towards several nearby streets. In an instant, screams and cries filled the air as countless people fled in a frenzy. Ding! The tyrant has successfully killed LV.45 Chaos Thunder Demon. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has doubled its experience, gaining plus 80,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit 77 has doubled its experience, gaining plus 80,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirits, tyrant and 77 have been upgraded to LV.29 Guardian level. Experience needed for the next level 6, 840/22, 150. Your coffin spirit level has increased, and you received a large amount of spiritual power feedback. Hearing the system's notification, Yemo felt numb and stood frozen on the spot. All he could think of in his mind was 2 words. Damn! Yemo exclaimed in surprise. 80,000 experience. Directly leveled up 4 times. It really feels great to kill monsters at a higher level. Yemo was incredibly excited. He never expected that defeating a coffin spirit 20 levels higher could yield such a massive experience. This undoubtedly refreshed his understanding. If only I could farm monsters like this often. A trace of a smile appeared on Yemo's face. As if he thought of something, he immediately felt a surge of joy in his heart. Didn't old Chen want to take me to the ancient secret realm? After the appraisal meeting, I'll go with him a few times and pick up the heads of boss-level monsters. Then wouldn't I be flying high? Chapter 84, Emo faces heavy loss. Devouring upgrade. 2 minutes later. As the residual wave dissipated, Emo glanced around the environment and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The walls around had long vanished, and the upper floors of the hotel had already been blown away. Nearby, many buildings close in height to the hotel showed numerous cracks, as if they were about to collapse. At this moment, he felt as if he was beside the rooftop of a dozen-story building. If he took 2 more steps forward, he would plunge down. It seems that being too aggressive isn't good either. I actually ended up obliterating the materials. What a heavy loss, what a heavy loss. Emo muttered quietly, showing a pained expression on his face, feeling extremely regretful. Brother Yi, your strength is too. Elder Qin wanted to say something but hesitated, unsure how to describe Emo. It is known that a mid-tier coffin keeper could control a coffin spirit to unleash an attack comparable to a transcendent 9-star. This is simply beyond the ordinary. Yet Emo had indeed done it. If Emo's power were to increase even more, he could threaten legendary strong fighters. A genius like this, especially with President Chun protecting him. It seems Fonua City is about to rise. Elder Qin sighed inwardly. Beside them, Thunder Leopard looked at the vanished Chaos Thunder Demon, directly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He seemed so frightened that he appeared stunned, his face pale, eyes vacant, and body trembling uncontrollably. All right, Leader Lei. It's time to fulfill our agreement, right? Emo glanced at Thunder Leopard, saying casually. Hearing this, Thunder Leopard took a deep breath and despondently nodded. As if recalling something, Emo suddenly felt a surge of joy in his heart and eagerly said, Leader Lei. As a transcendent 5-star powerhouse, you should have more than one contracted coffin spirit, right? Your other coffin spirits shouldn't be at a low level, should they? How about we gamble again? As soon as these words came out, Thunder Leopard turned pale with fright and directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His strongest coffin spirit had already been killed instantly. How could the other side still have designs on his other coffin spirits? Moreover, for some reason, Emo had regained his spiritual power and even increased his strength. Thunder Leopard no longer dared to fall for such tricks. Young Master Yi, given the situation, let's not joke around. Please give Lei a quick hand. Thunder Leopard's face was grim, shaking his head. He would rather let his coffin spirits in the contracted space be exiled to the secret tomb for resealing than let Emo humiliate him like this. Alright, fine then. Emo shrugged, saying expressionlessly. In the next second, a flash of knife light appeared. With a sound of poof, Thunder Leopard was instantly cut in half by the tyrant, then slowly began to fall towards the ground below the tall building. Master Qin looked at this scene without any expression and said little. Although Thunder Leopard was his subordinate, he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, so it could only be said that he brought this upon himself. Emo, let's call it a day on this matter. Previously, Thunder Leopard frightened you, and it's my fault for not managing my subordinate well. I am willing to compensate you 50 billion as a mental distress fee. What do you think? Master Qin said to Emo. Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Emo's face. Although he did not obtain the materials from the ghost of Jiao Lei Tian, getting 50 billion is certainly not a loss. So? Emo quickly laughed and said, Ha! Uncle Qin, this isn't very good, right? After all, I didn't really lose anything. Hearing this, Master Qin was taken aback and looked at Emo with a strange expression. Just moments ago, he clearly heard the other party mumbling about losing the materials and suffering significant losses. But now he claims there are no losses? Master Qin could only think in his heart, I can't believe you. Don't push this away. This is Uncle Qin compensating you, just accept it directly. Master Qin advised with a smile, then handed a gold card to Emo. After receiving the card, Emo felt even more joyful in his heart. He was now a mid-level 9-star coffin master, completely capable of contracting 2 more coffin spirits. Moreover, his accumulated wealth had already exceeded 200 billion. If there were good coffins at the evaluation meeting, he would also have a chance to compete. Once he succeeds in this competition, if he can contract 2 powerful spirit coffin entities, then his strength would receive an epic boost. As Emo was invited by Master Qin to the Qin family, the coffin masters who had originally escaped from the northwestern corner area all breathed a sigh of relief. They never expected that the commotion had been caused by Master Qin and the leader of the Lei Yun Tomb exploration team. Isn't Leader Thunder Leopard one of Master Qin's subordinates? Why would Master Qin go so far as to kill him? Everyone felt a bit confused. What's there to think about? Just now, Master Qin took away a young man, didn't you see? He must be Master Qin's illegitimate son. Thunder Leopard just attacked Master Qin's illegitimate son, he must have enraged Master Qin. As soon as this was said, everyone understood the whole story and began to discuss frantically. Looks like there's another untouchable person in the inner city. Yeah, to kill a transcendent subordinate for an illegitimate son is just insane. Don't talk nonsense, if this gets back to Master Qin, you'll definitely be finished. Let's leave, we'll pretend we don't know anything. As the crowd of onlookers dispersed significantly, the northwestern corner street once again fell silent in the darkness of night. At this moment, in a corner of the street, a white-haired man with blood-red pupils appeared. Tang Yi looked at Thunder Leopard's corpse, licking his lips, his eyes revealing a greedy look. After last night's slaughter, he had absorbed many ordinary flesh and blood, only offering his body a very slight enhancement. This made him realize one thing: only by devouring coffin masters could he grow stronger quickly. Originally, he planned to attack the inner city tonight but did not expect such a big commotion to occur there. This forced him to stay on the sidelines and observe. TSK, how much strength do you think the flesh of a transcendent coffin master can give me? Tang Yi muttered as he looked at the corpse below the hotel, still bleeding. Then, he bent his legs and transformed into a white beam of light, quickly sweeping past Thunder Leopard's body, taking the body back with him. Devour! Tang Yi called out softly. Suddenly, the veins on his body twisted, transforming into several long tentacles with sharp teeth. In an instant, the corpse of the Thunder Leopard was devoured. Feeling an enormous energy surge into his body, Tang Yi revealed a hideous smile, and his aura suddenly intensified. I've become a rank 1 extraordinary. Indeed, only by devouring powerful coffin masters can one quickly elevate their strength. He. Tang Yi exclaimed with excitement. As if thinking of something, his expression became even more cruel. Why not take advantage of this commotion? Devour all the coffin masters nearby. As long as my strength increases a bit more, I'll have the chance for revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yi's appearance suddenly changed, transforming into the Thunder Leopard. Without hesitation, he took advantage of the night to prepare for a slaughter. Chapter 85, Head of the Family, Qinjin. A Knife Court Vassal. Early the next morning, Shadow Ghost brought some information to the manor where Old Man Qin-san lived. At that moment, Old Man Qin-san and Yemo had already been waiting in the villa's hall. Seemingly sensing Shadow Ghost's arrival, a smile appeared on Old Man Qin-san's face as he said, "Little Yi, it seems Shadow Ghost has figured out the loss of your materials and the death of your friend." As soon as these words were spoken, Yemo immediately showed a joyful expression and said to Old Man Qin-san, "Thank you, Uncle Qin." Then, a shadow appeared on the villa's floor, and Shadow Ghost slowly emerged. "I pay my respects to Lord San. I pay my respects to young Master Yi." Shadow Ghost bowed to the two. "You've worked hard, Shadow Ghost. Quickly tell us what you found out," Qin-san inquired. Without hesitation, Shadow Ghost took out a recording device and played the footage from the northwest corner of that night. In the footage, a man in a black robe was chasing a middle-aged man. Seeing this scene, Yemo's face instantly turned dark, filled with killing intent. The middle-aged man, who appeared to be fleeing in a terribly disheveled state, was none other than Tang Yi. Beside him, Qin-san, hearing the familiar voice of the figure in the black robe, was shocked. "It really is my brother's man." Immediately, Qin-san's heart surged with joy. He had long been displeased with Qinjin's tyranny, enduring years of oppression, secretly growing his own power, all to find an opportunity to seize the position of head of the family. And now, the other party had truly sent someone to kill Yemo's friend and take the evolution materials that Yemo needed. Provoking such a powerful person was practically equivalent to courting death. Yemo looked at everything in the footage, his expression increasingly grim, coldly asking, "Uncle Qin, do you know this person? Is he from your Qin family?" Upon hearing this, Qin-san reacted quickly and nodded hastily. "I know him. He is a vassal member of the Qin family and the leader of a small grave-seeking team under my elder brother. I think his name is Eagle 6, just a rank 1 extraordinary coffin master," Qin-san explained. Hearing this, a glint of killing intent flashed in Yemo's eyes. So it was the Qin family head who took his materials, leading to Tang Yi's death. It seemed that the matter of Qin-san previously promising to bring the materials and the head to him would become troublesome. It seems I'll have to wait until old Shen arrives, Yemo thought to himself. At that moment, Qin-san seemed to notice that Yemo's face looked somewhat unpleasant, and then he cleared his throat and commanded Shadow Ghost. "Shadow Ghost, gather all the extraordinary members at once, we are going to the Qin family's head manor. I want to seek justice for little Yi." As soon as these words were spoken, Qin-san instantly erupted with the aura of a quasi-legendary strong man, causing the entire manor to violently tremble. Feeling this powerful aura, Yemo was instantly shocked. Uncle Qin is actually a quasi-legendary? It is said that the strongest in the Qin family, the head Qinjin, is only extraordinary rank 9. I didn't expect Uncle Qin to hide his strength so deeply. Yemo thought to himself. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ghost no longer held back his power, releasing the aura of extraordinary rank 9 to withstand Shin-san's pressure, then knelt on one knee and said, "I will obey Lord San's orders." At that moment, Shin-san nodded. Then he looked at Yemo, a faint spiritual power emanating from his body, lifting Yemo up into the air. Carrying Yemo, he quickly flew towards the Chin family head's manor. At the same time, at the foot of a small mountain over 100 meters high in the Chin family manor, a serious-looking old man in a black training suit was leisurely practicing his punches. He tightly clenched his fist, and as spiritual power gathered, he punched forward towards the small mountain. With a loud bang, the terrifying fist force suddenly erupted, violently shaking the entire small mountain. The rocks shattered, and it collapsed in half. Watching this scene, Shinjin couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I have finally become a legendary level, ha 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 ha." Just then, a sudden black shadow flashed by, and a figure completely shrouded in a black robe knelt directly before Shinjin. Subordinate congratulates the family head on becoming a legendary level expert. Family head's divine powers are unmatched. Boundless magic, the black-robed person excitedly spoke. Who am I? It is only natural to ascend to legendary level." Shinjin laughed heartily, his tone full of extreme arrogance. As if remembering something, Shinjin hurriedly asked the black-robed person, Eagle Ghost, "Are the two pieces of news from the inner city last night true?" Family head, the subordinate has already found out clearly. The leader of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking team, Lei Bao, was indeed killed by Third Master. As for that young man, he is absolutely not Third Master's illegitimate son. He is a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team from Fengyue City and has a close relationship with President Chen Shui. Eagle Ghost respectfully replied. Hearing this, Shinjin's eyes flashed with contempt, and then he said with a cold smile, Third Master, oh Third Master. To actually kill his capable subordinate just to please a force far away in Fengyue City. How ruthless. You have hidden for so many years, and your power has long been grasped clearly by me. You actually want to covet the position of family head? What a misguided dream. Shinjin muttered to himself. Moreover, do you really think I have no backup and would fear that existence in Fengyue City? Shinjin coldly smiled, appearing extremely confident. Beside him, Eagle Ghost seemed extremely shocked upon hearing this, hastily asking. Family head, could it be that you have joined that organization? Ha ha ha, naturally. Shinjin laughed heartily. While speaking, Shinjin took out a circular, exquisitely crafted badge, holy blood red with 3 black short knives piercing through it, and placed it on his chest. Seeing this, Eagle Ghost seemed to recognize the badge, gasping in surprise. Knife. Knife court. Eagle Ghost stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's important to know. In Jiangnan Base City, the knife court is the absolute ruler. Moreover, the knife court is fiercely protective. As long as you can join, you will enjoy absolute protection. Seeming extremely satisfied with the shocked look of his subordinate, Shinjin again laughed heartily. From now on, our Qin family will be the vassal of the knife court, and I will be ranked in the top 10 in the knife court. This means that among the 30 families in the inner city, except for the few that have joined the knife court, the Qin family will not need to give face to any other family and can trample them at will. Family head. The subordinate has investigated. Eagle 6 killed the owner of Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City the night before last, who was a friend of that Snow Shadow team member. If Third Master brings that Snow Shadow team member to find us for trouble, how should we respond? Eagle Ghost quickly mentioned this matter. Hearing this, Shinjin was first taken aback, then coldly chuckled. What if they are members of the Snow Shadow team? The Qin family is protected by the knife court. If they dare to cause trouble at the Qin family, we will crush them all. Chapter 86, Arrogant Shinjin. What if they are members of the Snow Shadow team? The Qin family is protected by the knife court. If they dare to cause trouble at the Qin family, we will crush them all. Shinjin's extremely arrogant words echoed in the sky. At this moment, the sky suddenly rang with several gusts of wind. More than 10 extraordinary strong beings, radiating a powerful aura, descended from the sky. They slowly landed more than 10 meters in front of Shinjin. At the forefront, Elder Qin-san glanced at the collapsed little mountain nearby, and a faint smile appeared on his face. However, this smile carried a hint of stiffness and some seriousness. Elder Qin-san did not expect that his information was actually wrong. At this moment, Shinjin's strength was clearly not at the level of extraordinary 9 stars, but rather a legendary 1 star, even higher than himself. Big brother, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to break through to the legendary realm. It's truly a reason to celebrate. Elder Qin-san cupped his hands and said with a half-smile. Hearing this, Shinjin, with his hands behind him, looked at the more than 10 extraordinary beings in front of him, and sneered coldly. Third brother. What brings you and this many people to my manor? Are you coming here with such an imposing manner because you have objections to me as the head of the family? Qingjin's eyes narrowed, questioning Elder Qin-san. Elder Qin-san frowned at these words. Then, he said lightly, "Big brother, you must be joking. I came here just to ask you to return some things to their rightful owner." Return to the rightful owner? Have I ever taken your things? Qingjin said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Elder Qin-san's expression darkened, and his tone instantly chilled, saying, "Big brother, you previously sent someone to take a piece of evolution material called Yain Hansi, right? If that's the case, then please hand over this material and Ing Lu. Third brother, your ability to speak nonsense has indeed increased. Even if I did take it, so what? If you really want it back, then I can only see what abilities you have." Qingjin snorted coldly, and then his spiritual power suddenly erupted. He clenched his fist with one hand and punched toward the direction of Elder Qin-san. Seeing this, Elder Qin-san's expression froze, and without any hesitation, he instantly summoned the Shadow Mage. Shadow Barrier. A black barrier surged forth, enveloping everyone around. Then came a loud boom as the Shadow Barrier collided violently with Qingjin's unleashed punch, producing an ear-splitting sound. The shockwave from the collision pushed outward like a tsunami, blowing away sand and stones, snapping trees, and flattening a 100-meter radius around. Moments later, as the storm subsided, the people inside the barrier were unharmed. However, the more than 10 extraordinary beings who came with Elder Qin-san could not hide the fear in their eyes. "Third Master, the head of the family is too strong. What should we do?" One person trembled incessantly. "Third Master, if we really fight with the head of the family, we might be completely wiped out. Shouldn't we think this over?" Everyone was discussing fervently. These extraordinary beings, in front of many coffin masters in the inner city, were considered supreme and untouchable. But once they truly faced a legendary strong being, they felt like ants. Seeing these people who were like dirt chickens, Qingjin could not help but laugh heartily. "Third brother, it seems that your strength hasn't improved over the years, has it? I've only used 2% of my power, yet you can't even withstand it. Just look at this bunch of useless trash under you, do you really expect them to help you?" Qingjin's eyes revealed a mocking look. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin-san's face instantly turned ashen, his tone containing a hint of killing intent. "Big brother, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you really do not want to return Yain Hansi? Do you not want to hand over the person? Ha ha ha, and if I won't hand it over? Do you really intend to snatch it back from me?" Qingjin retorted. At this moment, Emo stood beside Elder Qin-san. His face also showed a grim expression. Originally, he thought that this time he could not only retrieve the Colding Marrow, but also find out who killed Tang Yi. But according to the current situation, it seemed that Uncle Qin had underestimated the strength of the Qin family's head. Meanwhile, the opponent also did not take Uncle Qin seriously at all. "Uncle Qin, why don't we withdraw for now?" Emo said in an extremely calm tone. For him, even though he was eager to retrieve the Colding Marrow. But now that the situation is not right and there's no way to solve it, they can only wait for old Chen to come. Hearing Emo's words, Uncle Qin's expression temporarily recovered. Then he took a deep breath and said, "No matter what, today I must help you get the materials back." Emo, upon hearing this, said nothing more. Because his strength was too weak, at this level of conflict, he could no longer intervene personally. And Uncle Qin's words undoubtedly indicated that he had his own trump card. At this moment, Uncle Qin suddenly exuded an extremely strong aura and coldly said, "Big brother, if you still cling to your delusions. Once the big shot from Fengyue City arrives, you will surely die." Upon hearing this, the disdain on Qingjin's face became more pronounced, and he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, third brother, is this your trump card? Do you really think that the people of the Knife Hall fear that big shot you speak of?" As he spoke, Qingjin directly took off the badge pinned to his chest and threw it at Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin caught the badge, then spread his palm open, his expression becoming even grimmer. "It really is the badge of the Knife Hall." Uncle Qin gritted his teeth and said. The extraordinary beings around them all felt their eyelids twitch at the sight of this blood-red badge. "Third Master, the family head has joined the Knife Hall, what should we do?" Shadow Ghost asked Uncle Qin in a low voice. "Since we have come here, there is no turning back. Even if we withdraw now, he will take revenge on us in the future. It's better to take advantage of the fact that he has just joined the Knife Hall, his status is still not high, and he has no real say. We should act swiftly and eliminate the future threats." Uncle Qin's face revealed a fierce expression, his voice full of killing intent. Upon hearing this, even those extraordinary beings who wanted to withdraw earlier felt terrified. They were already extremely dissatisfied with Qingjin. And now that he has joined the Knife Hall, if they do not resist him now, they would only become slaves to be bullied by the Qingjin faction in the future. "Third Master, The family head has already been promoted to legendary. Are you confident in defeating him? One extraordinary 8-star coffin keeper asked. Uncle Chin frowned upon hearing this, his face appearing extremely serious, and he said faintly, not confident. But my main battle coffin spirit has a higher potential than his and can restrain him. If we fight to the death, there is still a chance of victory. After saying this, Uncle Chin commanded the remaining few people, Shadow Ghost, protect Young Yi, and find Eagle 6 to retrieve the Coldine Marrow. If anyone dares to interfere, kill without mercy. Chapter 87, Legendary leaves the city, Yemo's plan. As soon as Uncle Chin's words fell, everyone wore a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ghost quickly nodded and cupped his hands, saying, "Don't worry, Third Master, we will definitely protect Young Yi." After speaking, a shadow vortex appeared under Shadow Ghost's feet, emitting bursts of strange spatial fluctuations. This shadow vortex was a teleportation ability. As long as the situation was not right, Shadow Ghost could completely take his companions away from this troublesome area. Seeing this shadow vortex, Uncle Chin's face immediately revealed a smile, looking much more assured. Because with Shadow Ghost, this capable subordinate, he could now fight against Qingjin without any worries. Big brother, I advise you one last time, hand over the Coldine Marrow quickly. If you are obsessed and insist on not returning what you have, then don't blame me for tearing our relationship apart. Old Master Qin spoke coldly, brimming with killing intent. As soon as the words came out, Qingjin once again showed a look of disdain on his face and coldly said, Qin Han, don't say such lofty words. Do you think this old man can't see your wolfish ambition? After being suppressed by me for so many years, have you finally revealed your fangs today? Since that's the case, as your older brother, I will have to teach you a good lesson today. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingjin immediately spread his hands, and with a surge of spiritual power, a 6-pointed star formation quickly formed in his hands, radiating terrifying waves. He pressed down with his hand, and the 6-pointed star formation rapidly slammed towards the ground. With a loud bang, the patterns of the formation suddenly spread along the ground, expanding to over 100 meters, emitting endless soul pressure. Come out, Shadow Wolf Lord. Qingjin snorted coldly. In the next second, a howl that shook the soul burst forth, and within the range of the 100-meter wide 6-pointed formation, a dark golden dragon-patterned coffin, over 10 meters wide, slowly emerged from the ground. The coffin's size exceeded everyone's imagination, standing several dozen meters tall, like a 10-story building. Seeing this scene, their scalps went numb, and even Yemo was shocked beyond belief. However, before they could discuss it, the coffin lid was suddenly smashed open, revealing a giant werewolf, dozens of meters high, radiating ghostly blue flames, its body resembling a soul phantom. As the ghostly blue flames dripped onto the ground, they began to writhe slowly, transforming into one snarl after another, fierce giant ghost wolves, each possessing extraordinary 8-star strength. Seeing this, Old Master Qin's face became increasingly grave. Although he was still confident in countering the Shadow Wolf Lord summoned by Qingjin, his subordinates might not be a match for these giant ghost wolves. Shadow Demon, I can't focus on dealing with these ghost wolves. I can only leave them to you. If the situation turns bad, quickly take Little Yi and retreat. Old Master Qin advised urgently. Just then, Qingjin, seemingly already furious, coldly snorted and said, "Is my manor a place where you ants can come and go as you please? Since you are here, then all of you shall die." With a roar, Qingjin leapt vigorously, turning into a streak of light that flew directly above the Shadow Wolf Lord's head. In the next second, his spiritual energy erupted, and the Shadow Wolf Lord's phantom instantly raised its sharp claw high, slamming toward Qin-san and the others. Several huge blue streaks shot out, rushing toward them with terrifying might. Qin-san's eyes immediately narrowed at the sight. In his view, Qingjin's attack was clearly mad, disregarding any consequences. Because if this strike landed, within a radius of 500 meters, nothing would survive, turning into a wasteland. Even the shockwave would affect most of the residential area of the manor, causing unimaginable casualties. Shadow Exile. Qin-san muttered to himself. The shadow mage beside him instantly sensed his intention and activated the staff in his hand. Then, a pitch-black giant teleportation portal was summoned in midair right in front of him, blocking the Shadow Wolf Lord's attack and transferring all attacking energy away. Seeing the Shadow Wolf Lord's attack absorbed with not a single ripple, Qingjin's eyes narrowed. Old San, I take back what I said before. Your strength has indeed improved quite a bit. But, that's about all you have. Qingjin said lightly, without a care. Hearing this, Master Qin-san immediately revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, "Brother, for so many years, you are still as arrogant as ever. Since that's the case, there's nothing for us brothers to discuss. Let's change places and have a fight." Haha, of course, I have the capital to be arrogant. Since you want to challenge me, then as you wish, let's go out of the city to battle. Qingjin said with a cold laugh. Then Shinjin glanced at the black-robed man beside him, his voice filled with strong killing intent. Eagle Ghost, don't let any of these people who came with Qin Han get away. I will temporarily hand over my ghost wolf to your control. When I return, I want to see their corpses. Otherwise, you will die by your own hand. Upon hearing this, Eagle Ghost's face changed dramatically, and he quickly knelt and asked, Master, what about that young man from the Snow Shadow group? Apart from you, no one dares to touch him. Hearing this, Shinjin glanced at Yemo. A flash of caution crossed his eyes, and he transmitted his voice, you don't need to worry about him. If he dares to take the initiative, you just fight back, capture him alive, and wait for me to deal with him when I return. Upon hearing this, Eagle Ghost immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said sternly, Master, I will do everything I can to kill these rebellious guys. I won't let the Qin family's estate be affected. Alright, I will go deal with this little trouble, Qin Han. For now, I'll leave this to you. Shinjin nodded and said. After that, the shadow wolf under his feet kicked off the ground and soared into the air, directly taking Shinjin away. Seeing this, Master Qin-san once again instructed Eagle Ghost and the others, then turned and flew in the direction Shinjin had just left. After the two legends, Qin-san and Shinjin, left, the Qin family estate instantly fell into a tense state. Many extraordinary individuals from Shinjin's faction appeared to have received Shinjin's orders and gathered near the small mountain. In an instant, another 10 extraordinary beings appeared in the entire Qin family master's estate. Eagle Ghost and the others looked at each other, their faces revealing a solemn expression. Although the strength and number of extraordinary beings from Shinjin's faction were not as good as theirs, only at the extraordinary 5-star level. But the giant ghost wolves they left behind were truly extraordinary 8-star. If they fought head-on, they would definitely struggle to defend themselves, leaving no time to protect Yemo. Brother Eagle Ghost, why don't you take young Master Yi away first, one extraordinary being said in a deep voice. Yes, Brother Eagle Ghost. This time we followed Master San, we have no way to retreat. This battle will be brutal. Young Master Yi is still not high level, staying here would be very dangerous, another person echoed. Eagle Ghost, upon hearing this, slowly turned to look at Yemo, seeming to seek Yemo's consent, and said, Young Master Yi, how about I take you to a safe place first? No need, I have the ability to protect myself, you don't have to worry about me. Yemo said lightly. Previously, when Chi-Chi was only level 25, she could easily fend off the Thunder Leopard's attack. Now she has reached level 29, near the quasi-commander level of strength. Naturally, she can handle everything in front of her. Moreover, Shinjin and Shin-san have already left. Even if other extraordinary beings used their coffin spirits to attack and affect Yemo, she could withstand it. Hearing Yemo's words, those around the coffin masters suddenly changed their expressions, feeling Yemo was somewhat arrogant. But thinking that Yemo was a member of the Snow Shadow group, their faces eased a lot. Young Master Yi then put on the Snow Shadow badge. Though the Qin family master is not afraid of the Snow Shadow group. Apart from him, none of his subordinates have the courage to attack you. As long as you are not affected by their abilities, you will be absolutely safe. Eagle Ghost advised. Yemo smiled slightly and said, okay, then I will watch from the side. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo added, by the way, if their coffin spirits are close to death, you can throw them next to me, and I'll deal the final blow. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled and didn't understand what Yemo meant. They instinctively thought Yemo had a habit of brutally killing the coffin spirits. However, Yemo's next words made them gasp in shock. Of course, if your coffin spirits are on the verge of dying, you can throw them in front of me. Maybe my coffin spirit can help them recover to full condition, Yemo said with a smile. Wow. Young Master Yi, are you serious? Wow. Does your coffin spirit have a life transfer skill? That's too abnormal. No wonder young Master Yi can join the Snow Shadow group, it turns out coffin spirits are this terrifying. Ingue was equally excited, young Master Yi, really? Of course. Yemo nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Qin Sanya's subordinates became incredibly excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Brothers! With young Master Yi here, this battle is ours. For young Master Yi to reclaim the treasures. For San Yi to seize the position of family head. Chapter 88, Picking Up Scraps? With Yemo's promise backing them up, Qin Sanya's superhumans no longer had any concerns and summoned their coffin spirits. Shinjin's subordinates did the same. Moments later, nearly 30 powerful coffin spirits descended into the Qin family estate, unleashing a terrifying chaotic battle. Explosions and shockwaves echoed continuously within the Qin family estate. The entire estate shook violently as if a fierce earthquake had occurred under the bombardment of the coffin spirits' skills. In less than 3 minutes, within a radius of nearly 500 meters, the ground cracked, buildings collapsed, turning everything into ruins. At this moment, Yemo had run to the edge of the battlefield, nervously observing everything happening before him. Who is throwing skills at me? Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I would have really been killed. Yemo gasped, murmuring to himself. Just a moment ago, he had been sitting leisurely nearby, thinking no one dared to touch him. However, he was unaware that at some point, among the two fighting sides, a coffin spirit had suddenly raised its hand and aimed at Yemo, launching a terrifying black wave of energy towards him. Luckily, Yemo reacted quickly, letting Chi-Chi condense several shields to block in front of him, avoiding any harm. At that moment, Yemo also understood a principle. That is, if you want to pick up a kill, you can't act so arrogantly. Because from the start, his promise to restore coffin spirits to full status had caused some enemy coffin keepers to have thoughts of killing him. After all, these people were already bloodthirsty in battle, risking their lives. How could they fear the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking group? It seemed they noticed Yemo being ambushed. The superhumans under Qin San Yi were immediately furious. Damn! They actually dared to ambush young Master Yi. They are really tired of living, one superhuman roared. As he spoke, he unleashed all of his spiritual power, letting the coffin spirits unleash their skills wildly. Brothers, pay extra attention. If anyone on the opposing side dares to attack young Master Yi, we will all focus on killing that person. As soon as these words were spoken, a cold look appeared on everyone's faces. Ingui also noticed that Yemo had retreated far away and quickly sent a message to ask, "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit scared," Yemo casually replied. "That's good." Ingui breathed a sigh of relief. Seemingly thinking of something, Ingui hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, did you see which coffin spirit attacked you just now? If you saw it, tell us. We will kill it right away." Hearing this, Yemo felt a surge of joy inside, and a smile appeared on his lips. He never expected that he would have such treatment now. This meant that as long as he said which coffin spirit had attacked him, the shadow ghost would completely destroy that coffin spirit. This isn't just a windfall. This is simply like leveling up with me. Yemo secretly delighted in his heart. At that moment, he didn't hesitate, then directly pointed to a coffin spirit bat with a level around 41 in the battlefield. "It seems that bat attacked me. Quickly, beat it down and throw it in front of me, let me finish it myself." Yemo feigned anger as he said. Upon hearing this, the shadow ghost quickly turned to the direction Yemo was pointing. He instantly unleashed all his spirit power, condensing a terrifying shadow spear, shooting towards the bat coffin spirit. The shadow spear tore through the void in an instant, like an arrow piercing the clouds, directly penetrating the bat coffin spirit. Then, the shadow ghost's figure vanished in place, bringing the bat coffin spirit to Yemo's feet and throwing it down. Seeing this, Yemo's face immediately revealed a delighted expression, laughing heartily. "Shadow Ghost, you worked hard. Young Master Yi, if anyone dares to attack you again, I promise they will be buried without a trace," the shadow ghost said coldly, then returned to the battlefield again. At this time, Yemo looked at the dying bat coffin spirit at his feet and summoned the tyrant. "I wonder how much experience this level 41 coffin spirit can provide me. Maybe around 10,000 or 20,000? Yemo thought to himself. Then he smiled at the tyrant and said, "Tyrant, go ahead." As soon as these words left his mouth, the tyrant immediately drew his long knife, slashing down at the bat coffin spirit, splitting it in half. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed LV.41 Greenwing Demon Bat. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained experience plus 20,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit 77, experience doubled, gained experience plus 20,000. Ding! Your coffin spirits, Tyrant and 77 have been upgraded to LV.30 Elite Commander level. Needed experience for next level 4, 690/26, 700. Chapter 89, Rare Materials. Shadow Ghost's True Form. Hearing the system's notification, a highly excited smile spread across Yemo's face. Although the experience from this coffin spirit wasn't as shocking as the one from the Thunder Fiend, it still leveled Yemo up. Now he had entered the ranks of high-tier coffin masters, regarded as a formidable expert in the entire Fengyue city. If he calculated all his strengths, he was also enough to protect himself among all extraordinary beings. Recalling just a few days ago, when he faced Zhao Long, that high-tier coffin master, he could only run away in panic. And now, even if 100 Zhao Longs surrounded him, he wouldn't be afraid. With my current strength, it might still be a bit difficult to easily kill extraordinary beings. But cutting down high-tier coffin masters is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Yemo's eyes flashed with confidence. As if thinking of something, Yemo quickly looked at the corpse of the coffin spirit on the ground. "Tyrant, go see what materials it has," Yemo said excitedly. Clearly, he felt immense anticipation for this complete Greenwing demon bat corpse. Hearing this, the tyrant nodded quickly. Then it instantly unsheathed the long knife on its back. The long knife immediately shortened, transforming into a bone-slicing knife, radiating a sharp glow. The tyrant excitedly shook the bone-slicing knife in its hand, quickly squatted beside the corpse of the green-winged demon bat, and meticulously began to dissect it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained item, Demon Core, 5th grade. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained item, Demon Bat Flesh. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained item, Demon Bat Poison Fangs, 4th grade. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained rare item, Greenwing, 5th grade. Ding! Congratulations! A series of system notifications left Emo dumbfounded on the spot. Previously, when he killed many powerful coffin spirits, he almost always had the tyrant use super substances to blast them apart. This led to the usable materials on the coffin spirits being completely destroyed. Calculating, this was his first time preserving a powerful coffin spirit entirely, which resulted in a bounty of materials left behind. There is actually a 5-star rare material. Emo felt overjoyed. Ha, this is the rhythm of getting rich. He could almost foresee that if he sold these materials, their value would definitely not be low. It might even be more than all his belongings combined. It seems that staying here to watch was indeed a wise decision. If I can kill a few more injured coffin spirits, then it will really take off. Emo murmured. At this time, Emo looked toward the battlefield in the distance, where terrifying sounds kept erupting, his eyes shining with infinite expectation. Today, Master Qin was fighting with the head of the Qin family, trying to seize the position of head of the family using his name. But the other side also wanted to help him reclaim materials and build a good relationship with him. For Emo, this was undoubtedly beneficial and without harm. If he could reclaim the Yin Cold Essence today and slay many Lord-level coffin spirits, naturally, he would not have to trouble Old Chen to take action himself. If Master Qin lost, Emo would certainly invite Old Chen out, letting the entire Qin family estate bear the revenge of a legendary 9-star powerhouse. I hope Uncle Qin can win. Emo said with a smile while shaking his head. With that thought, he looked at the battlefield with a smile again, then stayed at the edge of the battlefield, quietly waiting for benefits to come his way. An hour later, Emo was still waiting at the same spot. But his face had lost the earlier joy, replaced by displeasure. Because in front of him stood a panicked, round as a ball extraordinary being. In this extraordinary person's arms was a stunningly beautiful, blood trickling from her mouth, white-clothed female ghost. Young Master Yi. My coffin spirit is seriously injured. Please help her recover, I beg you. This chubby extraordinary person pleaded with a mournful face. Emo heard this, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. This extraordinary person was already the 8th person to seek him out. The prior 7 extraordinary beings' coffin spirits were indeed heavily injured, almost all rendered incapable of fighting. But this extraordinary being's coffin spirit had neither broken limbs nor a damaged soul. She was merely bleeding from the corner of her mouth. What kind of injury was that? Young Master Yi, please, quickly save my little Qian. The chubby extraordinary person cried out. Seeing this, Emo narrowed his eyes slightly and said flatly, You are afraid to fight, wanting to come over and take a break, right? Upon hearing this, the chubby extraordinary person immediately stopped crying, showing a hint of embarrassment on his face, giving Emo a thumbs up and saying, Young Master Yi, you really are amazing. Nothing escapes your keen eyes. Emo glanced at him lightly and said, Then do you want to rest here for a while? I'll talk to the Shadow Ghost, he should agree. No. I'll keep fighting. Saying this extraordinary being directly held the beautiful female ghost in his arms and returned to the battlefield with a dejected look. Seeing this scene, Yemo's face flashed with helplessness. He originally thought he could personally slay several Lord-level coffin spirits. But during this time, it seemed that the head of the Qin family's subordinates had received some news. That is, Master Qin was completely suppressed by Qinjin, always in a position of absolute disadvantage. And these extraordinary beings who got the news began to feel incredibly excited, their momentum increasing significantly, gradually showing an advantage in battle. As for Master Qin's side, everyone felt a bit low, and many even lost the will to fight. Because they knew, if the result was Qinjin returning, then they, including Emo, would not be able to escape. So this led to injuries on Yemo's side after this hour. It seems that Uncle Qin's battle is not looking good. Perhaps I can only consider reclaiming the Yin Cold Essence first. Let's wait for Elder Chen to discuss the rest. Emo thought to himself. At that moment, a somewhat excited voice suddenly appeared beside Emo. Young Master Yi, I have found where the Yin Cold Marrow is. You must come with me. Emo heard this and quickly looked down. He saw a dark shadow on the ground ahead, and a pitch-black head was respectfully looking at him from within the shadow. Who are you? Shadow Ghost? Yi Mo frowned slightly, showing a hint of vigilance. At the same time, a trace of golden light flashed in his eyes as he observed this creature that looked just like the Shadow Ghost. Name, Shadow Ghost, True Form. Race, Monster. Level, LV.49 Lord Level. Seal Level, A-Class True King Emerald Coffin. Talent, Shadow Twin. The Shadow Ghost can consolidate its true form and avatar, both can cultivate with completely different abilities. Skills, No Distance Surveillance, Special, Absolute Concealment, 5th Level, Shadow Portal, Special, Shadow Escape, 5th Level. Ultimate Skill, Shadow Escape. Defect, No Combat Power, No Defensive Ability. Current Status, Respectful, Excited, Trustworthy. Evolutions available, 0. Description, formed from the divergence of the Shadow Ghost's soul. The true form is used for reconnaissance and monitoring targets, having no combat abilities, and easily dissipates when injured. The avatar is used for combat and cannot be harmed. When the true form dissipates, the avatar also disappears. Young Master Yi, I am the true form of the Shadow Ghost. The one fighting over there is the Shadow Ghost avatar, the true form of the Shadow Ghost said respectfully. At this moment, the Shadow Ghost in battle also transmitted a message to confirm its identity. Young Master Yi, go with him, he has indeed found it. Hearing this, Yi Mo's expression instantly restored. It should be noted that, through the investigation of the evil-slaying Golden Eye, the abilities of the Shadow Ghost's true form were laid bare. Now, the fact that the other party dared to appear so boldly before him clearly showed great trust in him. Because, if Yi Mo had a killing intent, the Shadow Ghost's true form would undoubtedly die. Alright, Shadow Ghost. Take me there. Yi Mo said calmly. After saying this, the Shadow Ghost immediately extended a shadowy tentacle to bind Yi Mo, then took him into the shadow on the ground and vanished. Chapter 90, In Cold Marrow. After a moment, two figures appeared at a corner outside a luxurious villa in the Qin family estate. Yi Mo looked at the guards moving back and forth near the villa, showing a hint of confusion in his eyes. Shadow Ghost, is the In Cold Marrow here? Yi Mo asked faintly. Hearing this, the Shadow Ghost quickly nodded and said, Young Master Yi, this is Qin Jin's residence. I previously discovered Eagle 6, and saw him carrying an iron box emitting cold air towards the villa. If nothing goes wrong, the In Cold Marrow he has must be hidden in this villa. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo's eyes instantly showed a serious expression. If he wanted to seize the In Cold Marrow, he would inevitably have to fight Eagle 6. Once nearby people sensed the commotion, he would definitely be surrounded by many of Qin Jin's family members. Meanwhile, the Shadow Ghost's true form had no combat power and would die if injured, so it could only hide. This meant Yi Mo would be caught in a tough battle alone. Thinking this, Yi Mo's brows slowly furrowed, pondering. If I obtain the In Cold Marrow and want to leave Qin Jin's villa, I can only resort to mass slaughter. But if Qin Jin finds out what I've done, it will surely provoke his fury, causing me to be unable to stay in Jiangnan City for the next few days. Yi Mo thought. Because a legendary strong person's perception is incredibly powerful, finding someone in a metropolitan base city is absolutely easy. Previously, Yi Mo did not plan to directly confront Qin Jin. This way, both sides were wary of each other's identities, allowing them to coexist peacefully. And now, Yi Mo had a reason he couldn't ignore to provoke Qin Jin. In the end, it was Qin Jin who sent someone to take my things first. Now I'm just taking them back. If anyone dares to stop me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Mo's eyes flashed with indifference, killing intent radiating from him. At this moment, Ingui seemed to notice something unusual and quickly said, Young Master Yi, Eagle 6 seems to have entered an underground room. Then he put down the box in his hand and left. Should we go now to take that box? Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Yi Mo's face. Ingui had the ability for distance surveillance, so he could see every move of the person being watched. So, Eagle 6 naturally couldn't escape Ngui's keen eye. Take me to the underground room, let's grab the soul of Coldine and then leave. Yi Mo said excitedly. Hearing this, Ingui again spread a shadow beneath his feet, pulling Yi Mo and disappearing from the spot. In the underground room, Yi Mo looked around, as if in a museum exhibition hall, displaying many precious items. His eyes quickly flickered with shock. Because there were simply too many valuable materials here. Could this be Qin Jin's treasure vault? Why are there so many precious materials? Yi Mo looked at Ingui and asked with confusion. Hearing this, Ngui's mouth curled into a smile, excitedly saying, Young Master Yi, I've heard Third Master mention before. Qin Jin loves to collect treasures, so it's not surprising that he has so many precious materials. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Mo gasped in awe. Roughly estimating the things placed in the underground room, Yi Mo's smile grew even more excited. If we take all these things, Qin Jin will probably be so angry he might die on the spot. Yi Mo secretly thought. Seemingly seeing Yemo's thoughts, Ngue quickly reminded him, "Young Master Yi, if you want to take these things, you must hurry. I'm afraid Qingjin will return directly. If he uses his divine sense and finds out it was us, he will definitely chase us without hesitation, and at that moment, we will be doomed." Upon hearing this, Yemo nodded immediately. Then he quickly scanned around the materials in the underground room. Soon, he noticed a tray in the corner, on which lay a black iron box emanating a strong cold aura. Seeing this, Yemo did not hesitate and walked directly towards the black iron box. As he opened the iron box, he saw a piece of jade stone shrouded in black mist, resembling ice frozen for millennia, appearing in the box. Soul of Coldine, treasure, originally a piece of cold jade frozen for 1,000 years, transformed into a supreme wicked item due to a large amount of Yin energy. It can enhance a zombie's potential. Soul of Coldine. Finally in hand. Yemo's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. The most important thing about this trip to the Jiangnan base city was to find the soul of Coldine and the moon essence of 1,000 years. And now, these two materials were finally complete. This also meant that Chi-Chi could not only evolve but also complete the system task. Thinking this, Yemo unhesitatingly threw the high-level corpse restraining talisman, the Yin stone, and the moon essence of 1,000 years into the contract space. Then, he directly took the soul of Coldine from the box and tossed it in two. The next second, familiar system notification suddenly rang in Yemo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained item, Soul of Coldine, treasure. System notification. You have gathered all the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi. Do you want to evolve? Chapter 91, Begin Evolution. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained item, Soul of Coldine, treasure. System notification. You have gathered all the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi. Do you want to evolve? Evolve! Yemo said excitedly without a second thought. After saying this, his consciousness instantly sank into the contract space. At this moment, Chi-Chi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, surrounded by a chill. It seemed to affect the surrounding environment, as the cold and dark winds howled throughout the entire contract space, causing the temperature to drop by several dozen degrees, freezing the ground within a 100-meter radius into a blanket of white. Sensing the temperature in the contract space, Yemo couldn't help but shiver. However, what intrigued him was that Chi-Chi's aura kept growing stronger, yet her appearance showed no changes at all. No wonder she's a template, completely locking in her appearance. It's just a pity that I can't see what she looks like after evolution. Yemo shook his head, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Chi-Chi seemed to sense something, slowly extending a hand, activating the icy fairy power within her, and then conjuring an evolutionary illusion that formed from her fairy power around her. This evolutionary illusion looked almost the same as her previous self, but appeared less youthful than before. However, her originally short lavender hair had transformed into long, flowing hair, and her height was vastly different from before. The illusion was much taller than Chi-Chi, resembling a beautiful young girl, with a curvy figure and clear lines. Her once short legs had become a pair of long, slender, snow-white legs, and her upper body's official attire looked significantly smaller, appearing extremely tight, as if something was about to burst out. Is this what it looks like to evolve into a spirit talisman flying girl? It actually looks pretty good. Yemo said with a smile, looking extremely happy. Yemo watched all of this with great interest. But after several dozen seconds, Chi-Chi remained seated in place. Could it be that Chi-Chi's evolution takes longer than the tyrant's? Yemo raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Previously, the tyrant took only a bit over 10 seconds to evolve, experiencing visible enhancements throughout, and underwent a drastic transformation. Yet now, after nearly a minute, Chi-Chi had not shown much change, merely taking the initiative to evolve an illusion of her successful evolution. This suggested that Chi-Chi might need some time to complete her evolution. After all, before she had donned the template, she was also an A-level coffin spirit, thus, her evolution time and difficulty must be longer than the D-level potential of the tyrant. Thinking of the time-limited task issued by the system and knowing he still had several days left, Yemo wasn't anxious at this moment. He didn't believe that Chi-Chi's evolutionary stage would stretch until after the limited task ended. Forget it, she has already started evolving, you can't rush hot tofu. For now, the priority is to leave this place. Yemo shook his head and smiled. Now that he had found the Yuin cold marrow and allowed Chi-Chi to begin her evolution, staying too long in the basement would instead become increasingly dangerous. However, before leaving, Yemo decided to take all the collections from the basement with him. Shadow Ghost, I plan to take all these items with me. What is the limit of your teleportation? I want you to teleport me to the farthest point from the Qin family estate. Yemo said to Shadow Ghost, his face showing excitement. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ghost's eyes shrank, revealing a look of intense fear. Young Master Yi, do you really want to take these materials away? What if Qingjin notices? Third Master might not be able to stop him. If he returns and uses his divine sense to search for you in the inner city, you absolutely won't be able to escape. Shadow Ghost hurriedly advised. If you really anger him, I'm afraid he will act rashly. At that time, even the Snow Shadow Badge won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Yemo frowned, his heart deep in thought. Perhaps it was due to Qingjin becoming a legendary strongman and joining the Knife Court. Thus, he looked down on Yemo, a weak member of the Snow Shadow group. Although he still felt some wariness regarding Chairman Chen behind Yemo. He wouldn't directly confront Yemo, but the premise was that Yemo wouldn't provoke him. However, Qingjin's subordinate had taken away the Yinhan bone and killed Tang Yi, which undoubtedly angered Yemo. If he just left like that, Yemo would definitely not swallow this anger. Now, Qingjin had been stopped by Qin San Yi and wouldn't be able to return for a while. How could Yemo not be tempted by these collected materials? Ingui, can you teleport me to the outer city? Yemo asked with a frown. Seeing Yemo made up his mind, Ingui didn't say much and answered. Yi Xiao, my shadow teleportation can only take us to the inner city wall at most. Getting to the inner city wall is already enough. Yemo nodded. Then a slow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because he had already thought of a good place, that was the Demon Slayer Legion base. Previously, Zhou Tong had discussed a lot about the Demon Slayer base with him. Yemo also learned that the status of the Demon Slayer Legion was extremely special, and its founders far exceeded one supreme. So no force dared to make trouble inside the Demon Slayer base, even a strong entity like the Knife Court avoided members of the Demon Slayer Legion. If I take all of Qingjin's materials and he finds out, I don't think he would dare to chase me to the Demon Slayer base to attack me. Yemo thought to himself. Then he looked at Ingui beside him and said lightly, Ingui, open the teleportation portal. Just send me directly in front of the inner city gate. Hearing this, Ingui nodded and did not refuse. Suddenly, a strange wave radiated from his body, and the ground beneath him instantly turned into a patch of dark, ink-like shadow. Yi Xiao, let's move quickly. Ingui said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Yemo no longer hesitated and directly summoned the tyrant. Tyrant, pack these things up and take them away. Yemo said with a smile. The tyrant quickly extended its hands, revealing a virus-like form, turning its arms into countless blood-red tentacles. Then, these tentacles swiftly wrapped around all the materials in the basement, throwing them towards Yemo one after another. Yemo caught the materials thrown by the tyrant and tossed them into the space warehouse one by one. 2 minutes later. The basement, which was originally filled with treasures, was now completely empty. Yemo looked at everything before him and instantly revealed an excited smile. He could almost foresee Qingjin's blood-spitting expression later. However, just then, an extraordinary aura suddenly appeared, and a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the basement door. In the next second, the footsteps abruptly disappeared. And the stone door of the basement seemed to be pushed by someone, slowly opening to one side. Yemo saw this and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes, quickly reminding Ingui beside him, Ingui, run. However, Ingui seemed to be struck by an unspeakable fear, his whole body trembling. I could only hear Ingui stuttering at an extremely fast speed, Yi Xiao, there's no time left. The inner city gate is too far from here. Once we enter the shadow teleportation portal, it will take 10 seconds to teleport, and during this process, the portal cannot be destroyed. If it gets destroyed, I would be injured or dead, and Yi Xiao, you would also suffer significant injury. We probably won't make it out. Yi Xiao. You hold on as best as you can. I'll hide first and then find a chance to call for support. Ingui said with a grim face. Then he immediately used Shadow Escape, burying his whole body underground, disappearing from sight. Chapter 92, Killing Eagle 6. Watching Ingui disappear. Yemo's expression became increasingly serious, and he prepared the tyrant for battle. There was no other way, Ingui would almost certainly die if he was injured, so escaping was indeed the wisest choice for him. And now, Yemo must do everything he can to block this extraordinary being outside the door, waiting for Qin Sanya's arrival to help him escape. 1 second later, the stone door was finally opened. At that moment, a figure in a black robe, exuding the aura of a one-star extraordinary being, appeared outside the door. Yemo saw this familiar silhouette, and an overwhelming killing intent flashed in his eyes. Because this person was the murderer who killed Tang Yi. Eagle 6. When Eagle 6 opened the door, he discovered a young man radiating intense killing intent, along with a coffin spirit whose aura was incredibly terrifying. He immediately gasped in horror and shouted, "Who are you? How could you appear here? Who am I? I am the person who will kill you." Yemo snorted coldly, too lazy to waste words with him, and his eyes sparkled with golden light as he directly targeted Eagle 6. In an instant, 2 terrifying beams of golden light shot from Yemo's eyes, crashing towards Eagle 6's head. Eagle 6, seeing this, was immediately terrified and stumbled backwards. As he retreated, he quickly summoned all his spiritual power to envelop himself, trying to withstand Yemo's destructive golden light. However, in the next second, there was a loud bang. The entire basement was illuminated by the dazzling golden light. The destructive golden light instantly pierced through the entire basement passage, crashing into the wall at the end of the passage, melting a huge pit into it. Did he really avoid that? Looking at the shadow that had disappeared before him, a deeper killing intent flickered in Yemo's eyes. Due to the small space in the basement, which was not conducive to the tyrant's battle, Yemo took advantage of this momentum and chased after him beyond the passage. At the same time, he wanted to see if his destructive golden light could injure an extraordinary being. At this moment, on the first floor of Qingjin's villa, Eagle 6 was panting heavily, frantically escaping from the tunnel. Looking at his arm, which was burned and smelled charred, a question of immense confusion arose in his mind. Who exactly is he? Why did he attack me? Why could he enter the master's treasure vault? It must be known. As Qingjin's most favored subordinate, the coffin spirit under him was a sea-level tomb-finding mouse. Since 80% of the materials in Qingjin's treasure vault were collected by him, Qingjin granted him the power to enter and exit the underground treasure vault at any time. But he couldn't understand why a stranger appeared in the master's treasure vault. Moreover, this stranger was full of hostility towards him and even tried to kill him. Who the hell is he? Could he be one of Qin Lao San's people? Eagle 6's face turned ugly. Right now, Qingjin was fighting with the third son of the Qin family, and all extraordinary beings under Qingjin had been mobilized, leaving him as the only one-star extraordinary coffin master in the entire villa area. Apart from him, the others were high-level coffin masters. How could they possibly withstand the attack from the person who just assaulted him? Thinking of this, Eagle 6 fled even more desperately. However, at that moment, a terrifying blade aura flashed through, directly howling toward Eagle 6's front. Seeing the blade aura chasing from behind, Eagle 6's face sank, and he condensed his terrifying spiritual power to punch at the blade aura. With an incredibly terrifying explosion, the blade aura was instantly dispersed by this punch. And upon seeing this scene, Eagle 6 was momentarily stunned in place. At this moment, he realized that the person chasing him from behind was actually just a quasi-high-level coffin master. Why am I running? Eagle 6's face turned extremely ugly. As a one-star extraordinary being, although his coffin spirit's strength was not very strong, with his own power and the cooperation of the Finding Mouse, he could easily kill quasi-extraordinary beings. But he never expected that he, a dignified extraordinary being, would be scared into fleeing by a quasi-high-level coffin master. This is simply a great humiliation. Kid, who the hell are you? Why did you attack me? Eagle 6 turned to look at Yemo, who had walked out of the villa, and said coldly. After saying that, he summoned the burial ground-seeking gold rat, letting it burrow underground and launch a sneak attack towards Yemo. Seeing this, a flicker of indifference crossed Yemo's eyes. Just now, his breaking evil golden light was able to directly break through the extraordinary person's spiritual barrier, which meant that his current strength was fully not weaker than an extraordinary one-star. Moreover, this seeking gold rat in front of him seemed extremely weak in combat power and could not withstand his attack at all. So, Eagle 6 was undoubtedly doomed. It seemed he felt a vibration beneath his feet. Yemo understood that Eagle 6's seeking gold rat had appeared right under him. Without any hesitation, Yemo's eyes flashed with golden light again, fully concentrating on sensing everything beneath his feet. In the next second, with a sound of breaking ground, a half-meter-long burial ground-seeking gold rat charged towards Yemo, trying to bite off his neck in one go. Looking at the suddenly appearing burial ground-seeking gold rat, the golden light in Yemo's eyes suddenly burst forth. He directly killed this coffin spirit in an instant. Ding! You have successfully killed LV.41 burial ground-seeking gold rat. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has doubled experience, gaining plus 10,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has doubled experience, gaining plus 10,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirits, Tyrant and Chi-Chi, current levels are LV.30, Quasi-Commander level. Experience needed for the next level, 14690/26700. Ignoring the system's prompt, Yemo looked up at the terrified Eagle 6 not far away, and the killing intent rose in his heart. He saw Tyrant immediately slash at Eagle 6 with a knife, directly cutting him in half at the waist. Who the hell are you? Why are you killing me? Eagle 6 spat blood, fearfully asked before dying. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that killing Tang Yi means you will definitely die. Chapter 93, Killing the High-Level Guardian of the Qin Family. After Yemo killed Eagle 6, Shadow Ghost nervously drilled out from underground. He glanced at the fallen Eagle 6, split in half, and the burial ground-seeking gold rat turned to charcoal by golden light, his eyes showing extreme shock. Damn! Young Master Yi, you actually killed an extraordinary one-star powerhouse in an instant? Shadow Ghost said with wide eyes and mouth agape. Although Old Master Qin had been praising Yemo's talent and terrifying strength since last night in front of his clone, Shadow Ghost never expected Yemo to be this terrifying. It is known that the opponent's spiritual power is currently only at the quasi-high level. If it were any other quasi-high level coffin master, even 100 of them combined would not be able to match one extraordinary person. Moreover, it is extremely rare for someone with quasi-high level strength to kill an extraordinary being 10 levels higher. Even some king-level talents, who have contracted S-level coffin spirits, would find it difficult. At that moment, suddenly many footsteps sounded. More than 10 high-level coffin masters appeared outside the villa, wearing Qin family attire, each carrying their coffin spirits, their faces revealing strong killing intent. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the Qin family head's residence? Are you looking for death? One of the leading high-level 5-star coffin masters pointed at Yemo and questioned. Hearing this, Yemo raised his eyebrows and a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect these guards to respond so quickly. He decided to wipe them all out without hesitation. Tyrant, kill. Yemo said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, Tyrant swung the long knife with one hand, taking the initiative to sweep a blade of knife energy directly toward the leading figure in the crowd. The leading coffin master, seeing the knife energy flying toward him like lightning in midair, suddenly had his pupils contract and hurriedly summoned a huge yellow weasel demon to block in front of himself. However, Tyrant's invading knife energy was like the chill of a biting wind. Infiltrating everywhere. It directly ignored the defense of the weasel spirit and, after penetrating the body of the weasel monster, it entered the body of the leading coffin master. With a sound of poof, the leading coffin master felt immense pain throughout his body, his eyes wide open, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. How can you be so strong? The leading coffin master said in agony. In the next second, the invading blade energy erupted within him, starting to rampage wildly. In the blink of an eye, it cut his body into countless pieces, blood pouring out and slowly sliding down to the ground. Ding! The tyrant has successfully killed LV.35 Yellow Weasel Spirit. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has doubled experience, gaining plus 1000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has doubled experience, gaining plus 1000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirits, Tyrant and Chi-Chi, current level is LV.30 commander level. Required experience for the next level 15690/26700. Hearing the system prompt, Yemo's brow slowly furrowed. The experience gained this time did not bring him much joy. Because he did not expect that killing a coffin spirit 5 levels higher than himself would only yield 1000 experience points. This meant that in the future, if he killed coffin spirits of level 30 or higher, he would have to kill dozens to level up once. Fortunately, there are more than 10 high-level coffin masters in front of me. Killing their coffin spirits would not be a loss. Yemo's heart flashed with intense killing intent once again. At this time, the other guards were clearly shaken by the tyrant's strike, standing still with fear in their eyes. How is this possible? This zombie is too terrifying. It can kill the boss instantly with one slice. What should we do? Should we still fight him? Fight what? Didn't you see the boss getting killed in seconds? We should run. Let's escape. Just remember his face. When the master comes back, he will take care of him. Everyone summoned their coffin spirits to protect themselves while watching Yemo warily, and then they turned to flee. But how could Yemo give up on this opportunity to gain experience? Tyrant, slaughter them all. Yemo said coldly. As soon as these words came out, a surge of burning flames erupted from beneath the tyrant's feet, and then it transformed into an afterimage, rushing into the crowd. The sound of continuous screams echoed, and the area around the villa turned into a hell on earth. With each swing of the tyrant's blade, it could instantly kill one person. However, due to Yemo's reminder, the tyrant prioritized killing the coffin spirits under these high-level coffin masters. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has doubled experience, gaining plus 900 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has doubled experience, gaining plus 900 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has doubled experience, gaining plus 800 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi. The continuous prompt sounds filled Yemo's mind, instantly making him feel a thrill of excitement. The last time the screen had been flooded with prompts was just a few days ago during the beast tide on the armored train. This time, the targets he killed were just switched to the coffin spirits under the high-level coffin masters. It's a pity that there aren't enough high-level coffin masters guarding the villa, otherwise, I could slaughter them all. Yemo thought to himself. Moments later, the tyrant killed all the guards, and he only needed 2,000 more experience points to reach level 31. This meant that once he reached level 31, he would truly reach the commander level, with strength even higher than he had now. Beside him, Ing-gue was momentarily numb after witnessing this scene. He could no longer find the words to describe how monstrous Emo was. Young Master Yi, you are too strong. Ing-gue praised from the heart. At that moment, a sudden phone ringing broke the silence. Emo raised an eyebrow and looked at Ing-gue, quickly saying, "Is that Uncle Chin calling?" Ing-gue's face changed drastically as he hurriedly took out his phone to check. When he saw that the contact on his phone was Chin San-yi, he picked up the call without hesitation. "San-yi." Ing-gue answered the phone, urgently asking. After 2 seconds, the sound of coughing seemed to come from the phone. "Cough. Ing-gue, I have lost." Chin San-yi's heavy voice came from the phone, as if his current condition was very bad. "San-yi, how could you lose? Why? This is impossible." Ing-gue shouted loudly, his eyes showing a dazed expression. "Wait until my injuries recover before I tell you. Right now, you must take all your men and Xiaoyi to the Lin family, seeking temporary shelter from the Lin family's head." After urgently advising, he directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Ing-gue quickly turned to look at Emo, his face extremely serious, anxiously saying, "Young Master Yi, we should go. San-yi has given the order, you just follow me to the Lin family, don't go to the inner city gate." Seeing the extremely anxious Ing-gue, Yemo's brows immediately furrowed. Although he had already guessed that the Lin family was Lin Ying's family, he had taken everything from Qingjin's treasury. Qingjin would definitely be desperate. If he went to the Lin family now, it was possible Qingjin would come knocking directly, forcefully demanding he hand over all the materials, even act against him. At that time, the Lin family, due to respect from the knife court, might not dare to protect him. Thinking of this, Emo did not hesitate and directly said, "Ing-gue, I won't go to the Lin family. You take me to the inner city gate." Chapter 94, Demon Extermination Base, Familiar Faces. A few minutes later, Emo exited the city gate of Jiangnan Base City, then directly took a fast car, telling the driver to speed towards the location of the Demon Extermination Base. Since he was heading to the Demon Extermination Base to escape from Qingjin's pursuit, Emo needed to obtain Zhou Tong's permission before entering the base. Otherwise, he would be directly expelled by the guards stationed at the Demon Extermination Base. Without hesitation, Emo directly dialed Zhou Tong's number. After a few seconds, the call connected, and Emo immediately spoke, "Brother Zhou, where are you now? I need your help with something." "Ah, Brother Emo. Old Zhou is busy right now. If you need my help with something, just tell me, I will definitely help you," Zhou Tong said with a smile. Hearing this, Emo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Brother Zhou, I've encountered some tricky issues, I need to stay at your Demon Extermination Base for 2 days. So that's it? I'll go speak to the guards in a moment. When you arrive at the base gate, just walk in through the main entrance, they won't stop you." Zhou Tong's tone sounded very excited. "Good, then thank you, Brother Zhou." Brother Emo, I can't chat with you any longer, I have to continue investigating that matter. We'll talk later." After saying this, Zhou Tong directly hung up the phone. That coffin master who let the zombies out to cause trouble hasn't been caught yet? Emo thought to himself. So much had happened in the past 2 days that Emo felt a bit tired. Now he had finally gathered the materials, allowing Chi-Chi to start evolving. It's just a pity that Tang Yi lost his life helping him find these materials. Thinking of this, Emo couldn't help but show a bitter smile. I should stay at the Demon Extermination Base for the next 2 days. Just wait for Chi-Chi's evolution to succeed. Emo thought quietly. Soon, Emo got out of the car and arrived at the entrance of the Demon Extermination Base. Because Zhou Tong had made the arrangements, Emo entered the base without any obstacles. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed 2 familiar figures standing not far away in the training field. They were calling out their own coffin spirits, seemingly discussing knowledge related to battles. Among them, one figure was extremely tall, wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Legion, appearing somewhat heroic. This person, Emo, had seen 2 days ago, it was Xiaoya. And another figure, Emo was even more familiar with. It was a little girl, less than 1.60 m, wearing the uniform of Fengyue City No. 1 Middle School, with her hair tied in twin ponytails. Apparently noticing someone approaching from a distance, Xiaoya quickly turned her head towards Emo, her eyes suddenly showing surprise. "Xiaoyao, quick look. Who is that?" Xiaoya revealed a gentle smile, pointing at Emo. Hearing this, Nu Xiaoyao quickly turned her head. When she saw Yemo's familiar figure, she was instantly frozen in place. "Emo!" Xiaoyao shouted loudly, then rushed towards Emo with the Hellflame Demon. Seeing this, Emo revealed a faint smile. He didn't expect that after just a few days of being away, this girl would be so excited to see him. However, in the next second, the Hellflame Demon suddenly unleashed a fireball aimed at him. What the hell? Trying to kill your own brother? Yemo's eyelids twitched as he quickly dodged to the side. With a bang, the fireball suddenly exploded, scorching a hole over a meter wide in the ground. Yemo. My Hellflame demon is powerful, right? It is already level 9 now. Xiaoyao looked at Yemo, revealing a proud smile. Although she could not compare with her monstrous brother, her level-up speed was far superior to her peers. You have to know. In just a few days, she managed to train a level 1 Hellflame demon to level 9. If it were someone else, it would take at least 1 to 2 months. Yemo looked at Xiaoyao's proud appearance and walked over, flicking her forehead with his finger, and said lightly, really impressive, but you still need to work hard. Because your brother is already a quasi-high-level coffin master. Ha ha ha. Yemo laughed. Usually, he didn't like to show off in front of others, instead, he tended to conceal his strengths. But in front of Xiaoyao, he didn't need to. Hearing Yemo's words, Xiaoyao's face immediately showed a hint of disdain. Oomph, you just know how to brag. When you left Fengyue City, you were only a mid-level. It's only been a few days. You say you're quasi-high level. I don't believe it. Xiaoyao huffed. At this moment, Xiaoya, who was walking from a distance, heard their conversation clearly. She looked at Yemo. When she saw the quasi-high-level spiritual power fluctuations emanating from Yemo, her heart trembled, and her eyes revealed immense surprise. Xiaoyao, what your brother said seems to be true. He really is quasi-high level. Xiaoya said in shock. Even though she had seen countless geniuses, she had never seen someone like Yemo. Before, she even tempted Yemo with the spot in the Imperial Tomb, which now seemed completely ridiculous. Because, just a few days ago, she had witnessed Yemo only at mid-level 5 stars, but just 3 days later, Yemo had actually become a quasi-high-level coffin master. Such a speed of progression completely crushed the leveling speed in the Imperial Tomb, it was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao was also looking at Yemo in a daze. But the expression in her eyes was not one of unfamiliarity or doubt, but of immense excitement. Then, as if she had gone mad, she directly hugged Yemo's hand and jumped up. Yemo. You really have become a quasi-high-level coffin master? MHM. Yemo nodded. Ha ha ha. As expected of my big brother. So amazing. Really too amazing. Chapter 95, Seeking Shelter. Xiaoyao's excitement lasted about 3 minutes before settling down. Meanwhile, Yemo smiled and ruffled her hair. But what surprised him a bit was that Xiaoyao stood still without dodging, instead appearing very obedient. As if thinking of something, Yemo smiled gently and asked Xiaoyao curiously, Sister, why did you come to the Jiangnan base city? Aren't you taking the graduation assessment this time? Hearing this, Xiaoyao quickly raised her head and excitedly said, Sister Xiaoya has already invited me to join the Demon Slayer regiment, so of course, I won't participate in the graduation assessment. On the side, Xiaoya also noticed Yemo's confusion and hurried over, gently explaining. Yemo, our Demon Slayer regiment has a special training camp for new members. The teaching ability is countless times stronger than any of the major base cities' Xinguan Academy. It can quickly help trainees grow. And you should know, most of our trainees are recruited from the top students of various Xinguan academies, so those academies are almost serving our Demon Slayer regiment. Xiaoyao's talent is very strong, and her contracted coffin spirit is also very strong. She doesn't need to waste time at Xinguan Academy, it's better for us to train her directly. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with confidence. You must know. The training camp slots of the Demon Slayer regiment are incredibly desired among the students of the major Xinguan academies in Daxia. To join this training camp, countless students who have contracted B-grade coffin spirits would fight fiercely for a spot. Because the minimum standard to join the Demon Slayer regiment training camp is high-level talent in B-grade coffin spirit. And Yi Xiaoyao has an extraordinary talent in flame baptism, plus an A-grade coffin spirit, she completely qualifies to compete among the top 10 geniuses. So no matter what, Xiaoya would invite Yi Xiaoyao in. After listening to Xiaoya's explanation, Yemo was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the trainees of the Demon Slayer regiment were actually selected from the top students of various Xinguan academies. This undoubtedly proved how powerful the forces that come from the official side, with several supreme masters stationed there, truly are. Yemo looked at Xiaoya and immediately revealed a warm smile, saying, Commander Xiao, then I will need to trouble you with Xiaoyao's matters in the future. Not a trouble, it's my duty. Since Xiaoyao has already joined our Jiangnan base, she naturally also becomes one of us. In the future, our base's Xinguan masters will treat her as their closest person, Xiaoya said with a smile. Hearing this, Yemo quickly nodded and expressed his gratitude once again. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao seemed a bit curious about Yemo's arrival, smiling and asking, Yemo, did you know I was coming here, so you came to the Demon Slayer base specifically to find me? Hearing this, Yimo was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. No. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao huffed and said discontentedly, "Is it because you didn't see the message I sent you?" She had already sent a message to Yimo before coming here. However, after receiving quite a few messages last night, he seemed to have vanished today, which made Yi Xiaoyao extremely angry. "Yimo, you really need to change your habit of not checking messages. What if you miss something important? You would regret it. At least when you're out, you should let me know you're safe." Yi Xiaoyao pouted. As soon as she said this, Yimo recalled Tang Ye's message, his body trembled, then he let out a heavy breath and smiled. "Don't worry, from now on, I will check my messages in time." Seeming to want to change the subject, Yimo hurriedly looked at Xiaoya and asked, "Commander Xiao, may I ask if there are any spare dormitories in the Demon Slayer base? I'd like to stay here for a couple of days." "Stay here for a couple of days?" Xiaoya raised her eyebrows, looking at Yimo with confusion. She didn't understand.